In a luxurious villa in Xianfeng City, Ling Feng stood in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling mirror, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the reflection of a handsome young man. He suddenly recalled his previous life as an overworked employee who died suddenly after working through the 7-day National Day holiday, only to be reborn into this futuristic sci-fi world. This is a parallel world set 100,000 years in the future, where humanity's presence spans the entire galaxy. Every adult has the ability to unlock something known as entry abilities, powers that resemble divine words and have existed since the dawn of civilization. These entries are categorized into white, green, blue, purple, silver, and gold, with higher levels possessing greater power. In the divine realm spaces scattered across the world, defeating fierce beasts and alien races grants one a divine oracle stone. These stones contain biological entries, and using them triggers a roulette-like draw. Whichever entry is drawn can then be integrated into one's abilities. However, the number of times a person can integrate these entries in a lifetime is limited, making each draw a careful consideration. Ling Feng's parents were once powerful martial emperors with blue entries, but unfortunately, they perished at the hands of demons. Fortunately, they left behind a significant fortune, which was transferred to Ling Feng by the government when he turned 18. Yet, in this world, wealth means little without strength, as one can easily be robbed without the power to protect oneself. Upon accessing the divine oracle system, Ling Feng discovered he possessed a unique, one-of-a-kind entry, the ability to infinitely stack and upgrade the same entry and an unlimited number of entry integrations. This ability far surpassed even the gold entries, clearly a special advantage for a transmigrator. Approaching the safe, Ling Feng used biometric recognition to open it. Inside, there was a blue divine oracle stone, over a dozen green ones, and dozens of white ones. The value of these stones varied greatly, with a single blue stone worth billions and guaranteeing at least one blue entry. Let's test the waters with a white one first, Ling Feng decided, picking up a white divine oracle stone. The system immediately prompted him to confirm its use. Upon confirmation, the stone transformed into a stream of light, forming a roulette. The roulette displayed 4 white entries. Resilience. White defense increased by 130. Charge. White. In running situations, next attack power increased by 130. Strength. White strength increased by 130. Stamina. White maximum stamina increased by 130. Ling Feng gazed at the white attributes before him, his brows slightly furrowed. These attributes seemed quite ordinary, offering only a 30 enhancement effect, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. He recognized these attributes as being similar to those of common wild boars, and he silently mused that his luck with this draw didn't seem great. Nonetheless, Ling Feng decided to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he clicked the draw button. The wheel spun rapidly, and with a crisp notification sound, the system announced, "You have obtained the attribute. Mighty White. Begin fusion." In an instant, a gentle power surged into Ling Feng's body. He could clearly feel his cells strengthening under the influence of this power, with an obvious increase in his overall strength. The system prompted again, "Congratulations, you have successfully fused the attribute. Mighty White, 130. Ling Feng was fairly satisfied with the result, but he was more interested in whether this attribute could be upgraded through fusion. With this anticipation, he picked up another white oracle stone and quickly opened it. The new attributes were still from the Wild Boar series: toughness, charge, might, and blood bowl. Ling Feng speculated that these might be leftover attributes from his parents, left unprocessed. Without hesitation, he initiated a new round of drawing. Ding! You have obtained the attribute. Tough White. Begin fusion. Ding! Congratulations, attribute fusion successful. Defense 130 inch. Although he didn't get the mighty attribute this time, a 30 boost in defense was still decent. Ling Feng continued to try. Ding! You have obtained the attribute. Tough White. Begin fusion upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, fusion successful. Attribute, toughness enhanced. Defense 160 inch. This unexpected notification made Ling Feng's eyes light up. The attributes could indeed be upgraded, and it directly increased by 30. This discovery thrilled him. Ling Feng quickly calculated. 1 green oracle stone could be exchanged for 100 white ones, and 1 blue could be exchanged for 100 green ones. Based on this ratio, the oracle stones in his possession could be exchanged for over 10,000 white oracle stones. Even with only a quarter success rate, he could obtain 2,500 white attributes. Imagining the effects of stacking these attributes, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel excited. To enhance his strength as quickly as possible, Ling Feng decided to sell all his blue and green oracle stones immediately. He activated the bio mainframe, and a virtual projection interface appeared before him, a marvel of contemporary technology that allowed people to access the internet anytime, anywhere. Ling Feng swiftly uploaded the oracle stone data and soon received the review results. His heartbeat quickened slightly, filled with anticipation for what was to come next. Ling Feng's communicator suddenly vibrated, and a message popped up instantly. He glanced down at it and was momentarily stunned. Dear customer, your blue oracle stone has been appraised as top grade. The Federation Mall is willing to purchase it for 500 million. The quality of your other green oracle stones is also excellent. If you agree, the total purchase price could reach 510 million. Ling Feng blinked, staring at the screen in disbelief. 500 million? That's 5 times the price of an ordinary oracle stone. He suddenly remembered that the value of oracle stones varied greatly depending on their attributes. The better the attributes, the higher the value. It seems the oracle stone attributes my parents left me are top-notch. Ling Feng murmured to himself, feeling a twinge of bittersweet emotion. His parents had painstakingly paved the way for him, yet they hadn't lived to see him grow up. Taking a deep breath, he quickly made the decision to sell everything. Despite the powerful blue talent, the extraction probability was less than 1%, making it nearly impossible to obtain. Rather than holding on to something so impractical, it was better to cash out and purchase white oracle stones with desirable attributes. With this thought, Ling Feng unhesitatingly clicked the confirm button. As the transaction completed, Ling Feng's account was instantly credited with 510 million. This money could only be used within the mall and couldn't be withdrawn. He immediately began browsing the oracle stone inventory, carefully selecting from the options. There weren't many types of white oracle stones, and their effects were quite singular, totaling just over a dozen. However, as long as the level was high enough, even without special abilities, one could be invincible. After weighing his options, Ling Feng ultimately chose the Wind Spirit Beast Oracle Stone. The attributes that could be extracted from this Oracle Stone included Tenacity White Defense 130, Gale White Movement Speed 130, Strength White Power 130, Swift Attack White Slightly Increased Attack Speed 110, and Slight Gift White Slightly Increased Cultivation Talent. Ling Feng chose the Wind Spirit Beast mainly because it could comprehensively enhance combat power and also came with a cultivation talent bonus. He didn't hesitate to buy 20,000 of them, spending a whopping 1 billion. This amount included the 510 million from earlier, plus the 7 to 8 billion inheritance left by his parents. Although white oracle stones were almost unappreciated in this world, they still held considerable value for ordinary people. Each one cost 10,000, which was barely affordable for an average family. However, choosing white attributes meant limited lifetime achievements. Let's open the rest at home first. Ling Feng took a deep breath and opened the remaining white oracle stones one by one. Ding! You have obtained the attribute, Mighty White. Strength, 190. Ding! You have obtained the attribute, Blood Bull White. Health, 160. Ding! You have obtained the attribute, Mighty White. Defense, 200. Attribute upgraded to green. As a series of notifications sounded, Ling Feng's attributes steadily increased, his eyes shining with excitement as he anticipated the transformation to come. Ling Feng operated the oracle stone with focused intensity, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With each attempt at the lottery, his strength attribute bonus quickly soared to 200, and the white attribute successfully upgraded to green. However, he soon noticed a pattern. Once reaching 200, each white attribute could only provide a 10 boost. It looks like I'll need more lower-level attributes after upgrading, Ling Feng pondered. But that's not really a problem. He quickly calculated. Even so, 10 white attributes could still enhance by 100, and upgrading to blue attributes would require at most 30 white ones. This realization brought a smile to Ling Feng's face. 30 white attributes seemed like a lot, but in reality, they were insignificant. After all, the value of a blue oracle stone was 1,000 times that of a white one, and he only needed 30 times to upgrade, which was an incredible bargain. With this joy, Ling Feng continued with the lottery. After more than 40 oracle stones, all 4 of his attribute bonuses broke through to 330, with the strength bonus reaching as high as 350, not far from the 500 bonus of a blue attribute. Ling Feng carefully observed the changes in the attributes. Basic green attributes required a minimum of 200 bonus, while special attributes like attack speed needed only 150 to upgrade to green. The attribute levels are really complex, he remarked. He also remembered that starting from green attributes, more special ones would appear, like fire control and wind manipulation. Looks like I need to get more green oracle stones to try, Ling Feng planned. Just then, a crisp notification interrupted his thoughts. Beep beep. You have a video call. Ling Feng was taken aback. Who would call me so late at night? Despite his confusion, he answered the call. With a ripple, a girl's projection appeared before him. Before Ling Feng could speak, she arrogantly demanded, Ling Feng, where's the blue oracle stone you promised me? Don't you know tomorrow is Yi Zhao's birthday? Bring it to my house right now. Ling Feng was momentarily stunned. Who is this? He was bewildered by her assertive attitude. Quickly, he recognized the girl Yin Xiun, his classmate and the girl he had admired throughout his 3 years of high school. Reflecting on it, Ling Feng realized he had nearly exhausted his resources trying to please Yin Xiun. He calculated that over the years, the things he bought for her were worth at least 10 million. What was even more painful was that just a month ago, after inheriting a fortune, he had given Yin Shiyun a blue oracle stone. Fortunately, Yin Shiyun awakened a rare green attribute ice control, paving her way to getting into a top university on Blue Star. Faced with Yin Shiyun's unreasonable demand, Ling Feng fell into contemplation, unsure of how to respond to this sudden situation. Ling Feng stood there, his brow furrowed, as a storm of complex emotions churned within him. He recalled those absurd days of the past, and couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. Once, he had been like a mindless fool, tirelessly trying to please Yin Shiyun, only to be met with her indifference and betrayal. Yin Shiyun had not only accepted his gifts without a second thought, but also maintained a flirtatious relationship with Yi Xiao from the same school. Now, she shamelessly came to demand the Oracle Stone, clearly treating Ling Feng as her personal item. Ling Feng silently berated himself. Without my past memories, I was nothing more than a fool with a clouded mind. As a time traveler, Ling Feng felt a deep sense of shame. He vowed to himself that he would never let such disgraceful incidents tarnish his reputation again. While Ling Feng was lost in thought, Yin Shiyun, noticing his lack of response, erupted in anger. She shrieked, "Ling Feng, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me?" Ling Feng lifted his head, his gaze icy. He replied coldly, "What's with the barking? Whether I'm deaf or not is none of your business. Yin Shiyun, have some dignity, will you? Can't your lover afford gifts? Why come to me? Who do you think you are?" His words hit Yin Shiyun like a sledgehammer. She stared at Ling Feng in disbelief. Her face, not particularly beautiful to begin with, flushed bright red. Her voice turned sharp and grating with anger. "Ling Feng, how dare you insult me? Do you know who I am? I'll give you 10 minutes to bring the blue oracle stone to my doorstep and apologize. Otherwise, don't expect me to speak to you again." Ling Feng sneered, retorting dismissively. "Who are you? Just Yin Shiyun, right? Why should I give you the oracle stone? Have you woken up yet? By the way, over the years, you've taken quite a bit from me, and now I want it all back. According to federal law, when I gave you those things, I was still a minor. Deceiving a minor and taking a martyr's family's property could get you at least 5 years. If you don't want to join your parents in prison, you'd better return the stuff and stop making a scene." Yin Shiyun's face turned pale at his words. She stared at Ling Feng, her voice trembling. "Ew. You want me to return the stuff? Ling Feng, are you even a man? You gave those things willingly, and now you want them back? I never asked you for them." Ling Feng let out a cold laugh, ruthlessly exposing her facade. "You didn't ask, but your parents sure did. And when I gave them to you, didn't you say my gifts were worthless? Now that I ask for them back, you can't bear to part with them? Trying to act virtuous while being shameless." His words were like a sharp sword piercing Yin Shiyun's heart. She stood there, trembling, her eyes full of disbelief, as if seeing Ling Feng, who had once been so obedient to her, for the first time. Ling Feng let out a cold laugh, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. This woman's behavior had completely altered his understanding of human nature. Though the money spent was only in the tens of millions, he decided not to leave a single cent for such a greedy woman. Especially since there was the priceless blue oracle stone, each worth several billion. If he couldn't get it back, Ling Feng feared he wouldn't sleep well. You. Yin Shiyun was left speechless by Ling Feng's words, only able to glare at him with anger. Ling Feng impatiently interrupted. "What do you mean, you? I don't have time to waste on this nonsense. I expect you to personally deliver the items to my house by tomorrow morning. If I don't see them, I'll report this to the military. My parents' comrades wouldn't mind helping me out with this. You'd better go beg your brother Yi Xiao to see if he can help you with this debt." With that, Ling Feng smirked coldly and hung up, ignoring Yin Shiyun's shocked expression. His good mood had been completely ruined by this woman. What a nuisance. Just then, a notification sounded. "Ding. Your purchase supplies have been delivered. The items are in the warehouse. Please check them." Ling Feng's eyes lit up, and his mood instantly improved. The oracle stones had arrived so quickly. The future world indeed had impressive delivery speeds. Excited, he left the villa and headed quickly to his warehouse. Inside, Ling Feng saw boxes of white oracle stones neatly stacked. He picked one up and opened it to find extractable attributes like Resilience White Defense 130, Gale White Movement Speed 130, Strength White Strength 130, Rapid Strike White Slightly Increased Attack Speed 110, and Slight Talent White Slightly Increased Cultivation Talent. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel. The Slight Talent attribute was indeed quite expensive among white attributes, costing 5 times more than a regular white oracle stone. But it was exactly what he needed now. No matter how strong one's combat skills are, if the foundational strength is weak, even a 10,000-fold increase in combat power won't suffice for comprehensive strength. Extract. Let's see how far these tens of thousands of oracle stones can upgrade my attributes. Ling Feng began extracting without hesitation. Ding. You obtained the attribute, Slight Talent White. Your talent has slightly increased. Upon the first extraction, he gained slight talent, and Ling Feng immediately felt his muscles quivering rapidly. Although his strength didn't directly increase, he sensed a change in his body. However, Ling Feng didn't stop and continued extracting attributes. Ding. You obtained the attribute, Strength White. Strength, 360 inch. Ding. You obtained the attribute, Rapid Strike White. Attack speed 110 inch. Ding. You obtained the attribute, Gale White. Movement speed 130 inch. As a series of notifications sounded, Ling Feng's attributes continued to rise. Meanwhile, information about the Wind Spirit Beast appeared in his mind. The Wind Spirit Beast was a reasonably strong second-tier spirit beast, a pure, elemental entity. It said that if a green oracle stone is obtained, powerful attributes like wind control and spirit form might appear. Some Wind Spirit Beast kings might even possess the blue talent, Storm Battle Body. These spirit beasts were abundant in an alternate dimension not far from Xianfeng City. Xianfeng City is named after the Wind Spirit Beast, and its fate is closely tied to this magical creature. In one corner of the city, Ling Feng is fully engrossed in a lottery. Each draw takes about 10 seconds, with time quietly slipping by in this seemingly monotonous process. Despite the tedium, Ling Feng finds joy in it, as he can clearly feel his strength rapidly increasing. Meanwhile, a storm is brewing in a rundown house in the slums of Xianfeng City. Yan Xiyun is furious, throwing everything around the room in anger. That damn Ling Feng! How dare he insult me? She growled through gritted teeth. Hearing the commotion, Yan Xiyun's parents hurried over. Seeing the mess, their hearts ached. My dear daughter, who has upset you now? Her mother asked with concern. These things were all newly bought, costing several $100s in total. Seeing her parents, Yan Xiyun's tears welled up instantly. Mom, Dad, you don't know how overboard Ling Feng went, she sobbed. I just wanted the blue oracle stone as a birthday gift for brother Yishao, but not only did he refuse, he also insulted me. What? The blue oracle stone? Her father burst out in anger. You want to give it to that brat Yishao? Why? Even I haven't used such a good thing, and you think he's worthy? Where is it? Hand it over. Yan Xiyun suddenly realized her parents despised her being with Yishao because his family was also poor. I told you, Ling Feng wouldn't give it to me, she quickly explained. Not believing her, her mother immediately searched her, but found nothing. Yan Xiyun hurriedly added. He even demanded we return everything he's given us over the years, or he'd have us jailed. He also threatened to contact the military. Her parents' faces changed dramatically upon hearing this. They were well aware of Ling Feng's status as the child of a martyr, which made him untouchable. Yan Xiyun continued to plead. I just wanted to give brother Yishao a birthday gift. Does he have to go this far? Before she could finish, a loud slap interrupted her, sending her staggering to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her father, filled with rage, shouted, Useless! I've told you not to get involved with Yishao. He's just a pauper. What future do you have with him? Ling Feng may have no parents, but he has money. Now go apologize, and don't come back until he forgives you. Yan Xiyun trembled under the furious gaze of her parents. Childhood shadows resurfaced as she recalled always being the scapegoat at home until she clung to Ling Feng, which gave her some sense of value. If Ling Feng really came to collect debts, her whole family might end up in jail, and she feared her parents might beat her to death. Driven by fear, she stumbled out of the house. However, she didn't go straight to Ling Feng, but sought out Yishao first. Apologizing was out of the question. She planned to retrieve the supplies she had given Yishao to appease Ling Feng for the time being. In her mind, it was just a few million worth of supplies and a blue oracle stone, something she could quickly repay after graduating from college. Upon hearing Yan Xiyun's request, Yishao's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Return it? I've already used the stuff, how can I return it? He pondered for a moment before a thought struck him. Xian, don't worry. I don't think Ling Feng really wants you to return the stuff. He might be playing hard to get, trying to make you anxious so you'll agree to be with him. Otherwise, how could a hopeless admirer change his attitude overnight? These words made Yan Xiyun suddenly realize the situation. She angrily called Ling Feng on video, and before he could speak, she began to berate him. Ling Feng, I never expected you to be so insidious, resorting to such low tactics just to make me be with you. I'm very angry right now, and the consequences are serious. I'm at Yizhao's doorstep, and you have 10 minutes to get here, or I won't speak to you ever again. With that, she hung up the video. Feeling triumphant, Yan Xiyun told Yishao. Just wait, Yishao brother, that guy will bring the blue oracle stone over soon. Yishao laughed. I knew Xiyun was the best. You've given me such wonderful things, I don't even know how to repay you. By the way, I've recently learned to make porridge. I'll cook some for you later. Yan Xiyun's eyes lit up at this. Really? Yishao brother, you're too good to me. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, who was busy collecting rewards, was bewildered by Yan Xiyun's sudden video call. He had thought she was calling to plead, especially since the supplies he provided included a blue oracle stone worth over $1 billion. To his surprise, he was met with a barrage of insults as soon as he answered. Ling Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is this girl out of her mind? How can she be so self-absorbed? Ling Feng shook his head in silence, marveling at the convoluted thinking of supporting characters in novels. Without giving it much thought, he dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, a hearty middle-aged voice came through. Xiao Feng, it's been a while since you called. Is there something you need to discuss? Uncle Zhao, I've run into some trouble here. Got scammed. Ling Feng replied with a slight smile, then proceeded to explain the situation in detail. The person on the other end, Zhao Wu, was a lifelong friend of Ling Feng's late father and a formidable warrior of gold rank. Since the passing of Ling Xian and his wife, Zhao Wu had taken great care of Ling Feng. However, 3 years ago, Zhao Wu was transferred from Xianfeng City, and their contact had diminished. What? Someone dared to scam my brother's son? They're asking for trouble. Zhao Wu's angry voice resonated, causing Ling Feng to shiver slightly. Xiao Feng, don't worry about this. I'll handle it. I'll make sure they return every penny they took. Zhao Wu's stern voice provided Ling Feng with reassurance. Thanks, Uncle Zhao. Ling Feng responded with a smile. Don't mention it. By the way, it's been a while since you visited my place. When are you coming over? And speaking of which, both you and Shuyas have come of age. Isn't it time to start thinking about marriage? You promised me yourself that you'd marry that girl when you were a kid, so you can't back out now, Zhao Wu teased. Ling Feng was immediately flustered. What are you talking about, Dad? Are you asking for a beating? Before he could finish, sounds of a scuffle came through, and Ling Feng realized something was off, quickly ending the video call. It turned out he had been speaking with Zhao Wu's daughter, Zhao Shuya. Despite her gentle name, she had a fiery temper and had bullied Ling Feng since childhood, even dragging him to promise Zhao Wu that he would marry her. Recalling those childhood ordeals, Ling Feng shuddered. Fortunately, after they moved away 3 years ago, he had been bullied less frequently. He thought to himself, I need to get stronger quickly. It's embarrassing not to be able to hold my own against a girl. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng resolutely opened the oracle stone to continue his wrathful journey. Meanwhile, Yan Xiun and Yi Shao were waiting for something Ling Feng was supposed to deliver, but instead, they were met by the city defense forces with an arrest warrant. Yan Xiun and her family were arrested by the military for allegedly deceiving the children of fallen soldiers. Yi Shao tried to argue, but ended up losing a few teeth and fainting. Ling Feng, however, was oblivious to all this, as he was busy enhancing his own attributes. For the next 10 hours, Ling Feng stayed home, focused on unlocking attributes. By the following morning, he had used up thousands of white oracle stones, unlocking all the attributes. His attribute level had reached blue. Although a single white attribute only provided a 1 boost, it was still decent. He thought, I can always stack more. 100 will give me a 100 boost. In the end, Ling Feng spent a total of 500 entries, stacking them all to the purple level, achieving a staggering 1000 boost. However, once reaching the purple level, the effect of white entries seemed somewhat insignificant. It took a full 10 white entries to barely stack a 1 boost, likely due to the large difference in entry levels. Nevertheless, Ling Feng managed to enhance each of his 4,000 entries to nearly 1,400. Ling Feng stared intently at his attribute panel, which displayed a series of dazzling statistics. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Occupation, none. Level, black iron 1 star. Vitality, 2.11 vitality, 1,000 kilograms strength. Soul, 0.5. Cultivation technique, advanced body tempering, art beginner. Martial skills, basic fist technique mastery, first tier. Entries, unlimited unique level, unlimited stacking and upgrading of same entries, unlimited number of merged entries. Following this was a series of purple entries, each radiating powerful energy. Indestructible, purple defense 1,375. Godspeed, purple movement speed 1405. Innate strength, purple strength 1,404. Phantom hand, purple attack speed 524. Martial arts prodigy, purple cultivation speed increase 1450 times. Ling Feng rubbed his tired eyes, feeling dizzy and exhausted. Despite the excitement of watching his talents soar, the fatigue from continuously activating the same oracle stone for over 10 hours overwhelmed him like a tide. However, when he reviewed his attributes once more, a smile crept onto his lips. The tenfold increase in strength, speed, defense, and attack speed meant his combat power had leapt to a whole new level, reaching the bronze grade. What thrilled Ling Feng the most was the purple martial arts prodigy entry. The 1450-fold increase in cultivation speed meant that 1 day of training now equaled 4 years of results. With this incredible boost, Ling Feng was confident that his strength would skyrocket in a short time, laying a solid foundation for future challenges. Ling Feng gazed at the flashing silver martial arts prodigy talent on the system panel, his heart racing with excitement. This hard-earned gift was something he was eager to test. In the past 10 hours, even without deliberate training, his vitality had increased from just over 1 to 2.1. Showcasing the power of this talent. Eager to put it to use, Ling Feng headed to the training grounds at home to practice the advanced body strengthening technique his father had left him, a treasured legacy far beyond the reach of ordinary households. Although more difficult and challenging to learn, its effects were remarkable. It had taken Ling Feng 6 full years to barely grasp the basics, yet today felt entirely different. As soon as he started training, Ling Feng experienced a qualitative leap in his understanding of the advanced technique. Each movement flowed effortlessly, as if his body had already memorized them. Soon, the system notification sounded. Ding! Advanced body strengthening technique proficiency increased to skilled. Body strengthening efficiency improved. Ling Feng continued to train with focus. 2 hours later, another notification chimed. Ding! Advanced body strengthening technique proficiency increased to mastered. Body strengthening efficiency slightly improved. By this time, Ling Feng's entire body was flushed, his muscles trembling, and his vitality surging wildly. He checked his body and, to his astonishment, found that his vitality had jumped from 2.1 to 2.6. In just a few hours, his basic strength had increased by 500 kilograms. With the natural strength attribute, this figure could be multiplied by 15, equating to a staggering 7,500 kilograms increase. Such terrifying strength could send a small truck flying with a single punch. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel. This martial arts prodigy talent isn't just a thousand-fold increase in training speed, it's at least several thousand times faster. Is it because my level is low, so the boost is higher? He realized that his current talent might be the pinnacle on the entire blue water star. A blue attribute was already the strongest in a city, and even blue attributes varied in strength. The weakest offered a 500 boost, while the strongest exceeded 700, with the top tier reaching a 999 combat boost, comparable to the weakest purple attribute. In most cities, the strongest attribute is merely blue, while possessing a purple attribute signifies being one of the planet's top elites. Ling Feng now had 5 purple attributes, making his talent among the very best. However, this was only the beginning, the result of investing 10 billion. With enough resources and wealth, he could upgrade these attributes, aiming for gold and even beyond. Ling Feng laid out his future path, to find ways to enhance his strength, then amass wealth. His eyes gleamed with determination, as if he could already envision the day he would rule the world. Ling Feng's stomach suddenly twisted in sharp pain, as if someone had grabbed it fiercely. He was all too familiar with this sensation. It was his body's protest after days without food. At the same time, a wave of weakness washed over him, nearly knocking him off balance. Damn, I almost forgot how much energy it takes to boost my strength this time. Ling Feng muttered, frustrated, as he tapped his head. Good thing I drank a packet of nutrient gel yesterday, or I wouldn't even be able to walk now. He hurriedly stumbled into the kitchen, grabbing a packet of gel-like low-grade nutrient supplement from the fridge. While this could sustain an ordinary person for 3 days without eating or drinking, it was far from sufficient for a martial artist like Ling Feng. He knew that true warriors consumed mid-grade, high-grade, or even top-grade nutrient supplements. It was said that top-grade supplements were refined from the flesh and blood of high-level beasts, and a single sip could kill an ordinary person, while just a lick could keep one going for a month or 2 without food. Ling Feng tilted his head back, downing the nutrient gel in one go, feeling a wave of fullness wash over him. However, his strength showed no signs of returning. The absorption rate of this low-grade supplement is just too slow. Ling Feng sighed in frustration. Looks like I'll need to buy some mid-grade supplements. At that moment, Ling Feng felt like someone from a famine era who had just eaten clay. His stomach was full to bursting, but his body received no nutrition. Just as he was about to order some mid-grade nutrient liquid, a thought struck him. Wait, if the problem is the digestion speed, why not just enhance it directly? Ling Feng suddenly remembered that there seemed to be an ability related to this in the white entries. He quickly opened the Oracle Stone Mall and began searching. Soon, Ling Feng found the entry he needed. Food supplement. Devouring flesh and blood can slightly restore physical strength, slightly enhance physical constitution. This white entry was from the most common magical creature, the slime, and was cheaply priced at just 10,000. Though inexpensive, Ling Feng saw immense potential in it. Devouring flesh and blood can restore strength and enhance constitution? Ling Feng thought excitedly. If I stack this to purple, wouldn't devouring flesh and blood cause my strength to skyrocket? Glancing at his remaining funds of over 200 million, Ling Feng began to calculate. Stacking to purple required over 1,000 white entries, and reaching a silver entry would need a total of 10,000. Including the upgrade to purple, he would need a total of 11,000 white entries. Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he could already see his strength rapidly increasing in the future. Ling Feng stood in front of the virtual interface of the Oracle Stone Mall, his brow furrowed. He stared at the 5 entries on the screen, quickly calculating. To stack them up to silver requires over 55,000 entries, which means at least 5 billion. He shook his head helplessly. I don't have that kind of money. After some thought, Ling Feng decided to first upgrade the entries to purple. He decisively purchased 10,000 Oracle Stones, instantly evaporating 1 billion in funds. But the thought of gaining 5 purple entries brought a smile to his face. Purple oracle stones are rare on Blue Water Star. Ling Feng mused with relief. One costs 10 billion, and not many can afford it. He recalled the legends of lucky individuals who found purple oracle stones from ordinary beasts. However, even with such luck, most would choose to sell rather than use them. After all, 10 billion is astronomical for ordinary people, and the chance of obtaining a blue entry after use is only 1 in 3. Looking at his account balance, now a cold billion, Ling Feng sighed. If only my parents had lived a few more years, I wouldn't be so strapped for cash, he muttered, realizing that saying such a thing aloud might earn him a scolding. As Ling Feng racked his brains for ways to make money, a thought suddenly struck him. Wait, luck! His eyes lit up, and he quickly searched the system. Soon, a series of luck-related entries appeared. Little Luck Green, 3 million. Continuous Good Fortune Blue, 700 million. Dog Luck Green, 25 million. Child of Fortune Purple, 300 billion. Ling Feng carefully studied the effects of each entry. Although the name Dog Luck was amusing, its value for money was quite appealing. The only downside was that each time he had to step in dog poop to trigger the good luck, which was an annoying requirement. Ling Feng fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons of each option. The ways to make money in this world were similar to his past life, but here, strong abilities and extraordinary luck were the true shortcuts to wealth. His gaze returned to the luck entries, pondering how to use them to change his fate. Ling Feng skipped the expensive entry right away. The price of the Little Luck entry was already quite steep, and this new one was nearly 10 times higher, enough to elevate Little Luck by a level. He pondered over the logic of upgrading entries. Moving from a green entry to a purple one should require the same amount of stacking as from white to blue, right? He recalled that to upgrade a white entry to blue, he had used about 30 entries. After a quick calculation, Ling Feng realized this would be a massive expense. Even considering the rarity of green oracle stones, it would conservatively require 1 billion to ensure the upgrade. He frowned, knowing his wallet couldn't handle such a figure. Looks like I need to focus on earning money first, Ling Feng thought to himself. I'll consider upgrading the luck entry once I have enough funds. He decided not to dwell on the issue and instead focused on how to enhance his strength. Sitting quietly at home, Ling Feng reviewed the world structure. He resided in Xianfeng City, a fourth-tier city surrounded by the most powerful divine realm space of the fourth tier, guarded by a strong warrior at the fourth-tier Golden Martial Emperor level. He organized the world's rank classifications in his mind, from the lowest Black Iron Realm Warrior to Bronze Martial Master, Silver Martial King, Golden Martial Emperor, Platinum Martial Sect, and then to higher levels of Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, Martial Emperor, and finally the Supreme Martial God. These 9 levels, each transition meant a massive increase in power. Ling Feng was acutely aware that his current strength was only at the 2nd tier, with a long road ahead. However, with the unlimited advantage of entries, his growth rate would far surpass ordinary people. As long as he could acquire golden entries, advancing to Martial Emperor in the future was almost certain. Thinking about the upcoming college entrance exam, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. I've got cheats, do I still need the exam to prove my strength? He chuckled to himself. Soon, the oracle stones and high-grade beast meat Ling Feng ordered were delivered. These beast meats were specially processed, needing only simple heating to be edible without losing their nutrition. The price of 4th-tier beast meat was high, costing 1,000 per kilogram. Looking at these hard-earned ingredients, Ling Feng began planning his next training regimen. Ling Feng unhesitatingly pulled out a large sum of spirit stones and purchased 10 tons of 4th-tier beast meat. The transaction made him wince at the expense, silently lamenting. This 4th-tier beast meat is ridiculously expensive. However, he quickly thought of an exciting plan. Ling Feng recalled that a single 4th-tier beast could yield dozens of tons of meat, and a glint appeared in his eyes. Once I'm strong enough, I can easily take down a few of them and make billions, he thought, igniting a flame of anticipation in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng clenched his fist and murmured to himself, strength. It's all about strength. With that, he eagerly picked up a white oracle stone and chose to use it without hesitation. As the glow of the oracle stone faded, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Available entries to draw. Blood Bowl. White stamina limit 130. Resilient. White pain tolerance 130. Great strength. White strength 130. Nutritional boost. White restores a small amount of stamina and slightly enhances physical strength after eating. Ling Feng carefully examined these 4 white entries, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. Although these entries seemed insignificant at his current level, he knew that their potential was limitless once upgraded. He chuckled softly. Who knew a slime could have a great strength entry? That's a first. Shaking his head, he mused that usually only beasts had talents like these. But he quickly dismissed these thoughts. Never mind, let's just draw them. Without further ado, Ling Feng dove into the drawing process. As one oracle stone after another was consumed, the system prompts continued to ring out. Ding! You obtained the entry, Blood Bowl White. Stamina limit 200, entry upgraded to green. Ding! You obtain the entry, Resilient White. Pain Tolerance 200, entry upgraded to green. Time flew by, and soon the morning had passed. Ling Feng's entries were rapidly leveling up. At that moment, the system announced again. Ding! You obtain the entry, Everlasting Purple. Stamina 1260 inch. Ding! You obtain the entry, True Man Purple. Pain Tolerance 1255 inch. Ding! You obtain the entry, Innate Strength Purple. Strength 1580 inch. Ding! You obtain the entry, Abyssal Mouth Purple. Consuming items greatly restores stamina and significantly enhances oneself. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, as this series of purple entries gave him hope for a significant leap in strength. Finally, for brand new purple entries gleamed before Ling Feng's eyes, as if a gateway to a new world had opened. The addition of these entries filled him with boundless energy, significantly boosting his endurance. With his eyes closed, Ling Feng felt the surge of power within him and was amazed to find that his stamina had increased tenfold. Not only that, but where he used to gain just 0.5 points of vitality per meal, he could now increase it by 5 points in one go. What thrilled him even more was that the Abyssal Maw entry had enhanced his digestion speed dramatically. At last, I can improve my strength without holding back. Ling Feng thought excitedly, eager to test the power of the Abyssal Maw. He quickly heated a 10-kilogram piece of 4th-tier beast meat and took a decisive bite. The rich aroma filled his mouth, making him squint with satisfaction. As the large piece of meat entered his stomach, a warm current rushed through his body, restoring his depleted stamina like a gushing spring. Ling Feng continued eating voraciously, swallowing the entire slab of meat. To his amazement, the meat he had just swallowed was digested almost instantly. At the same time, he clearly felt his stamina climbing rapidly to its peak. The surplus energy began nourishing his cells, visibly increasing his strength. A few minutes later, the 10 kilograms of meat were fully digested, and Ling Feng's power had increased by more than 10%. Eagerly, he checked the background data and discovered his vitality had increased by 0.5, reaching 3.25. Holy cow, Ling Feng was overjoyed. If 10 kilograms can raise vitality by 0.5, wouldn't 10 tons increase it by 500 points? The thought made him tremble with excitement. 500 vitality points would be the level of a silver martial king. Although he understood that the effectiveness of 4th-tier beast meat might diminish as his strength grew, there was no denying that his power would soar in the short term. Keep going. Let's see how far I can go, Ling Feng decided, diving back into his frenzied eating. The power of the Abyssal Maw was astonishing, as Ling Feng's eating speed couldn't keep up with his digestion speed. As soon as he swallowed one bite, the previous one was already fully digested. Even more impressive was that as his strength increased, his digestion speed continued to accelerate. System notifications kept chiming in. Ding! Congratulations, your vitality has increased to 10 points. Your realm has advanced to Bronze Stage Level 1. Ding! Congratulations, your vitality has increased to 20 points. Your realm has advanced to Bronze Stage Level 2. Ding! Congratulations, your vitality has increased to 30 points. Your realm has advanced to Bronze Stage Level 3. In the hours that followed, Ling Feng's realm advanced by a minor level every hour or so. Although the beast meat was depleting rapidly, the surge in his power kept him exhilarated. Over the course of more than 10 hours, Ling Feng consumed a full 10 tons of meat, finishing by noon the next day. The final system notification sounded. Ding! Your vitality has increased to 205. Your realm has advanced to Silver Stage Level 2. Ling Feng exhaled deeply, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Ling Feng, a human martial artist, has solidified his position at the second level of the Silver Realm. His attribute panel gleams with impressive stats, 205 points of vitality, 0.5 of soul, and a series of astonishing trait boosts. Mastery in advanced body tempering and proficiency in basic fist techniques are just the tip of the iceberg of his power. The most striking are the purple traits. Indestructible Diamond boosts his defense by 1375, Swift Force increases his movement speed by 1405, and Phantom Hand accelerates his attack speed by 524. The Martial Prodigy trait has skyrocketed his cultivation speed by 1450 times. Traits like Endless Stamina, True Man, and Innate Strength further enhance his endurance and strength. However, what truly excites Ling Feng is his newly acquired ability, Abyssal Maw. This purple trait allows him to devour items to significantly restore his vitality and enhance his strength. Ling Feng pondered the experience of his recent devouring. It was a whole 10 tons of 4th-tier beast flesh. Although he didn't manage to break into the 5th level of the Silver Realm as he hoped, it far exceeded his expectations. If I could devour a few more beasts like that, I might just leap to the 4th-tier Golden Martial Emperor realm. Ling Feng calculated. With these heaven-defying trait boosts, there are probably only a few in Xianfeng City who could rival me. Yet, Ling Feng soon frowned. Although devouring flesh was effective, the process was excruciatingly slow. He suddenly recalled a rumor: advanced nutrient solution. This miraculous elixir is said to be made from the meat of fifth-tier beasts, and one vial is equivalent to the energy of a ton of beast meat. It's just that the price is staggering, over 10 million per vial, Ling Feng muttered. I wonder how it compares to the 10 tons of flesh I just consumed? With that thought, Ling Feng realized that the 10 tons of beast meat he just sold had fetched him exactly 10 million. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to try this legendary advanced nutrient solution. However, when he saw the delivery time, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. A whole day? It seems no one in Whirlwind City has used this stuff in ages. I might be the first buyer in a century. Ling Feng sighed in resignation. Oh well, I'll wait. The urgent task is to figure out how to make some money, or else my savings will soon run dry. Ling Feng's wealth had dwindled to just several million, which might seem substantial, but he knew it would eventually run out. However, with his current abilities, making money didn't seem too difficult. Hunting fierce beasts in the divine realm offered a quick way to earn. Yet, to enter the divine realm, one must first leave the city, which had strict regulations. For ordinary people, the simplest way to leave the city was to join the Chosen Alliance. This organization was established to protect the human race and had become the most powerful force within the human alliance. The Chosen referred to those selected by special entries. But not everyone could join the Chosen Alliance. Only those with powerful entries or those who had reached at least the bronze level were eligible. After all, while the iron level surpassed ordinary humans, there were many at that level, making it unremarkable. Joining the Chosen Alliance had numerous benefits: housing allocation, a guaranteed salary, lucrative pay for completing basic tasks, and privileges beyond those of ordinary people. In this world, nearly every ordinary person's lifelong pursuit was to join the Chosen Alliance, which was far more enticing than the once coveted civil service job security. Of course, besides the Chosen Alliance, one could choose to join the military. The military offered better benefits, and Ling Feng had acquaintances there, but it was strictly managed with heavy responsibilities, which didn't suit him at the moment. Ling Feng decided to first take the Chosen Alliance's assessment. Once he passed, he could hunt beasts outside the city to earn money. At this moment, his mind was focused solely on money, disregarding everything else. He approached the safe once more and retrieved a fist-sized crystal. Placing his hand on it, a cold electronic voice sounded. Beep, beep, beep. Identity verified. Black armor activated. The crystal instantly melted, and a layer of nanomaterial quickly spread over Ling Feng's body. In no time, a sleek black armor enveloped him completely. Moving around, Ling Feng was surprised to find that the armor hardly hindered his agility. This set of black armor was a fourth-tier suit left to Ling Feng by his father, significantly enhancing his combat and survival capabilities. With a faint mechanical sound, the nanotech armor swiftly retracted, transforming into a black glove resting on his hand. Admiring this high-tech marvel, Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel. The technology of this era is truly formidable. Such nanomaterial armor would have been a treasure for humanity in the 21st century. With this thought, Ling Feng headed towards the door. About 10 minutes later, Ling Feng arrived in front of a magnificent building. Standing 1,000 meters tall and covering several square kilometers, it resembled a giant beast lying dormant on the earth. As Ling Feng entered through the main entrance, he was immediately met with the sight of numerous warriors. Some were chatting, others were collecting materials, with at least 1,000 people present. Considering the population of Xianfeng City was in the tens of millions, the presence of so many bronze-level warriors was not surprising. However, as Ling Feng walked in, these people curiously glanced his way, their eyes filled with doubt. Who is this young man? Could anyone just walk into the Chosen Alliance? Are you here to find your dad or something? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, catching Ling Feng's attention. The people around scrutinized the young man, who seemed only about 17 or 18, with eyes full of mockery and disdain. They thought to themselves that becoming a chosen one required at least reaching the bronze level, while it was rare for an ordinary high school student to even reach the black iron level to become a warrior, let alone the bronze level. Although Ling Feng had talent, the odds of him becoming a chosen one at such a young age were minuscule. In Xianfeng City, it was rare to see someone so young achieve this status. Ling Feng was well aware of the crowd's thoughts, but he paid them no mind. He walked straight to the Chosen One certification point and asked the staff inside, I want to get certified as a Chosen One. How do I do that? Behind the counter sat a recently graduated college student, her clear eyes revealing her youth. Hearing Ling Feng's words, she exclaimed in surprise, Huh? You want to certify as a Chosen One? Little brother, you must be mistaken. This is the Chosen One Alliance, not the Warriors Alliance. Warrior certification is next door. Lu Yuanyuan felt a bit helpless, thinking it was her first day on the job, and she had already encountered a kid who got lost. She briefly explained the conditions and rewards for warrior certification and the differences between chosen ones and warriors. Ling Feng explained with some exasperation, I'm not lost. I've already reached the bronze level. As soon as he said this, Lu Yuanyuan gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Her reaction immediately drew the attention of those around, and many chosen ones gathered curiously around Ling Feng. Facing the sudden crowd of over 100 people, Ling Feng asked with some resignation, "Can I start the certification now?" Lu Yuanyuan snapped back to reality, quickly apologized, and began registering Ling Feng's information. When she saw that Ling Feng had just turned 18 and was still in high school, she was even more shocked. She thought to herself that if Ling Feng really passed the Chosen One certification, he would definitely be given special training and might even become a top contender for the future. After completing the registration, Lu Yuanyuan handed Ling Feng a card, informing him that the last batch of assessments would begin in an hour and directed him to the waiting area. Ling Feng thanked her and headed to the waiting area. In the waiting area, there were about 20 others, all warriors there for the assessment. Ling Feng glanced around and noticed that most were at the first or second level of bronze, with only one person reaching the third level. Upon seeing the warrior at the third level, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking, even someone at the third level hasn't passed the assessment. Could they be someone without any notable achievements? In the examination field of the third heaven, a pale-faced young man stood out noticeably. When Ling Feng entered the area, the surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned. So young and already participating in the Chosen One certification, his talent is truly remarkable. Murmurs of amazement spread through the crowd. At that moment, a cheerful middle-aged man approached Ling Feng, greeting him warmly. "Hey there, young man. Are you here for the certification too? You've got some talent." Ling Feng nodded politely in response. "You're too kind." The man continued. "Looks like it's your first time here, right? I should warn you, the Chosen One certification isn't easy." He pointed at the pale young man. "See that guy? He's actually quite talented. He came for certification at 20 and was hailed as a future martial emperor. Unfortunately, on his first attempt, he encountered a succubus, got drained, and triggered a negative attribute. They say his vitality is now depleted, and he can only exert 30% of his abilities, with significantly slowed training speed. That's a green negative attribute, and without a blue attribute to counter it, he might be finished for life." Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at this. He thought, negative attributes? Right, there's such a thing. The man explained further, negative attributes are like negative statuses, such as illness, serious injury, or curses. They're usually temporary, but some can be permanent. This young man probably heard his essence, making it permanent. Ling Feng understood. "Thanks for the warning. May I ask your name?" "Just call me Old Zhang." The man smiled. "You young geniuses are the future of our country. Better to be careful." Old Zhang then detailed the certification process to Ling Feng. It consisted of two parts: basic data testing including vitality, explosive power, attributes, etc., and practical combat assessment. The combat part was the trickiest, and Old Zhang had failed it 3 times, once even sustaining serious injuries that took over a year to recover from. It was said that outstanding performers could earn extra rewards and special treatment, which piqued Ling Feng's interest. An hour later, a notification beeped from everyone's card. "Participants in this Chosen One certification, please enter the examination area. Your number is 15, please queue accordingly." Ling Feng, Old Zhang, and the others stood up and walked towards the open passage in the distance. Once inside, they found themselves in an enclosed space facing a giant combat strength detection machine. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped the area, suppressing everyone except Ling Feng, who nearly stumbled. The weak young man directly fainted. An old man with a sinister face, hands behind his back, flew out, surrounded by a gentle breeze. He was followed by several attendants clad in Chosen One armor. The old man sneered. "With such physical condition, how can you join the Chosen One alliance? Throw him out." A Chosen One immediately picked up the unconscious youth and tossed him out of the testing space. Ling Feng assessed quietly. This old guy's attribute must be wind control, right? Silver 3rd heaven level, not very strong, but quite the show. The old man's gaze suddenly fell on Ling Feng, clearly noticing that this young man was unaffected by the wind's pressure. He was surprised. Could this kid have already reached above bronze 5th heaven? Impossible. Could his attribute be blue? The old man's eyes lit up as he saw the appearance of a blue-tier genius, a significant achievement for recruiting into the alliance of the chosen. He withdrew the pressure of the wind and slowly spoke. "I am your examiner for this assessment. Call me Zhao Lao." The assessment is divided into 2 parts, the first being a basic data test. You only need to meet the standard of bronze tier 1 to pass. Now, number 1, step forward. A middle-aged man immediately stepped out and entered the massive machine. He began a series of basic tests, including vitality, strength, speed, and defense. Only those with soul-based talents needed to test for soul value, which this man clearly did not have. Soon, the test was complete, and the results were displayed. Name: Lu Daiyu. Age: 48. Vitality: 11. Explosive power: 21,458 kilograms. Speed: 34 milliseconds. Defense: 13,541 kilograms. Entry, White 4. Overall rating, 3 stars. Ling Feng noticed that the entries could be detected, which puzzled him. Old Zhang beside him explained. Entries can only be shown by yourself. You can hide them, but you can't fabricate them out of thin air. The real number of entries is always more, never less. Do the entries have to be shown? Ling Feng asked, calculating that his purple entry might cause a stir. Old Zhang advised. You don't have to show them, but it makes little difference with white entries. However, if you have strong entries, it's better to show them as you can gain more benefits. Ling Feng nodded in understanding. Subsequently, others went through the tests. The talents present were impressive. Among 7 or 8 people, one had a green entry. Old Zhang performed best, with 3 green entries, one of which was a combat entry. This made Ling Feng regard the cheerful man with newfound respect. Finally, Zhao Lao called out. Next, Ling Feng. Ling Feng stepped out from the crowd, and everyone perked up. Reaching bronze tier 1 at such a young age indicated extraordinary talent, likely possessing a blue entry. The crowd held their breath, eager to see what surprise this young man would bring. If there really are blue-level talents, their achievements will surely reach the level of a martial emperor. Ling Feng took a deep breath and stepped into the massive apparatus. Inside, the device was a separate space with soft lighting. As soon as Ling Feng entered, the ground suddenly shook, and a 1-meter-high stone pillar slowly rose with a handprint prominently on top. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on it. Thud! A sharp pain pricked his fingertip, and bright red blood flowed into the stone pillar through tiny needle holes. Beep. Blood energy value, 208. Realm, Silver Martial King. Second heaven. A mechanical voice echoed through the spacious testing chamber. Ling Feng smiled slightly. Over the past hour, his blood energy value had increased by 3 points, a testament to his extraordinary talent. The stone pillar silently sank back into the ground, replaced by a gigantic punching force tester. Ling Feng squinted slightly, clenched his right fist tightly, and his muscles tensed as a powerful aura burst forth instantly. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the entire testing space. The examinees outside were startled by the sudden noise and began to chatter. What happened? Did something explode? Whoa, what's that noise? We didn't hear anything like that during our tests. It seems like the punching force tester was blown up. No way. Isn't that thing supposed to withstand 1 million kilograms of force? Mr. Zhao's face changed dramatically as the urgent alarm from the biocomputer echoed in his mind. Beep, beep, beep. The force tester is severely damaged and has lost its testing capability. Blown up? Did it really explode? How is that possible? Mr. Zhao muttered in shock. The door to the testing room slowly opened, and Ling Feng walked out with an embarrassed expression. I might have used a bit too much strength and accidentally broke the tester. What should I do? Everyone looked through the open door to see that the once intact force tester was now in pieces on the ground. They gulped in disbelief, unable to speak. Mr. Zhao, having shed his earlier arrogance, asked with a beaming smile. Young man, what was your blood energy value? Would you mind sharing a bit about your talents? 208. As for talents, I don't think it's necessary for now, Ling Feng replied helplessly. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. 208? Silver Second Heaven? To reach such a level at 18 and even break the tester, this was undoubtedly a genius with blue-level talents. So, can I continue with the assessment? Ling Feng quickly asked. Yes, of course. I'll arrange a new testing site for you immediately. Mr. Zhao nodded repeatedly, then led the group to the 3rd floor via the elevator. The 3rd floor was an area only accessible to Silver Martial Kings. The examinees excitedly looked around, whispering among themselves. The powerful aura of the Martial Kings around them made them both nervous and excited. Mr. Zhao's arrival with the group caught the attention of the Martial Kings on the 3rd floor. One of them asked in confusion, Old Zhao, isn't the assessment point on the 1st floor? What are you doing on the 3rd floor? A middle-aged Martial King frowned as he looked at the group, led by Zhao Lao. These young people were not yet chosen ones, yet they had already arrived here, which was quite rare. He said in a deep voice, the 3rd-tier power tester on the 1st floor was blown up? I'll take them to use the 4th-tier tester. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lao's lips curled into a mysterious smile. The surrounding Martial Kings immediately started buzzing, speculating whether a powerful individual was about to join the Chosen One's alliance. One Martial King couldn't help but ask, is it possible that a top expert from the military or another faction is switching sides? If you're curious, come and see for yourselves, Zhao Lao said mysteriously, but don't be too shocked. With that, he led Ling Feng and the others straight to the Martial King's exclusive testing area. In the center of the space stood a massive tester, several times larger than the previous one. Zhao Lao, smiling, said to Ling Feng, young man, try this one. Without a word, Ling Feng strode into the tester. The surrounding Martial Kings whispered among themselves. This kid looks like he's just started college, right? To blow up a 3rd-tier tester, he must be at least at the Silver 3 Heavens level. But this group looks like they're just bronze-level martial artists. Amid their discussions, a cool female voice interrupted them. Everyone turned sharply to see a seductive woman flying in on flames. President. The martial kings quickly saluted. The newcomer was none other than Sikong Shiyun, the newly appointed branch president of the Chosen One's alliance in Xianfeng City. This young and beautiful Golden Four Heavens powerhouse was rumored to be a top student at the Imperial Capital University of Blue Water Star and a super genius with a purple trait. Zhao Lao immediately reported the situation to the president. President, I encountered a genius during the certification assessment. He hasn't even started college yet and already blew up a third-tier tester, so I brought him here to test the fourth-tier instrument. A hint of surprise and curiosity flashed in Sikong Shiyun's beautiful eyes. To have such strength in less than a year since awakening his trait. He was either a martial arts prodigy or had astonishing trait power. She leaned towards the former, as even the wealthiest person in Xianfeng City could hardly afford a purple oracle stone, let alone unlock a purple talent. At that moment, a loud explosion sounded from within the tester. Boom! A thunderous crash suddenly echoed from within the force gauge, followed by the entire device shaking violently. Everyone present had their eyes widen in shock, silently marveling at the power required to make a fourth-tier force gauge tremble. So this must have been at least 3 million kilograms of force. Beep. Basic data test complete, a mechanical voice announced, before proceeding to reveal the test results. Name, Ling Feng. Age, 18. Vitality, 209. The moment this first piece of data was revealed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It wasn't the high value that stunned them, but rather how unexpectedly low it was. A force of 3 million kilograms. Yet the vitality was only 209? This implied an explosive power of at least 15 times the norm. Even accounting for the enhancements from martial techniques, the innate explosive power must be over 10 times. Even with mastery of powerful techniques, an 89 times explosive power would be necessary to reach this level. Regardless, this meant Ling Feng possessed at least a blue-grade talent trait. To reach the silver second heaven at the age of 18, combined with such extraordinary talent, unquestionably marked this young man as a super genius. One whose name would resonate across the entire Blue Water Star. When did our Xianfeng city produce such a genius? Exclaimed a martial king. It's been decades since we've seen a talent as brilliant as Commander Ling Xian. Suddenly, another martial king raised an eyebrow, pondering. Wait a minute, Ling Xian, Ling Feng. I recall that when Commander Ling Xian sacrificed himself, his child was just born. By my calculations, that would make him 18 now. These words sent another wave of astonishment through the crowd. Many recalled the commanding presence of Ling Xian. Some even moved to tears. Ling Xian was the most formidable prodigy Xianfeng City has seen in nearly a century. Rumor has it he might have had a purple-grade trait, though he never displayed it, an elder martial king remarked. Now his son has inherited this talent. It's truly wonderful. At this moment, a martial king who had recently arrived in Xianfeng City asked in confusion, Brothers, I'm a bit puzzled. Xianfeng City has been around for centuries, with dozens of commanders. Why is Ling Xian so cherished? That's Commander Ling Xian for you. Another martial king explained excitedly. 20 years ago, when Xianfeng City faced a fifth-tier beast tide, it was Ling Xian who single-handedly turned the tide, defending against 3 fifth-tier beasts and saving the entire city. From then on, he became the commander of Xianfeng City. Exactly, another martial king added. And the city's name was changed to Xianfeng 18 years ago, coinciding with the birth of the commander's son. The nearby King Wu excitedly began to explain. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the other Kings Wu, who were unaware of the situation, subtly changed. The connection between the names Ling Xian, Ling Feng, and Xianfeng City flashed through their minds instantly. It turned out that Xianfeng City wasn't named after the well-known secret realm of the wind element alien race, but for another hidden reason. Only a few insiders understood the truth. This secret exploded in the minds of everyone present like a bombshell. Ling Xian? Senior? Someone exclaimed softly. He's actually from Xianfeng City. This revelation not only shocked the Kings Wu present, but also caused Sikong Shuyun to widen her eyes in surprise. Ling Xian was undoubtedly the most outstanding figure in the history of Blue Water Star University's Qianlong Tower. His records remained unchallenged to this day. Sikong Shuyun recalled her numerous attempts to surpass Ling Xian's achievements during her university years, yet she always lagged 10 places behind. The gap between the second-ranked person and Ling Xian was even more significant. Ling Xian's extraordinary talent was evident. However, what was puzzling was that such a genius vanished after leaving the university. Now she learned that Ling Xian had passed away, just 2 years after graduating. How could Xianfeng City have a genius capable of defeating Ling Xian? Sikong Shuyan pondered. She remembered that Ling Xian had reached the Wuzong level upon his university graduation. But quickly, she realized a crucial point: the commander they mentioned was only at the Wuhuang level, far inferior to Ling Xian's strength. It must just be a coincidence of names, Sikong Shuyan speculated. While everyone was still immersed in shock, Ling Feng's other test results gradually appeared. Burst power, 3,650,000 kilograms. Speed, 354 milliseconds. Defense, 388 kilograms. Trait, Purple 1. Overall rating, 7 stars. Despite being mentally prepared, these astonishing figures still made everyone present gasp. A burst power of 3,650,000 kilograms was enough to shatter a Wuhuang first heaven expert with a mere green trait in a single punch. And Ling Feng had just reached silver 2-star. Even more astonishing was that Ling Feng possessed a purple trait. Even Xikong Shuiyun couldn't help but become excited. On the entire Blue Water Star, those with a purple trait were among the top talents, with only a handful each year. With a soft click, the test chamber's door slowly opened, and Ling Feng emerged. The King's Wu and the martial artists participating in the assessment couldn't help but compare Ling Feng's appearance to Commander Ling Xian's. They were amazed to find an 80% resemblance, confirming the suspicion that Ling Feng was Ling Xian's son. However, unexpectedly, the moment Ling Feng came out, his gaze locked onto Xikong Xun. It wasn't just because of her alluring figure and long white legs, but more importantly, the powerful aura she exuded, clearly marking her as an extraordinary Wuhuang-level expert. When did Xianfeng City gain such a super talent? Ling Feng wondered to himself. But soon, Ling Feng was bewildered by the excited looks from the surrounding King's Wu. Why are these people so excited to see me? He pondered silently. Although I know I'm quite handsome, isn't this a bit much? Ling Feng thought to himself with a hint of smugness, his lips involuntarily curling into a slight smile. Just then, a cool and melodious female voice interrupted his vain thoughts. Hello, Ling Feng. I'm Xikong Shuiyun, the president of the Chosen Alliance in Xianfeng City. Do you have time to chat with me alone? Ling Feng looked up to see a stunning woman dressed in white gracefully approaching and stopping in front of him. She smiled and extended her right hand, exuding elegance and poise. President? Xikong Shuiyun. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, puzzled. When did the president change? Despite his doubts, he politely reached out to shake her hand. I do have time, Ling Feng replied cautiously, but my assessment isn't over yet. Shouldn't we wait until it's finished? Xikong Shuiyun chuckled softly at his words. With your skills, you don't really need to go through the practical assessment. But if you want to try, that's fine. Our Chosen Alliance assessments have several levels, so you won't find it boring even with your current abilities. Ling Feng thought for a moment and decided to experience it firsthand. Let's give it a try? I haven't hunted any other races yet. He was curious about the different races in this world. All right, Xikong Shuiyun nodded. In that case, I'll personally oversee your assessment. But with your abilities, a regular assessment wouldn't suffice. How about I give you the Martial Emperor Certification Assessment directly? As soon as she said this, the surrounding martial kings erupted in surprise. What? The Martial Emperor Certification Assessment? President, that's not appropriate. Indeed, the Martial Emperor Certification is only for those at the Martial Emperor level. Young Master Ling Feng is just a martial king. Ling Feng found it amusing to see the martial kings more anxious than himself. He hadn't even joined the Chosen Alliance. Yet these people were already so protective, which truly surprised him. Seeing this, Xikong Shuiyun had to reassure them. Don't worry, nothing will happen with me here. It's only the Martial Emperor Certification Assessment. If Ling Feng is truly the son of your renowned leader Ling Xian, he should pass with ease. If he's afraid of such a minor danger, wouldn't that be a disgrace to Ling Xian? Her words brought the martial kings back to their senses. Yes, if he's the leader's son, there shouldn't be any problem. Exactly, and with the president here, it's just the Martial Emperor Certification. That's right, that's right. Listening to the discussions around him, Ling Feng was completely puzzled. He wondered, why does everyone know I'm Ling Xian's son? Wasn't my father just an ordinary martial emperor? Why does he seem so popular? Could he have been a well-liked person? Recalling his past memories, Ling Feng suddenly realized some discrepancies. His parents were already martial emperors at the age of 24. Reaching such a level at that age was no ordinary feat. Their achievements should have at least reached martial sect, or possibly even the martial venerable level. Damn, Ling Feng cursed himself internally. It seems the unawakened me was not just a fool, but also a sycophant. I couldn't even figure out such a simple truth. Ling Feng stood on the 4th floor of the Chosen Alliance headquarters, feeling a mix of emotions. Growing up without parents had left him with a deep-seated sense of insecurity that he could never fully shake off. No matter how kind those around him were, they could never fill the void left by his family. But right now, none of that mattered. What mattered was the upcoming Martial Emperor Certification exam. Ling Feng, come with me. Xikong Shuiyun's voice interrupted his thoughts. I'll take you to the assessment. The two of them headed towards the floating elevator, quickly arriving on the 4th floor. This was a place reserved only for Martial Emperor-level warriors. In the entire Xianfeng City, there were only about 20 such warriors. Among them, 5 had joined the Chosen Alliance, but at the moment, Xikong Shuiyun was the only one present. Xikong Shuiyun led Ling Feng into a massive domed room. This space spanned a kilometer in diameter and was several hundred meters high, occupying nearly half of the Chosen Alliance headquarters. It was a combat space and the only place in Xianfeng City where the Martial Emperor certification exam could be conducted. There are two parts to the Martial Emperor exam, Xikong Shuyun explained. You've already passed the basic strength certification. Now it's time for the actual combat. Once you pass this combat assessment, you'll become the 18th Martial Emperor of Xianfeng City, with all the privileges and benefits that come with the title. Of course, given your talent, the Chosen Alliance will also grant additional rewards. Ling Feng suddenly asked, is there money? Or can the rewards be converted into money? Xikong Shuyan paused, then replied, yes, there is money. If you pass the Martial Emperor certification at your age and possess a purple inscription, the initial monetary reward alone will be at least 10 billion. With other rewards like blue oracle stones, if everything is converted to money, it will be at least 30 billion. But the most important things are the privileges and benefits, which money can't buy. That much. Ling Feng grew even more excited. Can the fierce beasts I kill later also be sold for money? Xikong Shuyun's mouth twitched, and he interrupted him with a sigh. Yes, they can. All right, the certification is about to begin. Get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Xikong Shuyun was engulfed in flames and shot into the sky. Ling Feng smiled slightly. For 30 billion, I guess I'd better put on a good show. With that, the black martial armor quickly spread from his arm to cover his entire body. In an instant, he was clad in an imposing set of armor. As he clenched his right hand, a black spear materialized out of thin air. Clang! Ling Feng casually swung the spear in the air, producing a sharp, resonant sound. At that moment, the ground around Ling Feng began to crack, and massive energy cages rose from the fissures. Within these cages were 10 fierce beasts, each over 10 meters tall, exuding a terrifying aura of at least 3-star level 7 strength. As the cages slowly opened with a creaking sound, Ling Feng tightened his grip on the spear, ready to face the intense battle that lay ahead. The ferocious beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, charging at Ling Feng. With a cold snort and a glint of excitement in his eyes, Ling Feng gripped his spear tightly, unleashing his astounding natural strength. Bring it on, he shouted, thrusting his spear like lightning straight at a beast's chest. The terrifying force of over 3 million kilograms was released in an instant. Splurt! The beast's chest exploded, spraying blood everywhere. Without pausing, Ling Feng turned and swung his spear again, felling another beast. In the sky, Xikong Shuyun watched the battle with a frown, shaking her head internally. This guy relies solely on brute strength, with no technique to speak of. Doesn't he fear exhausting himself to death? Yet Ling Feng seemed unconcerned about his stamina. His spear struck the beasts like a relentless storm, accompanied by deafening crashes, as flesh and blood flew in all directions. In just a minute, 10 third-tier 7-star beasts lay dead. Ling Feng's black armor was stained with blood, but it quickly returned to its original state. Suddenly, white oracle stones emerged from the beasts' corpses and fell to the ground. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, and he swiftly collected them. Although they were only of white quality, they were worth 100,000 each. Coupled with the beast carcasses, this haul was worth several million at least. Still unsatisfied, Ling Feng looked up and shouted to Xikong Shuyun, President, this is too little. Can we have some more? Xikong Shuyun's mouth twitched, thinking to herself that this guy was indeed greedy. She allowed a slight smile and tapped her smart wristband. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the ground split open with countless small fissures. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, realizing this time things were different. Could it be a weak beast? That wouldn't earn much money, would it? Ling Feng frowned in thought, a hint of doubt rising in his mind. However, he quickly realized how far off his judgment was. The scene before him suddenly changed as massive cages, each over 2 meters high, slowly rose. Inside each cage was a burly beast man, gripping a large machete, exuding an aura of 3rd-tier, 5-star strength. Although individually they were slightly lacking in power, their sheer number was staggering. There were 100 of them. Ling Feng observed closely and noticed that each beastman had several floating tags above their heads. Most were white, but each beastman had at least one green tag. These green tags were roughly divided into 4 categories. 1. Sturdy green, 200 strength boost. 2. Basic blade skills green, 200 blade power boost. 3. Iron skin green, 300 defense boost. 4. Endurance green, 200 stamina boost. Ling Feng recalled the beasts he had slain before, each possessing a green tag. He quickly organized the correlation between tags and power levels in his mind. Tier 1 and 2, white tags. Tier 3 and 4, green tags. Tier 3 1 green, 3 to 4 white. Tier 4 2 to 4 green. Tier 5, blue tags appear, others are green. Tier 6, more than 2 blue tags. Tier 7, purple tags appear. Tier 8, more than 2 purple tags. Tier 9 and above, silver tags appear. This is the major difference between the alien races and humans. The power of alien races naturally upgrades their tags. Humans, however, need to consider both tags and innate talent. If the tags are too weak, Even with great cultivation talent, they could be defeated by lower-tier beasts. Ling Feng's attention was drawn to the basic blade skills tag. He pondered, if he could absorb this weapon-type tag, could he instantly become a weapon master? Even more exciting was that this tag seemed to stack with others. For example, stacking it with Sturdy could yield a 400 boost. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, realizing the immense potential of stacking tags. If he could obtain a purple tag, the stacking effect could reach at least 1,000. Combined with his innate divine power 1,500 boost, it could total an astonishing 2,500 increase, surpassing even the power of a silver talent. As Ling Feng indulged in these delightful thoughts, a series of clattering sounds suddenly filled the air as all the beastmen's cages simultaneously opened. Human die. Kill. Kill this human. In an instant, all the beastmen charged out of their cages, brandishing their machetes at Ling Feng. Despite their enhanced strength due to the green tags, to Ling Feng, they were still no match. Ling Feng's lips curled slightly, a trace of disdain in his eyes. The green tags have made you stronger, but unfortunately, you're up against me. The next moment, the black spear in Ling Feng's hand transformed into a sharp long blade. With a swift movement, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Ling Feng, at the peak of his speed, became a hard-to-catch shadow, weaving through the beastmen. Each time the shadow passed a beastman, their head would mysteriously fall to the ground in the next second. Ling Feng's movements were so fast they were nearly imperceptible, leaving a trail of headless bodies as a testament to his terrifying power. In the sky, Xikong Shuiyun witnessed Ling Feng's astonishing performance, her pupils contracting sharply in shock. She was astounded. Not only did this young man possess the rare purple power talent, but he also demonstrated a speed-related purple talent. Speed talent is even rarer and more powerful than strength, enough to elevate Ling Feng's abilities to a new level. Ling Feng darted through the orc horde like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the heads of 100 powerful orcs were sent flying, and they fell lifeless to the ground. Standing amidst the pile of corpses, Ling Feng suddenly pondered a problem. These orc bodies seemed unsellable. Although some small factories might use such materials to make nutritional supplements, the thought of consuming humanoid flesh was still unsettling. At that moment, a wave of energy surged from the orc corpses. A large number of white oracle stones coalesced, along with 10 precious green oracle stones. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, calculating the value of this batch of stones. He looked up and shouted to Xikong Shuiyun, "President, these third-tier ones are too weak. It's time for some fourth-tier beasts, right?" Seeing Ling Feng's exceptional strength, Xikong Shuiyun confidently operated her smart wristband. Several hundred meters away, a massive fissure slowly opened. A low, angry roar emerged, followed by the rise of a giant beast with fiery red Fura Fire Cloud Lion, a formidable fourth-tier, one-star beast. It glared resentfully at Xikong Shuiyun, clearly having been captured against its will. Xikong Shuiyun explained, "I originally intended to make it my mount, but it refused to submit. Since that's the case, consider it your practice. Be careful, though. It's a mighty beast with 3 green traits." Hearing this, Ling Feng carefully observed the Fire Cloud Lion. He noted green traits like Beast King, Fire Control, and Sturdy, as well as white traits like Thick Skin and Blood Bowl. These traits endowed the Fire Cloud Lion with formidable combat power, and Ling Feng knew a fierce battle was inevitable. Ling Feng couldn't help but admire the impressive talent as he scanned through 5 entries, 3 of which were green. His gaze lingered on the Fire Mastery entry, already planning to purchase some green oracle stones to enhance this fire control skill once he returned. As a man, Ling Feng had a natural affinity for elemental skills, especially the thrill of playing with fire. But his ambitions didn't stop there. He secretly vowed to master all elemental skills. Ling Feng understood that as his level increased, upgrading white entries to higher ones would become increasingly difficult. So, instead of facing such challenges, he decided to focus on upgrading a large number of purple entries to strengthen his abilities. Of course, this all depended on having enough power to support his plans. As Ling Feng's thoughts raced, a massive iron door slowly creaked open. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the Fire Cloud Lion. Roar! A violent wave of heat surged in all directions, rapidly raising the temperature of the entire space. Under the billowing flames, the Fire Cloud Lion appeared like a proud deity, slowly stepping out of its cage. It first glanced disdainfully at Ling Feng, then shifted its gaze to the sky, where Xikong Shuiyun hovered. Although a hint of fear flickered in its eyes, Xikong Shuyun's terrifying power far exceeded what it could challenge. It was absolutely unwilling to lower itself to become a mere human's mount. Seeing the disdain in the lion's eyes, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a bit speechless and teased. "Big lion, you look quite impressive." The Fire Cloud Lion let out a low growl in response, as if acknowledging its own might. However, just as its growl faded, Ling Feng suddenly sprang into action. With the terrifying speed of divine power, he transformed into a dark shadow, charging towards the Fire Cloud Lion. The sudden burst of speed caused the lion's pupils to contract violently, and before it could react, Ling Feng was already beneath its head. Die! Ling Feng shouted in a deep, fierce voice, raising his long blade high and bringing it down with force. The fire cloud lion, sensing the threat of death, roared angrily and retreated. But it was a fraction too slow, and a massive 1-meter-long wound was instantly slashed open on its neck. Blood spurted out, scorching the ground and leaving a series of craters. Seizing the advantage, Ling Feng transformed into a dark shadow once more, appearing beside the fire cloud lion and delivering another vicious slash. The lion was terrified, and it desperately spewed a column of fire at Ling Feng. To the lion's shock, Ling Feng's armor completely blocked the flames, and the long blade had already struck its abdomen. Splurt! More blood sprayed as the fire cloud lion's internal organs were slashed out. In excruciating pain, it roared and desperately swiped its claw at Ling Feng. But just as its paw was about to make contact, Ling Feng's figure vanished. Ling Feng moved with astonishing speed, reaching the top of the fire cloud lion's head. In an instant, his long knife transformed into a spear, piercing through the beast's brow with unstoppable force. With a thud, the spear penetrated the skull, embedding deeply. Ling Feng's right hand gave a fierce shake, and blood and brain matter gushed from the 7 orifices of the fire cloud lion. The massive beast's body trembled and crashed to the ground, shaking the earth with a thunderous roar. In the sky, Sikong Shuiyun witnessed the scene in shock. She had initially thought Ling Feng was just a brute force fighter, but now realized he was a combat genius. Although his victory was aided by his incredible speed and the defense of his black armor, every move Ling Feng made was precisely calculated to find the quickest way to kill the fire cloud lion with his current abilities. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A dazzling blue light erupted from the fire cloud lion's corpse, forming into a blue oracle stone that slowly descended to the ground. Ling Feng and Sikong Shuyun were both astonished by this sight. Holy crap, a big drop! Ling Feng exclaimed in amazement at the blue oracle stone. Although the fire cloud lion didn't have blue attributes, it's not unheard of for high-level attributes to drop. After all, only 7th or 8th tier beasts have purple attributes, and silver attributes require 9th tier or 10th tier beasts. This means that among the beasts humanity can currently deal with, there are no gold attributes, only a very low probability of dropping from lower-level beasts. Sikong Shuiyun couldn't help but secretly admire Ling Feng's luck. However, if she saw the specific attributes on this oracle stone, she would be even more astonished. The oracle stone displayed the following. Beast Emperor Blue. Exerts a strong suppressive effect on beasts, significantly reducing the combat power of beast enemies. Flame Mastery Blue. Controls the power of fire, enhancing fire skills power by 700. Might Blue. Strength enhancement by 700. Iron Skin Green. Defense enhancement by 300. Endurance Green. Stamina enhancement by 200. This oracle stone not only had 3 blue attributes, but they were all top-notch, with enhancements up to 7 times. Even the other 2 attributes were green. Although there were no purple attributes, it was already much more powerful than a regular purple oracle stone. After use, there was a 60 chance of obtaining a blue attribute, valuing at least 2 billion, equivalent to dozens of ordinary blue oracle stones. Ling Feng stared at these attributes, murmuring in disbelief. Am I seeing things? I didn't even add a luck attribute. So how did such an excellent oracle stone drop? Ling Feng's heart was pounding as he tightly held the newly acquired blue oracle stone, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. This is a rare find, he thought, already calculating how much the stone could sell for. Use it himself? No way. With that much money, he could easily stack similar attributes to create at least one silver-grade item. I'm rich, I'm rich. Ling Feng couldn't help but whisper in awe. The guild leader is truly generous, letting me slay such a rare beast. He carefully tucked the oracle stone into his pocket, fearing that this hard-won treasure might suddenly disappear. Just then, Sikong Shiyun descended gracefully from the sky, her gaze settling on Ling Feng with a mix of surprise and admiration. Congratulations, Ling Feng, she said. I didn't expect you to get a blue oracle stone on your first attempt at defeating a tier 4 beast. Your luck is incredible. Ling Feng quickly waved his hand, wearing a modest smile. Just a stroke of luck, just a stroke of luck. Sikong Shuiyun continued. You've now passed the Martial Emperor certification. I've uploaded the entire process to the Chosen Alliance headquarters on Bluewater Planet. They've approved your Martial Emperor qualification. Congratulations, you're now officially recognized as a Martial Emperor-level powerhouse by the Human Federation. Ling Feng felt a surge of joy but quickly asked the question that mattered most to him. When will the rewards be distributed? Sikong Shuiyun smiled slightly. By the end of the day. She paused, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. But on a side note, are you really short on money? You didn't take out a payday loan, did you? As she said this, her gaze casually swept over Ling Feng, clearly implying something less conventional. Ling Feng hastily explained, of course not. It's just that I have a skill that requires a lot of resources to enhance my strength. Otherwise, how do you think I've managed to advance to this level so soon after awakening my abilities? With that, he revealed the Abyssal Maw skill. Sikong Shuyun's pupils suddenly contracted, but it wasn't the terrifying nature of the skill that shocked her, it was the number of skills Ling Feng possessed. 3 purple skills already, she exclaimed. Are you even human? Ling Feng couldn't help but twitch at her words. Although he did have the Abyssal Maw skill, he was very much human. Feeling quite overwhelmed, Sikong Shuyun didn't say much more. After handing Ling Feng the Martial Emperor medal, she left. Ling Feng wandered around the Chosen Alliance for a while, but finding nothing else to do, he headed home. He had initially planned to go out of the city to hunt beasts, but it seemed there were more important matters to attend to now. Ling Feng calculated his earnings and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. With the Blue Oracle Stone and the 3 billion federal credits he was about to receive, his total income would reach an astonishing 5 billion. If he were to earn this fortune by hunting fierce beasts, he would need to kill at least 100 4th-tier beasts. Even if he had the skills, finding that many high-level beasts would be nearly impossible. Upon returning home, Ling Feng immediately listed the Blue Oracle Stone on the Federal Mall. To his surprise, as soon as it was listed, the mall staff contacted him promptly. Dear customer, your Blue Oracle Stone has been rated as top grade. We are willing to purchase it for 2.5 billion. What do you think? The staff member respectfully inquired. This offer exceeded Ling Feng's expectations by 500 million, leaving him pleasantly surprised. While he knew that opting for an auction might earn him an extra 1 or 2 billion, it would take at least 6 or 7 days. Weighing the pros and cons, Ling Feng made a swift decision. Deal. But I need to purchase some supplies immediately. Can you ensure the funds are transferred quickly? The staff member responded promptly. Since you are a certified martial emperor, we can provide you with a temporary credit of 2.5 billion. Once we receive the Oracle Stone, the credit will automatically clear. Shall we proceed? Ling Feng agreed happily. Instantly, his account balance surged by 2.5 billion. Staring at the massive sum, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began planning how to utilize this wealth. His first consideration was enhancing his martial prodigy talent. Previously, each minor talent upgrade required 50,000, and he had already made significant progress during the last upgrade to silver. Investing around 1 billion this time should elevate it to silver. The total cost of 2 billion was steep, but worthwhile. As for Abyssal Maw, it required only a quarter of the cost, with 400 million needed to upgrade to silver. This left him with 1.1 billion to allocate. Ling Feng decided to acquire a weapon skill and a fire control skill. However, the cost of fire control skills was daunting, starting at 1 million for even the most basic green tier, and upgrading to silver would require at least 4 billion. Reluctantly, he opted for a purple tier as a temporary measure. Next, Ling Feng searched the mall for the necessary oracle stones. He secured the ones for Abyssal Maw and Martial Prodigy, and then selected a weapon skill. After careful consideration, he chose a spear, not only for its reasonable price, but also because it was undeniably cool. As he browsed the products, a particular skill caught his attention: heat generation. The description stated that it allowed the user to rapidly heat objects, potentially causing them to ignite. Ling Feng pondered this. This skill seemed like a low-level version of fire control, only capable of producing ordinary flames without any power enhancement and at a very slow pace. He searched for related videos and found that users of this skill typically only used it to start fires in the wild, with almost no combat application. This led Ling Feng to a bold hypothesis. Could it be that elemental skills like fire control and electricity manipulation have basic Y-tier versions? Perhaps they're so rudimentary that people rarely associate them with the powerful elemental skills. Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat as a bold idea flashed through his mind. If his hypothesis was correct, he could acquire valuable elemental attributes at just 1/10 of the cost. This discovery thrilled him, and he decided to take immediate action. Without hesitation, he placed an order for 40 oracle stones bearing the Friction Ignites attribute. Due to their seemingly trivial ability, these stones were quite cheap, priced at just 10,000 each, with a 5% discount for bulk purchases. Soon, a small package arrived in Ling Feng's hands. Eagerly, Ling Feng picked up the first oracle stone and activated it. Instantly, information about 4 attributes appeared before him. Resilient. White defense 130. Friction ignites. White can quickly ignite by rubbing fingers. Powerful. White strength 130. Sturdy. White stamina cap 130. Without a second thought, Ling Feng began extracting the attributes. The system notifications chimed one after another. Ding. You extracted the attribute. Friction ignites. White. Gained ability to quickly ignite by rubbing fingers. Ding. You extracted the attribute. Friction ignites. White. Ignition speed increased. Ding. You extracted the attribute. Friction ignites. White. Attribute upgraded to fire control. Green. Can manipulate flames, and flame power increased to 200. With 4 consecutive extractions of the white attribute, its level directly upgraded to green. To Ling Feng's delight, the attribute evolved into a genuine fire control ability, just as he had anticipated. This discovery brought a triumphant smile to Ling Feng's face. He began to ponder whether other powerful elemental forces like wind control or water control might also have similar white attribute starting points. If so, he could master various elemental powers at a minimal cost. With this exciting thought in mind, Ling Feng immediately searched the system for related attributes. Soon, he found several attributes that seemed connected to elements. Playing with water, white. Friction electricity, white. Molding clay, white. Blowing wind, white. At first glance, these attributes appeared to be useless junk, but Ling Feng recognized their potential value. He was convinced that, with enhancement, these seemingly useless attributes could transform into powerful elemental attributes. As Ling Feng's thoughts continued to expand, he suddenly wondered if luck-related attributes followed the same pattern as elemental ones. With this question, he continued his search, hoping to find some clues. Sure enough, after a quick search, Ling Feng discovered a luck-related white attribute. Loves to laugh. People who love to laugh tend not to have bad luck. This attribute offered almost no special abilities and was classified as one of the most useless attributes. Ling Feng recalled an experiment by a blogger who tested attributes. The blogger spent a significant amount of money to find several people in difficult situations, giving each $10,000 to fuse with the loves to laugh attribute. The experiment showed that after fusing the attribute, participants' luck did improve, but the increase was minimal. Their positive probability, originally around 50, only rose to between 53 and 55. Consequently, this attribute was labeled as one of the top 10 free attributes. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at the world's oddities, where someone would spend $10,000 to test such a seemingly useless attribute. However, receiving $10,000 along with 4 white attributes might still be a good opportunity for those in tough situations. Ling Feng stood in front of the virtual interface of the Alliance Mall, his gaze fixed on the Love to Laugh entry priced at just 1,000 credit points. He couldn't help but muse that this seemingly worthless entry was a godsend for those with low talent who couldn't even afford a white oracle stone. Since it's a luck-based white entry, I'll go for it, Ling Feng decided, placing an order for 50,000 oracle stones with the Love to Laugh entry, spending a total of 5 billion in one go. A thought crossed his mind. With this silver luck-based entry, will it be easier to draw the entries I want? Ling Feng decided to give it a try. After all, an ordinary white oracle stone was worth 10,000 credit points, while entries like Slight Talent were worth several times more. If he could increase the probability of drawing these, he could save a significant amount. In less than half an hour, 50,000 oracle stones were delivered to Ling Feng's warehouse. The efficiency of the Alliance Mall was so high that it almost made one wonder if they feared Ling Feng might change his mind. Whether I can become a luck master depends on this batch. Ling Feng took a deep breath and began the frenzy of drawing. The system notification sounded repeatedly. Ding, you drew the entry, Love to Laugh. White. Slight luck increase. Ding, you drew the entry, Love to Laugh. White. Slight luck increase. Ding, you drew the entry, Love to Laugh. White. Slight luck increase. Ding, you drew the entry, Love to Laugh. White. Entry upgraded to Small Fortune. Green. In just 4 draws, the entry successfully upgraded. Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. This entry truly lived up to its name. The drawing continued. Ding, you drew the entry, Love to Laugh. White 30. Entry upgraded to Continuous Good Fortune. Blue. Ding, you drew the entry, Love to Laugh. White 500. Entry upgraded to Great Luck. Purple. Ding, you drew the entry, Love to Laugh. White 10,000. Entry upgraded to Child of Fortune. Silver. You have protagonist level luck. After using over 20,000 oracle stones, Ling Feng's luck entry finally reached the silver level. As his luck increased, the probability of drawing the Love to Laugh entry also significantly rose, and towards the end, he could almost draw whatever he wanted. Ling Feng estimated that even with green, blue, or even purple oracle stones, he could draw at will. As for whether it could affect silver oracle stones, that remained unknown. But it was certain that the probability of drawing the desired entries would greatly increase. No wonder luck-based oracle stones are so expensive. They get pricier the further you go. The high price makes sense. Ling Feng suddenly realized. He quickly calculated. Now, drawing an oracle stone with Slight Talent only requires a bit over 5,000, about 2.6 billion. That's 8 or 9 billion less than I initially thought. If I had known, I would have stacked luck entries first. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel proud of his cleverness and was filled with anticipation for the upcoming entry draws. Ling Feng stood in front of the pile of oracle stones, his brow slightly furrowed as he calculated in his mind. He decided to upgrade the Great Strength entry to silver first, as it was the only one with a specific bonus. He lightly tapped his finger on the oracle stone, and a system notification sounded. Ding, you have extracted the entry, Great Strength. White 4500. Entry upgraded to Power of the Wild Elephant. Silver. Strength bonus 2000. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. The Power of the Wild Elephant. This was the strength possessed only by the legendary 9th tier fierce beasts. He couldn't help but recall that stunning video. A massive wild elephant crushing a 3rd tier planet underfoot with a gentle step. That planet was 1,000 times the size of Earth. Ling Feng swallowed hard, realizing he was one step closer to that world-destroying power. However, his joy was quickly dampened by reality. Ling Feng began trying to stack entries, hoping to increase the bonus rate. Once, 10 times, 100 times, until the 1,000th attempt, the bonus barely increased by 1. This is just too much, Ling Feng muttered, quickly calculating. To upgrade this silver entry to gold, he would need to stack 2 million white entries. That meant at least 20 billion oracle stones. Ling Feng shook his head with a wry smile. 20 billion sounded astronomical, but in this cosmic era, that amount of money wasn't much. A single purple oracle stone cost 10 billion, and silver ones were over 1 trillion. As for a golden oracle stone, the price could buy an entire galaxy. He continued to ponder. Even with a golden oracle stone, the probability of extracting a golden entry was pitifully low, less than 1%. A person could typically possess only 3 or 4 entries, with a rare few reaching 7 or 8, and the most extraordinary having no more than 10. No wonder those with golden entries are seen as the chosen ones. Ling Feng laughed self-deprecatingly. Even if I had 200 billion to buy a golden entry, there would still be countless people fighting to get it. He glanced at the oracle stone in his hand, and then at the time. At his current speed, he could extract at most once per second. Ling Feng quickly calculated. In one day, he could extract a little over 80,000 times. It seems this journey is a long one. Ling Feng took a deep breath and continued to immerse himself in the lengthy extraction process. Each click brought him a step closer to that elusive golden entry. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating the time required to accumulate golden entries. Taking over 20 days to obtain a single golden entry was far too slow for his liking. He was accustomed to rapid power-ups, and this snail's pace was hard for him to accept. Suddenly, a thought struck Ling Feng. Would extracting green talents be faster? He recalled that green talents were a tier above white ones, and speculated that upgrading to gold might require the same number of combinations as upgrading white to silver. In that case, he would only need to extract 10,000 times. Although green entries might be 2 to 3 times more expensive than white ones, with the luck of a child of destiny, he could also specify a 100 chance of getting green entries. Ling Feng thought, if it's more expensive, so be it. Once his strength increased, earning money would be a breeze. With his mind made up, Ling Feng immediately purchased 100 oracle stones with the green entry, Great Strength, spending 1 billion. This price made him realize that Great Strength oracle stones were fairly common since the 4 basic physical attributes strength, speed, defense, and stamina were widespread among beasts, with almost every beast possessing 1 or 2, if not all, of these traits. A system notification sounded. Ding! You have extracted the entry, Great Strength, green, 10. Entry, Mammoth Strength, bonus 1. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. It was just as he had predicted. After only 10 extractions, the bonus had already increased by 1. At this rate, it would take just 20,000 extractions to upgrade to gold, reducing the time by 100-fold, down to just a few hours. Moreover, the financial cost hadn't increased at all. This discovery thrilled Ling Feng, as he felt he had found a shortcut to immense power. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he began planning his next extraction strategy, eager to witness his rapid rise in strength. It seems that to continue upgrading the golden ability, I'll need to use the blue talents, Ling Feng thought to himself, a slight smile forming on his lips. Although blue oracle stones are relatively rare for the entire human race, their quantity is practically immeasurable. Even the more precious purple oracle stones have a stockpile of at least 1 trillion. Ling Feng felt a wave of relief, knowing he didn't have to worry about running out of high-level oracle stones. As for money, he calculated that once his strength increased, he could hunt high-level beasts, and wealth would naturally follow. Now that I have the Sun of Fortune, let's get more elemental entries. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Each elemental entry is just 1 billion, and with money, it's a done deal. With that thought, Ling Feng opened the shop without hesitation and embarked on a shopping spree. Fortunately, he only needed the white oracle stones, and Xianfeng City's stock was enough to meet his needs. After receiving the items, Ling Feng immediately began the intense process of stacking upgrades. Time flew by, and every 3 hours or so, Ling Feng could fuse a brand new silver entry. Each of these entries was incredibly formidable. Possessing any one of them could easily make someone a dominant force on a planet. Through relentless effort, Ling Feng successfully stacked over a dozen silver entries. By the time all the entries were completed, it was the morning of the 3rd day. Phew, it's finally over. Ling Feng collapsed to the ground, physically fine but mentally exhausted. With a wave of his right hand, a purple flame erupted from his palm. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed, threatening to cause a fire, so Ling Feng quickly extinguished the flame. Looking around, the room was somewhat scorched. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel. This vermilion bird divine fire is terrifying. They say that at a later stage, it can easily reach millions of degrees Celsius. Who could withstand that? But this thing can't be used carelessly, or this building would turn to ashes in seconds. Then, Ling Feng snapped his fingers. Snap! A blue-black lightning bolt flashed from his fingertips. This was another elemental entry, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, equally powerful. Ling Feng felt the immense power, filled with anticipation and excitement. Ling Feng stood in the training room, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite his significant progress in strength, he still felt somewhat lacking. He raised his hand gently, and a faint power flowed at his fingertips. Even so, this power was enough to easily eliminate an opponent at the level of a golden martial emperor. Ling Feng couldn't help but recall his former adversary, the Fire Cloud Lion. Now, with just a snap of his fingers from a kilometer away, he could instantly defeat it. He glanced at his skill entries, thinking that these two would suffice for now. Ling Feng decided to use the remaining funds to purchase nutritional supplements. Suddenly, he remembered that the funds promised by Si Kong Shui Yuan had not yet been transferred, and his expression darkened. Could someone have taken my money? He muttered to himself. That woman is really unreliable. Shaking his head, Ling Feng temporarily pushed this annoyance aside. He opened the Federal Mall and without hesitation, purchased 50 advanced nutritional supplements, spending 5 billion in one go. Although his account balance was nearly depleted, the Federal Mall promised expedited shipping, with delivery within 4 to 5 hours. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Ling Feng decided to take a short nap. Although his physical endurance was enhanced by a silver skill entry, allowing him to go without sleep for several days, he chose to let his body and mind rest for a bit. A few hours later, the prompt from his smart assistant woke Ling Feng from his slumber. He quickly got up and went to the warehouse. Standing in front of the refrigerator, Ling Feng remembered he still had an unused nutritional supplement. He retrieved the blood-red liquid and drank it in one gulp. Boom! Instantly, the devouring skill entry activated, and a continuous surge of energy flooded into Ling Feng's body like a torrent. Without hesitation, he began to practice the advanced body refining technique, frantically absorbing the energy. The past few days of reflection had given Ling Feng deeper insights into the advanced body refining technique and basic martial arts. He realized that with a little thought, he could devise dozens of ways to improve the basic martial arts, any of which could meet the standards of a third-level martial skill. Under his modifications, the advanced body refining technique's energy refinement speed increased significantly. As his training deepened, Ling Feng continuously discovered flaws in the techniques and improved them. System notifications chimed repeatedly, and the level of his advanced body refining technique soared to the 5th tier, becoming one of the top techniques on Blue Water Star. However, these advancements were just the beginning for Ling Feng, who possessed the devouring skill entry. With ample energy support, his training speed was akin to light speed, increasing his vitality by 10 points every second. In less than a minute, one advanced nutritional supplement was fully absorbed, and Ling Feng's vitality surged to 454 points, reaching the silver 4th heaven level. Ling Feng calculated in his mind, one advanced nutritional supplement can boost my vitality by over 100 points, which is not bad. I wonder if using all 50 will elevate my level to the Martial Emperor's 2nd heaven. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he prepared for the impending breakthrough. Anticipation rose in Ling Feng's heart. In Xianfeng City, a martial emperor was already a formidable presence, yet he possessed a silver attribute, surpassing the ordinary martial emperors in strength. Even a 6th-level martial master might not be his match. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened as he picked up the newly acquired 50 bottles of high-grade nutritional fluid. Without hesitation, he twisted open the caps and poured them into his mouth one after another. His actions were fluid and seamless, and in the blink of an eye, he had consumed all the nutritional fluids. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have been utterly shocked. These high-grade nutritional supplements were something even martial emperors dared not attempt lightly. Typically, a martial emperor would only sip a little and wait a week before resuming normal eating. Yet Ling Feng downed 50 bottles in one go, seemingly challenging the limits of physiology. Remarkably, Ling Feng showed no discomfort. Instead, his expression remained calm. Soon, the nutritional fluids began to rapidly digest within him. A violent surge of power coursed through his body like a tidal wave. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones trembling echoed. From bones to muscles, to every cell, Ling Feng's entire body was trembling intensely. His blood surged like a river breaking its banks, racing through his veins. Ling Feng could clearly feel his power escalating at an astonishing rate. While Ling Feng was in seclusion, diligently cultivating, a commotion erupted in the Blue Water Star's capital because of him. At the Blue Water Star Central Council, a gathering of the planet's most elite powers took place. Usually, the speaker and council members would discuss and decide on the future development plans of Blue Water Star. But today, they convened a special meeting for one young man. Presiding over the council was a middle-aged man in black armor, his aura as deep as an abyss. This man was Si Kongjin, the speaker of Blue Water Star, who had just returned from the battlefield, and also the father of Si Kongshuan. Though he was in his 60s, his advanced cultivation made him appear as a robust 40-year-old. Seated below Si Kongjin were council members, all of whom were at least of martial lord level. At this moment, their attention was focused on a holographic projection in the center of the council table, displaying the fierce battle between Ling Feng and the Fire Cloud Lion. What terrifying speed, definitely the work of a purple speed attribute, one council member exclaimed. Indeed, and it seems this young man also possesses a purple strength attribute. Though they are basic attributes, combined, his combat power rivals that of a silver attribute, another analyzed. Fast speed, high attack power, truly a genius born for battle. As the discussion heated up, an elder council member suddenly frowned and asked, "Doesn't this child look familiar to you? Isn't it written there? He's the son of Ling Xian," someone pointed out. What? Ling Xian from over a decade ago? His son is already this grown. This talent is no less than Ling Xian's. It's a pity Ling Xian is no longer with us. Otherwise, he might have been one of us now. The council members were full of praise for this young man, and upon learning of his lineage, they were even more amazed. At this point, Si Kongjin spoke, his voice calm, yet with a hint of gravity. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main purpose of today's council meeting. Ling Feng has another talent, the Abyssal Maw, a purple devouring attribute. Combined with these two combat-related purple talents, this young man's growth rate is exceptionally fast. Perhaps in just a few days, he might reach the martial emperor level. With sufficient resources, reaching martial lord within 3 years is definitely achievable. What? A rare devouring attribute talent." At these words, the entire council room erupted in astonishment. The potential of Ling Feng sparked a heated debate. The council members sat around the spacious conference room, each expressing their views. Wow, with such talent, reaching the rank of martial lord within 3 years is no difficult task, an elderly council member exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, another member frowned, his tone filled with concern. Unfortunately, this kind of talent comes at the cost of depleting potential early. His future achievements might only be limited to the martial lord level. Otherwise, with such a cultivation speed, he could even reach the martial saint realm in the future. Nonsense, a hot-tempered council member slammed the table and stood up abruptly. What do you mean by depleting potential? It's merely reaching the level he should be at in advance. With the same talent, he peaks at 20, while others might take 70 or 80 years. He has over 100 years to slowly enhance his power, while others have only a few decades left. Ultimately, those with devouring-type talent will undoubtedly prevail. This statement resonated with the others, and murmurs of agreement filled the room. Indeed, that's true. A composed council member nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to Si Kongjin, who was seated at the head of the table. "But Chairman, what is your stance? Are you planning to fully nurture this young man?" At this, everyone held their breath, waiting for Si Kongjin's response. Si Kongjin surveyed the room and spoke slowly, his voice firm. "My goal is simple, the Xianyuan divine domain. I plan to fully train Ling Feng to represent our Blue Water Star." As soon as he said this, the pupils of the martial lords present contracted sharply, and the air seemed to freeze. "The Xianyuan divine domain?" someone exclaimed. "Isn't there only about 10 days left? This year seems out of reach. Are you planning for Ling Feng to participate next year?" "Next year is certainly feasible," another council member analyzed, "and by then, Ling Feng's level will be at least at the 3rd or 4th stage of martial sect. He might even pass the assessment." Si Kongjin nodded and continued to explain, "The Xianyuan divine domain is a powerful domain discovered within the Xianyuan galaxy. The source energy there is extremely rich, significantly boosting cultivation speed. It resembles a fantasy world, with numerous powerful martial artists, sects, and rare fierce beasts. These beasts and sect disciples possess extremely powerful attributes, including genius with golden attributes." He paused, scanning each council member present. Joining the Xianyuan divine domain and gaining opportunities there will undoubtedly benefit future achievements. For this reason, the Xianyuan martial god has classified it as the highest level of heritage secret realm in the Xianyuan galaxy. The slots are highly coveted every year, and only the most outstanding talents are eligible to enter. Seeing the serious expressions, Si Kongjin made the final decision. "Since everyone agrees, I'll approve resources for Ling Feng. He will receive the highest level of resources." He turned to the alchemist beside him. "Master Lu, please prepare some easily absorbable potions for him during this period. I will allocate funds from the public budget." Finally, Si Kongjin looked around the room, his tone resolute. "Let's first elevate his level. As for martial arts, once I bring him to the capital, I'll rely on the teachers here for guidance." In the conference room, the expressions of those present were varied, but everyone was filled with anticipation for the upcoming changes. Ling Feng's future seemed to have been set in motion by this meeting. Seeing no objections from the attendees, Si Kongjin turned to a distinguished elder and respectfully said, "Master Liu, we rely on your expertise." This elder was the only 7th-level alchemist on Blue Water Star, holding a prestigious position that even Si Kongjin dared not overlook. Master Liu stroked his beard with a smile. "Rest assured, Chairman. I will do my best to reduce the potion's toxicity. Helping that young man advance to Martial Saint would indeed be a splendid achievement." Si Kongjin was delighted by this response. "Excellent. I ask everyone to await good news at the Imperial University. This past year has been taxing for all of you." The council members responded with polite exchanges, and the meeting room was filled with an atmosphere of anticipation. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Xianfeng, Ling Feng had finally absorbed the power of 50 potions. He exhaled deeply, eager to check his attribute panel. A series of silver entries caught his eye: armor of pure gold, supernatural speed, phantom hand, innate talent, endless vitality, vermilion bird flame, 9 heavens divine thunder, earth devourer, child of fortune, supreme spear mastery, each more astonishing than the last. What thrilled Ling Feng even more was that his realm had ascended to the 2nd level of Martial Emperor. Although he had just entered this stage, with these powerful attributes, his combat strength was now 40 to 50 times greater than before. Yet, following the joy, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. "Too bad I'm broke again. This is tough." He exited the warehouse and checked his smartwatch, finding 2 missed video calls. One was from Sikong Shuyun and the other from Zhao Wu. "Does Uncle Zhao have urgent news?" Ling Feng wondered in surprise, then called back. Soon, Zhao Wu's burly figure appeared in the projection. Ling Feng asked, "Uncle Zhao, what's up?" Zhao Wu's brows were furrowed. "Yes, Ling, there's a tricky situation. It's about that scam you fell for a couple of days ago." Ling Feng paused. "What happened?" Zhao Wu sighed. "It's a bit complicated. Do you remember the current Grand Commander, Wang Anghua?" "Oh, that old guy." Ling Feng recalled childhood memories. "I remember I often beat up his son when I was a kid." Zhao Wu's expression was serious. "Exactly. Wang Anghua was originally the Grand Commander, but due to his incompetence, your father reprimanded him and took his place. He held a grudge ever since, and after your father's passing, he seized the position again." Zhao Wu's expression was as dark as iron. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I originally thought it was quite good that this kid hadn't caused any trouble over the years. But when I started investigating your affairs these past 2 days, I discovered that nearly all the inheritance your father left you has been embezzled by him." Ling Feng was stunned upon hearing this, disbelief flashing in his eyes. His fists clenched involuntarily as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. He dared to touch my money? This old bastard has a death wish." Amidst his anger, Ling Feng calmed down a bit and curiously asked, "But speaking of which, how much did my dad leave me that this old bastard embezzled?" Zhao Wu's response hit Ling Feng like a heavy blow. "At least 100 billion. Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated, "What? 100 billion? Damn, 100 billion? Embezzled by Wang Anghua." Zhao Wu shook his head and added, "Of course, that's the total value, not 100 billion in cash. Among the things your father left you were 2 purple divine oracle stones. Regardless of their quality, at this level, each is worth at least 50 billion. As for the rest, I haven't figured it out yet." At this point, Zhao Wu's voice was filled with remorse. "Xiaofeng, it was my negligence. I failed you and Ling Xian." Seeing Zhao Wu's troubled expression, Ling Feng felt bad too. He knew this wasn't Zhao Shu's fault. According to the law, the assets of a martyr's orphan are managed by the state until they turn 18. And he had just turned 18 a few months ago, while Zhao Wu had been busy exploring the 5th-tier divine domain, giving Wang Anghua the opportunity to strike. Ling Feng frowned in thought for a moment and asked, "That's not a problem. But now that it's been discovered, can't Wang Anghua simply refuse to return it?" Zhao Wu gave a bitter smile and explained, "It's not that he won't give it back, but that he can't. His grandson Wang Teng has already used the 2 purple divine oracle stones. Moreover, the kid was incredibly lucky and awakened a purple entry. It's said he has already been admitted to Imperial Capital University." Hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, that kid is really lucky, getting a purple entry with just 2 purple divine oracle stones. Zhao Wu continued, "Although we old fellows have a few martial emperor level individuals, this matter is beyond what we can handle. Even a martial emperor's influence is greatly reduced when facing a genius with a purple entry. Besides, Wang Anghua was once the strongest in the entire Xianfeng city, and now with a grandson possessing a purple talent, his arrogance is naturally through the roof." Zhao Wu sighed helplessly and said, "Though there are laws, they indeed become meaningless in the face of the strong and the talented. At worst, Wang Anghua might end up serving a few years in prison or be sent to the divine domain to fight. But as for getting the money back, forget about it." Seeing Ling Feng remain silent, Zhao Wu quickly comforted him. Ling Feng, don't worry. I'll report this to the Blue Water Star military. If they don't resolve it, I'll take it to the Xuani system military. I refuse to believe there's no justice in this matter. Ling Feng looked up at Zhao Wu, shook his head, and calmly said, no need, Zhao Shu. I'll handle this myself. By the way, I'll come find you in a couple of days. That's it for now. I'm hanging up, Ling Feng said, not waiting for Zhao Wu to respond before decisively ending the call. A cold smile played on his lips, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. The inheritance my father left isn't something just anyone can touch. Ling Feng muttered to himself, recalling past events as his fists clenched involuntarily. Wang Ongwa, oh Wang Ongwa, the grudge from when you laughed at my father's funeral, I haven't forgotten it. I never thought you'd come knocking on my door so soon. He took a deep breath, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Very well, very well. Since that's the case, you and your grandson can go to hell and repent together. With this thought, Ling Feng strode out of the Ling family home, his figure quickly vanishing at the end of the street. Meanwhile, the Wang family in Xianfeng City was adorned with festive decorations and filled with joy. As a second-generation wealthy family, the Wangs had been in business for generations but had never had much luck, failing to awaken any blue inscriptions. That was until Wang Ongguo appeared, bringing a turning point to the family's fortune. Wang Ongguo spent 7 blue oracle stones and finally awakened 1 blue inscription and 3 green ones. With his considerable talent, he became a martial emperor by his 40s and rose to the position of military commander by 60. However, being born into wealth, he was oblivious to the hardships of the common people. Upon taking office, he implemented sweeping reforms, leaving the military in disarray. Yet, as the upper echelon's interests were satisfied, his position remained unshakable. 20 years ago, a sudden beast tide swept through Xianfeng City. 350 ferocious beasts wreaked havoc, and Wang Ongguo, the commander, fled in fear. By the time the chosen ones and the military reacted, the situation was out of control, and it was too late to call for aid. At this critical moment, Ling Xian happened to pass by and, with formidable strength, quelled the beast tide, saving Xianfeng City. Wang Ongguo was brought back to face trial, ultimately avoiding prison by spending his entire fortune. Yet, this experience filled Wang Ongguo with resentment towards his benefactor, Ling Xian. He believed that if Xianfeng City had been destroyed, he wouldn't have faced trial. After Ling Xian's death, Wang Ongguo returned, leveraging his connections and support from former followers to reclaim his position as commander. Over the years, under Wang Ongguo's rule, many martial emperors left in anger. Xianfeng City, once on the brink of becoming a second-tier city, gradually declined due to the loss of talent. Today, the Wang family was hosting a grand banquet, with Xianfeng City's martial emperors gathering to celebrate. The reason was simple. Wang Ongguo's eldest grandson, Wang Teng, had awakened a purple inscription, instantly becoming a hotshot talent with the potential to reach at least the martial sect level, if not the martial venerable. Everyone knew where the purple oracle stone came from, but no one dared to speak out. After all, Ling Xian was dead, and who would risk offending a future martial venerable for a child with no support? Besides, the oracle stone had already been used and couldn't be reclaimed. In a corner of the Wang family estate, Yin Xiun, dressed in her finest, coquettishly said to a bloated-faced young man, "Young Master Wang, thank you so much for rescuing me this time. If it weren't for you, I might have been bullied to death by that Ling Feng." Wang Teng, hearing this, smiled smugly and said, "Ling Feng? He's nothing, just a fatherless, motherless bastard. How could he compare to me, the great young master of the Wang family? Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he won't dare to bully you." Wang Teng, Ling Feng, and Yin Xiun had always been schoolmates, but their conversation hinted at the complex relationship among them. Wang Teng had always secretly admired Yin Xiun, but due to his mediocre talent and lack of strength, along with the shadow of Ling Feng, he never dared to compete for her affection. Now, with the awakening of his purple talent, he felt reborn and brimming with confidence. He looked at his acne-covered face in the mirror and felt incredibly handsome. Yin Xiun forced a smile at Wang Teng despite her inner discomfort. If he hadn't saved her and wasn't a purple talent awakener, she wouldn't have given him a second glance. In her heart, Yi Xiao was the true Prince Charming. Suddenly, a strong voice echoed through the Wang family villa. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for attending my grandson Wang Teng's graduation banquet today." An imposing elder, Wang Ongguo, walked in slowly. He brought Wang Teng in front of the guests and warmly introduced him. "In Xianfeng City, I hope everyone will look after my grandson." The martial emperors present chimed in. "You're too kind, Commander. Young Master Wang has the potential of an emperor." Indeed, young Master Wang is impressive. In the future, Xianfeng City will surely belong to the Wang family. The compliments flowed like a tide, and even Yin Xiun found herself being flattered by the martial kings. Watching these once unreachable powerful figures smile obsequiously at her, she felt elated. Wang Teng, whom she once found unattractive, now seemed more agreeable, and the handsome image of Yi Xiao in her mind became somewhat tarnished. Yan Shiyun felt secretly proud. Ling Feng, do you see this? This is a circle you can never reach, and I have finally earned my place here through my own efforts. She smirked, plotting how to retaliate against Ling Feng for having the military capture her. Just then, a booming voice suddenly announced, the president of the Chosen Alliance. Lord Sikong Shuiyan has arrived. Just then, an excited voice rang out. What? Sikong Shuiyan? Why is she here? Everyone thought privately, clearly understanding that she had been invited by the Grand Commander. Sikong Shuiyan was no ordinary figure. She possessed a purple talent and was a top genius at the Imperial Capital University. She had just arrived in Xianfeng City, and the Grand Commander had already established a connection with her. Many powerful individuals were shocked to hear of Sikong Shuiyan's arrival. Wang Onghua was secretly pleased that the genius he had invited was so impressive. Indeed, his grandson Wang Teng had the bearing of an emperor. Even Sikong Shuiyan had to take him seriously. Yan Shiyun was stunned, thinking that for the president of the Chosen Alliance to be here, Wang Teng must be highly regarded, even making her consider trying to win him over as a potential husband. As everyone's eyes focused, a stunningly beautiful lady gracefully entered, her enchanting presence making everything else fade into insignificance. Wang Teng was dumbfounded, finally understanding what true beauty meant. Yan Shiyun paled in comparison. Yan Shiyun noticed all eyes on Sikong Shiyun, feeling both angry and inadequate in her presence. Welcome, President. Your visit truly honors the Wang family. Wang Onghua hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. However, to everyone's surprise, Sikong Shiyun ignored Wang Onghua and directly took the main seat of the Wang family, looking down at everyone with an air of authority. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense, and everyone's expressions subtly changed. Sikong Shiyun's attitude was clearly unfriendly. The Wang family is quite impressive, spending others' inheritance without a care. Sikong Shiyun narrowed her eyes and mocked mercilessly. Her words fell like a bombshell, plunging the venue into silence and tension. Wang Onghua's face turned sour, thinking to himself, what does the president mean by this? The Wang family's money is earned through hard work. We all have to work together in Xianfeng City. Let's not make things unpleasant. Although displeased, he dared not offend Sikong Shuyun, given her formidable background. Huh, you, who only know how to exploit the inheritance of martyrs, have no right to work with me. Sikong Shuyun's cold sarcasm wiped the smile off Wang Onghua's face, leaving him with a dark expression. Furious, Wang Onghua demanded, what do you mean by spending others' inheritance? What right do you have to criticize the Wang family's affairs? You're merely a president of a third-tier city's chosen association. I am a genius with a purple talent, and with a word, I can make you kneel and beg for mercy, believe it or not. At this moment, Wang Teng stepped forward confidently, feeling quite proud of himself. Yan Shiyun, beside him, was impressed and thought, is this the charisma of someone with a purple talent? However, as soon as Wang Teng spoke, not only did the martial emperors present, but also Wang Onghua's face turned pale. Grand Commander, I have other matters to attend to. I must leave. Wang Onghua said with displeasure, hastily taking his leave. Yes, Grand Commander, let's pretend we were never here today. Others echoed, and the tension in the room increased. A group of martial emperors and kings hurriedly took their leave, their footsteps quick, as if something terrifying was chasing them. The once bustling hall was suddenly left with only the members of the Wang family, and the atmosphere turned cold and quiet. This sudden change left Wang Teng, who had been basking in his own glory, momentarily stunned. He looked around blankly, not understanding what had happened. When he came to his senses and realized that everyone was afraid of Sikong Shiyun, anger surged within him. Pointing in the direction of the departing crowd, he shouted, cowards! What is there to fear with me here? At this moment, Wang Onghua snapped back to reality and hurriedly reprimanded. You brat, shut up! His stern voice made Wang Teng shiver and fall silent instantly. Wang Onghua quickly turned to Sikong Shiyun with an apologetic smile and explained, President, my grandson is young and ignorant. Please don't take offense. You see, he's been admitted to the Imperial Capital University, so he'll be your junior in the future. Wang Teng was displeased to see his grandfather being so humble and blurted out, Grandfather, why apologize to this woman? She's just a martial emperor. I will become a super strong martial sovereign in the future. A martial sovereign? Sikong Shiyun couldn't help but laugh at this. Wang Onghua, is this how you deceive children? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Him? Awakening a useless purple entry and dreaming of becoming a martial sovereign. With these words, Wang Onghua's face turned various shades of blue and purple, overwhelmed with embarrassment. He knew well that Wang Teng's purple entry, Divine Martial, was impressive in name, but useless in practice. Even though it could enhance all attributes by 400, Wang Teng's other entries were insignificant auxiliary types that couldn't stack with Divine Martial, rendering it ineffective. Hearing the word useless, Wang Teng was infuriated and loudly retorted, Useless? My purple entry is useless. He had researched the Divine Martial entry and knew it was considered one of the top-tier purple entries. However, he also understood that his entry only provided a 400 boost, while other purple entries often exceeded 1,000. Seeing his reaction, Sikong Shuyan calmly corrected, "Sorry, I misspoke. It's not the entry that's useless, it's you." As soon as she finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Wang family hall. Caught off guard, Wang Teng, who had been showing off moments earlier, was forced to the ground by this immense force, letting out a muffled groan and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wang Teng was hit squarely in the face by a heavy punch, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. "Tunger!" Wang Ongwa exclaimed in shock, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by anger. He glared at Sikong Shuyun, gritting his teeth. "I was so amused by you earlier, I forgot myself. How dare a mere nobody like you demand I kneel?" Sikong Shuyun's expression turned as cold as ice as she glanced at Wang Teng, as if looking at a lifeless corpse. This sight set off alarm bells in Wang Ongwa's heart, and he roared furiously. "Is the president standing up for Ling Feng? I didn't expect that even after Ling Xian has been dead for so many years, someone would still stand up for his son." Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, both the prone Wang Teng and the nearby Yin Xiun were taken aback, simultaneously thinking, why is Ling Feng being brought up again? Sikong Shuyan chuckled coldly. "I simply can't stand an old dog bullying someone young after their parents have passed away." Her voice was frighteningly calm. "Will you hand over all the inheritance left by Ling Feng's parents, or shall I take it myself? Let me see, 2 purple divine oracle stones, and 300 billion in cash. As for the other assets, let's round it up to 200 billion. Boom. These words exploded in Yin Shiyun's mind like a bomb. 2 purple divine oracle stones, and both belonging to Ling Feng? And the Wang family had seized his assets? Wasn't Ling Feng just an ordinary rich second generation? Where did all this wealth come from? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Yin Shiyun's mind. Does this mean the purple entry Wang Teng awakened is Ling Feng's? Realizing this, she looked at Wang Teng with eyes filled with murderous intent. If all this belonged to Ling Feng, then it should be hers, shouldn't it? As long as she asked, wouldn't Ling Feng obediently offer it to her? A purple talent, wasted on such a nobody. Sensing the situation turning unfavorable, Wang Ongwa shouted sternly, "Don't push me too far. The purple divine oracle stone has already been used by my son Wang Teng, and as for the other assets, there's nothing left. If you have the guts, make a move on me." He took a deep breath, speaking with confidence. "I know your background is formidable, but don't be too arrogant. My grandson Wang Teng has already been accepted as a disciple by Zhang Wuquang, the martial venerable of the imperial capital. If you act against my family, he won't let you off." Sikong Shuyun sneered dismissively. "So your reliance is that old Zhang? When did he become so blind to take in such a waste?" With that, she directly opened her smart wristwatch and dialed a video call. Buzz. The next moment, the projection of a distinguished, burly elder appeared on the ground. "Oh, isn't this little Shuyun? What brings you to call me?" The elder, upon seeing Sikong Shuyun, immediately put on a fawning smile. The moment Wang Ongwa saw the elder, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his legs gave way, causing him to kneel on the ground, trembling as he muttered, "Zhang? Zhang martial venerable. Old man, did you recently take on a disciple? One with a divine martial entry?" Sikong Shuyun asked directly. "Hmm? You mean that waste?" Zhang Wuquang looked puzzled. "No, I just handled his admission." He glanced around and quickly spotted Wang Teng, who looked like a beaten pig, and the kneeling Wang Ongwa. Instantly, he understood everything. "Damn, you scoundrel." Zhang Wuquang fumed with rage. "When did I ever take this waste as a disciple? Drained by debauchery at such a young age and so ugly. Are you insulting me?" "All right, old man, stop scolding. I'm hanging up now," Sikong Shuyun said, ending the call abruptly. Sikong Shuyun reluctantly ended the video call, and Zhang Wuquang vanished, leaving behind a string of curses. With his support gone, Sikong Shuyun turned to Wang Ongwa, his voice filled with resignation. "President, I admit my mistake, but the situation is as it is. I'll gather the funds to repay as soon as possible. However, I truly can't provide those 2 purple oracle stones. Perhaps my grandson can work to repay the debt as he grows up. Even if he can't become a martial lord, reaching the level of martial master should be achievable." Wang Ongwa felt a pang of anxiety, aware of Sikong Shuyun's formidable background, and finally sensed a hint of fear. "Are you suggesting Ling Feng should wait decades for you to repay the debt?" he asked coldly. Sikong Shuyun snorted in response. "There's no other way. Even if the Wang family sold all its assets, it would only amount to a little over 60 billion. Wang Ongwa spread his hands helplessly, understanding that 50 billion of that belonged to Ling Feng. This left Sikong Shuyun in silence, acknowledging that even draining the Wang family wouldn't suffice. As for Wang Teng, despite his useless purple talent, killing him wasn't an option. Doing so would mean never recovering the debt. Return the 60 billion first, and forget about the purple oracle stones. At that moment, A calm voice came from the door, and everyone turned to see Ling Feng entering slowly. Everyone recognized him, Ling Feng, for whom the purple oracle stones were the most valuable, and yet he seemed willing to forego them. Sikong Shuyan frowned, while Ling Feng smiled slightly. If I say I don't want them, then I don't want them. Wang Onghua laughed heartily, understanding that Ling Feng must be intimidated by Sikong Shuyun's influence. Ha ha ha. Thank you, brother Ling Feng. On behalf of my grandson Wang Tong, I thank you. He felt secretly pleased. Umph. Useless Ling Feng, just wait. When my strength grows, I'll take back every penny from the Wang family. Wang Tong, having just struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his face and glared coldly at Ling Feng. Meanwhile, Sikong Shuyun was secretly worried. Ling Feng's strength made him uneasy. Was Ling Feng planning to settle scores later? President, if the Wang family falls, will I still be able to recover my 60 billion? Ling Feng suddenly turned to Sikong Shuyun and said, taking down the Wang family is possible, but it will be a bit troublesome. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Onghua, who had been laughing wildly, fell silent. The other members of the Wang family stared at Ling Feng in shock, unable to comprehend his intentions. Sikong Shuyun quickly understood, took a deep breath, and replied with a serious expression, that's fine. Trouble is the least of my worries. Ling Feng smiled faintly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Wang Onghua regained his composure and snorted, kid, what do you mean by this? Don't think that having the president's protection allows you to insult my family. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Feng was already in motion. With a gesture, a jet-black spear materialized in his hand. In the next instant, Ling Feng vanished like a phantom. Ugh! Wang Onghua felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to find a black spear piercing through him. He muttered in disbelief. No, this can't be. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ling Feng coldly withdrew the spear and kicked Wang Onghua with disdain. A powerful martial artist, defeated in an instant. The scene descended into chaos. Wang Tong was the first to react, screaming in terror, Grandfather! Other members of the Wang family shouted in anguish and some rushed forward to confront Ling Feng. Fools! Ling Feng sneered, disappearing once more. What followed was terrifying. Wherever Ling Feng went, members of the Wang family fell, their heads pierced instantly. In less than a minute, the hall was littered with bodies, leaving only Wang Tong standing in fear. Ling Feng turned to Wang Tong, whose legs gave way as he knelt, begging, don't come any closer. I'm a student at the Imperial University. If you kill me, the university won't let you off. However, the black spear mercilessly pierced Wang Tong's forehead. Sikong Shuyun watched with a hint of helplessness, saying, killing him like that will bring a lot of trouble, even if there was a reason. Ling Feng was unfazed, replying coldly, if anyone wants to cause trouble, let them come. The reality is that I could just reveal my silver talent, and with that, even if I killed the entire Wang family without reason, nothing would happen. This is why the Wang family dares to recklessly plot to seize Ling Feng's assets. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the Ling family members, signaling the imminent formation of the oracle stones. As the light flickered, stones began to form within them. Most people's stones were either white or non-existent, except for Wang Onghua, who had a green oracle stone, drawing everyone's attention. However, what truly shocked the three present was the light gathered around Wang Tingjit was purple. Seeing this, Ling Feng's lips curled into a smile. Oh, looks like my purple oracle stone is back. Sikong Shuyun exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of luck is this? Do you have a luck trait? And it's at least purple. She recalled Ling Feng's previous blue oracle stone, now directly upgraded to purple, and couldn't help but marvel. Ling Feng responded nonchalantly. Maybe. What do you think? His words left Sikong Shuyun speechless, cursing him inwardly for being so cheeky. Yet, she had to admire the rapid improvement in Ling Feng's strength. Although aided by the Abyssal Maw, his progress was still astounding. For a moment, Sikong Shuyun felt she might not be able to defeat Ling Feng, but she quickly shook off the thought. Even with a purple talent, in just a few days, his strength could at most reach the peak of silver. Meanwhile, Yin Xiun, eyeing the newly formed purple oracle stone, was filled with greed. She thought, if I used the purple oracle stone, I could gain a purple talent. I'd be a super prodigy. Even the martial emperor would have to bow to me. With her heart racing, Yin Xiun moved cautiously toward the purple oracle stone, while Ling Feng and Sikong Shuyun were talking. Closer, closer. The purple trait is mine. Her heartbeat quickened as she held her breath, reaching out to claim the stone. But just as her fingers were about to touch the oracle stone, clang, a black light sliced through the air. It was Ling Feng's spear. Thud, the spear, carrying immense power, pierced through Yin Xiun's arm, pinning it to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Yin Xiun. It hurts, my hand, she cried out in agony. Ling Feng sneered, taunting. Tisk, tsk, Yin Xiun, what? Couldn't get anything from Wang Tong, so you decided to steal from me? My things aren't that easy to take. Caught red-handed. Yin Shiyun ignored the searing pain in her arm, suppressing tears and feigning innocence. What are you talking about? I was just trying to pick it up for you. I can't believe you'd think that of me, Ling Feng. I misjudged you. Ling Feng scoffed. Enough with the nauseating act. If you were helping me, why be so sneaky? You really have no sense of compassion. Yin Shiyun's anger flared upon hearing Ling Feng's words. However, Ling Feng remained indifferent. He picked up the purple oracle stone and swiftly pulled out the spear lodged in Yin Shiyun's arm. Blood gushed out, and Yin Shiyun screamed in agony before fainting. Sikong Shuiyan watched the scene and couldn't help but tease. You're quite ruthless, aren't you? She's no delicate flower, just a discarded shoe. Ling Feng replied coldly, kicking Yin Shiyun's unconscious body with disdain. Oh, then what do you consider a true beauty? Sikong Shuiyun asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, hinting at herself. Of course, someone as stunning as you, President. Ling Feng complimented with a smile, secretly admiring Sikong Shuiyun's outstanding beauty and perfect figure. Smart move. Sikong Shuiyun laughed. I'll handle the Wang family's matter for you. I'll transfer the money soon. Just wait for the news. Thank you, President. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. Ling Feng said gratefully, appreciating her support and assistance. Many people want to take me to dinner. You'll have to get in line. By the way, my dad might come to see you tomorrow. Do you have time? Sikong Shuiyan mentioned, slightly annoyed at Ling Feng for not answering his phone. Your dad? Are you introducing me to your family already? Isn't that a bit fast? Ling Feng teased, amused by the sudden development. My dad is the speaker of Blue Water Star. But if you dare mention meeting the parents to him, I won't mind. Sikong Shuiyan joked, her eyes playfully narrowed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng paused, thinking, ahem, forget I said anything. I'll be available. Just let me know when the speaker arrives. That's a shame. My dad has always wanted me to find a boyfriend. Sikong Shuiyun said with a hint of regret. Ling Feng's expression twitched at this, thinking, the speaker of Blue Water Star is Sikong Zhun, a martial arts fanatic with a fiery temper. If I really brought this up, he'd probably knock my head off. Oh, by the way, with Wang Ongwa gone, the position of the Supreme Commander is open. Are you interested? The military would likely support you, especially since the previous Supreme Commander was your father. Sikong Shuiyun suddenly remembered, her gaze intense on Ling Feng. What? My father was the previous Supreme Commander. Ling Feng was stunned, hearing this for the first time. Here are your father's records. Take a look. Sikong Shuiyun handed the documents to Ling Feng, reflecting on how the orphan of a martyr had ended up in this situation, which was, in a way, a failure on her father's part as speaker. Ling Feng quickly skimmed through the information, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Wow, my old man is actually a genius? A holder of several purple attributes, reaching the Wuzong level at just 22? His talent surpasses even yours, Chairman. Sikong Shuiyun nodded, a touch of admiration in his voice. Indeed, your father, Ling Xian, was recognized as the greatest genius on Blue Water Star for centuries. Before graduation, he was hailed as a future martial saint. It's just unclear what happened after graduation that caused such a decline in his power. Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. In that case, I'll take the position of Grand Commander of Xianfeng City. With you around, I can even attend school without worries. Sikong Shuiyun shook his head helplessly, wondering what this kid was plotting. But what Ling Feng said was true. With him there, Xianfeng City wouldn't face any issues. I'll coordinate with the military, and the appointment should be finalized by tomorrow. In the meantime, you can continue to enhance your strength, Sikong Shuiyun said seriously. My father has sent word that he plans to have you participate in next year's selection for the Tianxian Divine Domain. The sooner you reach the Wuzong level, the better. Tianxian Divine Domain selection? Ling Feng's pupils slightly constricted, recalling that his father seemed to have participated as well, though the outcome was not documented. Well, let's see what it's like. The fantasy world seems intriguing. After bidding farewell to Sikong Shuiyun, Ling Feng returned home. He took out the purple oracle stone obtained from Wang Tung and carefully examined its attributes. Divine Martial. Purple attribute. Can enhance all personal attributes by 400. Annihilation. Purple destruction type attribute. Allows control over annihilation power to destroy targets, with a 1200 power boost. Herculean Strength. Blue strength attribute. Increases strength by 800. Speed Star. Blue speed attribute. Increases speed by 800. Iron Shirt. Blue defense attribute. Increases defense by 800. Healing. Blue healing attribute. Allows rapid recovery from any injury. Ling Feng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. 6 attributes, each extremely powerful, with 2 rare purple ones among them. He quickly realized these attributes must have been enhanced from Wang Tung, who might have originally only possessed the divine martial attribute. This luck attribute is truly extraordinary, Ling Feng murmured to himself. Does this mean I can randomly slay a 6th or 7th tier beast and get a purple oracle stone? Ling Feng stood at the classroom door, his gaze sweeping over the bustling classmates, filled with mixed emotions. The extraordinary encounter from the day before seemed vivid in his mind. Yet today he was back to his role as an ordinary senior high school student. He sighed softly and walked slowly into the classroom. Inside, the students were gathered in a circle, enthusiastically discussing something. Ling Feng perked up his ears and quickly caught onto the conversation. Have you heard? Wang Tung awakened a purple inscription, a boy said excitedly. The celebration at the Wang family last night could be heard miles away. Yeah, I heard that the purple oracle stone he got is quite extraordinary, a girl chimed in. Apparently, Wang Tung awakened one of the top-tier purple inscriptions. Well, his grandfather is the Grand Commander, someone said enviously. The top military leader, the most powerful figure in the entire Xianfeng city. Listening to these discussions, Ling Feng smirked inwardly. They had no idea that the Wang family had already fallen, a secret tightly kept by Si Kong Xiun, and news of it wouldn't spread anytime soon. However, what followed in the gossip made Ling Feng's expression change instantly. Hey, do you know what's the juiciest part? A boy said mysteriously. It seems that our classmate, Yin Xiun, has been wooed by Wang Tong. Really? The others were immediately intrigued. Absolutely, the boy asserted confidently. I live in the same neighborhood as Yin Xiun, and I saw with my own eyes that she was carried home this morning. What the heck, Yin Xiun? Someone exclaimed. Isn't she the one Ling Feng has been pining for years? Hearing this, Ling Feng's emotions churned violently. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Only one thought echoed in his mind. How could Yin Xiun possibly be with Wang Tong? At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered, interrupting the gossip. Ling Feng struggled to calm himself and returned to his seat. He knew today was the day of the college entrance exam, but his mind was far from focused on the test. The perks of having power, influence, and talent. The goddess you've been chasing for 3 years, someone else treats like a toy. In the classroom, a group of students buzzed with gossip upon hearing that Yin Xiun had been carried home, their minds filled with unsavory images. However, their whispers abruptly stopped when Ling Feng walked in. Ahem, Ling Feng is here. One student coughed awkwardly, trying to greet him. The others fell silent, their eyes filled with curiosity. Haven't you been on leave these past few days? Why are you here now? Someone couldn't help but ask. Ling Feng replied expressionlessly. It's the college entrance exam. How could I not come? The person was at a loss for words and awkwardly explained. That's not what I meant. Ignoring these small interactions, Ling Feng went straight to his seat. Gradually, other students arrived, but Yin Xiun was nowhere to be seen. However, an unexpected figure caught Ling Feng's attention. Yishao. He sat silently in a corner of the classroom, his expression dark and brooding. Ling Feng remembered that he had been pursuing a debt from this guy. For the past 2 days, the military had been pressing him, and if not for the exams, he might have already been detained. Yi Zhao's parents had been arrested, not for owing money, but for daring to attack the military personnel who came to collect the debt. Such behavior was bound to lead to trouble. Seeing Ling Feng, Yi Zhao's face turned even more grim. He suddenly stood up and strode over to Ling Feng, glaring down at him. Ling Feng, Yi Zhao said through gritted teeth. I hope you don't involve my family in our matters. Tell the military to release my parents right now. If you have the guts, let's settle this between us. If you lose, our debt is cleared, and you release my parents. How about it? His words left the students dumbfounded. Some quickly concocted a dramatic scenario. Ling Feng, unable to win Yin Xiun's affection, used his family's influence to target Yi Zhao's family. Yi Zhao's been the top student in our school, and his abilities are way above 3. Even though Ling Feng is in the top 5, there's still a big gap. Ling Feng is definitely going to lose. Yeah, I think so too. But he shouldn't be abusing his power like that. The students voiced their discontent with Ling Feng. However, upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Ling Feng suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Yi Zhao's face grew darker. Before he could finish, Ling Feng abruptly grabbed Yi Zhao by the hair. To everyone's shock, he flung him aside like a rag doll. With a loud boom, Yi Zhao crashed into the wall, leaving a huge dent. His bones seemed to shatter, and his hair turned into a mess due to the force. The intense pain made Yi Zhao vomit, filling the classroom with a foul stench. Whoa, Ling Feng, why are you hitting people? Yeah, why resort to violence? Yin Xian liking Yi Zhao is her choice. Isn't this going too far? Come on, Ling Feng, just because you have a bit of money, don't forget who you are. Exactly, Yi Zhao's family isn't poor either. They have resources worth millions. Do you think you're the only one with money? Yi Zhao's friends, witnessing the scene, were furious. They glared at Ling Feng and began to criticize him indignantly. The atmosphere in the classroom turned tense, with everyone holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Ling Feng faced a group of indignant students with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He stepped forward, directly confronting the nearest loudmouthed boy. The boy immediately panicked, retreating repeatedly as he stammered. What? What are you doing? Are you going to hit me too? Slap. Before the boy could finish his sentence, Ling Feng's palm landed heavily on his face. The blow was so powerful that it spun the boy in place before he fell hard to the ground. Several bloodied teeth scattered across the floor, and the room fell into a stunned silence. Ling Feng scanned the surroundings with cold eyes and sneered. A bunch of clueless idiots, daring to stand up for justice here? Do you really have what it takes? He scoffed. Yi Zhao's family is rich? What a joke. His father is disabled, and his mother is an unemployed worker. This useless guy only managed to reach the third level of black iron thanks to the training resources given by Yan Shiyun. Ling Feng continued to reveal the truth. Do you know why his family was arrested? Yan Shiyun's family owes me millions, over 10 million of which ended up in this pretty boy's pocket. Now that I'm trying to get my money back, his family refuses to pay and even attacked the city defense forces, which is why they were arrested. He warned, if Yi Xiao can't repay my money, the military will soon come looking for you. Don't come crying to me when you're forced to pay up. These words hit the students like a heavy blow, leaving their faces pale. They had often flattered Yi Xiao for benefits, never realizing that the money came from Ling Feng's deception. If the military really came to collect the debt, they feared their parents would be furious. At that moment, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. A burly man stormed in angrily, shouting, Li De, where are you, you little brat? The mentioned Li De turned pale instantly and asked in a trembling voice, Dad? What are you doing here? As Li De stepped into the classroom, a burly man charged at him like an enraged bull. With a swift motion, he dealt several loud slaps, the sound echoing throughout the room. How dare you show your face here? You scoundrel, the man roared, spittle flying. Did you take that 250,000 from Yi Xiao? Li Da's face swelled red with fear. The man grabbed his collar, continuing to bellow. That money was earned by Yi Xiao playing gigolo. The wealthy woman who kept him is someone else's mistress, and now the real patron is after him. How dare you touch that money? The man's eyes bulged, veins popping. Are you being kept by Yi Xiao too? How did I end up with a son like you? 250,000. I can't even earn that in 5 years, and you squander it without leaving a penny for the family. With that, he yanked Li Da by the ear, dragging him out of the classroom like a chick, cursing all the way. The classmates were stunned, as if struck by lightning. Everything Ling Feng had said turned out to be true. Someone gasped, muttering, My God, these sugar daddy relationships are so complicated. Another student suddenly understood. No wonder Li Da and his friends had such poor entrance scores, but have been excelling in recent years. It was Yi Xiao pulling the strings. Isn't Yi Xiao the same? Someone interjected. He was second to last on entrance, but his skills skyrocketed after getting involved with Yan Shiyun. Turns out he spent over 10 million. Wow, a guy couldn't help but curse. If I had over 10 million, I'd be a high-ranking player by now. Yi Xiao is such a waste. With the truth revealed, all eyes focused on the unconscious Yi Xiao on the floor, filled with disdain and disgust. They couldn't believe this seemingly high-flying classmate depended on being a boy toy and had the audacity to accuse Ling Feng. Those who had taken money from Yi Xiao looked pale, like withered eggplants. Pay it back, they thought bitterly. The money's long gone, and our families are still in the dark. If they find out, we're doomed. Finally, one student broke down. He fell to his knees in front of Ling Feng, voice trembling. Ling Feng, I was wrong. I was brainwashed by Yi Xiao. I didn't know it was your money. Please forgive me. This amount is nothing to you, right? Seeing this, others also knelt, pleading, Ling Feng, we really know we were wrong. The money's already gone, and if our families find out, we're finished. We just didn't want to be at the bottom. Yeah, I just wanted to improve. Brother Feng, please be the bigger person and forgive us. You don't need this little bit of money. Consider it a good deed, please. Ling Feng looked at the sobbing classmates with cold eyes, thinking only of 4 words, moral coercion. He sneered, his voice icy. Sorry, but I do need this money. You can all wait for the military to come knocking. I have plenty of ways to do good deeds. Why should I help you opportunists? As soon as he finished speaking, a scorching heat radiated from Ling Feng. The kneeling students shrieked like prawns dropped in boiling water, quickly backing away. Without sparing them a glance, Ling Feng turned and left the classroom. He thought to himself, he had originally considered taking the college entrance exam to see how he'd score, but now it seemed like a waste of time. He'd be better off focusing on his training. About 10 minutes later, Ling Feng returned home. As he stepped into the villa, he noticed a supersonic jet parked in the estate. Uncle Zhao is here. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, recognizing Zhao Wu's jet. He hurried into the living room, hearing 2 familiar voices in conversation before he even entered. So, Brother Zhao Wu is young Ling Feng's uncle? My apologies for not recognizing earlier, an unfamiliar male voice said. Young Ling Feng has a bright future ahead. You're quite fortunate. Ha ha. Zhao Wu's hearty laugh echoed. You have a keen eye. My nephew and my sworn brother are both exceptional talents, destined for greatness. By the way, he's also my future son-in-law. What? The young man already has a fiancée? The stranger exclaimed. Too bad. What's too bad? My daughter Shui Yun is also unmarried, and I was hoping to match them up, but it seems that's not possible now. Zhao Wu laughed heartily. Ha! You don't know. My daughter has it all looks, figure, talent. She's even a student at Imperial Capital University. Your daughter doesn't stand a chance. I see. They are indeed a perfect match, the stranger sighed. By the way, you seem familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Is that so? Zhao Wu's voice suddenly turned cautious. Maybe I just have a common face. As Ling Feng stepped into the room, two voices reached his ears. One was familiar, belonging to Zhao Wu, while the other was strong and unfamiliar. When he heard the words, daughter Xiyun, Ling Feng immediately realized that the man with the booming voice must be Xikong Zhen, the speaker of Blue Water Star and a martial expert. The scene before Ling Feng was quite surprising. Zhao Wu and Xikong Zhen were chatting happily, with Zhao Wu casually addressing him as old buddy. Ling Feng thought to himself, is Uncle Zhao really that bold? Are you older than him to call him that? Inside, the two burly men were sitting across from each other. Ling Feng noticed that their clothing styles were remarkably similar, which might explain their rapport. Uncle Zhao, when did you get here? Why didn't you let me know? Ling Feng interrupted Zhao Wu, who was in the middle of an animated conversation. Hearing Ling Feng's voice, Zhao Wu stood up and looked him over, relaxing only after confirming that Ling Feng was safe and sound. Finally, you're back. You said you were going to handle the Wang family issue last night, and then hung up. I rushed over overnight and just arrived. The Wang family matter is resolved, so you don't need to worry, Ling Feng reassured him, then turned to Xikong Zhen. You must be Senior Xikong? I apologize for any offense my uncle may have caused. To Ling Feng's surprise, Xikong Zhen laughed and said, there's no offense at all. I had a great time chatting with my old buddy, right? Before he finished speaking, Zhao Wu had already walked over to Xikong Zhen, throwing an arm around his shoulder in a friendly manner. That's right, we had a great chat, Zhao Wu agreed. By the way, Ling Feng, you're just in time. Brother Xikong is here for a reason. Shuiyan should have told you, right? Ling Feng nodded. She mentioned the main points. I'm also interested in visiting the Divine Realm, but the timing is a bit tight. Xikong Zhen frowned at this. Indeed, going next year might be rushed. You're still young, you could go the year after. As long as it's before you graduate from university. No, I mean, I want to try going this year. Ling Feng's words left Xikong Zhen stunned. This year? The Divine Realm opens in less than half a month. Even if your level meets the requirement, there might not be enough time to master the martial arts, Xikong Zhen said with concern. Although Ling Feng's devouring abilities were growing at an impressive rate, and with full focus might reach the martial master level in a short time, it could harm his foundation. Moreover, if his martial skills didn't keep up, his combat power at the same level might be at the bottom. It's important to remember that those who could enter the Xianyan Divine Realm for assessments were geniuses with purple-grade abilities, and some even had 3 or 4. Silver-grade abilities were also common. In an era filled with prodigies, they might even encounter super talents with gold-grade abilities. Zhao Wu, listening in confusion, decided to stay calm and wait. This Xikong Zhen seemed quite powerful, possibly on par with himself, so he didn't seem like a fraud. However, Zhao Wu planned to ask Ling Feng more about it after Xikong Zhen left. Ling Feng smiled slightly, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. He slowly revealed his trump card. To be honest, my 4th attribute is weapon-related. The level is decent, about the same as the others. These words struck Xikong Zhen's heart like a heavy blow. His pupils contracted sharply as his mind raced. About the same, suggested it was a purple weapon attribute, coupled with strength and speed attributes. This kid's combat power might rival that of ordinary silver attributes. More importantly, weapon attributes can significantly enhance the training speed of corresponding weapons. If it's a purple attribute, mastering a level 6 technique could take just a few days, even if the technique's level isn't high enough. Xikong Zhen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ling Feng, you really know how to surprise me. In that case, let's give it a try this year. If you don't pass, it's no big deal. With your talent, there's at least a 70% chance you'll succeed next year, he said excitedly. Once I meet with my daughter, we'll set off. Don't worry, our university will fully support your development. 10 days is plenty. Ling Feng's attributes complemented each other perfectly, and all were purple, a total of 4 purple attributes. Combined, they might surpass ordinary silver attributes. It's worth noting that in the thousands of years since Blue Water Star was established, no one has ever owned a silver attribute. Even a single, least valuable silver oracle stone costs trillions, and few on Blue Water Star can afford it, let alone obtain one. Even someone like Xikong Zhen, a parliament-level powerhouse, can't afford it. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. All right, I also have something to discuss with Uncle Zhao. He doesn't know my current situation yet. I'll meet you at the Chosen Alliance. Xikong Zhen chuckled. Great. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. Ling Feng quickly apologized. Not at all. Sorry for not being a better host. Zhao Wu hurriedly tried to persuade him. Yes, brother, why not stay for lunch before you go? He thought to himself, at least find out who this brother really is, so he doesn't trick my nephew away. Xikong Zhen smiled slightly. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I won't impose any longer. I'm off. With that, he left decisively, showcasing the decisiveness of a warrior. After Xikong Zhen left, Zhao Wu couldn't hold back any longer. He bombarded Ling Feng with questions. Xiaofeng, what were you talking about just now? Divine Realm? Are you going to the Divine Realm? Which legacy Divine Realm? And is this person reliable? Is he a university professor? Ling Feng replied with a smile. He's reliable, definitely reliable. He's the university president. By the way, you might have heard of his name. Zhao Wu was taken aback. Huh? The university president? Isn't he at least a martial ancestor level powerhouse? Wow, I actually called him brother? What's his name? I haven't heard of many university presidents. Ling Feng chuckled, slowly pulling up Xikong Zhen's online profile. His name is Xikong Zhen. Does it sound familiar? It should. See if this is the person? Zhao Wu's eyes landed on the photo of Xikong Zhen in the projection, then scanned the description below. Xikong Zhen, Speaker of the Highest Council of Blue Water Star, President of Imperial Capital University. Also the Supreme Commander of Blue Water Star's military. Martial Sovereign Level Super Powerhouse. Reading this, Zhao Wu's body gradually froze, then began to tremble. Ling Feng, seeing this, was startled. Uncle Zhao, are you okay? He didn't want to scare Zhao Wu into a breakdown. Zhao Wu's face changed, and he stammered. Did I just call him brother? Ling Feng nodded to confirm. Yes, you did, several times. Oh, and you also put your arm around his shoulder. Damn it. Hearing this, Zhao Wu staggered and collapsed onto the sofa, as if all his strength had been drained. Half an hour later, Zhao Wu finally recovered from his shock. Ling Feng recounted the series of recent events, awakening multiple purple attributes, preparing to enter the Imperial Capital University, the emergence of the Xiantian Divine Realm, and the downfall of the Wang family. This string of astounding news left Zhao Wu dumbfounded again, and it took him another half hour to digest it. Holy crap, Zhao Wu exclaimed. You've got 4 purple attributes now, with talents comparable to the silver ones? And you've already reached the Martial Emperor realm, even killed that old dog Wang Angua. Ling Feng, for once, modestly replied. Keep it low-key, Uncle Zhao. It's just a bit of talent. No need to be so shocked. Zhao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face as he laughed. Low-key my foot. If I were your father, I'd announce it to the world. Ha ha ha, Ling Xian, your son is far more accomplished than you. Amidst the laughter, Zhao Wu reminisced about the past. Most of their old comrades had either left or been driven away due to Wang Angwa's persecution. Zhao Wu held on until 3 years ago when Wang Angua threatened his daughter, forcing him to leave. He had intended to take Ling Feng with him, but Wang Angua obstructed him, claiming Zhao Wu coveted the inheritance. Helpless, Zhao Wu left, secretly taking care of Ling Feng over the years. Originally, Zhao Wu planned to take Ling Feng away once he inherited the estate. However, a beast tide hit his city at a critical moment, and a new divine realm needed exploration. In the chaos, he forgot Ling Feng's birthday until he received news and hurriedly investigated, only to discover the embezzlement of the inheritance. Seeing Ling Feng's current achievements, Zhao Wu was overjoyed. Ling Feng took the opportunity to suggest, Uncle Zhao, I've thought about it. I don't have time for the position of Grand Commander right now, but you're the perfect fit. We can bring back those uncles from before. Zhao Wu's heart stirred, not for the position, but for the chance to bring back his former comrades. He had trained furiously over the years, hoping one day to crush Wang Angua and avenge his brothers. Let's put the Grand Commander position aside for now, Zhao Wu laughed. But since that old dog Wang is dead, there's no need for us to hide anymore. I'll notify them to return. They've probably been waiting a long time. Ling Feng agreed. Exactly, I'll come back before heading to the Xiantian Divine Realm to have a good gathering with you all. It's been ages since I've seen Uncle Wang, Uncle Li, and Brother Zhang. You definitely have to come back, Zhao Wu said excitedly. Let them see a martial master under 20. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Shuya is also attending Imperial Capital University, thanks to the purple divine oracle stone Ling Xian gave me. Shuya was quite lucky to have awakened a purple trait, earning her a special admission to the Imperial Capital University. Zhao Wu, somewhat helpless, reminded Ling Feng. When you get to the university, take care of this girl. Her personality is nothing like mine. She's very reckless. Ling Feng couldn't help but think. Who else would she take after if not you? But he nodded in agreement. Of course, leave Shuya to me. He recalled the carefree yet extremely cute girl who had always been like his shadow. Although she had a violent streak, her appearance was in stark contrast to her personality. After bidding farewell to Zhao Wu, Ling Feng headed to the Oracle Alliance and found Xikong Shuyan's office. As he entered, he overheard Xikong Shuyan complaining to Xikong Zhen. All right, I know. You're so annoying, Dad. I'm not going to be swept away by some blonde guy. Besides, who here would dare try? Both immediately noticed Ling Feng's arrival. Ling Feng awkwardly cleared his throat. Did I come at a bad time? Xikong Shuyan's expression softened upon seeing Ling Feng. You're just in time. I needed to talk to you. She handed him a black card. This is the inventory list from the Wang family, totaling 68.7 billion. But since you need the money urgently, the process price is 60 billion. The entire amount is on this credit card. Ling Feng's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, President. He thought to himself that 60 billion was enough to upgrade 6 golden traits. Xikongzhen also handed him another card. This matter was due to our military's oversight. I've conducted a thorough investigation and imprisoned everyone involved. Here's 40 billion as compensation from the military. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled. Really? That's great news. He calculated that with the 2 purple trait oracle stones he got from Wang Tong, valued at 1 trillion, he now had a total of 2 trillion funds. He could upgrade all silver traits to gold at once. However, he needed a lot of green oracle stones, which he could only purchase gradually once he reached the capital. Suddenly remembering something, Ling Feng said, "About the chief commander position, I've thought it over. I probably won't have time in the next few years. So I think it's better to find someone more suitable for the role. How about Zhao Wu? He has the strength and character, and he was the deputy commander before. If it weren't for Wang Ong was meddling, he would have been the chief commander by now." Xikongzhen laughed. "Yes, I've reviewed his records, and he is indeed suitable. Let's appoint him. As for you, since you've decided to go to the Xiantian Divine Realm this year, focus on improving your skills. The assessments there are perilous, and if you do enter the realm, it's even more dangerous. You could be killed and have your traits plundered, so stay vigilant." Ling Feng nodded seriously. "I understand, Chairman. I'm more afraid of dying than anyone." After that, Xikongzhen patted Ling Feng on the shoulder. "Good, then let's set off." Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped Ling Feng. The office window of Xikong Shiyun burst open, and Ling Feng along with Xikongzhen shot into the sky, rapidly flying out. From behind came Xikong Shiyun's exasperated shout. "You old man, are you in such a rush to reincarnate? Can't you use the door?" The sky was clear as Ling Feng sat inside the aircraft, gazing down at the rapidly passing scenery below. This was his first flight, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Although he possessed the Vermilion Bird's divine fire and the 9 Heavens' divine thunder, which enabled him to fly independently, it wasn't the right time to reveal these powerful abilities. After all, it's always wise to keep a few cards up one's sleeve. Ling Feng's thoughts drifted back to the previous battle. The 2 abilities that emerged from Wang Tong had caught his attention, especially the Divine Might. The effect of enhancing all attributes was undoubtedly the most valuable. He quietly planned that once he reached the capital, he must find a way to acquire this ability. If he could combine it with his current abilities, his combat power would surely see a qualitative leap. As for the other ability, Collapse, a rare destructive element, Ling Feng knew little about it. He made a mental note to study it thoroughly once he returned. While Ling Feng was lost in thought, Xikongzhen suddenly asked, "Ling Feng, did you happen to acquire a collapse ability? I received feedback from the Alliance store yesterday." Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I got it unexpectedly when I killed Wang Tong." He briefly explained Wang Tong's other green ability, Shatter, which, though seemingly ordinary, was actually quite formidable. However, in comparison, Divine Might was of greater value. Upon hearing this, Xikongzhen immediately commented that both abilities were quite impressive. He specifically reminded Ling Feng that, as someone who specialized in the collapse ability, he understood its value well. Combined with the Divine Might ability, the price of this purple oracle stone would at least double, so it shouldn't be sold cheaply. Ling Feng was shocked to hear about the price doubling. Doubling means 2 trillion? Is the Federation store really that greedy? He couldn't help but grumble, also calculating whether he had previously lost a significant amount. Xikongzhen explained that the Blue Water Stars Federation store branch could offer a maximum price of 1 trillion. To get a higher price, he would have to sell it to other planets, but the payment process could take 7 to 8 days or even longer. Ling Feng realized this and was glad he hadn't rushed to sell. Xikongzhen offered to help find a buyer, ensuring that the funds would be transferred within 5 days. Without hesitation, Ling Feng handed over the purple oracle stone to Xikongzhen. Seeing Ling Feng's decisiveness, Xikongzhen couldn't resist teasing. "Aren't you worried I might embezzle it? That's 2 trillion, after all. Trust those you use, and use those you trust," Ling Feng declared with a touch of boldness in his voice. This statement caused Xikongzhen's mouth to twitch slightly clearly. The phrase was a bit off, but he efficiently gathered his belongings. "I'll transfer the funds to you within 5 days. If there's any delay, I'll cover it first," Xikongzhen said seriously. "Thank you, Chairman," Ling Feng replied with a smile, then set off with Xikongzhen. As a martial venerable level fighter, Xikongzhen's flying speed was astonishing. The journey of over 10,000 kilometers was completed in just over an hour. Along the way, several beast kings and fifth-tier fierce beasts tried to block them, but Xikongzhen effortlessly defeated them from thousands of meters away. Watching those beasts turn into blood mist and vanish, Ling Feng gained a deeper understanding of the collapse skill. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but it was also impressively cool. "I must find a way to learn that move," Ling Feng resolved quietly. Soon, a magnificent city appeared on the horizon. This was the location of the Imperial Capital University, covering an area with a diameter of over 700 kilometers and home to billions of people. In the city center stood a massive academy, with the most striking feature being the towering Qianlong Tower. Is that the Qianlong Tower? Ling Feng asked curiously. Yes, Xikongzhen explained. The Qianlong Tower was built at the cost of hundreds of trillions, with the help of numerous 7th-tier formation masters and weapon masters. Inside, there are 100 divine realm areas. Your father still holds the record inside the tower, unbeaten by anyone. Hearing about the investment of hundreds of trillions, Ling Feng was astounded. This amount could buy dozens of silver divine oracle stones. But constructing the Qianlong Tower had nurtured numerous strong individuals, proving to be a worthwhile long-term investment. Under Xikongzhen's guidance, Ling Feng arrived at the exclusive estate of the Qianlong class. This is where you'll live. Classes start tomorrow. Xikongzhen handed Ling Feng a token. This is your student token, which allows you to freely choose martial arts up to the 6th tier in the library. Remember, the best choice is what suits you the most. You'll be notified if there's anything you need to know. Ling Feng nodded in agreement and carefully put away the token. After Xikongzhen finished his instructions, he took off into the sky. Just as Ling Feng was about to enter the estate, an elderly man emerged from the villa, followed by several maids. You must be Ling Feng. I am your estate manager and guardian. You can call me Old Zhou. The elderly man said with a smile. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed as he sensed that the man was actually a martial lord of the 4th level. Imperial Capital University, as the top academy on Blue Water Star, was founded by the first-generation chairman and has a history spanning thousands of years. It not only gathers all martial venerable level instructors, but is also a dream school for countless individuals. Admission requirements are extremely stringent. A minimum blue level skill is needed, and candidates must reach at least the bronze 1st level during the entrance exams. Besides regular classes, there is the more elite Qianlong class, with even stricter requirements. A minimum of a purple level skill or a blue level skill combined with a martial king level or above. In this era, divine oracle stones are expensive, and many geniuses come from wealthy families. For ordinary people, the only chance to enter Imperial Capital University is to awaken a natural skill. This innate ability, which doesn't occupy a skill slot, is a hope for commoners to rise, much like Ling Feng's infinite skill. Without this opportunity, society might have long succumbed to unrest due to the wealth gap. Wow, the treatment for students in the Qianlong class is truly surprising. But on second thought, it makes sense. Mr. Zhou's job is basically a part-time butler and bodyguard, serving a Qianlong class student every 4 years. These students are at least future martial lords, and some might even become martial sovereigns. There aren't many powerful butlers like Mr. Zhou, and it seems only Ling Feng can enjoy such privileges. Thinking of this, Ling Feng smiled slightly. Haha, no need to be so polite, Ling Feng. By the way, here's a high-energy potion left for you by Master Lu, specially made to enhance strength. Let me know once you've finished it, and I'll get more from Master Lu. Mr. Zhou said with a smile, handing a purpler potion to Ling Feng. A high-energy potion? So generous? Just drink it. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this potion is refined from the essence of at least a few 6th-level fierce beasts, containing energy equivalent to at least 100 high-grade nutritional supplements, and costing over 3 billion. He couldn't help but be amazed at the reward Sky Shuyan mentioned. The treatment is indeed exceptional. This high-energy potion's energy is extremely gentle. Even someone at the Martial Emperor level wouldn't have to worry, though it might take some time to digest. With the purple Devourer trait's absorption speed, it should last over a month. Mr. Zhou explained, feeling astonished himself. The high-energy potion is the most advanced potion Blue Water Star can produce, and Ling Feng can drink it freely. Got it. Ling Feng nodded, thinking that while the purple trait takes a month to digest, he can finish it in 3 days. The silver trait's digestion speed is 10 times faster than the purple one, and after drinking this, his level could directly rise to Martial Lord, possibly reaching the 3rd tier. It seems everything is well planned. But if I go for another dose in 3 days, won't they think I'm selling it? Ling Feng was a bit troubled, wondering if he should reveal the secret of his silver Devour trait. Never mind, moderation is key. He decided to buy more with his own money after finishing this one since he wasn't short of those billions. With this in mind, Ling Feng drank the high-energy potion in front of Mr. Zhou. Boom. Instantly, a vast and gentle power spread from his abdomen, continuously flowing. Even though he didn't activate his full Devour power, only using a 10th, his vitality was rapidly increasing. This high-energy potion is indeed a masterpiece. Ling Feng couldn't help but praise. Yes, Master Lu is an old martial sovereign whom even the speaker respects. Plus, with his 6th-level alchemist status, Master Lu is undoubtedly the most prestigious person on Blue Water Star. Mr. Zhou said with admiration. Lu Lao is already a few hundred years old, while they are just juniors in comparison. Alchemists are indeed formidable, but what kind of talent does it take to learn that? Ling Yin stood in front of the library, his gaze sweeping over the 3 bold characters etched like sword strokes, and he felt a surge of anticipation. He had followed Elder Zhou here to choose suitable cultivation techniques, and martial skills to remedy his greatest weakness. As he stepped into the library, Ling Yin was captivated by the scene before him. Dozens of students stood quietly in a spacious, pristine white room, eyes slightly closed, fingers tapping the air as if operating an invisible interface. The moment he entered the room, a virtual projection suddenly appeared before him, his biointelligence automatically connecting to the library system. "Hello, I am the library assistant," a calm electronic voice announced. "Your identity as a Qianlong class student has been detected. All books are freely accessible. Please enter the type of martial arts or books you wish to search for." After a moment's thought, Ling Yin asked, "Are there any techniques that incorporate both fire and lightning elements?" His skill set happened to include these two elements, and combining them would surely enhance his combat abilities significantly. Beep. The system responded swiftly. "After searching, the following techniques are suitable for you. Please take a look." Descriptions of various fire and lightning techniques appeared in sequence. The first one caught Ling Yan's attention: Thunderfire Body Refining Technique, a 6th-tier low-grade technique. It not only significantly speeds up physical refinement, but also allows the conversion of Thunderfire energy at mastery, with impressive power augmentation. However, it was the last technique that truly captivated Ling Yan: Heavenly Fire Divine Firmament Technique, a 6th-tier high-grade technique. Its uniqueness lay in its ability to increase in tier with the user's skill level. With 2 golden skill sets, the technique could even reach an 8th-tier high-grade level. A spark of excitement flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. He recalled his golden skill sets, Alchemist and Flame Power, and he had already made his choice. This Heavenly Fire Divine Firmament technique could not only enhance his combat abilities while he pursued alchemy, but might also help him become a true powerhouse in the future. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yin tapped his finger to select the Heavenly Fire Divine Firmament technique. With the system's confirmation tone, a detailed introduction of the technique unfolded before him. Ling Yin read intently, already planning his future cultivation strategy in his mind. Ling Feng stood in the library's martial arts section, his eyes fixed on a technique manual named Celestial Blaze Technique. This technique had 2 golden attributes, instantly marking it as a top-tier 8th-grade manual. Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement. He knew that techniques of this caliber were typically reserved for martial emperors. After careful study, Ling Feng realized that this technique seemed tailor-made for him. While its power matched that of an 8th-grade top tier, its difficulty level was only comparable to a 6th-grade top tier. More importantly, Ling Feng's unique ability to upgrade attributes meant he could potentially harness this technique to its fullest extent. Just as Ling Feng was about to make his selection, the librarian suddenly spoke up. "It has been detected that you are about to choose a flawed technique. Do you wish to proceed?" Ling Feng was taken aback and asked, "What flaw?" The librarian explained. "Though this technique is a 6th-grade top tier, its cultivation difficulty exceeds that of a typical 7th-grade middle-tier technique, and it has extremely harsh prerequisites." After hearing the explanation, Ling Feng actually felt relieved. For him, these so-called flaws were not an issue at all. Without hesitation, he confirmed his choice. Immediately, an overwhelming amount of information about the Celestial Blaze technique flooded Ling Feng's mind. This information included comprehensive cultivation methods and even shortcuts left by past masters. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of technology, which significantly reduced learning time through this knowledge infusion. Next, Ling Feng turned to the spear technique section. He quickly zeroed in on a 6th-grade top-tier spear technique called sky splitting. This technique was divided into 5 stages, each significantly enhancing its power. Ling Feng decisively chose this spear technique, and the related training methods were promptly infused into his mind. Standing in the martial arts section, Ling Feng quietly contemplated. He understood well that choosing techniques wasn't just about their grade. One must also consider the cultivation difficulty and personal conditions. For him, these 2 techniques were excellent choices, perfectly aligning with his special abilities. Ling Feng's lips curved into a slight smile, filled with anticipation for his future cultivation journey. Under the powerful comprehension enhanced by his silver-level talents in marksmanship and martial arts, Ling Feng felt he had grasped the basics within minutes. His fingers trembled slightly, as if he had uncovered some secret. Ling Feng thought to himself that he might master this martial skill to perfection within days, an astonishing pace indeed. Feeling accomplished, Ling Feng left the library, accompanied by old Zhou back to the manor. Eagerly, Ling Feng began to refine the high-energy potion within his body, emitting a faint glow as he rapidly absorbed its power. Time flew by, and night fell. Suddenly, a notification shattered the plans of students who had just finished their college entrance exams and were ready to celebrate. Notice: Imperial Capital University will start the semester a month early this year, and admissions will be completed by 10 p.m. tonight. All candidates are urged to log into their acceptance portals to check their admission status. This mandatory notification spread instantly to all students who took the exam, causing a stir across Blue Water Star. On the forums, discussions erupted. What? Starting a month early? Isn't that tomorrow? Exam today, school tomorrow, what's going on? Is there a major event at Imperial Capital University? Come on, it's Imperial Capital University. What's that got to do with us? Who says it doesn't? Our city's university said it's starting early too, trying to keep up with Imperial Capital University. I'm done. I'm in the same boat. Apparently, all universities are finalizing admissions today. Great. I just signed up for a summer job, and now I have to pay 1,000 in breach fees. However, only the most powerful legislators on Blue Water Star knew the truth. During the day, Sikong Jun brought news that Ling Feng would be participating in the selection for the heavenly chosen domain this year. Initially, they thought it was absurd, but upon learning Ling Feng had a purple-level talent in marksmanship, everyone fell silent. This meant his combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary people, and while the chance of selection was slim, it was still about 70 to 80% likely. Thus, they unanimously decided to start the semester early, all to accommodate Ling Feng. Meanwhile, in Luoyun City, the Zhao family, Zhao Wu was advising his daughter, a ponytailed girl with a cherubic face, "Daughter, with school starting early tomorrow, make sure you behave at Imperial Capital University and don't cause any trouble." Zhao Shia impatiently urged, I know, you've said it a million times. Come on, let's go already. School starts tomorrow morning, and I don't want to be the last one there, or all the good dorms will be taken." Zhao Wu shook his head helplessly but quickly ushered Zhao Shia onto the aircraft, speeding towards the imperial capital. The aircraft cut through the night sky, leaving a faint trail of light, heralding the exciting campus life that awaited. Not only them, but students from the Imperial University across all regions of Blue Water Star also set off overnight. Freshmen had their start dates moved up, and returning students were no exception. Some had just returned home for a day before being called back to school, and complaints were rampant. Fortunately, the university provided chartered flight tickets and subsidies, which somewhat alleviated the students' dissatisfaction. Ling Feng spent the entire night in the training room, refining a high-energy potion. As dawn broke, he opened his eyes and slowly stood up. In an instant, his entire body emitted a series of sounds like thunderclaps, with his muscles and bones cracking loudly, deafeningly. If an ordinary person were nearby, their eardrums might have been shattered. At this moment, Ling Feng's vital energy had surged to over 8,000, reaching the late stage of the martial monarch realm. He stretched his body, feeling the immense power of tens of millions of kilograms within him, and couldn't help but marvel. Is this the strength of the late martial monarch stage? It's so much stronger than before. Now, with a single punch, I could destroy a skyscraper with just the force of the wind. Suddenly, Ling Feng remembered that today was the day for new students to register, and he hadn't completed his enrollment procedures yet. He quickly left the training room and coincidentally met Zhou Lao, who had been waiting for some time. "Young master, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat?" Zhou Lao asked respectfully. Ling Feng shook his head and said, "No need. Take me to see the school." Zhou Lao nodded in agreement and handed Ling Feng a black badge. "Young master, this is your battle armor for the Qianlong class." Ling Feng took the badge and pressed it to his chest. With a buzz, the badge rapidly transformed, and a set of nano armor instantly covered his body. This fourth-grade top-tier armor looked almost identical to the black martial armor gifted by Ling Xian, except it lacked the purplered runes of the black martial armor. Zhou Lao explained. This was modified to resemble the black martial armor. The black martial armor originates from an ancient inheritance secret realm on our Blue Water Star. Although it's only 4th grade, each set is worth 1 billion and is highly sought after throughout the Xiantian galaxy. Interestingly, that secret realm was opened by a student from our school, and it said that he possesses a master version of the black martial armor that can self-upgrade, valued higher than ordinary 7th grade armor. Someone once offered trillions to buy it, but Ling Xian wasn't tempted. As Elder Zhou slowly explained, before he could finish, Ling Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Template? What was that student's name? Elder Zhou's face took on a reminiscent look. Ling Xian. He was the first student I ever mentored. His talent surpassed mine in just a few years. At this point, he scrutinized Ling Feng. However, now that you mention it, you and Ling Xian do share some resemblance. Ling Feng, Ling Xian, even the last name is the same. Ling Feng's expression turned serious, and he straightforwardly said, Ling Xian is my father. The template battle armor you're talking about, is it this one? As he spoke, he quickly removed the standard-issue black martial armor from the school and lightly tapped his black glove. Buzz! Instantly, a surge of nanoliquid rushed over Ling Feng's body like a tide. In a flash, a more formidable black armor enveloped him, its surface shimmering with purplish red runes. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The original black martial armor's emblem was engulfed by the liquid from the template armor, and the purple runes spread like vines. Beep! Black martial armor, commencing upgrade. An icy mechanical voice echoed in Ling Feng's mind. The template black martial armor began to transform gradually, the runes becoming increasingly intricate and the details sharper. the armor's strength and weapon power significantly enhanced. Elder Zhou exclaimed, "It really is the template black martial armor, but it's not Ling Xian's set. It's a new one." He explained, when Ling Xian left the school, his black martial armor had already reached the 6th tier. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. It really can upgrade. This black martial armor is currently a lower 5th tier. The upgrade method seems to involve absorbing ordinary black martial armors. Elder Zhou sighed. Yes, it can upgrade, but the cost is enormous. Back then, Ling Xian absorbed 100 sets just to barely reach the 6th tier, costing a full 100 billion, enough to buy a top-tier 6th-tier armor. That's quite expensive. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. But maybe there are other ways to enhance it. For now, a lower 5th tier will suffice. Then, Ling Feng retracted the black martial armor into his right hand and followed Elder Zhou to the gathering place for the Qianlong class. Under the Qianlong Tower, many students gathered curiously outside the energy barrier, watching the group of proud freshmen from the Qianlong class within. Each one was a future martial sect powerhouse, with a few even having the potential to become martial lords. The family backgrounds of these students were all extraordinarily prominent, as just one purple oracle stone was worth billions, unattainable for ordinary wealthy families. In a corner, a twin-tailed girl, as beautiful as a fairy with a pure aura, attracted the attention of many young masters. She looked around and softly asked, "Wasn't the little madman supposed to come too? Why isn't he here yet?" Someone nearby quietly inquired, "Young Master Liu, whose family is this girl from? She seems unfamiliar." "Wow, she's stunning. Way better than any of those so-called campus beauties I've seen." In the corner, a scrawny boy's eyes lit up as he stared intently at Zhao Shuya. He eagerly turned to share his excitement with the person next to him, only to find Lu Xiao already entranced. "Lu Xiao, what's up with you?" He quickly shook Lu Ning's shoulder. "Huh? What?" Lu Ning snapped back to reality, a blush spreading across his face. "No way, Lu Xiao, are you in love? Your face is so red." The scrawny boy exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. Everyone knew Lu Ning boasted about his romantic conquests, claiming to have a new girl every day in high school. In reality, he was all talk, never even having held a girl's hand. His father, Lu Denong, was the real deal, a big shot in the northeastern region and a martial arts master. Lu Neng was definitely a pampered heir. Lu Neng perked up at the idea, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Is this what falling in love feels like? This girl is mine. Anyone who dares look at her, I'll beat them up. Feeling the thrill of love for the first time, Lu Neng waved his hand with authority. He then quickly slicked back his greasy hair with spit, grinning in a way he thought was charming, but was actually creepy, ready to make his move. However, someone beat him to it. "Miss, I'm Luo Yong from the Luo family in the capital. Would I have the honor of taking you out for dinner tonight?" A chubby man with a round face appeared in front of Zhao Shuya, magically producing a bouquet of flowers. "Whoa, Lu Xiao, someone's stealing your girl." The scrawny boy gasped. "Cough, cough, that's Luo family's eldest. Can't mess with him." Lu Ning instantly backed down at the sight of Luo Yong. He knew well that his father couldn't compete with Luo Yong's grandfather, a martial arts master of the highest order. "Wow, Lu Xiao, are you really that scared?" The scrawny boy was speechless, but he understood. The capital city was a different world. "Are you talking to me?" Zhao Shia asked, surprised as she looked around. "Yes, only a beautiful lady like you deserves to dine with me," Luo Yong said confidently, his eyes full of self-assurance. "Oh, that's unfortunate. You're too ugly. I'm afraid it might ruin my appetite." Zhao Shi's blunt response left Luo Yong frozen in place. The onlookers were stunned, but seeing Luo Yong's face, layered with fat, they couldn't help but agree with her assessment. You dare insult me." Luo Yong's face darkened, having never been humiliated before. "I didn't insult you. I was just stating a fact. But if it hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. I tend to speak frankly." Zhao Shia quickly explained, her face showing genuine apology. Yet, her demeanor and words only made Luo Yong's vision go black with anger. "Apologize? You witch, I'll kill you." Enraged, Luo Yong swung a punch at Zhao Shia. As his fist flew, it suddenly expanded 100-fold, transforming into a massive fist. "That's the giant expansion ability. It can enlarge any part of the body," someone exclaimed in the crowd. "I heard Luo Yong has a purple giant expansion ability. During the college entrance exam, he turned into a 10-meter giant and delivered a punch with 2 million kilograms of force, even at just the first level of silver. This girl is doomed. Sigh, offending the Luo family, no matter her talent. Her future looks grim." The crowd sighed, worried for Zhao Shi's fate. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the Qianlong Tower grew tense. Luo Yong's enlarged fist, like a small mountain, came whistling towards Zhao Shuya. The surrounding students held their breath, their eyes full of regret. Yet, facing this seemingly unstoppable blow, Zhao Shuya merely extended a slender finger. Boom! After a deafening crash, everyone stared wide-eyed. The fist that seemed impossible to stop was effortlessly blocked by Zhao Shuya. Luo Yong, a possessor of the purple entry and a silver second heaven level, was undoubtedly among the top 3 super geniuses in this year's Qianlong class. However, his full-strength attack was neutralized by what appeared to be a frail young girl with just one finger. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Zhao Shuya lightly flicked her finger. In an instant, a terrifying force swept over Luo Yong's fist. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Luo Yong's fist shattered, the cracks extending up his arm. Blood spurted from his skin like a fountain, causing the surrounding geniuses to retreat in fright. "Ah, my hand!" Luo Yong wailed in agony, stumbling backward. His enlarged hand shrank rapidly but was already utterly ruined, needing at least a week to heal even if treated. Zhao Shuya disdainfully wiped her finger and said coolly, "Your strength is so weak." The scene made those around involuntarily swallow hard. A frail boy nearby whispered to Lu Nong, "Lu Xiao, I think this girl is out of your league." Lu Ning nodded in agreement, clearly not wanting to follow in Luo Yong's footsteps. "You BTCH, how dare you attack me, I'll kill you." Luo Yong roared, charging at Zhao Shuya again. However, at that moment, a gunshot pierced the sky. A black spear tore through the void like lightning, instantly piercing Luo Yong's chest. He had no time to react before being carried away by the spear, slamming into the ground 100 meters away, pinned dead. This sudden turn of events caused the pupils of the Qianlong class geniuses to contract sharply. A boy who had been silent in the corner suddenly opened his eyes and looked gravely towards the outside of the Qianlong Tower. "Kill? With that kind of strength, you think you can kill someone? Who gave you that courage?" A calm voice reached everyone's ears. Following that, a boy walked through the barrier of the Qianlong Tower and entered. All eyes were drawn to this suddenly appearing boy. Their first reaction was, how can he be so handsome? Standing at a perfect height of 1.85 meters, with a proud demeanor and strikingly handsome features, he instantly made the hearts of many talented girls skip a beat. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Shuya's eyes lit up. "Little madman." She ran over excitedly and, to everyone's amazement, jumped directly onto the boy. "Little madman, you finally came. That fat guy bullied me." Zhao Shuya pouted, showing no concern about causing trouble for Ling Feng. Despite Zhao Shuya's appearance of a young girl, she was actually around 1.7 meters tall with an excellent figure. Her softness pressed against Ling Feng's chest, making him feel a bit flustered. "You little brat, who would dare bully you?" Ling Feng helplessly took Zhao Shuya down from him. "Hang on a bit longer, and my little brother will protest." Zhao Shuya persisted. "I don't care, you promised to marry me. So if someone bullies me, you have to beat them up for me." Zhao Shuya let out a cold snort, and as soon as she finished speaking, the male classmates around her felt their hearts break. This newly met goddess was actually getting married, leaving them standing there, looking dejected and unsure of what to do. Ling Feng shook his head helplessly, thinking that this girl was becoming more and more aggressive, so perhaps it was best to let it go. Zhao Shuya heard him and nodded, seemingly agreeing with his thoughts. "I was just a little late, and now there's a fight. You young people are so impulsive, you'll never achieve greatness like this." Her voice carried a hint of exasperation. However, at that moment, an ethereal voice echoed from the sky, and everyone looked up curiously to see an old man with an immortal-like aura riding a sword towards them, leaving the crowd in awe. Ling Feng was shocked, wondering how a scene of cultivating immortality could appear in this futuristic world. The old man landed steadily, and the flying sword in his hand instantly sheathed itself. Stroking his white beard, the old man smiled and said, "Students, I am Qing Xuanji, your martial arts instructor." "He's Qing Xuanji," someone exclaimed in surprise, realizing the legend was true. "What legend?" Another classmate asked, puzzled. "Don't you know? Qing Xuanji's real name is Zhao Xianqing. He was obsessed with cultivation novels in middle school and later unexpectedly awakened a talent, becoming a spiritual master with a purple entry. Since then, he's dressed like a cultivator, and his flying sword technique is actually telekinesis. It's said he has a move called 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect, which can command 10,000 swords to attack super cool. Plus, he's the president of our Blue Water Star Cultivation Guild, ranking in the top 3 in combat power on the entire planet." "Wow, he's that powerful." The surrounding students marveled, deeply impressed. Ling Feng was intrigued, having heard that innate entries have a trait that manifests according to a person's obsession. Although real cultivation isn't possible in this world, spiritual masters appear much like cultivators to others. At that moment, a black spear that had been stuck in the ground near Luo Yong suddenly flew up and landed in Qing Xuanji's hand. "Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. Fighting is detrimental to the way of heaven. Cultivating oneself is the true path," Qing Xuanji said sternly to Ling Feng before tossing the spear back to him. Ling Feng caught it, and the spear transformed into nanomaterials, merging into his glove. "The master is right. I'll restrain myself in the future," Ling Feng replied with a smile. Qing Xuanji felt quite pleased to be addressed as a master, a slight smile forming on his lips. Yes, yes, yes. A teachable young man. See, this is a good kid." The students present couldn't help but twitch at this conversation. "All right, Today is your first day of school, so get to know each other. Starting tomorrow, we'll officially begin classes. Qing Xuanji's voice resonated in the air. Qing Xuanji stroked his beard and announced the entry rules for the new students of the Qianlong class. As per tradition, all new students must attempt the Qianlong Tower. If you fail to pass the 20th floor, you'll be expelled from the class. As soon as he finished speaking, the assembled prodigy's eyes widened, their expressions turning serious. Support roles are exempt, but report in advance, Qing Xuanji added, urging, anyone else need to register a support role? If not, get into the tower quickly. I still have alchemy to attend to. At that moment, one of Luo Yong's followers hurriedly spoke up, Teacher Qing Xuanji, it seems Luo Yong can't participate. Qing Xuanji responded without hesitation. Then he's out of the Qianlong class. Who told him to pick fights recklessly? When we get back, I'll give that kid a good lesson. His words left everyone stunned. Although Luo Yong was the grandson of a martial arts master, being expelled from the Qianlong class would significantly impact his future prospects. As for whether Luo Yong's grandfather would cause trouble for Qing Xuanji, that was unlikely after all. He was Qing Xuanji's disciple and not as powerful as his master. Everyone noted Qing Xuanji's eagerness to return to alchemy and silently acknowledged that their teacher was indeed an alchemy fanatic. Without further comment, they all entered the towering Qianlong Tower. Ling Feng gazed at the towering Qianlong Tower that seemed to reach the sky, pondering to himself, I wonder how many floors I can reach. Zhao Xia stood on tiptoe and patted Ling Feng's shoulder. Little madman, I'm going in first. Let's see who gets to a higher floor. Do your best. With that, she walked into the tower with her hands clasped behind her back. Watching Zhao Xia's retreating figure, Ling Feng was deep in thought. This girl seemed unusual. The strength she displayed when she effortlessly defeated Luo Yong was not something a first-level silver talent should possess. Oh well, I'll ask her about it later, Ling Feng thought, shaking his head as he strode towards the Qianlong Tower. The Qianlong Tower covered a diameter of 1 kilometer and stood 10,000 meters high, exuding a majestic aura. Inside, there were 100 floors, but only a few had ever passed the 60th floor, and those who managed to get beyond the 70th were extremely rare. The current record was held by Ling Xian, who reached the 93rd floor, a staggering achievement compared to the second place. As Ling Feng stepped into the tower, he felt the world spin around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desert surrounded by endless yellow sand. This must be one of the 100 small divine realm spaces within the Qianlong Tower, Ling Feng speculated. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped him, and Ling Feng was instantly immobilized. He felt his cultivation level being forcibly suppressed, eventually stabilizing at the first level of the bronze realm, with only 10 points of vital energy remaining. So this is the power of a 7th level array? I can't resist it at all. 7th level, truly terrifying. Ling Feng was shocked, yet also filled with anticipation for the challenge ahead. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel as the trial of the Qianlong Tower was about to begin. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. You have entered the first level of the Qianlong Tower. The trial is about to start. You need to defeat all opponents. Ling Feng thought to himself, is it really that simple? I wonder how strong the opponents will be. Just as he pondered, a ripple appeared in the void. About a dozen meters away, a rift opened, and a fierce beast, 4 to 5 meters tall, leapt out, landing with a thunderous roar. Surveying the beast, Ling Feng understood. Its strength isn't formidable, just a second-tier, 1-star beast. For ordinary people, it would be a fearsome creature, requiring 7 or 8 people to handle. It seems the initial levels are just warm-ups. No wonder they say if you can't pass the 20th level, you'll be expelled from the Qianlong class. He raised his right hand, a bolt of lightning forming at his fingertips. With a crack, the lightning shot forth, instantly reducing the beast to charred remains. Congratulations, you have passed the first level. The voice sounded again. As space rippled, Ling Feng's figure disappeared, reappearing in a forest. Suddenly, a hiss erupted, and a giant python, over 30 meters long and as thick as a barrel, lunged at him. With a casual flick, the python exploded into cinders. Second tier, 2-star. Interesting. Ling Feng's interest was piqued. Space fluctuated once more, and Ling Feng found himself on a grassland. 100 meters away, a 5-ma turtle yak was grazing. Upon seeing Ling Feng, its eyes turned red and it charged madly. Second tier, 3-star. Does each level increase by 1 rank? Ling Feng mused, pointing his finger, sending lightning that caused the yak to explode violently. Ling Feng swiftly advanced through levels 4 to 9, facing beasts ranging from second tier, 4-star to second tier, 9-star. At the 10th level, as he expected, the opponent was a 3rd tier, 1-star beast. From the 11th level onward, the number of opponents increased. 2 beasts on the 11th level, 3 on the 12th, up to 10 on the 19th, all maintaining a 3rd tier, 1-star level. Ling Feng effortlessly dispatched them all. At the 20th level, the opponent's level rose to 3rd tier, 2-star. Ling Feng realized, so that's how it is. With each level, the opponent's overall combat power doubles. The 30th level would be 30 times the combat power of a 3rd tier, 3-star, and the 90th level should be 3rd tier, 9-star. Then, the 100th level must be the realm of a golden 1st tier martial emperor. With this thought, Ling Feng furrowed his brow. His realm was suppressed to the bronze 1st tier, requiring him to surpass 2 major realms, making the trial incredibly daunting. Does that mean my father's overall combat power was over 90 times that of the same level? Ling Feng pondered deeply. Ling Xian raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind. An 80-fold increase in combat power was no ordinary figure. To put it in perspective, a 20-fold increase is comparable to a silver tier, while an 80-fold increase surpasses even the power of a gold tier. However, he quickly realized that this calculation was overly simplistic. We also need to consider the enhancements from techniques and martial skills. Ling Xian muttered to himself. He quickly ran through the calculations in his head. A purple tier can boost combat power by at least 10-fold, with the more powerful ones reaching 13 or 14 times. To achieve an 80-fold increase, the techniques and martial skills only need to provide a 6-fold boost. A 6-fold boost. Ling Xian squinted, which means mastering all 5th-tier supreme techniques and martial skills to perfection, or becoming proficient in 6th-tier supreme ones. He couldn't help but chuckle, as these goals seemed like a pipe dream for a college student who had awakened his tier for less than 4 years. Of course, if one possessed weapon-related tiers or a tier like Shenwu that enhanced all attributes, achieving a comprehensive 80-fold increase wouldn't be difficult, even with just green or blue tiers. But this was only true for anomalies like Ling Xian. For ordinary people, a purple tier was already the limit. No wonder others could only reach 50 or 60 levels at most. Thinking of this, Ling Xian couldn't help but smile. It seems passing through this hidden dragon tower isn't such a daunting task, he calculated. As long as he obtained a tier like Shenwu, he could easily pass through. After all, a purple Shenwu tier could enhance all attributes by 4-fold, and if it were silver or even gold, the boost would be even more terrifying. At that point, an increase of 100-fold combat power, or even 7 or 800-fold, wouldn't be out of reach. Ling Xian's heart raced with excitement. His base power boost was already 20-fold, and with the enhancement from his spear skills, it was a total of 40-fold. With just these 2 tiers, he could clear 40 levels. Adding techniques, martial skills, and other powerful tiers, he could easily pass through now. However, Ling Xian wasn't in a hurry to try. Since I'm here, why not see how far I can go using just pure spear skills? He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and made a gripping motion with his right hand. Buzz! A long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. Although his spear technique Sky Splitter was already at a proficient level, Ling Xian wasn't satisfied with that. He aimed for perfection and even wanted to rely on his talent to elevate its level. Now was the perfect opportunity. With a ripple in the space, a 3rd tier, 2-star fierce beast suddenly appeared before Ling Xian. The moment it saw him, it roared and charged. Ling Xian wasted no words, tapping his foot as his figure moved like lightning to face it heat in. At this moment, he deliberately controlled his power, limiting it to the bronze 1st heaven standard. Yet, even so, under the 20-fold spear skill power boost, the fierce beast was instantly slain. Ling Xian didn't even have a chance to try various spear techniques. But he didn't mind. There was plenty of time. The next 10 levels were a breeze for him, with each opponent being instantly defeated. And this was just the result of using the spear skill tier alone, without employing any other tiers. Under the rigorous trials of the 10th level and the enhancement of the silver spear technique entry, this 6th-tier top-notch spear technique rapidly evolved to a mastery level, boosting combat power by an astounding 300. The 30th level unlocked. From then on, Ling Feng focused on honing his spear skills, causing the pace of level progression to slow significantly. Meanwhile, news quickly spread outside, and all the members of the Qianlong class had entered the Qianlong Tower, attracting a large crowd of students outside. Not only were there sophomores, juniors, and seniors, but even 5th-year graduates who hadn't left school were present, surrounding the barrier of the Qianlong Tower completely. As classmates of the Qianlong class, sophomores, juniors, seniors, and graduates could enter the barrier to watch the tower challenge up close. On a huge projection screen, dozens of names flickered, each with a note of how many levels they had reached. Ling Feng wasn't at the top of the list, as he was focusing on refining his spear skills, naturally slower than those rushing through the levels. However, he still ranked in the top 10. The fastest was a young man named Luo Feng, who had already reached the 40th level. Luo Feng, known for awakening a purple tier spiritual mind master entry this year, reportedly had a high-level sword technique entry too, making him a formidable opponent for Ling Feng. The focus was on who could surpass the 50th level. Nearby, with one hand behind his back, Xian Qingzi flew through the air on a sword, stroking his beard and nodding in admiration of this generation's remarkable talent. 2 students might reach the 70th or even 80th level, given their weapon-related entries and innate talents. As for how Luo Feng's sword technique and spiritual mind master abilities combined, it was simple. Using telekinesis to control weapons allowed for a powerful synergy, potentially stronger than direct use. Imagine the power of a flying sword. Qing Xuanzi felt a surge of excitement, considering the potential of discussing the path of cultivation with Luo Feng and developing a technique where 1,000 swords strike in unison, greatly enhanced by his sword technique. The future achievements could be limitless. Meanwhile, the geniuses below expressed their amazement at Luo Feng's rapid progress, wondering if he could reach the 50th level during the novice stage of feat, difficult even in 4 years of university. What kind of entry did Luo Feng possess to have such talent? Not only Luo Feng, but the second place Zhao Xia was also a formidable contender, her speed through the levels equally impressive, with the 50th level within reach. As for Ling Feng, people shouldn't underestimate him. His grandfather mentioned that the early start of this term was related to him, though the specific reason was confidential. Could it be that this kid's talent surpassed even Luo Feng's? In the audience, an elderly man glanced at the ranking board of the Qianlong Tower, his brow slightly furrowed. He whispered to the person beside him, "You came late and missed that kid's performance." At first, he was clearing the levels much faster than Luo Feng, but he slowed down around the 30th floor. Maybe he's holding back on purpose. The old man's words caught the attention of those nearby. Someone exclaimed, "This year's freshmen are truly remarkable, with 3 prodigies emerging at once." To reach beyond the 50th floor before even starting college is something other talents can only dream of. Indeed, reaching the 50th floor is no easy feat without the support of additional attributes. At least a purple attribute is needed. More importantly, both techniques and martial skills must be cultivated to a 4-fold enhancement level. This means that 4th-level techniques and martial skills must reach a level of mastery, which corresponds to the martial emperor realm. In each batch of students, even by their senior year, only about 10 or so manage to reach the martial emperor level. They practice only 4th-level techniques and martial skills. If they were to train in 5th-level ones, it would be even harder. After all, elevating 5th-level techniques and martial skills to proficiency is no easy task. Therefore, the 50th floor becomes a significant barrier. Only a handful of students manage to break through this checkpoint each year. Ling Feng's rapid advancement in techniques and martial skills is mainly attributed to his rare silver talent attribute. Such attributes are extremely precious, with a value comparable to that of purple oracle stones. It's worth noting that even on Blue Water Star, people with blue attributes are rare, let alone purple ones. As time passed, several students were urgently teleported out due to failure. They emerged with varying degrees of injury, with some even on the brink of death, and were immediately taken to medical vehicles by the rescue team. Unfortunately, 1 or 2 were too late to be teleported and emerged as corpses. Although this happens every year, it still caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of those present. Finally, at the end of the first hour, Luo Feng reached the 50th floor. Just over 10 minutes later, Zhao Xia also broke through the 50th floor, causing the crowd to erupt with excitement. With such talent in their freshman year, what heights could they reach by their senior year? Both had the potential to challenge the 70th floor. Their progress continued to climb slowly. Eventually, Luo Feng's advancement stalled at the 57th floor. Clearly, facing 7 opponents, each 50 times stronger than himself, put immense pressure on him. Shortly after, Luo Feng's name dimmed. Accompanied by a hum, a resolute-looking black-haired boy was teleported out. As soon as he appeared, Luo Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, with deep, bone-revealing claw marks evident on his chest. Enduring the pain, Luo Feng immediately checked the rankings. He was indeed in first place, but quickly noticed Zhao Xia was only 1 level behind. That girl is indeed formidable, Luo Feng thought to himself. Then his gaze shifted to Ling Feng's name, and found that he had just reached the 49th floor. Luo Feng frowned, puzzled. Strange, Ling Feng felt much stronger to me. So why is his progress so slow? Luo Feng stood still, a slight frown on his face as a hint of confusion appeared. Just then, a member of the medical team hurried over and handed him a healing potion. Luo Feng, do you need treatment? The team member asked with concern. Luo Feng took the potion and shook his head lightly. I'll wait a bit. With that, he drank the potion in one go, feeling its effects slowly spreading through his body. Seeing that he was fine, the medical team quickly left to attend to other students with more severe injuries. Time passed by, and 10 minutes later, Zhao Shiya's name was finally listed alongside Luo Feng's. To everyone's shock, within just those 10 minutes, Zhao Shiya had directly broken through to the 57th level. Luo Feng's pupils contracted, a wave of frustration washing over him as he subconsciously clenched his fists. This young girl had actually surpassed him. Even more astonishing, Zhao Shiya's rank continued to climb, eventually stopping at the 60th level. The surrounding crowd erupted into chatter. Oh my god, could Zhao Shiya be seriously injured? To hold on until this level, she must be at her limit. She might even be in danger. As everyone worried, Zhao Shiya was teleported out amid a spatial fluctuation. Unexpectedly, she appeared completely unharmed. Darn it, I've run out of strength, Zhao Xia exclaimed as she sat on the ground in frustration. I should have held on a bit longer to recover some energy. Her words drew a collective gasp from the crowd. She had come out because she was out of strength? What did this imply? If her skill level increased, and her stamina reserves were more substantial, she could reach even higher. Does this girl have the potential to surpass 80 levels? Incredible! If she overtakes us, where will us men put our pride? What kind of ability does she have to reach the 60th level so effortlessly? Could it be two stackable purple abilities? Maybe it's a powerful all-attribute enhancement ability. The students of the Qianlong class buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Suddenly, Zhao Xia noticed that Ling Feng's name had not yet appeared, though the level was lower than expected. Huh? That little madman is still in there, she mumbled to herself. With his talent, 60 levels should be a breeze. Could he be trying to keep a low profile to attract other girls' attention? Thinking of this, Zhao Xia couldn't help but mock. That guy is getting more and more pretentious. Then, she recalled how Ling Feng had been infatuated with someone for 3 years, which made her angry. He promised to marry me when we grew up, but ended up being someone else's admirer. At that moment, Ling Feng had already broken through 50 levels, but his speed had clearly slowed. The beast here could finally exchange a few blows with him. Other students were being eliminated one after another, leaving Ling Feng as the only one in the Qianlong Tower. At his current pace, his limit seemed to be around 53 or 54 levels. However, to everyone's surprise, Ling Feng maintained a consistent pace of about half an hour per level, with only a few seconds difference. This guy is controlling the timing perfectly, someone exclaimed. The crowd watched the leaderboard speechlessly, wondering if he was just bored. But if Ling Feng could maintain this pace, it would be quite intimidating. Because at this rate, he could conquer 10 levels in 5 hours, and everyone knew what that meant. What does 10 levels mean? Now, they have reached over the 60th level. Even though they know it will take a long time, everyone waits patiently. After all, they are witnessing history today, achieving over 60 levels upon enrollment, something even Ling Xian did not accomplish back then. At that time, Ling Xian's talent wasn't particularly strong. Meanwhile, inside the Qianlong Tower, Ling Feng wields a spear, skillfully maneuvering against a group of fierce beasts. These beasts are at the 3rd tier, 5-star level, far stronger than Ling Feng, who can only exert 2nd tier, 1-star power. However, this is merely a measure of physical strength, and Ling Feng dares not use his full power at the moment. He has already mastered the Sky Shatter technique to a proficient level, nearing mastery. Proficiency boosts his combat strength by 300, and combined with his adept spear technique traits, Ling Feng's combat power multiplies by 60 times. And this doesn't even include the effects of his cultivation method. Currently, Ling Feng's cultivation method has reached the beginner's stage. Due to the presence of 2 silver thunderfire traits, the strength of this method has reached a 7th tier, top grade level. Even at the beginner's stage, it enhances his combat power beyond the proficiency of a typical 6th tier, top grade method, increasing it by more than double. With this enhancement, Ling Feng's combat power has already surpassed 100-fold, making it easy to conquer the Qianlong Tower. However, since this is a test of endurance, Ling Feng decides to stop using his cultivation method, relying solely on his basic physical strength for combat. Even so, he easily suppresses these beasts, leaving them powerless. Time flies, and his spear technique is on the verge of upgrading. Finally, after more than 9 hours, reaching the 56th level, Ling Feng senses the boundary of a mastered Sky Shatter spear technique. Suddenly, his eyes flash with a sharp gleam, and with a powerful step, boom, he soars into the sky, reaching 100 meters high. Sky Shatter. With a mighty shout, Ling Feng thrusts his spear down towards the earth. Clang! Instantly, the sound of the spear resonates through the heavens and earth, unleashing a powerful spear intent that transforms into a spear light tens of meters long, plummeting towards the ground. The beasts, sensing the terrifying aura, roar in fear and attempt to flee, but it's too late. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the spear light strikes the ground, exploding instantly, and a wave of destruction spreads outwards. The beasts are torn apart, along with the earth, leaving a deep crater several meters wide. Having accomplished all this, Ling Feng descends from the sky. This spear strike was the result of his full effort, with immense power. A 350 spear technique boost, combined with a 2000 spear technique trait, made this strike 70 times more powerful. With just this one strike, he could penetrate the 70th level. However, this also reflects the difficulty of the 70th level. After all, this was a strike from a silver trait combined with a 6th tier, top-grade spear technique mastered to perfection. If it were only a purple trait, even with the addition of a cultivation method, mastering a 5th tier, top-grade spear technique would be necessary, which is exceedingly difficult for most Qianlong class students, who are only at the martial emperor level. After achieving a significant milestone, Ling Feng realized that reaching the ultimate level of perfection in a short time was nearly impossible. Through practicing his marksmanship, he understood this truth. Even though he had talent and skills in marksmanship, he knew it would take time to reach perfection. Instead of wasting time, he decided to enhance his skills further, which would make future breakthroughs easier and more natural. With this in mind, Ling Feng confidently moved on to the next level. On this level, he only took a little over 20 minutes, leaving the outside students stunned. How could Ling Feng be so fast? Was he already at his limit and ready to come out? It was a possibility. As this level was no easy feat, many thought reaching this level before graduation was already an achievement. The geniuses of the Qianlong class were amazed by this scene. Was Ling Feng truly at his limit? Luo Feng felt a sudden tension, realizing he now had two strong rivals. He had previously thought Ling Feng was slightly inferior, but now the pressure was intense. At that moment, as Ling Feng reached the 57th level, his name suddenly disappeared. Everyone was bewildered. Had Ling Feng been defeated? A disappearing name usually meant being eliminated, though it could also mean a rank advancement. But how could Ling Feng possibly jump to the 58th level instantly? While everyone was puzzled, Ling Feng's name reappeared, showing he had swiftly cleared the 57th level. Luo Feng's face turned pale, his previous confidence shattered. Zhao Shuyun smugly remarked to Luo Feng, "The man you admire can't possibly be inferior to you," making Luo Feng even more embarrassed. What happened next was even more shocking. Under the bewildered gaze of everyone, including Qin Xuanzi, Ling Feng's name began to flash rapidly. With each flash, his name climbed higher. In less than a minute, Ling Feng's name had breached the 100th level. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Soon, an urgent, piercing announcement echoed throughout Imperial University, even reaching beyond the campus. The announcement was astounding. Student Ling Feng successfully cleared the 100th level of the Dragon Tower. At that moment, all students and instructors at Imperial University were taken aback, casting incredulous looks toward the Dragon Tower. Clearing it? How is that possible? It required a 100-fold combat power explosion. Who on Blue Water Planet could achieve this? Everyone gasped, struggling to believe the news they had just heard. In an instant, all the teachers and students gasped in shock. Passing through the Qianlong Tower? How could such a thing be possible? And who is this Ling Feng? There must have been a mistake. It definitely can't be right. Ling Feng's speed in clearing the levels was suspicious. 1 level per second? How is that possible? Finally, one of the geniuses near the Qianlong Tower exclaimed, "That's right. It must be a mistake." As soon as he spoke, everyone around him realized the same thing. Indeed, the situation looked like a glitch in the system. Even if someone managed to clear the Qianlong Tower, how could it be done so quickly? This is embarrassing. A tower built with 1 trillion yuan, and it has such a basic error. Although Ling Feng is incredibly talented, passing all 100 levels of the Qianlong Tower is absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a lively discussion broke out among the many geniuses. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just a system error, no problem then. How could Ling Feng, who struggled to clear even one level before, suddenly clear the entire Qianlong Tower? It was just a program glitch. This means that Ling Feng's final score is still lower than mine. Zhao Shuya, it seems that the man you're interested in isn't as good as me. Luo Feng smiled slightly, and then mocked Zhao Shuya. You think he's not as good as me? My man cleared all 100 levels, and he's not better than you? You so-called geniuses are just a bunch of cowards who can't even face someone stronger. Zhao Shuya, hearing the ridicule from her classmates, was instantly furious. She put her hands on her hips and retorted mercilessly. Her words left those who doubted Ling Feng's ability speechless. Being called cowards by a junior, they were about to refute when a disturbance came from the Qianlong Tower. Buzz. The next moment, a young man was transported out. It was Ling Feng. Seeing Ling Feng emerge, everyone present was struck dumb. Just now, did I hear a dog barking? Did I mishear? Why is everyone silent now? Ling Feng scanned the crowd and asked Zhao Shuya with a smile. However, as soon as he spoke, the faces of all the geniuses from the Qianlong class changed. Kid, what do you mean by that? Who are you calling a dog? A senior student stepped forward angrily. Didn't you just admit it yourself? If you're not a dog, why are you barking around? Ling Feng countered. Boom. With those words, the students watching outside the Qianlong Tower couldn't help but burst into laughter. In an instant, the face of the senior genius turned wildly red. Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're talented. You should know that you've just started your studies. While we're in our senior year, some of us even graduated. Our talent isn't much less than yours. In a real fight, any one of us could easily defeat you. Apologize now, and I can ensure we won't hold it against you. At this moment, a robust young man stepped forward arrogantly, fixing his sharp gaze on Ling Feng. He was Senior Qian Yuan, a genius who had reached the 69th level of the Qianlong Tower, just one step away from the 70th. Moreover, he possessed two powerful combined purple skills, making his talent exceptionally strong. Rumor has it he's staying on campus just to wait for this year's opening of the Xiantian Divine Realm. Yes, I heard he's already broken through to the first level of martial master, ranking among the top 5 in history. Ling Feng really hit a wall this time, and it's the biggest wall in the entire Imperial Capital University. No wonder he's so arrogant. His talent is formidable, but he's just a mere freshman, at best in the Silver Realm. Still, it's good for him to learn a lesson. At this moment, the geniuses in the Hidden Dragon class were buzzing with excitement. Are you planning to stand up for this dog, or are you the leading dog? Ling Feng looked at Qian Yuan, rubbing his chin. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of killing intent appeared in Qian Yuan's eyes. Great. It's rare to see such a cocky freshman these days. Who's interested in teaching this kid a lesson? Qian Yuan asked with a cold smile, glancing at the classmates behind him. Ha ha, I'll do it. I can't stand this kid. Just because the Hidden Dragon Tower malfunctioned, he thinks he can conquer all 100 floors. As soon as he finished speaking, a blonde, blue-eyed young man stepped forward. He was Slot, the top talent of the White Gang, a genius ranked above the 60th floor of the Hidden Dragon list, and a graduate. Ling Feng really picked the wrong person to mess with. These are all big shots. Well, let's just enjoy the show. It's not often you see a prodigy getting beaten up. Seeing Slot step forward, the crowd couldn't help but cheer, as if Ling Feng's defeat was imminent. Crazy guy, can you handle this? Zhao Xia asked Ling Feng softly, noticing that Slot was also a strong warrior at the 4th level of Martial Emperor. Are you underestimating me? With his level, I can take him down with one hand. Ling Feng replied, speechless. Then I can watch with peace of mind. Zhao Xia laughed as she moved to the side. Kid, I'll let you have the first move. Attack however you like. If I so much as frown, I lose. Slot said arrogantly. Boom. In the next moment, violent thunder erupted from his body, forming a blue thunder armor around him. The thunder armor was a top-tier 5th-level defensive martial skill, and Slot was starting with his big move. Ling Feng is doomed to lose. Seeing this, the crowd gasped in amazement. Not bad. This martial skill looks pretty cool. Ling Feng nodded slightly. Scared? Admit your mistake now, and I might spare you. Slot said coldly. Boom. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng vanished in a massive sonic boom. His terrifying speed made all the juniors, seniors, and graduates present change their expressions, as none of them could see him. Even Qian Yuan's pupils contracted instantly. So fast, he thought. Boom. In the next moment, another loud crash was heard as Slot's thunder armor shattered, and his body was sent flying backward. Boom. Finally, with a loud crash, Slot collided with a stone monument 100 meters away from the Hidden Dragon Tower. The monument, dozens of meters high, shattered upon impact, and Slot fell to the ground with the debris, buried under the rubble. In the moment of being buried, many witnessed his dire state. His battle armor was shattered, and there was a deep dent in his chest, clearly indicating a grave injury. This sudden scene left everyone present utterly shocked. Slot was defeated in an instant. Everyone murmured in disbelief. Slot was ranked among the top 3 in combatability among this year's graduates. Although there was still a gap between him and the strongest, Qian Yuan, his combat prowess was undeniable. In other years with generally weaker overall strength, he could easily rank first. Yet now, this super genius who had been studying at the Imperial Capital University for 4 years was directly defeated by a freshman. Seen people putting on airs, but never like this. The main issue is pretending without the strength to back it up. At this moment, Ling Feng shook his right hand and couldn't help but cast a mocking glance at the defeated Slot. This scene caused the faces of the entire graduating class to turn grim. Peak of Martial Emperor. Ling Feng is actually at the peak of Martial Emperor. Suddenly, a senior student exclaimed. He had a trait that allowed him to see through things and instantly discerned Ling Feng's aura and realized his level. In the Dragon Tower, Ling Feng's vitality had increased to 9999, reaching the peak of Martial Emperor. This discovery made all the geniuses present gasp in astonishment. Peak of Martial Emperor? How is that possible? He's only a freshman, just turned 18, and has only had his trait awakened for at most a year, right? How could he have reached the peak of Martial Emperor? Could it be the legendary purple talent trait? It's possible. In a year, a purple talent trait could indeed reach the Martial Emperor level, but reaching the peak of Martial Emperor would still be a stretch. I'm more inclined to think he has a Devourer type trait. Yes, only a Devourer type trait could enhance strength so rapidly. Damn, we've been fooled by this kid. He actually has a Devourer type trait. The geniuses present were all highly analytical, quickly deducing that Ling Feng possessed a Devourer type trait. However, realizing that Ling Feng not only had this trait, but also managed to reach the 57th level of the Dragon Tower, their expressions turned serious. The downside of a Devourer type trait is that it only enhances strength, not combatability. Even a white trait would boost combatability more than a purple Devourer type trait. Thus, with only this trait, Ling Feng would quickly become a high-level but low-combat, embroidered pillow, something they usually wouldn't care about. But Ling Feng managing to reach the 57th level of the Dragon Tower meant he had at least one purple trait, possibly even 2. I didn't expect you to have both speed and Devourer type traits. It seems I underestimated you. Qian Yuan's eyes were cold as he looked at Ling Feng, his fighting spirit even more intense. Today, I'll break your leg to teach you a lesson. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Qian Yuan, the powerful pressure of a martial master realm enveloping the surroundings, his vitality surging, and a blood-red aura emerging around him. Despite Ling Feng's strength, Qian Yuan still didn't regard him as a threat. Ling Feng was no match for Qian Yuan, who was nearly at the 70th level, far surpassing Ling Feng's capabilities. The gap between them made Ling Feng seem powerless, unless he could break through to the 100th level. However, Ling Feng already possessed a devouring-type purple entry, making it nearly impossible to multiply his combat strength 100-fold without multiple silver entries. Ling Feng looked at Qian Yuan seriously, and everyone present could sense his respect for Qian Yuan's strength. I underestimated your audacity. Is this all the strength you have after graduation, yet you dare boast in front of me? Ling Feng's words shocked everyone, especially Qian Yuan, whose anger erupted instantly, his aura doubling in intensity. Qian Yuan's Berserk entry, a blue combat enhancement entry, could boost all attributes by 250, explaining why he'd reached the 70th level. At that moment, everyone was curious about how Ling Feng would respond. The gathered talents whispered among themselves, doubting that Ling Feng's combat enhancement entry was enough to break through the hidden dragon tower. Ling Feng couldn't help but smirk sarcastically as a black spear appeared in his hand, its shaft adorned with purplured runes, and a black armor instantly enveloped him. He knew that instantly defeating his opponent would reveal his trump card, so playing it safe was the wiser move. When the crowd saw Ling Feng's black armor, they were incredulous. There were fewer than 5 prototypes of the black armor, each worth trillions. That Ling Feng possessed one suggested an extraordinary background. The older teachers realized Ling Feng bore a striking resemblance to Ling Xian from years past. The name and the black armor made it clear that Ling Feng was Ling Xian's son. If he could reach the 100th level, his achievement would be genuine, and even if he lost, by his senior year, his accomplishments would likely rival his father's. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the battle between Ling Feng and Qian Yuan erupted. Boom. Their attacks collided instantly, with Ling Feng's spear clashing against Qian Yuan's gauntlets. The terrifying force unleashed a shockwave that sent the observing talents from the hidden dragon class flying. Only a few students managed to persist, and quickly exited the barrier of the Qianlong Tower. You indeed possess power-enhancing and speed-enhancing attributes. Your talent is quite remarkable. However, I'm curious, what other attributes do you have that allow you to reach beyond the 50th level? Qian Yuan sneered as he sensed the terrifying power emanating from Ling Feng's spear. Everyone expected the upcoming battle to be a fierce contest, yet the unfolding events left them all dumbfounded. Why don't you give it a try and find out? Ling Feng smiled faintly and vanished in an instant. Qian Yuan's pupils contracted. He had the Berserk attribute, a weakened version of the Divine Martial attribute, along with the Purple attribute of innate divine strength. These boosts elevated his strength beyond ordinary silver attributes, yet his speed was not much different from those with basic green attributes. Although his level was higher than Ling Feng's sudden disappearance left him unable to detect his presence. Thud! In the next moment, a spear suddenly pierced through his side. Qian Yuan's 5th-grade mid-tier armor was punctured. If not for his timely reaction, his side would have been completely pierced by Ling Feng. You brat! Feeling the intense pain in his side, Qian Yuan's expression turned grim. But before he could locate Ling Feng appeared beside him and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Qian Yuan's pupils dilated sharply. You seem accustomed to overpowering others and those clumsy beasts. When faced with an opponent of equal strength and comprehensive enhancements, you can't even react. So when I call you useless, you get upset? Ling Feng taunted. You're courting death. Qian Yuan roared, swinging a punch at Ling Feng. However, before the punch could land, Ling Feng vanished once more. Clang! In the next instant, a spear thrust out from in front of his chest. Although Qian Yuan saw it, he was too slow to react. Thud! The spear pierced through his armor and jabbed into his chest, the searing pain causing his vision to go black, and he was lifted off the ground by Ling Feng. What everyone thought would be a fierce battle ended so effortlessly. Qian Yuan was toyed with like a clown by Ling Feng. Thud! Suspended in the air, Qian Yuan coughed up blood profusely, and at that moment, his worldview crumbled. Despite his immense strength and higher level than Ling Feng, why couldn't he even put up a fight against him? Even the ordinary class instructors, who were masters at their peak, remained silent. Speed, strength, destructive power Ling Feng lacked none, and his combat prowess was astounding. It seems we need to pay more attention to opponents who possess both speed and strength enhancements. If there are geniuses with 2 attributes, they must be nurtured well, as their potential is boundless. Indeed, Ling Feng's battle was a textbook example. I've decided, this will be the first lesson I teach. The instructors were all in shock. For ordinary attribute holders, the gap in weakened abilities isn't significant, But for geniuses with purple or higher attributes, any weakness in an attribute is a fatal flaw. This child has the potential for immortality cultivation. Ling Feng stood with his spear lowered, looking down at Qian Yuan with an expression as calm as still water, as if what had just happened was a trivial matter. Qian Yuan struggled to get up, but felt his energy and blood surging chaotically, leaving him weak and unable to rise. He could only lie there helplessly, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, shame and anger swirling inside him. Yet, he understood that his skills were inferior and had nothing to say. Seeing Qian Yuan in such a state, Ling Feng remarked indifferently, "We have no personal grudge. Today was just a lesson for you." His voice was soft, yet it carried clearly to everyone present. Before standing up for others, weigh your own strength first. Don't be someone else's pawn and think you're doing the right thing. Qian Yuan's face alternated between pale and flushed, but he dared not retort, only gritting his teeth and swallowing his pride. Ling Feng ignored him and turned his gaze to the student who had initially provoked the situation. Under Ling Feng's piercing stare, the student was terrified, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. "You just asked which is more important, talent or strength?" Ling Feng's voice remained calm, but carried an intangible pressure that made the student struggle to breathe. "Aye. The student stammered, unable to form a coherent response. "Let me tell you," Ling Feng's voice suddenly rose, tinged with a cold edge. "With talent and strength, you can do as you please. Without them, you'd better keep a low profile. Understand?" He flashed a smile, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on the student. The student was so frightened by his words that he nodded repeatedly, unable to utter a single word. The surrounding students were all stunned by Ling Feng's commanding presence, silent and too afraid to speak. Nearby, Luo Feng watched the confident Ling Feng, feeling a deep sense of inadequacy. Could he ever surpass such a prodigy? The 100 floors of the Qianlong Tower seemed like an insurmountable barrier. Could he truly reach it? He wondered if reaching Qian Yuan's level in 4 years would already be an achievement. At that moment, Qing Xuanzi descended from the sky. He sternly addressed the crowd. "Don't you all have anything better to do? A bunch of graduates bullying freshmen. How disgraceful. And as for the Qianlong Tower malfunctioning, it's an artifact crafted by several 7th-tier formation masters working together. How could it possibly malfunction?" With a wave of his right hand, Qing Xuanzi unleashed a surge of powerful mental energy, sending everyone near the Qianlong Tower's barrier flying dozens of meters away. Over 1,000 students from both the regular and elite classes tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times. But none dared to express any anger. After all, this was Qing Xuanzi, one of the most powerful figures on Blue Water Star. Resigned, the crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only Ling Feng and his classmates around the Qianlong Tower. "Your potential at this level is quite impressive. No wonder the speaker wanted me to personally guide you. All right, classes will officially start tomorrow. The location will be notified to you. Just make sure to be punctual." With a glance at Ling Feng and the others, Qing Xuanzi didn't say much more, as he needed to report the situation at the Qianlong Tower. After all, someone breaking through the Qianlong Tower is a significant event. With a clang, his sword emitted a resonant sound, and he swiftly departed, riding on his flying sword. Is that it? Ling Feng thought, a bit speechless. If he had known there was no reward, he would have preferred it to end sooner. Still, he did gain something. At this moment, his skill Sky Splitter had reached mastery. Its power was terrifying, as if it could tear through anything. It's time to enhance the strength of the entries. Ling Feng's gaze turned profound. "Madman, where are you planning to go next?" Zhao Shia approached, her cheeks slightly flushed, and asked, You haven't had dinner yet, right?" Her words were a bit stammered, and she couldn't quite finish her sentence. "Dinner? I'm not eating. I used the high-energy potion from school, so I don't need to eat for the next few days." Ling Feng replied with a smile, understanding her intention. She clearly wanted to spend some time alone with him. This usually proud girl now seemed shy. "What? Then I'll go eat by myself." Zhao Xia pouted, appearing a bit disappointed. However, she thought to herself that if someone could accompany her to dinner, she wouldn't mind having a few more meals, though she wasn't sure if he had the time. Suddenly, Ling Feng spoke, "But I meant you." Zhao Xia trembled all over, her face showing disbelief. "What are you looking at, silly girl? Let's go to my place." Ling Feng pinched her soft cheek, and then started walking towards the exit of the Qianlong Tower. Zhao Xia huffed proudly, but then broke into a smile, quickly catching up and holding onto Ling Feng's right arm, beaming happily. After returning to the manor, the two had a meal together. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xia refused to leave after eating, insisting on staying with Ling Feng. Although they weren't living together, it was because she felt the Qianlong class manor was too large, and there weren't any familiar faces around. Ling Feng, helpless, had a maid prepare a room for her. After all, the manor was indeed spacious. Even 10 people would find it ample. Ling Feng returned to his room early. At this time, he had 1 trillion in his account. It was just enough to upgrade 5 of the least valuable entries to gold. Currently, 10,000 green entries could increase combat power by 1,000. but going from silver to gold required an increase from 2,000 to 4,000. In other words, if one had some talent, upgrading an entry would require a trillion. However, in a few days, he could earn another 2 trillion, allowing him to upgrade several more entries without issue. Ling Feng was deep in thought. Although he no longer pursued new entries, he understood that enhancing his strength required constant updates. Recently, he had developed a keen interest in several high-quality entries. First, he decided to upgrade the talent and Devourer categories within the golden entries to boost his power. Additionally, marksmanship entries were also on his radar. So, Ling Feng opened the Alliance store and set his sights on the capital city. In the capital, the abundance of inventory left him in awe, with the number of oracle stones being over 100 times greater than that of Kaiyun City, and the delivery time to surrounding cities significantly shorter. He thought to himself that this time, he must choose a full attribute enhancement entry like Divine Martial. If such an entry could be upgraded to gold, it would greatly enhance his combat capabilities. Ling Feng quickly searched and soon found a white full attribute enhancement entry called Rage. This entry could put him into a rage state, during which all attributes would increase by 130, although it would significantly increase stamina consumption. Despite being a white entry, it offered a high cost-performance ratio, comparable to ordinary strength enhancement entries, both enhancing strength and attributes by 30. Although there was a time limit, Ling Feng's 20-fold stamina boost perfectly compensated for it. Even if this skill was upgraded to gold, his endurance would be far superior to that of an average person. However, this entry came at a steep price, costing 30,000 per piece. Without hesitation, Ling Feng spent 3.3 billion to purchase enough to upgrade directly to silver. He then looked for green entries and found the Fury entry. This entry could put him into a Fury state, during which all attributes would increase by 160, but similarly would greatly increase stamina consumption. While the boost from the green entry was not as high as typical green entries, it was relatively affordable at just 1 million each. Ling Feng purchased 20 billion worth, or 20,000 pieces, which was enough to upgrade this entry to gold. Next, he turned his attention to his weak spot, his soul. Despite his formidable physical combat prowess, his soul was quite fragile. He recalled some bizarre creatures in divine realms that specialized in soul attacks. These creatures often possessed strength beyond ordinary warriors, and their soul attacks could easily defeat opponents of higher levels. If he encountered such adversaries, he would surely be vanquished. Hence, Ling Feng realized the urgent need to enhance his soul value. He remembered the description of the Devourer entry after upgrading to silver and had a sudden epiphany. He opened the description of the Devourer entry. Devour Earth. Silver can devour anything to strengthen oneself. This implied that if he could devour soul-related materials, he might be able to strengthen his soul. This thought excited him immensely, and he resolved to give it a try. But before that, he needed to acquire a combat-related soul entry. While considering the training paths for soul-related divine selectors, Ling Feng identified 3 main routes. The first is the most common, the mentalist, who can materialize their soul to unleash immense physical destructive power. The second is the soul destroyer, focused on pure soul attacks with incredible potency. The last is the legendary summoner, encompassing forms like beast tamers, necromancers, and soul controllers. After much deliberation, Ling Feng decided to become a soul destroyer. Although mentalists have strong combat abilities, he discovered their entries were exorbitantly priced, 10 times more than the cheapest entries of the same level, prompting him to abandon that path. In contrast, the entries for soul destroyers, while expensive at high levels, were relatively affordable at lower levels, costing only twice as much as regular entries. Ling Feng felt fortunate and believed choosing the soul destroyer was a wise decision, as a 40 billion investment could yield power surpassing golden entries. However, he was stunned to find that purple soul destroyer entries were priced in the trillions, clearly due to their immense potential and power. Despite this, Ling Feng decided to start with lower-level soul destroyer entries, as their prices were more manageable. Just as he was feeling helpless due to insufficient funds, his biointelligence device alerted him of a 200 billion fund transfer to his account. It was a message from Si Kongzhen, indicating that a martial lord from Blue Water Star was interested in his entries to train their descendants. This news delighted Ling Feng, as the influx of funds allowed him more freedom in his choices. He quickly made a purchase, spending 100 billion on some moderately gifted entries and devouring green entries, priced at 3 million each, totaling 60 billion. Then, he opted for enhancements in the 4 basic attributes: strength, speed, stamina, and defense. Although these were inexpensive, his financial constraints meant he had to prioritize, so he chose to focus on strength enhancement first. In terms of elemental entries, fire control and electricity manipulation were both priced at 3 million. Ling Feng chose fire control, spending 60 billion. After these transactions, he was left with only 20 billion in his account, pondering that finding suitable green entries at 1 million each would be ideal. If not, he might consider purchasing a few silver entries. Ling Feng contemplated his future choices, aware that they remained full of challenges and opportunities. Feeling helpless, Ling Feng decided to start with the basic entries, meticulously searching through the green entries valued at 1 million. He noticed that there weren't many green entries, and they were mostly basic choices. However, after a few minutes of searching, Ling Feng's attention was caught by one entry: Conceal Breath. This green entry allowed him to hide part of his aura, making it impossible for those with strength 20 lower than his to sense his presence, but it had to be used in dark places. Moreover, it prevented those with 20 less strength from detecting his true power. Although this entry seemed powerful, it was quite limited in practice because it only worked against those with 5 times less strength. In other words, if Ling Feng's strength was at the 5th level of silver, only those below the 1st level of silver couldn't perceive his realm and location, which was quite frustrating. Moreover, it required him to hide in darkness to use it. This ability wasn't even effective enough for a peeping Tom to spy on women in a bathhouse, let alone be useful in battle. Hence, this entry was relatively cheap. However, Ling Feng noticed that the purple version of this entry was exorbitantly priced. The purple entry, Merge with Darkness, could conceal all of his aura, making it impossible for anyone with strength not exceeding twice his to sense his presence and realm. The Oracle Stone for this purple entry was priced at a staggering 50 billion each, making it an extremely powerful entry for assassination purposes. With this, as long as the opponent's overall combat power wasn't more than twice his own, he could easily launch a sneak attack. Under such circumstances, the success rate of an ambush was greatly increased. Ling Feng wondered what the effect would be if it were upgraded to gold, surely reaching more than 5 times, maybe even 10 times. Anyway, the price wasn't high, so Ling Feng didn't hesitate to purchase it, spending the last 20 billion in an instant. Although he originally had over 10 billion left, which he intended to save for a gold entry, he unexpectedly inherited some wealth from his father, and that amount was enough to buy a bunch of silver entries, which should suffice for emergencies. Ding! Your order has been placed successfully. You purchased Oracle Stones for entries. Conceal Breath. Green 20,000 pieces. Worth 20 billion. White 20,000 pieces. Worth 2 billion. Talent acceptable. Green 20,000 pieces. Worth 100 billion. Medicinal Cuisine. Green 20,000 pieces. Worth 60 billion. Fury. Green 20,000 pieces. Worth 20 billion. Fire Control. Green 20,000 pieces. Worth 60 billion. Soul Destroyer. Green 20,000 pieces. Worth 20 billion. Soul Destroyer. White 20,000 pieces. Worth 2 billion. Great Strength. Green 20,000 pieces. Worth 2 billion. You spend a total of 300.4 billion. Due to the high value of your purchase, express delivery will be used, with the fastest delivery time of 4 hours and 35 minutes. Please wait patiently. The Federation store appreciates your support. A notification sounded in Ling Feng's mind. However, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Would these repeated, extravagant purchases of Oracle Stones arouse suspicion? At this moment, his brow furrowed as he pondered silently. Ling Feng possessed a powerful and mysterious talent, the origins of which were unknown. Despite this, he often purchased a large number of low-level entries. The concerning fact was that these low-level entries bore a resemblance to his high-level ones, which could easily arouse suspicion and potentially lead others to deduce his ability to stack and upgrade entries. While such a scenario seemed far-fetched, in this world filled with imaginative possibilities, there was no shortage of clever individuals. Currently limited to the resources of Blue Water Star, once his golden entries were upgraded, the quantity he would require would far exceed what Blue Water Star could provide. By then, more people would be able to guess his true situation. Ling Feng realized that in the future, he could only rely on himself to hunt fierce beasts and foreign tribes to acquire Oracle Stones. The thought weighed heavily on his heart, as his current strength was insufficient for complete self-protection. Having already purchased these entries, he chose not to dwell on it further. Fortunately, the entries he needed could be found in many divine domains, which were inhabited by fierce beasts possessing these entries. With his luck-based talent, he could almost guarantee a drop of green Oracle Stones through relentless hunting, and even high-level entries could be easily obtained. At that point, self-sufficiency would no longer be a challenge. With this in mind, Ling Feng began searching the marketplace and quickly found the items needed to enhance his soul value. Soul crystals, stones formed from the death of eerie foreign tribes, contained complex soul power that was difficult to absorb directly. However, through refinement, pure soul essence could be extracted to enhance soul strength. The price of soul crystals varied depending on their grade. He discovered that 5th-grade soul crystals were reasonably priced and sufficient to elevate his soul realm to the 4th-grade Martial Emperor level. If he acquired 6th-grade soul crystals, once his entries upgraded to gold and his energy utilization improved, he could directly reach the 1st level of the 5th-grade Martial Ancestor realm. However, 6th grade soul crystals were expensive, costing around 10 billion, nearly double the price of an entire fierce beast of the same grade. In this context, high-energy potions were also costly, with a production cost nearing 20 billion and a selling price of 30 billion, offering exceptional value. He decided to purchase more in the future. After careful consideration, Ling Feng decided to buy a 6th grade soul crystal to address his shortcoming, without requiring extensive soul-based combat power for the moment. He also needed to supplement his soul cultivation techniques and martial skills, which was a source of frustration, though not an immediate concern, primarily due to a lack of funds. After placing his order, Ling Feng focused on refining the power of the high-energy potion. His blood energy value had stagnated at 9,999 points for a long time, and now he aimed to break through this bottleneck. As he exerted his full strength, the Devourer Earth entry emitted a dazzling silver light, and the entry's power instantly refined a tenth of the high-energy potion. The violent surge of blood energy coursed through his body. He could vividly feel every muscle tearing, yet the muscle strength continued to increase. Under this wave of intense power, his previously stagnant blood energy value broke through the limit, reaching 10,000 points. Ling Feng's talent was inherently strong. Even without resorting to such a forceful method, he would have only needed to wait a day at most. However, he was clearly unwilling to wait. A cold notification sounded in the void, congratulating him on successfully advancing to the martial ancestor realm. Ling Feng was curious about the source of this voice and the origin of the entries. Could this be a game world? But he quickly dismissed this notion, believing that people in this world couldn't level up by defeating monsters. It was likely just a world of entries altered by some set of rules. While pondering the voice of the divine realm's will, Ling Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain and realized his injuries were severe, making him look like a bloodied figure. The cost of forcefully breaking through his limits was indeed high, and the pain was unavoidable. Closing his eyes, he slowly began absorbing the energy and vitality from a high-energy potion. These forces gradually healed his wounds. Soon, scabs formed on his injuries, and he estimated full recovery by the next morning. The speed of healing was astounding, almost 100 times faster than normal, which was an additional effect of the devouring trait. He began to wonder if there were other traits that could further enhance his recovery speed. At that moment, old Zhou's voice came from outside the door, interrupting his thoughts. Ling Feng was surprised at how time had flown by during his cultivation, reflecting on it with awe. Upon leaving the room, old Zhou was shocked to see Ling Feng covered in scars, clearly the side effects of forcibly boosting his combat power. However, Ling Feng was unconcerned and asked about the whereabouts of some items. Old Zhou informed him that everything had been placed in the warehouse. Although curious about what Ling Feng had purchased, he refrained from asking further questions. Ling Feng said he would go check, and old Zhou wisely took his leave. In the warehouse, after locking the door, Ling Feng saw large alloy boxes neatly arranged. Placing his hand on a box, a successful genetic scan confirmed his identity, and the box slowly opened, revealing neatly stacked green oracle stones, each box containing 10,000 devouring-type oracle stones. Without saying much, Ling Feng quickly began extracting them. Having mastered the technique, he no longer needed to check each extraction, significantly speeding up the process to almost 1 stone every half second. At this rate, he estimated that he could upgrade a trait to gold level in less than 2 hours. Although upgrading all traits would take 2 to 3 days, he first found a soul crystal, crushed it, and mixed it with water to drink, bracing himself for the unpleasant sensation that followed. Ling Feng wondered if the Devour entry could be used externally. Buzz. In that instant, a cool energy spread from his abdomen, quickly penetrating deep into his body. Ling Feng's mind became extraordinarily clear, his thought process significantly accelerated, and this sensation kept intensifying rapidly. He hurriedly opened his attribute panel and noticed that his soul value was increasing rapidly by a few points per minute. At this rate, within a day, his soul value could reach the martial master realm. As his soul improved, everything around him became exceptionally clear, and even with his eyes closed, he could sense movements within a few meters. As his soul value grew, this range expanded. This was the legendary divine sense, but without the corresponding technique or talent entry, the feeling remained vague, as if in a dream. He couldn't help but anticipate whether, once the Soul Destroyer's entry was enhanced, he could truly achieve the legendary ability to kill invisibly. Time ticked by. Ding. You extracted the entry. Medicinal Cuisine. Green 20,000. The entry upgraded to Devour Heaven. Gold. Capable of devouring all things in the world to strengthen oneself. Over 2 hours later, the Devour category entry fully upgraded, and the golden entry, Devour Heaven, appeared instantly. Ling Feng felt the soul crystal powder and the potency of high-energy medicine in his body being consumed rapidly. Boom, boom. 2 waves of violent heat swept through his body, and his previous injuries began to heal quickly. Ling Feng measured that the speed of his physical and soul value enhancement had increased tenfold. At this pace, Within a few hours, he could completely refine these two powers. Initially, he thought the high-energy medicine would last 3 days, but now it seemed it could only hold for a few hours, leaving Ling Feng feeling a bit helpless. However, he understood that entry upgrades were inevitable, and continuing to extract was the right path. He decided to extract the Soul Destroyer's entry first, then opened the remaining 10 or so boxes of Oracle Stones, found a few white ones, and located the Soul Destroyer's entry. Soul Destroyer. The white entry allowed direct soul attacks on enemies, but with low power, effective only against those with soul strength 10 times lower than his own. This result left Ling Feng somewhat puzzled, as other entries enhanced combat power based on existing strength, whereas the Soul Destroyer had only 10% effectiveness. This meant that with a soul value of 10, it could only affect those with a soul value below 1. While half of the warriors might not focus on soul cultivation, with practice, soul values would increase with their realm, typically being 1/10 of their physical value. Some who concentrated on soul-based techniques could reach 5 or 6/10. Ling Feng was an exception, relying on devouring power to boost his strength, lacking the time for gradual improvement, making his soul value his greatest weakness. However, for Ling Feng now, the soul would become his strongest trump card, possibly even his only one. Of course, the Soul Exterminator with the white level skill is formidable, not easily matched by warriors of the same level, let alone soul cultivators. It's no wonder soul exterminators are considered one of the strongest professions, though the inexpensiveness of the white level skill is puzzling. However, as Ling Feng continued to level up, he gradually discovered the power of this skill. The Soul Exterminator. The green level skill allows the condensation of soul power into a phantom soul blade, directly attacking the enemy's soul, effective against those with soul power not exceeding his own. The blue level skill allows for the free manipulation of soul power, directly attacking the enemy's soul while enhancing soul-related attack power by up to 500. When Ling Feng reached the blue level skill, its effects were comparable to other skills of the same level, and the Soul Exterminator finally revealed its true strength. Finally, when Ling Feng upgraded the skill to silver level, he exhausted the white Oracle Stones and began using green Oracle Stones to continue strengthening. Soon, the green Oracle Stones were also completely depleted. Ding! You have drawn the skill, Soul Exterminator. Green 20,000. The skill upgraded to Soul Master. The golden soul power is ever-changing, possessing a powerful soul pressure, enhancing soul-type attacks by 400. Additionally, it significantly improves the comprehension speed of soul cultivation techniques and martial skills. Special effect, Divine Soul Pressure. The golden soul power expands instantly to its limit, reducing all attributes of everyone within range by 50. Instantly, the skill began to load. Boom! In a flash, a terrifying soul pressure erupted from Ling Feng's sea of consciousness, expanding wildly. Everywhere it reached, all living beings felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Within seconds, the entire Capital University was shrouded in this terrifying pressure. Whether ordinary people or martial sect-level experts, all shuddered, nearly collapsing to their knees. What is happening? What a terrifying aura. Where is it coming from? Could it be a martial saint? Someone wondered, but quickly realized it wasn't a blood pressure, but a mental pressure. Could it be that Senior Qing Xuanzi has broken through? No, this was the soul pressure of a soul exterminator. This power must be from a martial sovereign-level soul exterminator. A soul exterminator? How could such a powerful figure appear on our blue water star? For a moment, the faces of all martial experts above the martial sect level at Capital University turned pale. Even the martial sovereign-level members of the council were sweating profusely. This power posed a great threat to them. If unleashed fully, it could even shatter their souls. Those martial sovereigns who hadn't cultivated soul techniques were especially terrified. If the soul exterminator truly attacked them, a mere thought could turn them into soulless shells, essentially resulting in deep brain death. At this moment, they were all panicked. Fortunately, this aura lingered for only a few minutes before gradually dissipating. The high-level officials at Capital University breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in a bamboo house atop a high mountain at Capital University, an elderly man with an immortal-like appearance was suspended in the air, meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply. What a powerful presence of soul energy. Although the quantity of this soul energy isn't particularly overwhelming, its quality is incredibly solid. Could it be that someone has cultivated an exceptionally strong soul technique? Or is this a Soul Reaper entry of purple grade or higher? As the most powerful psychic, Qing Xuanzi naturally sensed the strength of this presence. This strength doesn't lie in its level, but in its intensity. The thought that it might be a Soul Reaper entry of purple or even higher grade shook Qing Xuanzi to his core. It's well known that Soul Reaper entries of blue grade or higher are even more expensive than ordinary entries of a higher level. The price of a purple Soul Reaper entry's Oracle Stone can reach trillions, while a blue one costs 3 to 4 billion. The reason behind this is the terrifying combat power that can almost instantly defeat warriors. Such prices are truly worth it. Moreover, high-level soul reapers can crush soul cultivators of the same level. For instance, in a battle between a soul reaper and a psychic with the same soul value, cultivation technique, and martial skill level, the victory would always go to the soul reaper. Although the psychic's mental barrier is strong, how many attacks can it withstand? In contrast, the soul reaper's soul barrier can endure the bombardment of telekinesis. However, mastering martial skills as a soul reaper is extremely challenging. Even third-tier martial skills are as difficult as ordinary fifth-tier ones. Qing Xuanzi could only hope that such a powerful soul reaper was just passing by. Blue Water Star couldn't afford to offend such talent, not even daring to trace their origins. If they were to anger this person and they grew stronger, Blue Water Star would be in trouble. At that moment, Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes. Just a moment ago, his spiritual sense had spread across the entire school, as if he had activated a Godseya view. He could clearly sense the fear among the strong individuals from Imperial Capital University upon witnessing his soul-reaping power. Soul Destroyer. The name of the golden entry had changed. This god likely referred to the soul rather than a deity. Nonetheless, it sounded much more imposing. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at the terror of the Soul Destroyer. In that instant, he felt he could instantly defeat most of the martial lords at Imperial Capital University, without them having any ability to resist. The power of a Soul Reaper was indeed formidable. It should be noted that even though Ling Feng had reached the second level of Martial Master, it was still difficult for him to kill a Martial Lord, even when going all out. Most Martial Lords possess purple entries, and the minimum level in the Hidden Dragon Tower is above 50 floors. Ling Feng found it challenging to defeat someone a whole major level above him. Moreover, after reaching the Martial Lord level, each minor level increase doubles all attributes. The difficulty of defeating enemies above his level will only grow. Yet, in these circumstances, his Soul Destroyer could instantly kill opponents, showcasing the strength of a Soul Reaper. This was without any soul cultivation martial skills or techniques. Once all the entries were upgraded, he planned to find suitable techniques and martial skills. It should be easy to quickly master a golden talent entry, and the Soul Destroyer could even enhance the speed of soul cultivation, something silver entries do not offer. The most formidable soul pressure can reduce an enemy's combat ability under its influence, truly terrifying. It seems that when an attribute reaches the golden level, it undergoes a transformation. Ling Feng thought to himself, and then he clenched his hand in the air. With a buzzing sound, a black flame-like substance emerged from his hand. This was the devouring flame that came with the heaven-devouring attribute. This was what Ling Feng had previously referred to as external devouring. After consuming something, the flame would return to the body and replenish all the absorbed nutrients. Now, Ling Feng had finally mastered the true art of devouring the heavens. As for the previous earth devouring and similar abilities, they were nothing but exaggerated titles. How could one devour the earth? By gnawing at it with one's mouth? He couldn't help but look forward to the effects of upgrading other attributes to the golden level. He then took out the fire control attribute and began to extract it quickly. Ling Feng also experimented to see if the devouring flame could consume oracle stones. It could indeed devour them and return power, but the effect of devouring a white oracle stone was similar to consuming an ordinary first-tier energy crystal. Although energy crystals are valuable, each costing around 10,000, the energy contained is equivalent to devouring a first-tier ferocious beast. Devouring a green oracle stone, however, provided energy equivalent to a second-tier energy crystal, even more than a third-tier beast. Moreover, it seemed that only those with devouring-type attributes like Ling Feng could utilize this power. Nonetheless, it had its uses. If he were to hunt beasts in the future and obtain oracle stones, it would be better to devour them to enhance his strength rather than let others pick them up. Ling Feng was quite satisfied with this, as the devouring effect was almost on par with the energy contained in flesh of the same value. Naturally, the rare oracle stone attributes were incomparable, only comparable to the cheapest oracle stones. Ding. You extracted the attribute, Fire Control. Green 20,000. The attribute upgraded to True Sunfire. Gold. Capable of controlling the legendary True Sunfire, incinerating all things. The power of the flames increased by 400, with the special effect of being able to ignite stars. However, the moment the special effect of True Sunfire appeared, it left Ling Feng utterly shocked. What is this? Ignite a star? Are you serious? A star, that's a star. Even the smallest star has an incredibly massive size, at least dozens of times the diameter of Earth, and larger stars have a diameter of up to 1.7 billion kilometers, a million times the volume of the sun in our solar system. If ignited, even a martial god would die. Yet this True Sunfire could actually ignite a star. Wait, hold on, this attribute seems off. While impressive, it's essentially a death sentence, a life-for-life deal, right? Ling Feng calmed down, realizing that although possessing True Sunfire would certainly grant immense fire resistance, a star's explosion would instantly reach temperatures in the billions. Even with true sunfire, it likely couldn't withstand that. So, this attribute, it seems, is just for show? Ling Feng couldn't help but acknowledge his own impressive abilities. At the very least, he possessed a life-for-life opportunity that other talents did not offer. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of emotions. With this in mind, he decided to forge ahead. Next up was his talent. His talent was a green trait named Decent Talent, which could enhance training speed by 10 times. It was considered a remarkably powerful trait, with a price 5 times that of ordinary traits. If it reached the blue trait level, the price would increase to 10 times that of similar traits. Ding. You have drawn the trait, Decent Talent. Green 20,000. Trait upgraded to Daytime Ascension. Gold. Training talent 100,000 times. Special effect, Enlightenment. The golden trait allows for enlightenment once in a while, increasing the speed of cultivating techniques and martial skills to 1,000 times during enlightenment. Duration, 1 hour. Charge, 0 infinite trait exclusive effect. Can directly stack with talent type trait charges. Charging enlightenment of a golden trait once requires a silver talent type trait. However, this time, the special effect of the talent trait left Ling Feng in awe. 1 enlightenment, 10,000 times the training speed. And that was on top of the original 100,000 times training speed. Although it could only last for an hour, that hour was equivalent to 40 days of regular training, over a month's worth. Ling Feng calculated that he could cultivate even high-level techniques to perfection in this time. And it only required charging with a single silver talent type trait to use once. If he used a white one, it would cost 5 billion per use. 5 billion was hardly anything. Ling Feng could now hunt those powerful beasts with blue traits. Any one of them could bring in billions. If he got lucky and acquired a purple trait, it would start at hundreds of billions. Damn, I'm out of money. Otherwise, I could use enlightenment as soon as I find suitable soul-cultivating techniques and martial skills. Ling Feng thought helplessly. He was still just a broke guy. No, he needed to find some cash. Or, he could go to a divine realm with the decent talent trait and grind there. After all, selling purple oracle stones once or twice was fine. But if he did it too often, how would he explain it? That he got them all himself? That he was just lucky? Did his father leave him that much inheritance? Yes, that could work. I'm out of high-energy potions for training anyway, and leveling up could also replenish my food supply. Ling Feng decided as he thought about it. However, he figured he should upgrade the remaining traits before doing anything else. There weren't many left. Now, only Concealment, Rage, and Mighty Strength remained. He wondered if these 3 could bring him any surprises with their special effects. Next, Ling Feng picked up Mighty Strength to upgrade it. Ding. You have drawn the trait, Mighty Strength. Green 20,000. Trait upgraded to Strength Shattering the Heavens. Gold. Pure Strength trait. Strength Enhancement 4,000. The special effect requires collecting all 4 physical traits to activate. To Ling Feng's surprise, this special effect couldn't be activated yet. Collecting 4 traits to activate it seemed like a daunting condition. However, for some reason, Ling Feng had a subtle premonition. If he truly collected all 4 golden entries, it would undoubtedly produce an immensely terrifying effect. After all, gathering 4 golden entries was no easy feat as the power entries gradually stacked up to gold. His high-energy elixir was also fully refined, boosting his strength and vitality to 32,000 points, reaching the 3rd level of the Martial Master realm. Coupled with the 40-fold strength enhancement, his power value instantly soared to an astonishing 1.2 billion kilograms. Ling Feng decided not to dwell on this special effect for now, and focused on leveling up other entries first. He opened the Oracle Stone box where the Fury entry was stored and first used a white Oracle Stone to upgrade the concealment effect to silver. As time passed, Ling Feng continued using green Oracle Stones, quickly upgrading Fury to gold. Ding. You have extracted the entry, Fury. Green 20,000 Rage. White 20,000. Entry upgraded to God of Slaughter. Gold description. Enter the path of slaughter. Killing intent enters the body. All attributes increase by 800. During the activation period, stamina consumption is multiplied by 100. Special effect, kill kill kill. Gold triggers endless killing intent, completely losing rationality. All attributes 400. This effect only deactivates when stamina is exhausted or when there are no living beings within visible range. The stronger the power, the more cautious one must be. Remember, after Fury upgraded to gold, the enhancement effect left Ling Feng feeling incredibly terrified. An 800 boost, that's 8-fold. Furthermore, this enhancement could be stacked with all other enhancements like strength, and most frighteningly, it had a special effect. All attributes increased by 400. This meant Ling Feng's combat power would be directly enhanced to 3,200. If the previous boost was 100 times, now activating all effects would mean a 3,200-fold combat power increase. One can only imagine how terrifying such combat power would be. Even the divine realms will recognize the terror of this entry, urging him to use it cautiously. Ling Feng began wondering about the terrifying combat power those who mastered other golden entries might possess. However, he understood that if it came down to a life-or-death situation, this special effect would have to be used no matter what. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Once dead, everything would be over. Then, he directly opened the concealment entry and began stacking and upgrading. Ding. You have extracted the entry, concealment. Green 20,000 concealment. White 20,000. Entry upgraded to merge with the world. Gold description, completely hidden within the world. Those whose comprehensive strength does not exceed 800 of yours cannot sense your location. Special effect, Shadow Absolute Kill. The moment you emerge from concealment, your most powerful strike's potency is multiplied by 200. The appearance of this entry made Ling Feng raise an eyebrow, as the concealment effect could stack with all his entries, making it immensely powerful. Ling Feng has now reached the third level of the Martial Master Realm, with a combined explosive power that is an astonishing 100 times stronger. For an enemy to detect his presence, they would need a combat power 800 times that of a third-level Martial Master. Even more terrifying is the skill Shadow Death Strike, which can be combined with Ling Feng's overall combat power, allowing him to lurk in the shadows. By harnessing the killing intent of the God of Slaughter and using special effects, he can elevate his strength to its peak, delivering a deadly attack. The moment he reveals himself, his combat power doubles with the boost from the Shadow Death Strike. Imagine how terrifying that power is. After careful calculation, Ling Feng realized that his current combat power boost has reached 40 times. With his enhanced spear skills, it becomes 60 times, and the strengthened martial skills give him a 12-fold increase. This means his base combat power can reach 700 times. If he then uses the 64-fold power of the God of Slaughter and Shadow Death Strike, he can instantly unleash over 42,000 times his combat power. Such an attack would be difficult for even enemies several realms stronger than Ling Feng to withstand. However, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Can his body withstand a 42,000-fold boost? If he delivers a strike, his enemy may fall, but he might also perish. He realized he must quickly arrange for some life-saving attributes, or he might not even know how he died. The strength of golden attributes lies in Ling Feng's ability to stack multiple attributes. Ordinary people, even with golden attributes, cannot achieve such terrifying combat power increases if they cannot stack them. Ling Feng then opened his attribute panel to examine the series of attribute data. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Level, 3rd level Martial Master. Vitality, 32,000. Soul, 10,210. Skills, Mastery in Heavenly Fire Divine Technique. 8th level mid-grade martial skill Splitting Sky. 6th level Supreme Attribute Infinite Soul Level. Unlimited stacking and upgrading of the same attribute. Unlimited fusion of attributes. God Slayer. Gold Soul Strength, 4,000. Soul Pressure Breaking the Sky. Gold Strength, 4,000. God of Slaughter. Gold All Attributes, Boost, 800. Stamina Consumption, 100 times. Kill Kill Kill. 400 Integration with the world. Gold Comprehensive Strength not exceeding your 800 times will be undetectable. Shadow Death Strike. 200 Solar True Fire. Gold Flame 4,000. Stellar Devouring Heaven. Gold Devour everything to strengthen oneself. Flame of Devouring 9 Heavens. Divine Thunder. Silver Thunder 2,000 Essence Iron Armor. Silver Defense 2,000 Super Godspeed. Silver Movement Speed 2,000 Phantom Hand. Silver Attack Speed 1,000 Daylight Ascension. Gold Cultivation Speed 100,000. Epiphany 1H 1,000 times. Charging 0 Everlasting Life. Silver Stamina 2,000 Child of Fortune. Silver Protagonist-like Fortune, Spear Tao Supreme. Silver Spear Skill Power 2,000. Looking at this array of attributes, even Ling Feng felt dizzy. Indeed, the stacking of power has allowed his combat prowess to achieve a qualitative leap. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, staring at the golden entry with a heart full of doubt. What level is this golden entry? He couldn't help but sigh, wishing he could try it out if not for his empty pockets. The power of the golden entry made him eager to see what higher levels might offer. Clearly, entries above golden must be truly terrifying. Based on my experience, upgrading a golden entry would cost at least trillions, possibly even more, Ling Feng thought to himself. After all, this was a level of entry never seen among humans before. The higher the challenge, the more potent the effects could be. A smile crept onto his face, but it quickly froze. Wait, have I spent too much time extracting entries? He suddenly realized and hurriedly checked the time on his biocomputer, discovering it was already the afternoon of the second day. Damn, one entry takes over 2 hours, some even 5 hours, which adds up to a whole day. He felt a mix of relief and surprise, then opened his social app only to be bombarded with messages from Zhao Xia. Hey crazy guy, class is starting. Aren't you coming out? Time's almost up, get out now. The warehouse door won't open. Fine, I'm going first, good luck. Oh no, Qing Xuanzi is calling roll. You've been caught skipping class. After reading these, Ling Feng was speechless. Who still takes attendance these days? But it didn't seem like a big deal. Don't come? Qing Xuanzi said you don't need to attend anymore. Maybe it's a privilege due to your strong talent. The last message made Ling Feng twitch. Are you sure that's what Qing Xuanzi meant? Not telling me to get lost. But he quickly consoled himself. Forget it. With my strength now, who needs classes? Thinking this, he left the warehouse. As soon as he stepped out, Elder Zhou flew over, landing beside him with a smile. Young master, have you been waiting for me? Ling Feng was taken aback, thinking that Elder Zhou, being a martial master, didn't need to be so diligent. It's my duty. Elder Zhou smiled slightly, but his smile soon froze. Young master, have you broken through to martial master? He suddenly asked. Yes, just did. What? Ling Feng nodded, seeing no need to hide it. The power of the devouring entry was nothing to be ashamed of. He hit his realm to the first level. With his current strength, even if Si Kongjin were several times stronger, he wouldn't notice anything amiss. A 4,000-fold increase in combat power was no joke. Before the golden entry appeared, Ling Feng's combat power could barely contend with a first-level martial supreme, and now, he could likely overpower a 6th or 7th level. It seems I have no fate with the young master. Your strength has definitely surpassed mine, rendering me, the guardian, useless. Just like when I guarded young master Ling Xian, and in the end, he had to save me. Elder Zhou smiled helplessly. By the way, you said you used to be my dad's guardian. Does that mean you were close to him? Ling Feng asked curiously, filled with questions about his father's secrets. He originally thought his father was just an ordinary martial emperor, but later learned he could slay 5th-tier beasts and was the commander of Kaiyan City. Eventually, Ling Feng discovered his father's strength was far from simple, with the 90-plus floors of the Hidden Dragon Tower as the best evidence. Fairly familiar. But honestly, I don't know much about his secrets, though there is one thing I've always wanted to tell you. Elder Zhou's tone suddenly turned serious. What is it? Ling Feng was stunned. Ling Xian is definitely not dead. Elder Zhou's words were like a thunderclap, causing Ling Feng's pupils to contract sharply, leaving him dumbfounded. Not dead? How is that possible? Many people saw it with their own eyes. Ling Feng couldn't believe it. He wanted to say that many people in Kaiyan City saw him perish alongside a Tier 5 beast. However, when he tried to speak, he fell silent. Was it really possible to perish with a Tier 5 beast? He pondered, remembering that before he graduated from university, Ling Xian was already a martial master and had even ventured into the Xiantian divine realm. After disappearing for a year post-graduation, he reappeared in Kaiyan City. What had transpired during that year? Had his combat ability really declined to the level of a martial emperor? Unlikely. Even if his strength had waned, could a Tier 5 beast truly kill him? Ling Feng wasn't questioning his father's strength, but rather focusing on another crucial aspect. He possessed a special trait that probably fewer than 3 people knew about. This trait allowed for rapid healing of injuries. Its exact level was unknown, but once, when he was still a martial emperor, I witnessed him use a forbidden trait to sacrifice half his body, gaining immense power to counterkill a Tier 6 beast and save me. I thought he was doomed, considering he sacrificed half his body, and we were stranded on a desolate planet with no means to heal. But I was proven terribly wrong. In just an hour, his body was as good as new. Old Zhou recounted the story, still in awe of the events. Ling Feng's pupils constricted upon hearing it. Sacrificial traits combined with healing traits? Could his father really be so formidable? Did he not fully utilize his strength in the upper floors of the Qianlong Tower? Perhaps he displayed less than half, or even a fraction of his true power. This meant that a Tier 5 beast could never kill him. Where had he gone? Ling Feng furrowed his brow, pondering why his father and mother disappeared together when he was just a month old. This was no accident. There had to be a reason. As for the reason, I couldn't say. My memories of him are limited to escorting him to the Xiantian Galaxy. I only know he passed the Xiantian Divine Realms assessment and entered it. After that, there was no news, which is typical, as ordinary prodigies take years or even decades to emerge from the Xiantian Divine Realm. All these years, I assumed he hadn't returned from the Xiantian Divine Realm until you appeared, revealing his whereabouts. When he surfaced in Kaiyan City, it was less than a year after entering the Xiantian Divine Realm. If I'm not mistaken, your mother should be from the Xiantian Divine Realm. This means all reasons trace back to his entry into the Xiantian Divine Realm, and perhaps all answers lie within it. You'll need to find them yourself. Old Zhou looked at Ling Feng and said slowly. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Disappearing abruptly and returning with his mother, who had no records, was definitely linked to the Xiantian Divine Realm. Even if she wasn't from there, she certainly wasn't from Blue Water Star, or else Si Kongjun would have found some trace. Thank you, Old Zhou. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known my parents might still be alive. Ling Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. It's no problem. Although I've only known Ling Xian for 2 years, during this time, we've faced several life and death trials together, forming a deep bond. Elder Zhou smiled and said, if you can find him, I'll be very happy to. After hearing this, Ling Yin asked Elder Zhou some questions about Ling Xian. He realized his estimation was correct. Ling Xian's demonstrated strength and combat ability were indeed extraordinary. To avoid discouraging others, Ling Xian didn't completely conquer the Qianlong Tower. After all, without the talent to do so, passing the Xiantian Divine Realms assessment would be extremely difficult. Afterwards, Ling Feng left the manor and headed to the library to find some soul cultivation techniques and martial skills. He walked straight to the librarian and said, "Search for all the top-tier, combat-enhancing soul master techniques and martial skills." The librarian responded, "Beep. Starting search." In just 1 second, various techniques and skills appeared on either side of him. Ling Feng first looked at the techniques section and quickly found a promising one. This technique was called the 9 Revolutions Soul Refinement Scripture, rated as a 6th tier supreme. Its description stated, a soul-based technique for soul masters and spiritual thought masters, with 9 revolutions. Each revolution increases soul strength by 50, unleashing even greater power. When trained to the 9th revolution, soul strength can increase by 450. Warning, originally rated as a 7th tier supreme, but due to its extreme difficulty, exceeding that of ordinary 8th tier techniques, it was downgraded to 6th tier supreme. To date, the highest anyone has reached is the 6th revolution. Note, soul cultivation techniques are inherently more difficult than body cultivation techniques, so choose carefully. The introduction to this technique was outstanding, focused purely on soul enhancement. Although its difficulty was intimidating, it wasn't an issue for Ling Feng. If necessary, he could use enlightenment. If once wasn't enough, he would do it multiple times. He estimated that with his current talent, one enlightenment could reach the 8th revolution. Unable to obtain a 7th tier technique in the short term, he decided to choose this one for now. Having made up his mind, Ling Feng turned to martial skills. Some of these were also extremely challenging, mainly because soul martial skills were inherently difficult. These 6th tier supreme martial skills were often harder than ordinary 7th tier supreme ones. After some selection, Ling Feng quickly made his choice. The martial skill was called 1000 Soul Blades, rated as 6th tier supreme. Its description stated, a soul master martial skill. It allows the condensation of soul power into thousands of soul blades for attack, causing a soul lacerating effect on enemies. Not only is its power terrifying, but the pain it inflicts is also extreme, hailed as the strongest soul torture technique. At entry level, one can condense one soul blade, each with 200 power. Once proficient, 10 soul blades can be condensed, each with 250 power. Thereafter, each stage increases the number of blades by 10 and enhances power by 50. When trained to perfection, the number of blades can reach 10,000, with a power boost of up to 400. 1000 soul blades is the best of the best. Although a single blade's power is limited, reaching perfection with 10,000 blades is terrifying. With such an overwhelming attack, even soul cultivators stronger than Ling Feng would be unable to withstand it. Ling Feng pondered whether one enlightenment could bring this skill to perfection, and he thought it probably could. Ling Feng pondered, filled with anticipation as he imagined the effect of executing this move. Without hesitation, he decisively chose these 2 sets of techniques and martial skills. In an instant, a surge of memories was transmitted into Ling Feng's mind through the biointelligent brain. Thanks to his powerful soul extinguisher attribute and golden talent, just a quick glance at these memories gave him a deep understanding of the techniques and skills. He estimated that with practice, he could grasp the basics within a few hours. It seemed it was time to hunt fierce beasts and acquire attributes. Ling Feng began to contemplate. He could never have too many attributes. However, if he could find a quick way to earn money, it would save him the trouble of taking action himself. Mr. Zhou, what other ways are there to make money besides hunting fierce beasts and selling oracle stones? Ling Feng asked curiously as he walked out of the library. If there were no other options, he would have to resort to hunting. Of course there are. Mr. Zhou nodded in response. Young master, what do you think is the most important thing in this world? That would be strength, of course, Ling Feng replied. Exactly, it's strength. And the key to making big money is enhancing strength. Besides oracle stones and fierce beasts, what do you think enhances strength the fastest? Mr. Zhou asked with a smile. With that question, Ling Feng immediately understood. An alchemist. He realized that he had previously considered learning alchemy mainly to save some expenses, as there were so many things to spend money on. But with the flame of Devourer, he seemed to no longer need alchemy, as he could directly devour the bodies of fierce beasts and all materials. However, Mr. Zhou's words made him realize that while he might not need alchemy himself, it was a quick way to make money. Just think of Master Lu, who could earn billions with a single 6th tier potion. That's right, an alchemist, and of course, an artificer or formation master can also make money. However, these professions have prerequisites, such as needing alchemy talent and fire attribute traits. Mr. Zhou explained slowly. I see, I'll go learn right away. Ling Feng responded without hesitation and headed straight for the alchemist building. This left Mr. Zhou bewildered. Wait, young master, didn't you hear the rest of what I said? Do you have the talent to just go and learn? Mr. Zhou followed him, feeling helpless. The alchemist building was an extremely majestic structure, bustling with students and instructors coming in and out, mostly to purchase potions. Real alchemists were easy to spot, as they wore the corresponding alchemist attire. Young master, are you sure you want to learn? Although you're in the hidden dragon class, if you don't have the talent, the alchemy instructors here won't teach you. Mr. Zhou said to Ling Feng with a sense of resignation. Ling Feng didn't mind. He naturally lacked the specific alchemy traits. But soon, I will have them, right? Mr. Zhou, you can go back and wait for me. I'll return once I've learned, and there won't be any danger here. Ling Feng replied to Mr. Zhou as he turned back. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Elder Zhou seemed hesitant, but ultimately nodded and turned to leave. Ling Feng then headed straight to the shopping hall on the first floor. Hello, are you here to purchase potions? A strikingly attractive senior student approached him, clearly working part-time as a sales assistant. Hi, I've made a reservation for the Alchemy Sanctuary. It should be in Area 1024, Ling Feng replied. All right, please follow me, the senior student said, leading Ling Feng towards Area 1024. You can wait here, someone will bring your items, she added before leaving. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing an alchemist's robe emerged. A silver potion with an engraved symbol hung from his chest, indicating his status as a 4th-level alchemist. A 1st-level alchemist would have a copper potion with 1 mark, 2nd level, 2 marks, 3rd level, 3 marks, and 4th level, silver. A 7th-level potion is gold. Even Master Lu was only a 6th-level alchemist, with the 7th level still out of reach. That's right, it's me. Ling Feng nodded in response. You've reserved the Alchemy Sanctuary experience. I'm your guide, Teacher Wang Sun. Just follow me. Wang Sun said with a smile. He seemed surprised by Ling Feng's status, considering Ling Feng was a super genius who had conquered the Qianlong Tower, yet also showed interest in the Alchemy Sanctuary. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Ling Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, it's an honor for us that a student like Ling Feng is interested in our Alchemy Sanctuary. Besides, I've heard that Ling Feng is quite powerful, so my role might just be to show the way. Wang Sun laughed. Teacher Wang, you're too kind. My skills are just average, Ling Feng replied with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, no need to be modest, Ling Feng. Let's get going. It will take us about 2 hours to get there, Wang Sun said, still smiling, as he led Ling Feng toward another door. As the door opened, they were met with the sight of a 5th-level small aircraft. The two boarded it, and with a roar, the aircraft swiftly departed from the Imperial Capital University, quickly leaving the campus behind. During the next 2 hours, Ling Feng didn't remain idle. Having just acquired the soul cultivation techniques, he started to recall and practice them in his mind. The 9 revolutions soul refinement technique wasn't complicated. It involved rotating the soul's power in a special way to form a vortex. The term 9 revolutions refers to making 1 rotation per second, enhancing the soul's power to the 1st revolution stage. Although it seems like just 1 rotation per second, it actually involves rotating the entire soul's power, which is quite challenging. However, with Ling Feng's exceptional talent as a soul exorcist and his golden cultivation entry, his training progressed with ease. It was much faster than he anticipated. In just half an hour, he reached the 1st level. Once he achieved the 1st level, training became even simpler. The 2nd level took only 10 minutes, the 3rd half an hour, and the 4th an hour. This ease was because the difficulty of this technique only equated to the entry level of other techniques at the 4th level. Despite being rated a level lower, it was still a 7th-tier supreme technique. During this time, Ling Feng also used his mind to begin condensing his own soul blades, following the method of the myriad soul blades. After 2 hours, he successfully condensed 8 soul blades. At this rate, he would reach the proficient level of 10 soul blades in another half hour. Of course, the current number of soul blades was sufficient for now. Buzz! At that moment, with a rumbling sound, the aircraft slowly landed at a military base. Ling Feng, we've arrived, said Wang Sun from the pilot's seat. With that, he led Ling Feng off the aircraft. Instantly, Ling Feng saw numerous aircraft parked here, with many people bustling around, some dragging the corpses of goblins. However, when they saw Wang Sun and Ling Feng, their expressions changed, especially noticing Wang Sun's 4th-tier alchemist robe, which prompted many to greet him respectfully. A 4th-tier alchemist status was comparable to an ordinary 5th-tier martial master. This is the entrance to the apothecary god's domain. Due to its value, it has long been under military control, guarded by a martial sovereign-level expert. Wang Sun explained to Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded, understanding the preciousness of a place that could produce alchemist entries. Then, led by Wang Sun, they arrived at a massive square. In the center stood a space portal towering 100 meters high. This was the legendary portal to the god's domain. Each spatial rift led to an unknown world. Many people were coming and going here, but Ling Feng noticed that everyone had to hand over half of their divine oracle stones upon exiting. If someone had only 1 stone, it would be taken entirely. Of course, if they didn't have any, there was no fee. This was the cost of entry. The divine oracle stones weren't for any individual, but were used for the maintenance costs of the god's domain. The base's annual military expenditure was at least 1 billion, and these funds were deducted from these stones. Of course, any value exceeding 1 million was yours to keep. Wang Sun explained, and Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Having someone guard the entrance ensured that only bronze and silver warriors had the privilege to enter. Otherwise, it would have been overrun by goblin armies long ago. All right, let's go in, Wang Sun said, leading Ling Feng forward. Buzz. With a surge of spatial energy, they entered the rift. Ling Feng felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a wave of heat, as if he were in a sea of fire. As he took a closer look, he found himself in a world of red cliffs, where the ground was cracked and lava oozed out, hot and dangerous. This world was teeming with fire-type beasts, and if one was lucky, they could acquire advanced fire control abilities. Moreover, with some careful searching, fire elemental herbs were not hard to find. As for the goblins, they lived in a nearby oasis, numerous and powerful. If one wished to hunt goblins, it was best to linger near the goblin city without venturing too deep, for angering the goblin king could lead to unimaginable consequences. Even Si Kongjun, the council president, might not be able to contend with the goblin king's strength. Wang Sun advised Ling Feng, reminding him that his duty was to deliver the students here, as he was not their babysitter. Normally, he escorted several teams, and if Ling Feng weren't a student of the Qianlong class, the task wouldn't have fallen to someone at his level of Wuzong Fifth Heaven. Ling Feng smiled slightly. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I'll take a good look around and contact you when I'm done. With that, he soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. Wang Sun watched Ling Feng leave, shocked. Although he knew Ling Feng's extraordinary strength, even surpassing Qian Yuan, the strongest in the Qianlong class, he hadn't expected Ling Feng to reach the Wuzong realm in just one day. A first-year student at the Wuzong level, was this the world of a genius? With Ling Feng's combat ability, he could probably defeat him in one move. As Ling Feng flew through the sky, he overlooked the divine realm below, noticing how vast the land was. According to the map, this 6th-level divine realm had a diameter of a full 3,000 kilometers. The Goblin Kingdom alone covered over 100 kilometers and had a population of millions. The goblin survival ability was astonishing. If all these millions of goblins could be eliminated, how many alchemist abilities could be gained? Ling Feng pondered, but then realized that doing so would leave the divine realm barren. Besides, slaughtering millions of goblins would take considerable time. The best approach was to hunt the strong ones. It was said that the Goblin Kingdom was located atop a towering mountain. With the higher one lived, the stronger they were, and the Goblin King resided at the summit. Generally, as long as one didn't approach the mountainside, hunting goblins wouldn't attract the Goblin King's attention. As a menace, the Goblin King had committed numerous heinous acts, and Ling Feng thought to himself that if he could kill it, what kind of abilities might he gain? With this in mind, he increased his speed, causing a sonic boom in the air, creating a cloud of sound. Soon, Ling Feng saw the so-called Goblin Kingdom. It was a massive mountain made of earth, spanning over 100 kilometers and reaching heights of tens of thousands of meters. In neither his past life nor the present had Ling Feng seen such a tall mountain. Unlike the entrance, the surroundings of the Goblin Kingdom were lush with greenery, looking quite beautiful from afar. However, Ling Feng had no time to admire the view and flew directly towards the mountain summit at full speed. At the peak of the Goblin Kingdom, in a magnificent palace, the elderly Goblin King sat on his throne, overlooking his ministers below. The ministers angrily complained, "Your Majesty, those outsiders from the human race have gone too far. The number of humans entering our kingdom has been increasing, and our population has decreased by 10% in just 5 years. If this continues for 50 more years, won't we goblins face extinction?" Another minister chimed in, "Indeed, Your Majesty, we cannot let them be so arrogant any longer. We must retaliate." The ministers, many of whom were at the martial master level, were filled with righteous indignation, appealing to the Goblin King. These ministers were mostly around 1.5 meters tall, considered giants among goblins, while the Goblin King himself was an even greater giant, standing over 1.8 meters tall. The Goblin King listened to their grievances in silence, his expression impassive. Though the human forces were formidable, he knew that if they were to take action, it had to be with a thunderous force to demonstrate the strength of the goblin race. He coldly declared, "Strength is not a reason to slaughter us." His voice echoed in the palace, invigorating the ministers present, as the emperor had finally decided to act. "Your Majesty is wise." The ministers cheered in unison, filled with excitement. At that moment, a young voice suddenly interrupted the cheers. All the ministers fell silent and turned toward the entrance. A young man slowly flew into the palace, landing steadily before them. A goblin at the peak of the martial master level saw this, and was filled with rage. "A human martial master? How dare you cause trouble in the goblin palace?" He thought to himself that since this human had heard their plans, he must not be allowed to leave alive. He grabbed a giant axe, taller than himself, and charged at the young man with incredible speed, arriving in front of him in an instant. Just as he was about to swing the axe at the young man, everything went black, and he lost consciousness. His body, driven by inertia, surged forward and crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail that stopped at Ling Feng's feet. Ling Feng slightly lifted his foot, pinning the fallen goblin. This scene left all the goblins present, including the Goblin King, utterly stunned. The strongest among them had perished so easily, without even knowing the cause of death. At that moment, the fallen goblin's body emitted a dazzling light, and as the light flickered, a blue oracle stone slowly materialized. Ling Feng glanced around in silence, thinking to himself, these goblins seem to only know how to fight, not how to make potions. Suddenly, he realized that his opponent was actually a soul slayer. At this moment, the Goblin King also appeared unusually solemn. He slowly rose from his throne, drew a massive sword, and fixed a serious gaze on Ling Feng. That's right, you're a soul slayer. I'm here today to collect some oracle stones from alchemists, so I'm afraid you'll have to make a sacrifice, Ling Feng said with a relaxed smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from him, enveloping all the goblins present. Each goblin felt a deep-seated fear, including the Goblin King, whose soul seemed on the brink of collapse. Spare us, mighty one. If it's oracle stones you seek, we have 5 purple ones and plenty of blue in the goblin treasury. You can take them all, the Goblin King shouted urgently, his voice tinged with fear. You have so many purple ones? Where did you get them? Ling Feng asked, puzzled. Respected one, our Goblin King acquired them through fierce battles. The defeated perish, and we've been passing down this tradition for thousands of years, accumulating quite a few over the years, the Goblin King explained hurriedly. Our kind doesn't really need these, as many of us are born with full attribute slots. Only a few have spare slots, unlike humans, whose slots are usually empty. This makes humans the most unique among all races. I see. Do you have any white and green ones? I need a lot, and if you don't have enough, it might cost you your lives, Ling Feng said with a slight smile. Green and white. The goblins looked at each other, completely baffled by Ling Feng's request. We do, but they're not in the treasury, the Goblin King quickly replied. Not in the treasury? Then you're as good as dead, Ling Feng said, unimpressed. No, mighty one. I can have the people turn them in. They don't use these things, they just use them as table supports at home. If you need them, I can have them sent over, the Goblin King explained hastily. How long will it take for them to deliver? If it's too late, I can't guarantee you'll all survive, Ling Feng said with a smile, the threat implicit in his words. Just one day, and I can gather at least 3 million white and 30,000 green oracle stones, the Goblin King shouted, enduring the pressure. All right, I'll wait here for one day, Ling Feng said calmly. Yes, the Goblin King nodded repeatedly, relieved. Didn't you hear the mighty one's words? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and mobilize everyone. If you're late, I'll deal with you myself. The Goblin King immediately started shouting angrily at the ministers present. The roar was so intimidating that the ministers quickly fled. But in reality, escaping was impossible. Where could they go? The exit was guarded by humans, and with the numerous goblins around, finding them would be a simple task. Ling Feng then said, take me to your treasury. Let's see what treasures you have. The Goblin King nodded quickly and hurried back to his throne, pressing a hidden mechanism. With a rumbling sound, the ground behind the throne split open, revealing a passage leading underground. The Goblin King led Ling Feng down the path. Soon, a massive vault appeared before them. In front of them lay a pile of at least 1,000 blue oracle stones, containing not only alchemist attributes, but also fire attributes and various miscellaneous ones. Although these attributes weren't of golden standard, they certainly elevated several levels. If sold, their value would be at least several billion. However, handling them wouldn't be easy. Ling Feng looked around and suddenly noticed a single purple oracle stone stored separately in a crystal box, making it appear particularly valuable. Seeing this oracle stone, Ling Feng was taken aback. What attribute is this that warrants such special treatment? The Goblin King's heart ached seeing Ling Feng's interest, but reluctantly handed it over to him. Ling Feng took a closer look and his eyes widened. The oracle stone's attributes included extractable attributes: Iron Shirt Blue Defense 700, Swift Feet Blue Speed 700, Mighty Strength Blue Strength 700, Storage Space Purple, able to create a 1000 space for storing items. Explosive Flame Purple Firepower 1200. A total of 10 attributes, with 3 blue, 1 purple, and the rest green. The most valuable was undoubtedly the storage space. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, thinking, space attributes are incredibly rare. Although storage attributes are the cheapest among them, they are still significantly more valuable than ordinary attributes. This single stone could easily be worth 2 billion. Ling Feng felt a bit tempted. This attribute would be useful for him. He needed an attribute he could use, but he felt it might not be worth it. He opened his biocomputer, quickly searching for blue and green storage space attributes, but couldn't find a white one. Ultimately, he decided, upgrading to gold requires green anyway, so using green directly is more economical, as it's only a tenth of the price. Selling this purple oracle stone would also be a good option. Where did you get this? Do you have beasts with such attributes here, or did it drop after defeating humans? Ling Feng asked casually. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Goblin King's expression changed dramatically. Initially, Ling Feng thought he was about to be reprimanded, but that wasn't the case. The Goblin King hurriedly explained, absolutely not. You've misunderstood. We have a magical creature here called the Flame Slime. It not only possesses the power of fire, but can also store items. These came from a slime king that I defeated. As he spoke, the Goblin King sifted through a pile of blue oracle stones and handed a few blue spatial entries to Ling Feng. Look, these entries are from the Flame Slime clan. Storage space, the Goblin King exclaimed excitedly. The blue ones can create a 100,100,100 space for storing items. Ling Feng took a look and realized it was true. Although the blue storage space wasn't as large as the purple one, 1,000,000 cubic meters was still plenty to store numerous items, and it could even be stacked and upgraded. With this thought, Ling Feng used one of the blue oracle stones without hesitation. Buzz! Instantly, a blue light surged into his body, leaving the Goblin King dumbfounded, thinking to himself, what luck? But why not use a purple one? Wouldn't selecting purple be better, with 1,000 times more storage space? However, he dared not ask further. Then, with a wave of his hand, Ling Feng swiftly collected all the items present. Not only oracle stones, but also fire-attributed herbs and some beast energy cores. These were valuable resources, and if sold, they would be worth billions. More importantly, Ling Feng discovered several 5th and 6th level elixirs, feeling secretly pleased. I've really hit the jackpot this time. You may leave now. I'll be cultivating here. Call me when everything is ready. Ling Feng instructed the Goblin King, who dared not object, and quickly exited the treasury. Ling Feng then sat cross-legged in midair, his soul power slowly lifting him. He retrieved a pile of 5th-level chi and blood pills from the storage space, which were refined from the flesh and blood of fierce beasts. With a gesture buzz, black devouring flames erupted from his hand, instantly enveloping all the pills. The flames consumed the pills and vanished in a flash. What followed was a surge of intense medicinal power emerging from every cell, rapidly strengthening Ling Feng's entire body. This method was much faster than consuming the pills directly, eliminating the need to eat them in large quantities. Ding. Devouring Qi and Blood Power. Qi and Blood Value 1. Ding. Devouring Qi and Blood Power. Qi and Blood Value 1. Ding. Devouring Qi and Blood Power. Qi and Blood Value 1. At this moment, Ling Feng's physical body was rapidly strengthening. The devouring flames were indeed impressive, and he realized he could directly use them as nourishment when hunting fierce beasts in the future. He also wondered, could the soul be devoured as well? Suddenly, Ling Feng remembered something. In the past, he couldn't perceive the existence of souls, but now, as a soul destroyer, souls were as clear to him as physical bodies. Oh right, the goblin warrior he just killed, although he shattered its soul, the fragments still remained. With this thought, Ling Feng quickly spread his soul power. Soon, he discovered the dissipated fragments of the goblin warrior's soul and immediately enveloped them with his soul power, pulling them back. When the soul appeared before him, Ling Feng compressed it with his soul power. Instantly, a small blue soul orb the size of a fingernail appeared. Devour. Ling Feng pointed at the void, and the flame of devouring erupted, enveloping the soul orb. The soul orb was completely consumed, and a refreshing sensation surged into Ling Feng's soul. Ding. Soul devoured, soul value 1 ding. Soul devoured, soul value 1 ding. Soul devoured, soul value 1. A series of notifications sounded. It really works. It seems any beast can be fully utilized in the future. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he estimated he could soon advance to the martial lord level, provided he had enough beast corpses. Once he obtained the apothecary's oracle stone, he planned to explore the surroundings and see if he could gather more green spatial entries from the flame slime space entries. Ling Feng pondered. Right, let's see how many blue entries are needed to upgrade a gold entry. Suddenly remembering this, Ling Feng quickly took out the fire-attributed blue oracle stones from his bag. Based on previous upgrade calculations, 10 blue oracle stones should upgrade the gold entry by 1. However, once the entry reaches gold, it undergoes a qualitative change, making further upgrades not so simple. Ling Feng thought as he began extracting. With the extraction of 10 entries, the gold entry showed no change, confirming his suspicion. He continued extracting. Ding. You extracted flame control. Blue 100. Sun true fire intensity increased by 4001. Finally, with 100 extractions, the flame showed improvement. How many would it take to upgrade beyond gold? If it only required 8,000 to upgrade, it would need 400,000 blue oracle stones. A single blue oracle stone for flame control is worth 3 billion. Wow, that's 120 trillion? Ling Feng's eyes widened at the calculation. With that much money, he could buy an entire blue water star. However, he quickly calmed down. The price of a single gold oracle stone, at the cheapest, is in the tens of trillions or even hundreds of trillions. If it directly provides a gold entry, someone who controls tens of thousands of life planets might be willing to pay hundreds of trillions for one. After all, the probability of drawing a gold oracle stone is too low, and there are entry limit constraints. His price for a single entry exceeding gold is only a little over 100 billion, which is already a bargain. Moreover, Ling Feng had almost decided that upgrading entries beyond gold would rely on his own efforts. Ling Feng was deep in thought. The cost of purchasing high-grade oracle stones was daunting, with blue inscriptions only appearing at the 5th tier or higher. He calculated that with his own silver luck inscription, the chance of obtaining a blue oracle stone should be over 50, possibly even 100. However, 5th-tier beasts could only be found in powerful divine realms, which ordinary ones couldn't satisfy. He estimated that a round trip to a high-level divine realm would take at least 7 to 8 days. It seemed that being an alchemist was the most reliable profession. Of course, selling oracle stones was also a good option, especially with the ones he acquired from the Goblin King. If anyone inquired about the source, he could be honest. Defeating the Goblin King was not impossible, given his martial prowess and strong combat skills. A more cautious explanation would be to claim they were stolen, even if it meant revealing some stealth-based inscriptions. Ling Feng thought he didn't need to be overly cautious. As long as he didn't casually display silver or even gold oracle stones, there would be no suspicion. Besides, with such powerful inscriptions, it wouldn't be long before he became the strongest among humans. By then, who would dare question him? Even if someone suspected he had unlimited inscriptions, they would have to keep it to themselves. With this in mind, Ling Feng took out the high-quality pills from his backpack and used the devouring flame to consume them. Instantly, he felt his strength increase once again. Meanwhile, chaos ensued in the Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin army was frantically scavenging within the kingdom, indiscriminately collecting all oracle stones. Soon, carts filled with white and green oracle stones were transported to the palace. There were even dozens of blue oracle stones, which had formed by chance from the deaths of ordinary goblins, though the odds were low. These were oracle stones with alchemist inscriptions. If they had fire attribute inscriptions, the numbers would be even higher, since the entire divine realm was inhabited by fire attribute creatures. Goblins would occasionally buy white oracle stones to decorate their homes, but now their houses were being dismantled. Finally, the day came to an end. As the doors to the underground chamber slowly opened, the Goblin King and his attendants held their breath. Escape? In the presence of the soul extinguisher, that would be akin to courting death. Even if they hid in the most concealed corner, they would be found and killed within days if they remained in this divine realm. The Goblin King respectfully reported to Ling Feng, "Honorable Soul Extinguisher, the items you requested are ready. We have 420,000 white alchemist inscriptions, 12,000 green, over 100 blue, and 1 purple. For fire attributes, there are 13 million white, 300,000 green, over 300 blue, and 2 purple." Even Ling Feng was astonished by the sheer number of oracle stones. The wealth of the goblin race was staggering, with each goblin owning several oracle stones on average. "Very good, you've done well." Ling Feng nodded. "Your lives are spared." Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction. As a man of his word, he naturally wouldn't harm these goblins. After all, they still had their uses. His words brought a sigh of relief to the Goblin King and his followers. They were genuinely afraid. For some reason, Ling Feng's aura had become increasingly terrifying in just one day. "Find me the most skilled alchemist you have. I'm planning to learn alchemy," Ling Feng suddenly announced to the Goblin King. Learn alchemy? Everyone present was taken aback. Didn't humans have alchemists too? And their alchemists shouldn't be any less skilled, right? Nevertheless, faced with Ling Feng's authority, they dared not question him and quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, you may leave. Return in 5 hours with your alchemists," Ling Feng instructed. The Goblin King and his companions, feeling as if they had been pardoned, quickly retreated. Once everyone had left, Ling Feng picked up a white alchemist tag. "Alchemy Apprentice." He read the description and thought to himself, the white tag remains unimpressive, offering only a slight talent for alchemy. If developed, it could serve as an assistant alchemist, capable of identifying and sorting herbs but not participating in actual alchemy. However, if it could truly perform alchemy, the value of this tag might exceed millions. Ling Feng then began to draw tags frantically. Ding! Your Alchemy Apprentice tag has upgraded to Alchemist. The system notification sounded. Green. You possess a small talent for alchemy, which, if fully developed, could make you a second-tier alchemist. Indeed, the green tag showed a noticeable improvement. Although it claimed one could become a second-tier alchemist, realistically, reaching first tier would already be an achievement. Only those who dedicate themselves to constant study might reach second tier in their old age. Ling Feng continued drawing tags, stacking them rapidly. Soon, after consuming 10,000 white tags, the tag level successfully upgraded to silver. Alchemy Master. Silver. You possess a powerful talent for alchemy, which, if fully developed, could make you an 8th tier master alchemist. With a strong fire tag, you could even reach 9th tier. And with an additional silver talent tag, 10th tier is within reach. The silver alchemist description was indeed impressive. Fully developed, it could achieve 8th tier mastery. Moreover, with a fire tag, it could be elevated by another tier. And with a talent tag, reaching 10th tier was possible. Yet, possessing all these tags simultaneously was nearly impossible. Having a fire tag alone would be quite fortunate. Thinking of this, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. He picked up the green token and began to draw frantically. Ding! Congratulations! Your alchemist token has successfully upgraded to gold. Alchemy Supreme. The golden token grants you an incredible alchemical talent. If fully developed, you could become a 10th tier top alchemist. With a golden flame token, you might even reach the 11th tier. And if you add a golden talent token, you could become a 12th tier alchemist. Indeed, just as Ling Feng had suspected, gold signifies above the 10th tier. Now, with all 3 tokens combined, Ling Feng possesses the potential of a 12th tier alchemist. Although reaching the 12th tier is unlikely, achieving the 11th tier is a breeze. So, becoming a 6th or 7th tier alchemist would be as easy as drinking water, wouldn't it? Ding! The alchemy token has upgraded to a golden token, triggering a special effect. This special effect means you could brew 1 to 10 extra pills with every batch. The special token appeared quickly, causing Ling Feng's eyes to widen. Wow! Creating something from nothing and producing extra pills? That could double or even increase the value 11-fold. This token is quite formidable. Ling Feng was thrilled because it's a rule that 1 batch of ingredients yields 1 pill, never 2. But now it's possible, and the profit isn't just double. For instance, a high-energy potion costs 2.5 billion, sells for 3 billion, and the profit is 500 million. But if you make 2 pills, the profit becomes 3.5 billion, a 7-fold increase. If 3 pills, that's a 13-fold profit. This is a fortune. With this special effect, will money ever be a problem again? Ling Feng laughed, knowing that financial issues might just be resolved. At that moment, Honored Soul Reaper, I have brought the alchemist you requested. The Goblin King respectfully led an old goblin into the palace. Ling Feng glanced at the alchemist robes on the two, and although the goblin's alchemist ranking differed from humans, he could tell that the old goblin was a 6th tier alchemist, on par with Master Lu. The old goblin looked at Ling Feng with indifference, clearly coerced. Esteemed one, let me be upfront. Alchemy requires talent. If the talent isn't there, no amount of earnest teaching will achieve much. The old goblin said bluntly to Ling Feng. Hearing this, the Goblin King's face turned pale. Master, this old fellow is stubborn. Please don't take it personally. The Goblin King quickly interjected. He's not entirely wrong. In that case, let's start with the basics. A 1st-tier potion, Ling Feng replied with a smile, not refuting him. Well, you humans have something called technology, so you should be familiar with pharmacology and ingredients, right? The old goblin said. Yes, I've downloaded almost everything, just need some practice. You make a 1st-tier potion for me to see, Ling Feng replied. He had just logged onto the Blue Water Star Imperial University's website, downloading knowledge on herbs and basic alchemical methods. With his strong alchemical talent, he had simulated the production of potions from the 1st to the 6th tier in his mind. Of course, this was just theoretical based on that knowledge. He hadn't seen how to actually make potions, so he wasn't sure if he could produce a qualified potion. Alright, let me show you the process of potion making. The old goblin didn't mind and quietly demonstrated, wanting others to learn that even crafting a purple tire item takes several days. Then, with a gentle swipe of his ring, some herbs appeared in his hand. This ring was a storage ring, a type of magical weapon, which is quite difficult to craft, indicating the presence of a master craftsman among the goblins. Clearly, having his own space, he didn't care much for these. The old goblin grasped the air, and with a buzz, a flame instantly ignited in his hand. He threw the herbs one by one into the flame. Then, various alchemical runes were introduced into the flame. Under the power of the runes, the herbs in the flame began to slowly melt. During the crafting process, the same herb undergoes numerous changes, and the alchemist needs to use different runes to stabilize these changes. Otherwise, the efficacy might decrease, or the cauldron could explode in severe cases. Of course, changes are inevitable. As long as the efficacy remains within the normal standard, it's fine. After all, if one could suppress all changes, they could craft the legendary perfect potion. The old goblin explained to Ling Feng, who nodded in understanding. What he needed to observe was how to handle these changes. Soon, he discovered the pattern. The changes were like playing whack-a-mole. Wherever a mole popped up, you hit it. However, each mole required a different hammer to deal with, and the key was in choosing the hammer. Some hammers could smash it thoroughly, suppressing the change completely, while others only partially. The choice relied entirely on personal experience and skill, which is why alchemical talent is so crucial. Once he understood this pattern, Ling Feng's previously deduced alchemical techniques instantly became clear. He even considered attempting to craft a sixth-tier potion, but decided to learn and observe more first. Soon, the old goblin crafted a top-notch first-tier healing potion of excellent quality, meeting the standard of a premium potion. Potions, weapons, and formations all have quality classifications, ranging from inferior, qualified, excellent, premium, to perfect. The higher the quality, the less toxic the potion, and the stronger the medicinal properties. Excessive intake of potion toxins could lead to poisoning or even death, and they are extremely difficult to eliminate. Thus, high-quality potions are not only expensive but also extremely rare. This potion's price was estimated to be 3 to 4 times that of a regular potion. Do you want to give it a try? If you have purple tire talent, you should be able to craft a first-tier potion at the inferior standard, the old goblin said to Ling Feng. This was also a test to gauge Ling Feng's alchemical talent. If he truly had purple tire talent, the goblin wouldn't mind teaching him properly. If not, he was prepared to give up, knowing Ling Feng wouldn't notice. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Ling Feng nodded in response. Then, with a point in the air, a golden flame erupted instantly, causing the entire palace to heat up wildly. The old goblin was so startled by the terrifying temperature that he quickly retreated. Fortunately, the temperature soon dropped to an imperceptible level. What? What kind of flame is this? The high temperature indicated Ling Feng's formidable strength, but his flame trembled fearfully upon its sudden appearance. This phenomenon only occurred when encountering a higher-grade flame. The old goblin was shocked, as his flame had already reached the purple level. Could Ling Feng's flame be the legendary silver flame? At that moment, the old goblin's heart was filled with dread. Ling Feng ignored the old goblin's thoughts and pointed lightly at the void. With a buzzing sound, the flame transformed into a giant hand, sweeping up the remaining herbs the old goblin had placed on the ground. Witnessing this, the old goblin's expression turned gloomy. Ling Feng clearly didn't possess the credentials of an alchemist, and mistakenly believed his powerful flame alone could make him one. The old goblin knew that someone with alchemist credentials would never make such a mistake, thinking they could refine all the herbs at once as if they were a sixth-tier alchemist. Though the old goblin dared not speak out, his growing anger left him in a daze. As the flame enveloped all the herbs, Ling Feng's hands swiftly executed various alchemical inscriptions. Initially, these inscriptions seemed a bit clumsy, causing some transformations to falter. However, as time went on, Ling Feng's inscriptions perfectly suppressed all the changes in the herbs, extracting impurities and transforming the herbs into liquid form, which slowly merged together. Eventually, a crystal-clear liquid emerged within Ling Feng's flame. Yet, sensing something was missing, Ling Feng continued with dozens more inscriptions. The liquid rapidly condensed into a small pill with a diameter of just 1 centimeter. The old goblin looked at the small pill in astonishment, finally understanding why lower-grade medicines were usually presented as potions. At this point, the old goblin was frozen in place. Judging from Ling Feng's initial clumsiness, it seemed indeed his first time refining medicine, but he had only completed 1/10 of the process, and his proficiency had already surpassed the old goblin's own. He wondered if Ling Feng was making a fool of him. After all, he was a 5th or 6th-tier alchemist, yet was Ling Feng's acting really that convincing? Master, did I succeed? The quality seems alright, just a bit of impurities. Ling Feng handed the small pill to the old goblin. The old goblin examined it closely, his mouth twitching. There were no visible impurities. It had reached a pseudo-perfect level, almost indistinguishable from a perfect-grade pill. The old goblin looked at Ling Feng with disbelief in his eyes. Are you sure this is your first time crafting a pill? Of course. If I knew how, why would I bother seeking your guidance, master? I'm not doing this out of boredom, Ling Feng replied. However, my alchemist credentials are high-level, so I learn a bit faster. Ling Feng offered an explanation, and the old goblin nodded in agreement. It seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. However, if Ling Feng had such talent, why not seek better learning opportunities outside? The old goblin was unaware of this, as even with talent, one must exhibit potential to advance beyond the basics. Studying directly under a 6th-tier alchemist would naturally be the fastest path. Your talent surpasses my expectations. Given that, I'll demonstrate the preparation of a 2nd-tier potion. If you can make it, I'll let you try a 3rd-tier potion. The old goblin's interest was piqued, and he felt honored to enlighten a future alchemy master. Thank you, master. Ling Feng responded immediately, with great respect. The old goblin wasted no time and began demonstrating with 2nd-tier ingredients. Although these ingredients were more complex, Ling Feng found them straightforward. Shortly after the demonstration began, Ling Feng picked up some ingredients and started concocting alongside him. This move made the old goblin's pupils contract sharply, and he focused intently on his work. However, he soon realized, to his shock, that Ling Feng's speed had surpassed his own. The increased speed of concoction meant the ingredients were transforming faster, and theoretically, if one could keep up, they could instantly create a potion. However, instantly concocting a first-tier potion is as challenging as crafting a sixth or seventh-tier pill. The old goblin pushed his own speed to the limit, thinking, there's no way a novice can surpass me, right? Yet, when he reached his limit, he found that Ling Feng had already finished, and the potion was of perfect quality. Boom! The old goblin's mindset shattered, and the cauldron exploded. The loud noise startled Ling Feng. Whoa, master, are you all right? He asked, seeing the old goblin covered in soot and puzzled as to why the cauldron exploded. Wasn't the second-tier potion supposed to be simple? Did something go wrong with the ingredients? Ling Feng quickly inquired. The old goblin almost choked on his own words. If news of a second-tier potion explosion got out, his reputation as the top alchemist in the Goblin Kingdom would be ruined. Sigh, I have nothing more to teach you. You've already graduated. No, this is entirely self-taught. Nothing to do with me. The old goblin sighed in resignation. Graduated already? Is the master joking? Ling Feng frowned, puzzled. Did the old man not want to teach him anymore? Was he intimidated by Ling Feng's talent? The old goblin was not dissuaded and offered Ling Feng a chance to prove himself. Try concocting with this recipe, he said, handing over a cherished scroll along with some ingredients. Ling Feng glanced at the scroll, which detailed dozens of ingredients and their preparation methods. He memorized it all in under a minute. Is this a sixth-tier pill? Ling Feng wondered, unsure. While he had mentally simulated the process for a sixth-tier potion, practical experience is always different from imagination. Try it and see, the old goblin replied, gesturing to the ingredients on the ground. Ling Feng grabbed the medicinal herbs without hesitation, and flames burst forth, forming a massive alchemical furnace. To prevent the herbs from being incinerated all at once, he carefully placed the first batch into the furnace. As the herbs transformed, Ling Feng found himself handling the process with ease and continued to add more ingredients. Despite the sudden increase in workload, he managed to maintain control. His speed in refining also increased, and as he grew more adept, the efficiency of his work became astonishing. 10 minutes later, a translucent purple pill appeared in the furnace. Under the protection of the flames, it gently landed in Ling Feng's hand, flawless. The old goblin standing nearby was dumbfounded, unable to resist muttering under his breath. He knew Ling Feng could refine a sixth-tier pill, but to achieve perfect quality was truly shocking. He began to wonder who Ling Feng really was, to reach such high quality on his first attempt. Ling Feng himself was amazed at the power of his golden talent. To refine a sixth-tier pill on his first try, could he really achieve the seventh tier? Although reaching the seventh tier was possible, creating a perfect pill at that level would be challenging. However, achieving above-average quality should be no problem, given his 12th-tier talent, which wasn't considered extraordinary. Ling Feng thought for a moment and felt reassured. For him, 6th and 7th-tier pills were like low-level challenges to others. Master, you were right. I have indeed graduated, thanks to your guidance. Although the old goblin's role was minor, his explanations and demonstrations were sufficient. The old goblin responded helplessly. You're too kind. I hardly deserve the title master. Now I feel like learning from you. Ling Feng smiled slightly. Master, you're joking. My talent is strong, but my theoretical knowledge lags far behind yours. Well, I've achieved my goal. Let the Goblin King know I'm leaving. Also, tell him not to think of attacking humans again. Luckily, I came this time, and only one of your people died. If you act again, the Goblin Kingdom might face extinction. Having gained substantial rewards, Ling Feng had no intention to act against the Goblin Kingdom, as his objective was already fulfilled. Thank you for the warning. I'll inform the king. The old goblin quickly nodded. After speaking, Ling Feng flew away, transforming into a blaze of fire as he left the Goblin Kingdom's palace. Seeing Ling Feng depart, the Goblin King hurried in to find the old goblin unharmed and breathed a sigh of relief. You old fool, I told you not to be so reckless. Luckily, that powerful figure didn't act, or you'd be dead. Both being sixth-tier martial experts, they naturally didn't wish for the other's downfall. Humph, you talk about me, but you wanted to attack the humans. Do you know how powerful they are? The old goblin retorted with a snort. The Goblin King's expression changed. You know about it? That human youth already told me. The old goblin slowly conveyed Ling Feng's words to the Goblin King. At that moment, the Goblin King fell silent, regret washing over him as he reflected on his previous impulsiveness. After all, with so many of his people dead or injured, it was hard to find peace of mind. However, upon careful consideration, could they really defeat the human race? Clearly not. The consequences of angering them would undoubtedly lead to their annihilation. Previously, he had acted so boldly because he wasn't afraid of death. After all, he was nearing the end of his life, so why not take a gamble? But Ling Feng's arrival made him realize that he was, in fact, very afraid of dying. This time, Ling Feng had indeed gained a lot. He pondered whether he should go to other divine realms and rob those powerful races. After securing the elixirs in his possession, he began to contemplate. With his strength, opponents below the 5th level of martial sovereign were no challenge, and he could easily defeat even 6th or 7th level experts. In the divine realms of Blue Water Star, the strongest were no more than that. He decided to first obtain the spatial token of the Flame Slime, filled with anticipation about the potential special effects of the Golden Storage Space token. With this in mind, he immediately used his biocomputer to bring up the map and flew at high speed toward the Flame Slime's habitat. Meanwhile, on the coast of Shihai City on Blue Water Star, a spatial rift suddenly began to open, its diameter gradually increasing until it reached a terrifying 3 meters. What level is a kilometer? The height of the Medicine Sovereign's divine realm is barely 100 meters, reaching the 6th level, and although the height of this rift didn't reach the 7th level, the beasts within were undoubtedly above the 6th level, 7 or 8 tiers. The sudden appearance of the rift quickly caught the attention of Shihai City's residents, and upon seeing such a terrifying rift, the entire city was thrown into panic, swiftly entering emergency mode and requesting support from the capital. Crack! A thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the rift, and then a terrifying octopus head, hundreds of meters in diameter, emerged from the rift. Its head alone was several hundred meters, with an overall length of at least several kilometers. Its eyes, like those of a demon, scanned the distant Shihai City before sinking back into the rift. Roar, 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 roar. Following this, deafening roars echoed from the rift as countless oceanic beasts surged out. These beasts had evolved to move on land, led by a massive crab hundreds of meters long and tall. The oceanic army charged straight toward Shihai City. Beyond the most formidable 6th-level beasts, there were at least dozens of 5th-level beasts. The military and the strong members of the Chosen Alliance in Shihai City turned pale at the sight of such a terrifying enemy force. Although Shihai City was a major city with martial sovereign-level experts guarding it, the number of martial masters was not high. And this 6th-level martial sovereign-grade terrifying crab was no ordinary 6th level. It was a powerful 6-star beast, with strength capable of instantly defeating the strongest martial sovereign in Shihai City. As the army charged towards the towering walls of West Sea City, a massive crab suddenly raised its enormous claws. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the walls were shattered instantly by the giant pincers. A horde of ferocious sea beasts flooded into the city, unleashing chaos and destruction. The air was filled with screams and cries, echoing across the city. Meanwhile, Ling Feng found himself above a sea of lava. From high above, he could see fiery, jelly-like creatures swimming in the molten rock, consuming the surrounding lava. The sight was both strange and fascinating to him. These flame slimes were not weak. Each one was a formidable 3rd or even 4th-tier beast. Who could still claim that slimes were the weakest creatures? Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel. He slowly extended his right hand, and in the next moment, an endless blaze erupted from his palm. The violent golden flames shone with a dazzling light, illuminating everything within a few kilometers in a golden hue. The slimes in the lava sea looked up in terror, their eyes nearly blinded by the intense brightness. The sound of their screams echoed throughout the lava sea. As the temperature continued to rise, even these fire-attributed slimes couldn't withstand it and began to flee. In the sky, the infinite flames coalesced into a gigantic golden hand. Great desolation imprisoning heaven finger. Ling Feng's dramatic spirit surged as he shouted, and the terrifying hand, hundreds of meters in diameter, descended towards the lava sea. The powerful aura pressed the lava down, creating a massive pit a kilometer wide, crushing all the slimes within into flat puddles under the immense pressure. With a resounding crash, the enormous hand struck the ground, sending a shockwave that shook the heavens and the earth. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, while the violent shockwave swept in all directions, flinging lava and tearing the slimes apart instantly. The ground trembled wildly, and the vibrations extended hundreds of kilometers to the Goblin Kingdom. The Slime King, feeling the distant tremors, looked in disbelief towards the source of the disturbance. It was too far to see anything but the blinding light. What was happening there? It seemed to be the territory of the slimes. The old goblin was equally puzzled. It's that powerful one. He just headed in that direction. The Goblin King took a deep breath, his tone heavy. The old goblin was shocked. Yes, that brilliant gold seems to be Ling Feng's flames, those terrifying flames that make one's soul tremble. It seems you've done one thing right in your life of folly. If you had actually confronted him, our Goblin Kingdom would face utter ruin. The old goblin remarked to the Goblin King. You old coot, what do you mean by that? Is that a compliment or an insult? The Goblin King's face darkened, feeling a bit at a loss. Is this the power of a mighty evolutionist? This kind of force could rival a nuclear explosion. In the sky, Ling Feng was astounded by the sheer power of his own combat abilities. The ground had sunk 100 meters deep, with a terrifying diameter of 10 kilometers. Although he had been constantly improving his strength, this was his first time engaging in battle above the level of a martial master. It is often said that true strength begins beyond the martial master, and this level of destructive force was beyond his expectations. Theoretically, his vitality, which represented his strength, shouldn't have been capable of such overwhelming power. Even with his exceptional talent, this was the case. However, he quickly realized that it was due to his elemental abilities. Ordinary warriors excelled in single-target explosiveness, but Ling Feng's vitality had reached 63,000 points, equivalent to the 6th level of a martial master. With each point representing a ton of force, that equated to 60,000 tons. With his physical enhancement multiplied 40 times, he wielded 2.4 million tons of force. Such power could instantly demolish over a dozen skyscrapers. However, the destruction Ling Feng caused far exceeded this level. Elemental ability users have attacks that are primarily expansive. Ling Feng's attack was akin to 2.4 million tons of force bombarding every corner within a several kilometer radius. It was as if tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of individuals, each with 2.4 million tons of strength, simultaneously punched the ground. The closer to the center, the denser the attack points, resulting in such a formidable assault. Although elemental ability users' destructive power far surpasses that of warriors of the same level, their single-point attack is the same. Therefore, while they can instantly destroy areas that would take tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of warriors of the same level to obliterate, their attacks in a direct fight can only injure a warrior with strong defenses, not instantly kill them. If they are careless and allow a warrior to get close, they could be instantly killed. Of course, if given a choice, aside from martial arts enthusiasts, hardly anyone would choose to be a pure warrior. Considering status, impressiveness, and overall combat ability users are more formidable. Back to the point, as the entire sea of magma was blasted into an abyss by Ling Feng, all the slimes within this range suffered heavy casualties, with only a few at the periphery being flung outside the abyss. These slimes lay on the ground writhing, clearly having sustained significant injuries. However, Ling Feng soon noticed something unusual. These slimes began to absorb the surrounding magma, and their wounds were rapidly healing after doing so. He recalled that the food supplement talent had emerged from ordinary slimes, so these flame slimes should possess a similar ability. Even the green devouring talent potion didn't seem to have such a rapid healing rate, did it? Ling Feng was curious about this and then descended into the abyss. Here, the ground was littered with green and blue oracle stones. Due to the formidable strength of these flame slimes and Ling Feng's powerful luck, almost all the stones dropped were green oracle stones. Ling Feng picked one up and chose to extract it. Green possesses the unique ability to absorb food, enhancing strength and healing injuries. The rate at which green heals is 30 times faster than an average person, and it also boosts the threshold for fatal injuries. However, this power comes at a significant cost. Green's strength increases by 200, allowing the creation of a 111 space for storing items. Additionally, Green's fire control ability sees a 200 increase in flame potency. Unexpectedly, Ling Feng casually acquired a perfect grade oracle stone. Oracle stones are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, excellent, and perfect grades. For example, a green oracle stone of inferior grade has 1 green attribute, medium has 2, superior has 3 or rare attributes, excellent has 4 green attributes or more than 2 rare attributes, while a perfect oracle stone is entirely green with at least 2 rare attributes. This particular oracle stone is undoubtedly perfect, valued at 100 times more than a typical oracle stone, comparable to a blue oracle stone. However, what truly matters is the healing attribute. With a healing speed 30 times faster, a month's worth of injuries can heal in a single day. Increasing the death threshold means surviving even if the heart is pierced. With a blue attribute, the heart can rapidly heal, allowing survival. A purple attribute can even restore half a destroyed body quickly. The higher the grade, the more astonishing the effect. No wonder slimes can heal rapidly. This is the reason. Ling Feng realized the truth. Upon closer inspection, this healing attribute is undoubtedly the most beneficial for Ling Feng. Combined with the absorption attribute, could immortality be within reach? Ling Feng pondered the potential of a gold attribute's unique effects and decided to draw it. Without hesitation, he tapped his foot, and instantly, violent flames erupted beneath him, spreading rapidly like a giant net, collecting all the oracle stones from the deep pit, numbering over 10,000, including hundreds of blue ones. The drop rate was remarkably high. He didn't hesitate and immediately extracted a green oracle stone. Ding. You extracted the attribute, healing 5. The attribute upgraded to recovery, blue healing speed 100 times, also increasing the death threshold. But the consumption is high. Ding. You extracted the attribute, healing 50. The attribute upgraded to self-healing, purple healing speed 1000 times, also increasing the death threshold. However, the consumption is considerable. Ding. You extracted the attribute, healing 1000. The attribute upgraded to flesh restoration, silver healing speed 10,000 times, with a significant increase in the death threshold. The consumption is minimal. Ding. You extracted the attribute, healing 10,000. The attribute upgraded to creation, gold healing speed 100,000 times, with a substantial increase in the death threshold. The overall consumption is extremely low, and if the body is destroyed but the soul remains, it can restore the body with a 10,000-fold increase in consumption. Ding. The creation attribute, gold, triggered a special attribute, eternal thought. Gold allowing the sacrifice of the body for eternal thought. In the face of unavoidable death, instantly abandon the body and transmit the soul 1,000,000 kilometers away. Can be charged into self-healing attributes with zero charge. As the entry instantly upgraded to gold, Ling Feng was astounded by the terrifying nature of this special entry. Abandoning the physical body to escape? What kind of maneuver is this? This must be the ultimate life-preserving entry, right? As for losing the physical body, what's there to fear? He himself has the life-creating entry, which can repair the body even if it's destroyed. This is truly invincible. Immortality and indestructibility couldn't be more so. Ling Feng laughed immediately. With this entry, he could venture as he pleased. A teleportation distance of 1,000,000 kilometers could potentially send him straight into outer space. Almost all fatal dangers could be avoided. If even this couldn't be avoided, then no matter how much stronger he became, he would still perish. As the entry fused instantly, Ling Feng felt every cell in his body cheering, with cellular activity increasing 10,000 times in an instant. What does this mean? Injuries that were hard to heal in a year could now fully recover in a matter of minutes. And this is without even using the devouring entry. Thinking of this, Ling Feng felt a bit eager, and with a ruthless thought, he used the black armor set to form a long blade, then slashed down, cutting a piece of flesh from himself. However, with his pain tolerance ability, he didn't feel much pain. Yet, the missing flesh began to repair at an incredible speed. The repair was so fast that it was completely restored in less than a second. I haven't even used the devouring entry yet. Ling Feng was stunned. The repair speed was too fast. Does he need to cut off a hand or something? Forget it, I'm not a masochist. He shook his head, thinking he'd find out when he needed to use it. He also needed to upgrade space storage to gold. Looks like the flame slimes will have to suffer a bit. Ling Feng chuckled, stored away the unused oracle stone, and flew towards the surroundings. This sea of lava was quite vast, with a diameter of several dozen kilometers. Moreover, since the flame slimes were continuously melting the ground, the diameter of the lava sea kept expanding. A few years ago, part of the goblin territory melted away because of this, enraging the Goblin King, who engaged in a fierce battle with the Flame Slime King, ultimately slaying the latter. Ling Feng arrived above another lava sea and saw the several-meter-high flame jellies frantically fleeing below, feeling no mercy in his heart. He thought, perfect, I'm running low on power, so I'll use you to replenish it. With that, he suddenly clenched his hand in the air. Buzz! In an instant, black devouring flames erupted from his hand, expanding wildly until they formed a black fireball with a diameter of a kilometer, resembling a giant Pac-Man. The huge fireball opened its mouth and descended from the sky. The flame slimes on the ground were terrified, rolling away in a panic. However, their speed was no match for the massive fireball. Boom! With a loud crash, everything within a kilometer, including the ground and the flame slimes, was devoured. The bodies and souls of the flame slimes were instantly consumed, and the gigantic fireball began moving swiftly across the ground, devouring everything in its path, be it earth or slime. This was true land devouring. Ling Feng smiled slightly as he witnessed this scene. He controlled the devouring flame to isolate all the oracular stones, fearing heavy losses if they were devoured. Meanwhile, he manipulated a giant fireball in the sky, extracting entries from his spatial storage. Ding! You have extracted an entry, spatial storage, green 1000. The entry has upgraded to spatial storage. Silver can open up a space of 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Ding! You have extracted an entry, spatial storage, green 10,000. The entry has upgraded to spatial storage. Gold can open up a space of 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. Ding! Entry spatial storage. Gold has triggered a special entry, forming a self-contained world. Gold can evolve into a small world. The small world has a diameter of 1,000 meters and can store living beings. After more than 2 hours of devouring, Ling Feng upgraded the entry to gold again. However, the appearance of the special entry left him stunned. A self-contained world? Isn't that the ability to create a small world? He wondered to himself, how could this golden entry be so powerful? Each one exceeded his expectations. Such abilities were supposedly divine. Ling Feng was astonished. Could it be that this special entry was unique to him? But he wasn't entirely sure, as he couldn't find any information about golden entries. Never mind, perhaps he could find out when he reached the Xiantian galaxy. Without dwelling on it further, Ling Feng began to inspect the so-called small world. At this moment, he could sense two worlds deep within his consciousness. One was a vast storage space with a diameter of 100,000 meters, and the other was smaller, seemingly empty, not much different from the storage space. He experimentally tossed a slime into the storage space, and instantly, the slime froze in place and was dead when retrieved. When he threw another slime into the other space, it just struggled wildly, as if it were in outer space. It seemed that this storage space had no time flow, and even if a world identical to the outside was set up, animals couldn't move. Ling Feng pondered, planning to find some soil and plants to put inside for cultivation. However, looking around, he couldn't help but sigh. After more than 2 hours of devouring, the entire land had been consumed by hundreds of meters, producing 100,000 green oracular stones and over 1,000 blue ones. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's power reserves had reached their limit, and the entries of creation were filled. In case of a fatal attack, he could escape directly. Having devoured so much land and slime, the devouring flame had accumulated immense energy, and Ling Feng decided to call it back. Buzz! Instantly, the massive black fireball soared into the sky, shooting straight into Ling Feng's body. Boom! The terrifying energy transformed into pure vitality and soul power, surging into his body and beginning to strengthen his physical form. No wonder they say that devouring-type talents grow extremely fast and can easily break through the limits of their abilities. With such capabilities, it's impossible for one's power to grow slowly. Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel. Then, he opened his attribute sheet. Name, Ling Feng. Race, human. Level, martial master, 6th stage. Vitality, 65,000. Soul, 45,210. Profession, supreme 6th stage alchemist. Perfect techniques, mastery of heavenly fire divine art. Mid-grade 8th stage 9-turn soul, refining scripture 5th turn. Supreme 7th stage martial skill. Sky-splitting perfection. Supreme 6th stage 1000 soul blades 20 soul blades. Supreme 6th stage talents. Infinite level 1, unlimited stacking and upgrading of similar talents. Unlimited fusion of talents. God Slayer. Gold soul strength 4000. Soul pressure shattering the heavens. Gold strength 4000. God of slaughter. Gold all attributes 800. Stamina consumption 100 times. Kill kill kill. 400 integration with the world. Gold comprehensive strength exceeds yours by no more than 800. Unperceivable, shadow absolute kill, 200 true, sunfire. Gold flame 4001, stellar swallowing the sky. Gold devour everything to strengthen oneself. Devouring flame, 9 heavens divine thunder. Silver thunder 2000 pure gold armor. Silver defense 2000 super god speed. Silver movement speed 2000 illusory hand. Silver attack speed 1000 daytime ascension. Gold cultivation speed 100,000. Enlightenment. 1h 1000 times. Energy 0 endless vitality. Silver stamina 2000 child of destiny. Silver protagonist like fortune spear path supreme. Silver spear power 2000 space storage. Gold 100,000 diameter. Self-contained world. Gold 1000 diameter creation. Gold 10,000 times recovery speed. Eternal thought. Gold 1 million kilometers. Energy 100 supreme alchemist. Gold 12th stage talent enhancement. Gold 110 pieces. At this moment, Ling Feng not only had his realm elevated, but also gained 3 new golden talents. It seems it's time to upgrade the remaining silver talents, as the gap between gold and silver is just too vast. With this thought, Ling Feng decided not to linger in this divine realm any longer, as he had already acquired the main talents. Staying would only waste time. Immediately, he soared into the sky and flew away at an incredible speed. Buzz! A few minutes later, he exited the divine realm and arrived at the previous spaceship docking point. However, to his surprise, Wang Sun and the spaceship were nowhere to be seen. Ling Feng thought to himself, wasn't he the leading instructor? Why did he leave? But soon, he realized he had misunderstood, as Wang Sun had left him a message. Buzz! As Ling Feng opened the message, Wang Sun's projection appeared before him. Ling Feng, I'm really sorry. The neighboring West Sea City has been attacked by fierce beasts. This time, the beasts are quite strong, and West Sea City can't hold out. I happened to be nearby, so I went to assist. If you get out, send me a message, and I'll come to pick you up immediately. The message was sent a few hours ago. A beast tide? And even a first-tier city like West Sea can't withstand it? Could it be a 6th-stage beast tide? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The onset of a Tier 6 beast tide signifies the arrival of Tier 6 and numerous Tier 5 ferocious beasts. Even with the protection of a martial lord, such a threat is difficult to withstand. As the enemy approached, Ling Feng didn't hesitate. He glanced at the map and swiftly flew towards Shihai City, thinking to himself that this was a good chance to slay more beasts and accumulate energy to enhance his strength. 3 hours earlier, just a few hours after the beasts landed, the once bustling Shihai City had turned into ruins. Civilian casualties had reached millions, with bodies scattered everywhere, resembling a scene from hell. At the heart of the battlefield, Zheng Tianchun, the martial lord guarding Shihai City, was fiercely battling a Juyo demon crab with his long blade. Boom, boom. Each strike of the giant crab claws left a massive crater in the ground, further devastating the ruins. Ninefold Thunderblade. Zheng Tianchun roared as violent lightning erupted from his body, converging instantly on his blade. Flash. With a shout, a thunder blade hundreds of meters long tore through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous energy clashed against the Juyo demon crab's armor. Clang, clang, clang. To Zheng Tianchun's dismay, only scorched marks appeared on the crab's shell, without breaking through. Damn, this creature's defense is too strong, and it's immune to my lightning attacks. Everyone, what's your status over there? Zheng Tianchun's face grew darker as the projection of other martial masters appeared on his biocomputer. Not good, martial lord. I just killed a tier 5, 7-star beast, and now there's an 8-star. One martial master responded bitterly. Same here, there are just too many of them. Another martial master said anxiously. Zhang Wu from the neighboring city's support has died. Damn it, at this rate, we'll all die. The group looked grim. Has Lord Sikongzhen not arrived yet? Martial Lord Zheng, one martial master inquired. They should be here soon. They ought to be. Zheng Tianchun took a deep breath, but just then, the giant crab claw came crashing down. Crackle. Zheng Tianchun quickly harnessed all his lightning power to narrowly evade the blow. Fortunately, the Juyo demon crab was slow, or he would have been dead already. Roar. Suddenly, the Juyo demon crab let out a sky-shattering roar, its entire body turning crimson. Zheng Tianchun felt a jolt of fear, realizing it had entered a frenzied state with all attributes enhanced. Its power was now overwhelming, and Zheng Tianchun was no match. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, knowing that dying pointlessly was the most foolish action. Splat. However, the Juyo demon crab suddenly spewed a massive water jet from its mouth. Though not extremely powerful, it caught Zheng Tianchun off guard, hitting him squarely and sending him flying. As the towering buildings along the way crumbled under the onslaught of the 9 nether demon crab, debris and rubble flew in all directions. Amidst the thunderous noise, its massive body finally came to a halt several kilometers away, creating a gigantic crater. The ground trembled violently. Before Zheng Tianchun could react, he looked up to see the enormous, fiery red crab raising its sharp pincers, ready to strike him down. Despair enveloped Zheng Tianchun. There was no way he could evade this blow. Just at that critical moment, a thunderous shout echoed from the sky. In an instant, the crab's pincers exploded, and its enormous body was flung away by a terrifying force, crashing heavily onto the ground several kilometers away. Amidst its agonized roars, the 9 nether demon crabs struggled to rise, only to find a burly, square-faced middle-aged man standing before it. It was Sikongzhen. Calmly, he placed his hand on the crab's shell and softly uttered, "Collapse." In an instant, the shell was covered in countless cracks, and with a resounding crash, it shattered completely. Crab meat and roe scattered everywhere as the massive carcass of the 9 nether demon crab fell silent. Zheng Tianchun flew to Sikongzhen's side and, with a sigh of relief, said, "Chairman, you finally made it. Any later, and you'd be collecting my remains." Sikongzhen replied heavily, "Apologies, I wasn't in the capital when I got the message. I arrived late." He surveyed the surrounding ruins, his heart burning with anger, thinking of the human lives lost. Zheng Tianchun reminded him, "Chairman, now's not the time for this discussion. We need to quickly deal with the other beasts." Sikongzhen nodded in agreement. "All right, you handle the beasts at the exit of the divine realm, and I'll head into the city's depths. Let's take care of the 5th-tier beasts first." With that, he flew towards the city center. Following the instructions, Zheng Tianchun flew towards the outskirts. Along the way, he swiftly dealt with any 5th-tier beasts he encountered. Soon, he arrived near the exit of the divine realm, just in time to see a 5th-tier giant lobster, towering several meters high, crawling out of a fissure. "Oomph, beast, tonight you'll be my feast." Zheng Tianchun snorted coldly and transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the giant lobster. However, just as he was about to strike, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A massive tentacle, stretching several kilometers, suddenly shot out from the fissure in the divine realm, leaving Zheng Tianchun momentarily stunned by the terrifying sight. Before he could react, massive tentacles had already wrapped tightly around him. Zheng Tianchun shouted in terror, "No, speaker, save me." His terrifying scream echoed across the city. Sikongzhen, who had just slain a 5th-level beast, and the other martial artists quickly looked towards the source of the sound. However, in the next moment, everyone's faces turned pale. A terrifying octopus, with a diameter of several hundred meters and tentacles over 2,000 meters long, emerged from the rift in the divine domain. Zheng Tianchun was thrown directly into its gigantic maw. Crunch. The grating sound of chewing reached everyone who was on a video call with Jing Tianxun. The guardian of Shihai City, Zheng Tianxun of the second level of martial sovereign, was dead. At that moment, everyone felt utterly powerless. Sikong Zhen looked at the enormous octopus, which stood over 1,000 meters tall, with a grave expression. Mr. Speaker, what level is this beast? Do we stand a chance? He asked urgently. At this time, Wang Sun also arrived at the scene. It's a peak 6th level beast. Sikong Zhen replied solemnly. He didn't say much more. Those few words were enough to convey the beast's overwhelming power. There was no chance of victory. This wasn't the realm of martial artists or martial kings. It was martial sovereign. The gap between two minor realms was exponential. The difference between the 1st and 10th levels of martial sovereign was a staggering 512 times. Sikong Zhen was at the 4th level of martial sovereign, with a gap of 64 times. Although he possessed purple-grade attributes, the opponent's attributes were surely no less than blue. After all, 5th and 6th level beasts have blue attributes, and this beast might even have purple attributes. Adding the difference in strength, they stood no chance against it. Quick, notify everyone to retreat. I will request aid from the surrounding planets as soon as possible. Sikong Zhen ordered without hesitation. However, support from other planets would take days, considering only a martial saint could subdue this beast. Wang Sun's expression was grim. In the coming days, I will gather all the council members to try and hold it off. The evacuation of Shihai City is in your hands. Sikong Zhen took a deep breath, feeling helpless. What to organize? How to stop it? With our lives, naturally, he thought to himself, foreseeing countless deaths on Blue Water Star and the fall of many martial sovereigns. Yet what could be done? If the beast were to leave Shihai City, the consequences would be even more severe. Wang Sun opened his mouth, but no words came out. He understood there was no other way. The martial artists present solemnly saluted Sikong Zhen before dispersing to begin evacuation efforts. Sikong Zhen quickly opened the Central Council chatroom and sent a message. Peak 6th level beast in Shihai City. Need immediate support. After sending the call for help, he contacted the main star system of Xiantian, pleading for strong reinforcements. Having done all this, Sikong Zhen took a deep breath and initiated a video call with Sikong Shuyan. The next moment, a pair of gloves appeared in his hand, and he slowly put them on. Old Deng, what's up? Sikong Shuyan's projection appeared before him. Can I check on you if nothing's wrong? Sikong Zhen retorted helplessly. You brat, with such a fiery temper, be careful you don't end up single. Hearing this, Sikong Shuyan's lips twitched, but she responded nonchalantly. What's there to see? If I don't get married, I don't get married. You'll just have to take care of me. Sikong Shuyan said nonchalantly, but at that moment, Sikong Zhen fell into silence. He glanced at the massive octopus charging towards him and couldn't help but smile wryly. Dad won't live forever. Sikong Zhen said with a laugh. Hearing this, Sikong Shuyan was stunned. Wait, Dad, where are you? Why is everything around you in ruins? What exactly are you doing? She finally realized something was wrong. It's nothing, just a little octopus. Anyway, remember what I said, take good care of yourself. If that kid Ling Feng is interested in you, maybe you should marry him. Sikong Zhen said, and without waiting for her to respond, he hung up the phone. Sigh, that girl probably won't get married after all. Sikong Zhen shook his head, then his eyes focused, and his expression turned serious. Boom. His body ignited with blood-red flames, and the blue words, berserk, explode, flashed out, transforming him into a blood-colored figure charging straight at the giant octopus. Whoosh! The octopus made no sound as its tentacles instantly slammed down towards Sikong Zhen. He punched the air with a powerful blow, and the force of endless shattering spread out instantly. Boom! With a loud crash, the massive tentacle exploded into pieces. Moo! The next moment, a deep roar erupted from the octopus's mouth. Seeing his attack work, Sikong Zhen's eyes lit up, ready to strike again. However, his expression changed instantly. Buzz! The shattered tentacles suddenly emitted a large amount of blood-colored energy, and under its shroud, the tentacles rapidly repaired themselves. In just a few seconds, the tentacles were completely restored. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 3 more tentacles simultaneously lashed out at Sikong Zhen. A regenerative beast? Sikong Zhen's heart sank, his expression grave. No wonder he was able to shatter its tentacles. It wasn't because it was a combat type. If it were, with his strength, he might not even break through its defenses. However, the biggest downside of regenerative abilities is their immense endurance, making it nearly impossible for him to kill it alone. Shatter! Faced with the 3 falling tentacles, Sikong Zhen roared in anger, punching the void. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying explosions sounded, and the octopus's tentacles shattered once more. However, the remaining tentacles quickly attacked Sikong Zhen, forcing him to dodge swiftly. Throughout the ensuing battle, Sikong Zhen alternated between shattering and evading, while the octopus attacked calmly, and its tentacles repaired rapidly. Over an hour passed, and Sikong Zhen's strength was nearly exhausted, yet the octopus remained unharmed. Despite this, he felt something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 3 gigantic tentacles came crashing towards Si Kong-jun. Without hesitation, he punched out. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, 3 loud blasts erupted, but then something unexpected happened that changed Si Kong-jun's expression. This time, the 3 tentacles didn't explode, but were merely pushed back 100 meters before crashing down again. Si Kong-jun's power of destruction hadn't yet fully gathered back. Just as Si Kong-jun was about to be crushed, a sudden shout came from the side. Heaven's fire! Gale slash! A tearing sound echoed through the air as a flame blade hundreds of meters long sliced through the air, slashing fiercely at the tentacles. Boom! The blade burst instantly, and its immense force knocked the tentacles off course. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous crashes followed as the massive tentacles slammed heavily onto the ground. Chairman, are you alright? An old man, engulfed in flames, flew rapidly towards him. I'm fine. Elderly, you arrived just in time. Si Kong-jun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. I got your message immediately, he thought to himself, hoping Qing Xuanzi and the others would arrive soon. Is this the peak 6th-tier beast? Elderly chuckled, standing midair with a long sword in hand, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the octopus not far away. He wielded the powers of fire and wind, combining them to unleash formidable combat strength. In his youth, he was a talent who could reach the 60th floor of the Qianlong Tower, but now, despite only being at the 3rd level of martial sovereign, he found himself inadequate against this octopus. His full-strength attack merely pushed the octopus's tentacles back by dozens of meters, and the wounds healed instantly. Yes, that's it. This beast is incredibly powerful and has been toying with me all along. Si Kong-jun thought gravely, feeling a sense of frustration at being played with like a toy for over an hour. However, this had bought him some time, or else he wouldn't have survived even with his berserk mode. Is that so? It does seem challenging. Elderly agreed in a serious tone. Octopuses are highly intelligent and powerful creatures. Their intelligence is definitely on par with ours. Maybe it wasn't toying with you. Elderly's words made Si Kong-jun furrow his brow. He guessed the creature's intention was to wait for reinforcements to arrive and then eliminate them all. Even knowing this, they still needed to wait for reinforcements because they weren't a match without them, let alone in the coming days. Perhaps we could negotiate with it. Elderly suddenly suggested. That's our only option now. Si Kong-jun replied reluctantly, and then flew forward directly. The octopus's eerie vertical pupils stared calmly at Si Kong-jun without attacking. You possess great power, but you may not be aware of the strength of the human race. Among us are martial saints, martial emperors, and even martial gods. If you continue this massacre, your demise is certain once our stronger forces arrive. So, we can make a deal. Si Kong-jun said earnestly. Moo. The octopus let out a low growl upon hearing Si Kong-jun's words, a hint of mockery in its eyes, clearly uninterested in any deal. Hear me out first. I can provide you with many 6th-tier beast corpses annually, but in return, you must never leave the divine realm again. You should understand that your end is inevitable when our forces arrive, so why not make a deal and coexist peacefully? It benefits us both. With a cold voice, Si Kong-jun spoke, and as soon as he finished, a hint of contemplation flashed in the vertical pupils of the octopus, as if weighing the pros and cons humans, weak, unworthy, trade. However, soon after, a not-so-perfect Chinese phrase slowly emerged from its massive body. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, gigantic tentacles lashed towards Si Kong-jun like a storm. Chairman, run, shouted Elderly from a distance, his face changing dramatically. Si Kong-jun's pupils contracted sharply, and a surge of shattering force burst forth like a tide, booming violently. The force collided with the tentacles, yet surprisingly had no effect. Just as the tentacles were about to strike Si Kong-jun, 3 invisible giant hands erupted from the void, gripping the tentacles firmly, halting them instantly with terrifying power. Seeing this, Si Kong-jun quickly escaped. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he got away, the psychic hands shattered, and the massive tentacles crashed heavily into the void. It was Qing Xuanzi. That old fellow finally arrived. Elderly was overjoyed at this sight. Si Kong-jun seemed to sense something and looked up to the sky, where he saw a figure with an ethereal and dignified aura descending steadily in front of them. Friends, are you hurt? Qing Xuanzi asked with a gentle smile while stroking his beard. Si Kong-jun thought to himself, Qing Xuanzi, how did you suddenly become so powerful, able to block even the attacks of a 6th-tier peak beast? Elderly also curiously inquired. You're joking, I've always been fierce. Qing Xuanzi replied with a proud smile, but then he turned around, taking something from his sleeve to wipe his face, turning back only after a few seconds. However, the bloodstain beneath his nose was still visible, indicating that the attack had indeed dealt his soul a significant blow. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Dao. Si Kong-jun expressed his gratitude without revealing the truth. No problem. Qing Xuanzi casually waved it off. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, a sonic boom echoed from the horizon, signaling the arrival of other martial experts. Where are the others? Seeing only about a dozen, Si Kongjin frowned. A middle-aged martial expert carrying a long spear spoke calmly. Old Wang and the others are still far away, and as for Old Zhang, they can't make it. He didn't clarify, but everyone present understood that can't make it meant they didn't want to come, as this was a mission with a high risk of death. Umph. Cowards. Si Kongjin snorted dismissively, unwilling to say more. Everyone, join me in holding off this beast, but be careful, its power far exceeds my expectations, he warned those present seriously. No need. I can handle this beast alone, Qing Xuanzi said calmly. His words left everyone stunned. Although Qing Xuanzi was strong, he was only at the 4th level of martial expertise, and in a real fight, Si Kongjin was slightly stronger than him. How could he think of facing a 6th-tier peak beast alone? Don't be reckless. Now is not the time to show off. Si Kongjin quickly advised. Elderly also urged. Yes, old Zhao, don't take unnecessary risks. There's more hope if we fight together. However, as soon as he spoke, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened. The Taoist master was called Qing Xuanzi, not old Zhao. He had clearly stated that if it came down to it, he would face the opponent alone. If he couldn't defeat the adversary, it would be futile for others to try. Qing Xuanzi despised being called by his original name, as it felt out of character to him. Seeing that he wasn't joking, the people around were puzzled. Did Qing Xuanzi have some hidden ace up his sleeve? Then we'll have to trouble you, Taoist friend. Do you need any assistance from us? Si Kongjin asked reluctantly. No need, just watch. Qing Xuanzi flicked his sleeve and swiftly soared into the sky, flying straight toward the giant octopus, looking down upon it. The colossal creature stared back with its eerie vertical pupils, seemingly pondering what this old man intended to do. In the next moment, Qing Xuanzi pulled out a porcelain bottle from his robe and said coldly, Vile beast, I've spent centuries of resources to acquire the burning soul pill for this very day. Today, you will witness the might of a sword immortal. He snorted disdainfully and swallowed the pill without hesitation. Boom. Instantly, a torrent of violent soul energy surged into the depths of Qing Xuanzi's consciousness. His soul power began to surge, rapidly climbing through the martial lord's levels 5th, 6th, 7th. The terrifying soul pressure swept through all the martial lords present. What terrifying soul power, what has old Zhao done? Li Lao's face changed dramatically at the sight, while the 6th-tier alchemy master, Master Lu, beside him, also looked grave. Master Lu explained, the burning soul pill, a legendary 7th-tier elixir. Has Qing Xuanzi gone mad? Consuming this pill severely damages the soul, causing regression in cultivation at best, and complete soul destruction at worst. Hearing Master Lu's words, Si Kongjin and the others exchanged worried glances. Qing Xuanzi was clearly prepared to exchange his life for the beast's. He knew that even if everyone attacked together, they couldn't harm the creature, so he chose to face it alone. As his soul realm surged, Qing Xuanzi endured excruciating pain, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Finally, his realm reached the 8th level, maintaining a final shred of consciousness as he fixed a cold gaze on the octopus below. The creature sensed the violent aura emanating from Qing Xuanzi, and its playful demeanor turned wary. Moo! A low growl erupted from the octopus, and 5 or 6 massive tentacles lashed out toward Qing Xuanzi, shrouded in mist, revealing its previously concealed strength. Humph! Qing Xuanzi snorted, waving his sleeve, and a massive psychic handprint, a kilometer in diameter, descended upon the giant octopus. Boom! The tentacles struck the psychic handprint but couldn't budge it, instead being forced back. With a thunderous crash, the handprint slammed into the octopus, driving it into the ground, creating a terrifying crater a kilometer wide. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock, realizing that even combined, they couldn't withstand such an attack. However, they also understood that this strike wouldn't kill the octopus. Moo! As expected, the giant octopus finally erupted in fury, its deafening roar echoing like thunder. Its crushed body began to rapidly heal, and endless rage flickered in its previously calm vertical pupils, glaring at Qing Xuanzi in the sky with murderous intent. A beast is just a beast, only capable of impotent rage, Qing Xuanzi remarked coldly. He knew he had no choice but to use that move. Chairman, start the live broadcast. The next move I'm going to make will be spectacular, Qing Xuanzi proudly announced, his voice reaching the chairman's ears. Everyone who heard it felt a rush of excitement. Without hesitation, Si Kongjin initiated a global broadcast. This was something the whole world needed to witness. Under Si Kongjin's authority, as soon as the broadcast began, every screen capable of displaying images on Blue Water Star instantly started showing the surrounding scenes. A global broadcast, under the highest authority of the chairman. Could something significant be happening? Whoa, isn't that West Sea City? I can see the Aotion Tower, someone exclaimed. Wow, what's going on? Why is West Sea City in ruins? Oh my, that's a massive octopus. What rank of beast is this? A beast tide, an unprecedented beast tide. Look, that old man in the sky seems to be Senior Qing Xuanzi. Is Senior Qing Xuanzi taking on this beast alone? Wow, as expected of our Immortal Cultivators Guild's president. Truly fierce. The comment section was instantly flooded with messages, and people quickly grasped the situation. However, when someone analyzed that the 8-legged beast might be a peak 6th rank, or even a 7th rank beast, everyone was shocked. Could anyone on Blue Water Star resist a beast of this level? Probably not, right? Suddenly, talks of Blue Water Star's impending doom began circulating. At that moment, Qing Xuanzi in the broadcast began to move. He formed a hand seal with his right hand, and instantly, an invisible telekinetic force erupted from the depths of his consciousness, rapidly spreading in all directions. With the support of his powerful cultivation level, this telekinetic force actually enveloped the entire West Sea City. However, no one noticed this. The warriors who were evacuating suddenly felt something amiss. Buzz. Suddenly, the weapons in their hands began to vibrate uncontrollably. What's happening? Why is my weapon moving? Many warriors' expressions changed drastically, thinking they had encountered some strange creature. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, everyone's weapons suddenly flew out of their hands, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, the weapons of fallen warriors throughout West Sea City emitted a resonant sword cry and shot into the sky. This scene was swiftly broadcasted to everyone's screens. In the vast expanse of ruins, weapons shot skyward like a dense rain, numbering in the millions. This breathtaking scene left all viewers of the broadcast with their mouths agape. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. How can this old guy be so cool? Even Li Lao, who usually enjoyed criticizing Qing Xuanzi, was deeply moved by this spectacle. As the endless stream of weapons surged towards the sky, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle. In the next moment, millions of flying swords and knives converged into a giant sword. King Xuanzi roared. Foul creature, meet your end with me. His sword hand instantly pointed towards the giant octopus below. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords and knives echoed through the heavens, as the giant sword sliced through the void with terrifying speed, exuding an increasingly formidable aura. Sensing the threat of death, the giant octopus roared and curled up into a ball to protect its head. The power of water surged throughout its body, instantly condensing and shrinking its size by several times, but greatly enhancing its defense. Clang! In a deafening sword cry, the giant sword crashed into the curled-up octopus. Boom, 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 boom. All the weapons exploded with terrifying power against the water barrier, the explosions deafening, causing Sikong Jun and others in the distance to cover their ears. Under the relentless bombardment of weapons, the water barrier gradually dissipated, eventually breaking open a gap, allowing all the weapons to pour onto the octopus's tentacles like a tide. Pop, 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 pop. The bombardment created countless small craters on the octopus's tentacles, which, as they increased in number, joined into larger craters, gradually penetrating the tentacles. The flying swords furiously struck the octopus's head, its tentacles writhing in pain, trying to protect its head, but unable to withstand the bombardment. The tentacles were shattered upon contact, and seeing this, everyone was shocked and excited, realizing that King Xuanzi was about to win. At this point, less than a third of the weapons had been expended. However, no one noticed that more and more blood was flowing from King Xuanzi's orifices, and his eyes began to glaze over, indicating that his soul had reached its limit. By now, the octopus's head had been blown open, with all weapons furiously striking its brain. Seeing this, everyone was certain of victory. But suddenly, King Xuanzi spat out a mouthful of blood, and the terrifying soul energy instantly vanished. Although the falling weapons did not slow down, they could no longer cause any damage to the octopus, not even to its vulnerable head. These weapons had been so powerful because they were imbued with King Xuanzi's telekinetic force. The so-called weapon explosions were actually explosions of psychic energy. Sikong Jun's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "This is bad. King Xuanzi's soul has reached its limit. Everyone, attack together and slay the beast before it recovers." Immediately, everyone turned into streams of light, rushing towards the giant octopus. Moo! Having just revived from near death, the giant octopus was now utterly enraged, letting out a deafening and eerie roar. In the next instant, its healing abilities exploded, rapidly restoring its injuries and protecting its head once more. Sikong Jun and the others had just arrived when they saw this, their expressions changing. Before they could react, the giant octopus's tentacles lashed out at them furiously. Crash! Celestial Fire Gale Slash. Meteor Spear Technique. All the martial lords quickly unleashed their most powerful moves. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying attack struck the enormous tentacles like a storm, yet the power gap was too vast. Their full force strike barely caused any damage. Moo! The octopus let out a low roar, and instantly, countless water swords emerged around it. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of thousands of water swords shot out at lightning speed towards the nearby martial masters. Seeing this, their pupils contracted, and they instinctively unleashed their most powerful defensive techniques. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the water swords violently collided with them, the deafening explosions echoing across the skies. The martial masters were sent flying by the relentless barrage of water swords, crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of kilometers away. Some of the weaker ones were even pierced through, pinned to the ground. Even the formidable Sikong had most of his bones shattered from the impact. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up from the ground. This beast actually mimicked Qing Xuanzi's technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Sikong was astounded. However, the dire situation at hand left him anxious. Li Lao. His face suddenly changed as he saw Li Lao lying in a nearby crater, his body riddled with wounds. Sikong rushed over to support Li Lao's body. Cough, cough, cough. Chairman, it seems this time I am truly going to sacrifice myself. If I survive, remember to choose a good resting place for me. Li Lao coughed up blood mixed with fragments of his organs, smiling as he spoke. But before he could finish, his eyes gradually lost focus and finally, life. Li Lao. Sikong roared in grief and anger, his voice broadcasting across the planet through the global live stream. All the residents of Blue Water Star witnessed this scene, their faces filled with overwhelming sorrow. Li Yuan, the Flame Blade, a martial master who had made remarkable contributions to Blue Water Star, once idolized by countless young people, now tragically perished in battle against the beasts. Sikong slowly ascended with Li Yuan's body, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. He saw the craters where his fellow martial masters, who had fought alongside him moments ago, now lay lifeless. Even those who survived were severely injured, struggling, and unable to fight any longer. Even the once godlike Qing Xuanzi was now kneeling a few kilometers away from the octopus, using his flying sword to support himself. Despite the distance, the live broadcast was crystal clear, showing his bloodied face and unconscious eyes. At this moment, aside from Sikong, everyone had lost the ability to move. Through the live stream, everyone witnessed this scene, and an overwhelming sense of despair filled their hearts. Blue Water Star. It's over. At the headquarters of the Chosen Alliance in Cayenne City, Sikong Shuyan watched the screen showing Sikong covered in blood. Her voice trembled as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. The people behind her silently observed the scene, the atmosphere heavy. Suddenly, someone slowly raised their right hand in a salute, and immediately everyone present stood straight, lifted their right hands, and solemnly focused on the live broadcast. At the same time, all across Blue Water Star, people spontaneously raised their right hands. The evacuees in Shihai City paused, turning to face the battlefield. Led by the martial sect, the crowd gradually raised their right hands and shouted in unison, "Fight!" The powerful chant echoed through Shihai City, even compelling the severely injured martial masters to join in with quiet determination. For tens of thousands of years, humanity has faced countless trials of life and death. They understand that only through fighting can they secure their future. At this moment, the giant octopus sensed the sound, growling angrily as it tried to locate its source. As the chant grew louder, it became increasingly agitated, releasing a deep warning growl that transformed into a terrifying sound wave, spreading in all directions and creating shockwaves that reached tens of kilometers away. The eardrums of ordinary people couldn't withstand the force, rupturing amidst screams that resonated throughout Shihai City, abruptly halting the previous roars. The giant octopus growled coldly, and through the live broadcast, many viewers closed their eyes in despair, feeling powerless against such a formidable enemy. However, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from the sky, clear and proud, causing those in despair to shiver and turn to the live broadcast. Sikong also shivered, looking towards the source of the voice. In the dazzling sunlight, a figure stood proudly, radiating light, causing Sikong to squint. He quickly realized the sun wasn't in the east, but in the west. What was behind the figure? This question arose in everyone's mind as they saw two suns through Sikong gaze. The giant octopus also noticed this anomaly, growling as it focused on the figure in the sky. With an intense contraction of its pupils, it finally saw clearly. A human youth in black battle armor standing under the blinding sunlight. The dazzling light gradually faded, and Ling Feng's figure appeared before everyone. Seeing that the newcomer was Ling Feng, Sikong expression changed dramatically. Ling Feng, it's that kid. What's he doing here? He exclaimed in disbelief, his voice spreading instantly through the live broadcast. Ling Feng, who's that? He looks so young, probably just a teenager, someone wondered. You don't know Ling Feng? Haven't you seen the latest official announcement from Imperial University? He just started school and already conquered the strongest prodigy in the Qianlong Tower. He's hailed as the greatest genius since the founding of Blue Water Star. Another person hurriedly explained. What? conquered the Qianlong Tower? How is that possible? Wait, does that mean he's just a freshman? Hearing this, everyone felt uneasy. What's a freshman doing here? But, I must admit, this kid is really handsome, second only to me in my prime. Come on, I've seen your profile picture. How can you say that with a straight face? Someone teased. I thought some powerful figure was coming, but it's just an overconfident teenager. Upon realizing that Ling Feng was a freshman, any hope the people of Blue Water Star had was once again dashed. A freshman? No matter how talented, can he compare to those martial sovereigns who have been cultivating for hundreds of years? Someone sneered. Humph, just my sycophant. What's he trying to prove by showing up now? In the Chaiyun City Women's Prison, Yin Xiun, wearing a prison uniform, couldn't help but snort as she watched the broadcast. The surrounding guards and inmates were shocked to hear her words. This kind of genius, actually her sycophant? However, when they saw that Yin Xiun was only somewhat attractive, they looked at her with disdain. This girl must be delusional. How could such a prodigy be interested in her? He'd probably reject her even if she threw herself at him. Stupid Ling Feng. Damn Ling Feng. I was just a little close to Yi Xiao, and you did this to me. Do you think I don't know what you want? You just want me to give in and agree to be your girlfriend? Dream on. I hope that octopus kills you. Yin Xiun was furious. Did she regret it? She'd regretted it ever since Ling Feng destroyed the Wang family. But she still felt she couldn't back down, or Ling Feng would think she was easy to manipulate. She wanted to wait for Ling Feng to come to her, so she could proudly choose to forgive him. She just didn't expect Ling Feng to be so bold, daring to provoke such a powerful beast. If he died, how would she ever get out of prison? Ling Feng, what are you doing here? Get out of here, you're no match for him. Xikong Zhen recovered from his shock and shouted anxiously. But just as he finished speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly falling from the sky. Chairman, leave the rest to me. Ling Feng glanced around and spoke calmly. Then, his cold gaze locked onto the octopus in the distance. In an instant, a terrifying aura of death swept over the octopus. For some reason, seeing Ling Feng's gaze, it felt a twinge of fear, a fear of death. Yet, it only sensed a fifth-tier power from Ling Feng. That must be a mistake. How could a weak human possess such genius? Moo! The eight-legged octopus roared angrily, and its massive tentacles shot towards Ling Feng in the sky like cannonballs. However, Ling Feng calmly closed his eyes in response. Moments later, he snapped them open, and they turned blood-red. Boom! A ferocious aura of slaughter erupted from his body, and a blood-red flame enveloped him, its terrifying pressure sweeping across a 100-kilometer radius. Every living being in Shihai City felt a deep-seated fear, and the evacuating citizens collapsed to the ground. The fear intensified rapidly as the distance closed. Xikong Zhen's already pale face turned ghostly white as he plummeted from the sky, trembling all over. Even the powerful eight-legged octopus widened its eyes, with its tentacles frozen in midair. The people watching the live broadcast were puzzled. Moo! Yet, in the next moment, everyone witnessed the octopus retract its tentacles in panic and turn to flee. Its tentacles, tangled in fear, caused it to stumble awkwardly to the ground. Escape? Go ahead, but where can you run to? Ling Feng watched coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger as he calmly said, Great Wilderness. Heaven imprisoning finger. Simultaneously, he pointed his right hand at the octopus fleeing in the distance. Buzz! Instantly, a massive golden flame erupted, transforming into a terrifying fiery finger with a diameter of several kilometers. As soon as the fiery finger appeared, the temperature of the world began to soar wildly. As the finger rapidly descended upon the octopus, the ground below began to melt into lava. Sizzle! The once indestructible body of the octopus emitted a charred sound, and the excruciating pain forced it to howl in agony, yet it continued to flee frantically. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful it was, in front of Ling Feng, who had activated the God of Slaughter attribute, it was still like an ant. The fiery finger, with its destructive might, instantly struck the octopus just as it was about to enter the divine realm, vaporizing its body. Moo! With a pained low roar, the octopus was engulfed by the golden fiery finger and exploded. Boom! A golden mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the destructive shockwave spread in all directions, pulverizing the ruins of Shihai City into dust. The shockwave expanded rapidly, reaching Xikong Zhen and the others in an instant. It's over. Xikong Zhen was still reeling from the shock when he saw an immense shockwave, towering 1,000 meters high, sweeping towards him. Gravely injured, he was in no condition to withstand such an attack. Just then, an invisible force rapidly transformed into a massive barrier, enveloping Xikong Zhen and the others. The shockwave crashed against the barrier but couldn't make the slightest dent. It was only then that Xikong Zhen realized that the one who acted was Ling Feng. With his right hand extended, Ling Feng effortlessly blocked the shockwave. The shockwave spread over tens of kilometers, even causing those who had evacuated beyond the city to be swept away by a sudden gust. Fortunately, The location where Ling Feng's solar fire hand exploded was already on the coast outside Shihai City, significantly weakening the force by the time it reached them. Otherwise, this attack could have wiped out all the survivors in Shihai City. The terrifying explosion lasted several minutes before gradually subsiding. Even though the explosion had ended, the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers remained shrouded in dust and smoke. As the dust began to clear, the world outside the barrier emerged before Si Kongzhen's eyes. He was stunned, horrified, staring blankly at the massive crater, hundreds of meters deep and tens of kilometers in diameter. He couldn't utter a single word. This strike, could even a normal Marshal Saint-level expert achieve such devastation? Not only him, but all the Blue Star inhabitants watching the broadcast were also frozen, trembling, and bewildered. Could a human really cause such damage? With a single move, the octopus that had overwhelmed Si Kongzhen and the others was instantly annihilated. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. They had won. They had truly won. However, amidst the crowd, some finally reacted, exclaiming in astonishment. In an instant, the entire crowd was ignited with excitement. They had won. They truly had won, no longer needing to leave their homes. At that moment, the entire city on Blue Star was filled with cheers. At the Blue Star spaceship port, some powerful martial lords were already boarding departing ships with their families. Watching the broadcast, they all remained silent. Those who fled the battle, some felt regret, some felt relief, and some remained silent. Others scoffed, believing that if they had stayed, they would have been instantly killed like the other fallen martial lords. They argued that such fearless sacrifice was meaningless, and that surviving was necessary to kill more beasts and protect more humans. However, this was merely an excuse to console themselves. They had fled, and no reason could cover up the fact of their escape. This was why they left. After all, even if they hadn't, the octopus would have been slain by the human strongmen in a couple of days. They knew that Blue Star was no longer a place for them to stay, their tragic departure starkly contrasting with the bravery of those who stayed, forever despised by the people of Blue Star. The warriors bowed deeply as they watched Ling Feng on the screen, perhaps feeling that his presence slightly absolved them of their sins. Without hesitation, they boarded the spaceship. We won. We won. President, we won. Cheers erupted, filled with uncontrollable excitement. So powerful. How can Ling Feng be so strong? Ha ha ha. Finally, our Cayenne City has a martial lord-level powerhouse. Moreover, everyone realized that defeating the octopus required the strength of a martial saint, clearly indicating that Ling Feng had reached that level of combat prowess. A martial saint Cayenne City now had a martial saint. Meanwhile, in the Chosen One's alliance of Cayenne City, a group of martial king-level experts celebrated with joy. Sikong Shuyun watched Ling Feng's proud figure on the screen and smiled with relief. Thank you, Ling Feng, truly thank you. Her eyes were red with gratitude. Ha! We won! We won! Ling Feng won. Simultaneously, in the women's prison of Cayenne City, Yin Shiyun burst into laughter. Although those around her were also happy, they were startled by her sudden outburst. 952B, what are you doing? Sit down immediately, or do you want to be put in solitary confinement? A nearby guard shouted as Yin Shiyun jumped around in excitement. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to the future wife of a martial god like that? You know, with a word, I can have Ling Feng kneel and lick my boots. Yin Shiyun retorted angrily, her eyes shining with fanaticism. Now, get in touch with the higher-ups immediately. I want out of here. I need to see Ling Feng. Notify him at once. The guard looked at her with disdain, thinking silently that this lunatic was asking for trouble. The warden was called to handle the madwoman. Are you the warden? Quickly inform Ling Feng to come and get me out of here, and have all the martial lords greet me, or I won't leave with him. Yin Shiyun demanded arrogantly. The warden's face darkened. Having just watched the broadcast and heard from the staff that someone had gone mad, it was clear she displayed symptoms of delusion and mania. Contact the mental hospital immediately. This woman has severe delusions and mania. And you, find her and return her to her cell. Make sure she learns that even madness doesn't excuse such behavior, the warden ordered coldly. Several female guards, who were already displeased with Yin Shiyun, moved in to restrain her and dragged her back to the prison. What are you doing? I'm Ling Feng's girlfriend, the future wife of a martial god, and you dare treat me like this? Let me go, let me go. I'll make you pay, make you pay. Yin Shiyun screamed, both frightened and furious. Slap, slap, slap. One of the guards, unable to bear it any longer, slapped her hard, knocking out several of her teeth. Yet, the slaps only fueled Yin Shiyun's rage. Can't you understand human language? Aren't you afraid I'll have you all killed? She shouted angrily. But before she could finish, she was thrown into her cell. The cell door closed slowly as the guards turned off their recording devices. Seeing this, Yin Shiyun's expression changed. What are you doing? This is a legal punishment. I'll report you. I'll report you to the central government. Report you to the central government. She screamed in terror. Her screams were soon replaced by cries of pain. At this moment, on the battlefield, whoosh, Ling Feng slowly exhaled a mouthful of blood, and the murderous aura around him gradually dissipated. He surveyed his surroundings, and his pupils contracted slightly at the terrifying impact he had caused. The power of this strike far exceeded his attacks in the Yaozuan divine realm, especially since he hadn't used the special god of slaughter entry back then. If he were to activate the kill, kill, kill entry, the entire blue water star might be annihilated by him. Ling Feng felt a chill run through him. No wonder the entry's description advised caution when using it. As the stronger one's power, the more careful one must be. With greater combat strength comes broader vision, allowing one to see powerful beings on other planets, risking becoming a mindless killing machine. Ling Feng pondered whether there was a way to counter this entry. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare use it lightly. With no other choice, he descended from the sky and approached Xikong Jun. "Chairman, are you alright?" Ling Feng asked, knowing full well the answer, as he looked at the bloodied and nearly incapacitated Xikong Jun. "Cough, cough. If I say I'm fine, would you believe me?" Xikong Jun responded helplessly, though he was inwardly astonished. He was awestruck by the move Ling Feng had just used, which seemed similar to divine martial entries, but was undoubtedly much more powerful. The golden flames were as dazzling and terrifying as the sun. What intrigued him even more was the level of Ling Feng's current power, which he couldn't discern, as Ling Feng had concealed his true strength to avoid trouble. Despite his numerous questions, Xikong Jun didn't press for answers, respecting Ling Feng's privacy. "Here's a healing pill, take it. I'll check if anyone else is still alive around here," Ling Feng said without further ado, handing Xikong Jun a pill. It was a concoction he had hastily prepared in his own small world using solar true fire, with ingredients from the treasury of the Goblin Kingdom. Is this a top-grade pill? Why does it look so exquisite?" Xikong Jun marveled at the pill, recognizing it immediately as a 6th-level rejuvenation pill. The quality seemed extraordinarily high, although he didn't dare hope for a perfect 6th-level pill, as such perfection was beyond the reach of anyone in the human race. "This is too valuable. I'm not at death's door. I can just buy some pills later." Xikong Jun hesitated to accept it, knowing such a pill was worth billions. "Just take it. I have plenty more," Ling Feng replied, flicking the pill towards Xikong Jun. Instantly, a force opened Xikong Jun's mouth, and the pill flew in. The perfect grade pill dissolved immediately, and its pure medicinal energy surged through his entire body. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, Xikong Jun clearly felt his body healing at an astonishing speed. In just half a minute, most of his bones had recovered. At this rate, his injuries would soon be almost fully healed. What level of healing pill was this? Xikong Jun was shocked, his hands trembling slightly. Could it really be a 6th-grade pill? He couldn't be mistaken, could he? The grade of pills is usually easy to identify because they form Dan lines. 1 line for 1st grade, 2 lines for 2nd grade, and so on. A pill with 6 Dan lines couldn't possibly beat any other grade. However, the frightening speed of recovery was clearly beyond what ordinary pills could achieve. Could it be due to exceptionally high quality? It's said that the higher the quality of a pill, the less toxic it is, and the faster it takes effect. Xikong Jun pondered, wanting to ask Ling Yan, but he opened his mouth and then closed it again. "Chairman, take these pills and go save those martial masters who haven't been sacrificed yet. I'll check if Teacher Qing Xuanzi is still alive." Ling Feng didn't address Xikong Jun's doubts, casually handing him a handful of pills before flying off towards Qing Xuanzi's direction. Xikong Jun took the pills and, upon closer inspection, trembled all over. The pills before him were flawless. After a careful look, he was horrified to find that their perfection far exceeded premium quality. Could these truly be the legendary perfect-grade pills? Xikong Jun was astounded, but he knew now wasn't the time for contemplation, so he quickly flew towards the surrounding ruins with the pills. After searching, only 5 of the 17 martial master-level experts were still alive, and each was gravely injured. Only Master Lu seemed to have a bit of consciousness. He had already taken a 6th-grade healing pill, but since its quality was only excellent, it would take at least a day or 2 to completely heal his injuries. This was already quite good, considering he had been on the brink of death. If he hadn't taken the best healing pill he had crafted beforehand, he would have died despite his martial master first heaven level. Chairman, did we win? Or was I just dreaming?" Master Lu struggled to sit up from the ground, his voice trembling. "Yes, we've won, but now is not the time to talk about it. Master, quickly take this pill." Xikong Jun hurriedly took out a perfect healing pill. As soon as the pill appeared, Master Lu's eyes widened, and he sprang up from the ground. "Where did you get this thing?" Master Lu, his face flushed with excitement, grabbed Xikong Jun. It was from Ling Feng, one of the students. I figured it must be a pill above premium quality, right?" Xikong Jun, seeing Master Lu's shock, confirmed his suspicion. "Above premium? This is a perfect-grade pill. Ling Feng, a student? Where is he?" Master Lu asked excitedly. "There, over there." Xikong Jun pointed into the distance where Ling Feng was tending to Qing Xuanzi's injuries. Master Lu, upon seeing this, became excited and wanted to rush over to ask Ling Feng where he got such pills. However, in the next moment, He was incredulous as he saw Ling Feng conjuring a golden flame in midair, crafting pills right then and there. Ling Feng watched in awe as Qing Xuanzi executed the move, Return of the Million Swords. It was incredibly impressive, and Ling Feng thought to himself that he must find a way to learn this technique. If it weren't for the global broadcast, he wouldn't have hastened his arrival, and Xikong Jun might have already perished. Quickly, Ling Feng took out a pill he had crafted and placed it in Qing Xuanzi's mouth. Thanks to his exceptional talent, the yield this time was astonishing, producing 11 pills in a single batch. Such a high yield meant he didn't hesitate to use them. Despite being at the end of his strength, Qing Xuanzi's injuries were mostly spiritual, with his body largely unharmed. As a result, within half a minute of taking the pill, he was fully recovered. However, he didn't open his eyes, as the soul damage was severe and required soul-healing pills. Unfortunately, with the current materials, Ling Feng could only make 4th-tier pills, which would stabilize Qing Xuanzi's soul until they could procure more ingredients from Xikong Jun and the others. With this in mind, Ling Feng conjured a flame in the air and began refining another batch. In less than a minute, he had successfully crafted a set of pills. He purposely showcased his alchemy skills by creating perfect-grade pills without using his enhancement ability. This way, he didn't need to explain the source of the pills and could sell them freely. Would his powerful talent attract unwanted attention? Ling Feng smirked at the thought. In the past, he might have feared assassination by foreign powers, but now, with the eternal thought attribute, he felt nearly invincible. Killing him was almost impossible. Thus, there was no need to hide his talent anymore, which was why he acted so openly this time. After all, he could easily conceal his identity, and even a martial saint couldn't discern his true identity. Once the pills were ready, he gave another to Qing Xuanzi. Although it was only a 3rd-tier pill, its perfect quality meant it would soon awaken Qing Xuanzi. However, full recovery required a 6th-tier soul-repairing pill. Master, I finally found you. At this moment, a voice filled with joy and desperation called out. Ling Feng turned around to see an old man rushing towards him. What on earth? Ling Feng quickly dodged aside, bewildered. Old man, what are you doing? Ling Feng asked, exasperated by the old man's antics. Master, please take me as your disciple. I'll even be your apprentice. Master Lu nearly fell, dropping to his knees and clutching Ling Feng's leg, pleading. You? Ling Feng was speechless, feeling a faint sense of familiarity with the old man. Oh right, it was Master Lu. Master Lu, what are you doing? Let go of Ling Feng. This is inappropriate. Xikong Jun hurriedly intervened, pulling Master Lu away. Speaker, aren't you quite familiar with Ling Feng? Please, put in a good word for me. Lu Dashi's eyes lit up as he quickly pulled Xikong Jun aside. Ling Feng, don't be upset. Master Lu has been passionate about alchemy all his life, and seeing you create a perfect quality pill really impressed him. Xikong Jun explained helplessly. That's not what I'm asking about. It's about becoming a disciple. Lu Dashi quickly tugged on Xikong Jun's sleeve, whispering a reminder. Becoming a disciple is out of the question. My theoretical knowledge might not even be as strong as yours. The reason I can produce perfect-grade pills is simply because I have an alchemy trait. Without it, I probably couldn't even make a first-rank pill, Ling Feng said with a smile. No, master, you're wrong. Who in this world isn't strong because of their traits? Having a strong trait means having a deeper understanding of alchemy, which is the key to crafting powerful pills. After all, traits merely enhance talent. They don't magically teach you alchemy. Your ability to create perfect-grade pills is due to your solid theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Lu Dashi retorted earnestly. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback by these words, then realized the truth in them. Indeed, the alchemy trait only granted him great talent in the field, but to craft high-grade pills, one still needed to learn and comprehend the art. His learning and understanding were simply accelerated by thousands, if not millions, of times compared to other alchemists. In truth, his theoretical and practical skills far surpassed those of Master Lu. Still, it's not possible, Ling Feng refused once more. Hearing this, Lu Dashi was completely dumbfounded. Why, Master? You really can do it. Don't underestimate yourself. Lu Dashi assumed Ling Feng was afraid of failing as a teacher. You misunderstand. I just think your natural aptitude is too poor to learn such advanced alchemy knowledge. Teaching you would take a lot of time. Ling Feng's next words nearly caused Xikong Jun to burst out laughing, while Lu Dashi was left speechless, mouthing words silently before suddenly spitting out blood. What the heck, so fragile. Did he just get so angry he spat blood? Ling Feng was startled, but it wasn't his fault. He genuinely didn't have the time. Cough, it's not that. He hasn't taken the pill you gave him yet. He just barely managed to get here, Xikong Jun explained awkwardly, quickly handing Lu Dashi a pill. Sure enough, after taking the pill, Lu Dashi's complexion improved significantly, though he still sat weakly on the ground. Of course, I can guide you. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, Ling Feng said truthfully, with no other choice. Hearing this, Lu Dashi was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Thank you, he exclaimed, quickly standing up and bowing in gratitude. Ling Feng was helpless, but didn't say much more, knowing he wouldn't be staying on Blue Water Star for long. Speaker, how many of the seniors survived? Ling Feng asked. At this, Xikong Zhen's expression darkened again. Besides the three of us, only 4 others survived. The remaining 10 sacrificed themselves. With a heavy heart, Xikong Zhen spoke, and Ling Feng fell into silence upon hearing him. At that moment, he realized the stark difference between reality and fiction. The protagonist cannot always turn the tide and save everyone. His timely arrival was thanks to the global broadcast that informed him of the urgency. Despite this, he didn't blame himself, as the appearance of the fierce beasts was not his fault. Why had the divine realm appeared? Was it truly impossible to eradicate it completely? Ling Feng posed a question that left both Xikong Zhen and Master Lu speechless. Although the human race wasn't strong enough to clear divine realms above the 10th level, those below the 8th or 9th shouldn't be difficult to handle. So why hadn't anyone done so? Alas, such is the way of the world. The divine realm has existed since the emergence of the human race, and eradicating it is simply impossible. It's not a matter of strength, Xikong Zhen sighed deeply. What do you mean by that? Ling Feng was taken aback. You've only just begun to grow, so it's normal not to know certain things. Throughout the tens of thousands of years of human civilization, there have been numerous attempts to clear lower-level divine realms to improve the lives of those at the bottom. However, when we did so, we discovered a major problem. Eliminating a 6th-level divine realm might lead to the appearance of 3 or 4, or even 4 or 5, new ones in other human territories, and possibly even a 7th-level one. Moreover, as human strength increases, the newly emerging divine realms become more powerful. The strongest divine realm always suppresses the strongest among us, as if it's an unbreakable rule, Xikong Zhen said heavily. Ling Feng's pupils contracted in disbelief. Doesn't this mean the human race can never achieve true peace? Is this the unbreakable rule? Are we, the evolvers, also trapped within it? Let's not dwell on this anymore. We owe you for this time. The rest is up to us. If you're okay, you can head back to Imperial University. Xikong Zhen shifted the topic. Looking around at the ruins, Ling Feng realized that staying wouldn't help, so he nodded. Teacher Qing Xuanzi's soul is severely damaged. I've only temporarily suppressed the injury. Imperial University should have the necessary herbs, right? I need to quickly refine a 6th-level pill to repair his soul. Yes, I've given you top-level access to the Federal Store on Blue Water Star. You can use any resources you need. Xikong Zhen quickly replied. If it weren't for Qing Xuanzi, they wouldn't have survived until Ling Feng arrived. All right, I'll take him back first. The rest is up to you, Ling Feng said. Then, without hesitation, picked up the still unconscious Qing Xuanzi, transformed into a golden streak, and sped towards the capital. As Ling Feng disappeared into the horizon, Xikong Zhen and Master Lu exchanged a look of astonishment. Could Ling Feng's attributes be silver? And he might have more than one silver attribute, at least 3. Xikong Zhen couldn't help but gasp. The flame attribute is 1, the alchemy attribute is another, and the all-attribute enhancement one he used before is also 1. That's already 3. Definitely more than 3. His level has improved so quickly, he's definitely above Martial Lord now. It's very likely that the devouring attribute is also silver. And he must have awakened these attributes a long time ago, just hiding them from us all along. Master Lu said gravely. These 4 silver attributes are extremely powerful when combined, even more terrifying than ordinary golden attributes. As for why we say Ling Feng awakened a long time ago, the reason is simple. To become a Martial Lord level expert in such a short time, even a silver devouring attribute couldn't achieve that, right? Regardless, Ling Feng is a genius of our Blue Water Star, and a person with a strong sense of national duty. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually give away such precious pills. Xikong Zhen said earnestly. With such strength, killing the octopus was just a trivial matter. 90% of people with such power would intervene in such situations, as it allows them to stand out without any loss. But taking out pills of perfect quality is entirely different. Even if Ling Feng's alchemy talent is exceptional, these are still pills of perfect quality, each worth billions, even trillions. They're much more expensive than ordinary 7th-grade pills. The pills Ling Feng took out could be sold for at least $1 trillion in funds. Yet, knowing their value, he still brought them out. How could this not be something only a person with national duty could do? With such a prodigy among our people, how could we not prosper? Master Lu couldn't help but sigh. It's just a pity that old Li and the others won't see it. Xikong Zhen said wistfully. At this, both fell silent. Although they won this time, the losses were too great. Almost all the martial lords of Blue Water Star were wiped out, and those who didn't participate in the battle have probably already fled. Who will protect Blue Water Star in the future? A few hours later, at Imperial Capital University, in the estate where Ling Feng resided, Ling Feng conjured a golden flame in the air, then placed some herbs into the flame to begin refining. Nearby, Zhao Shia watched Ling Feng's alchemy intently, while Elder Zhou looked on with satisfaction. Zhao Shia, resting her chin in her hands, gazed at Ling Feng with admiration. She and Ling Feng had grown up together, and if it weren't for Wang Onghua, Ling Feng might not have been led on by Yin Shiyun for 3 years. After all, with Zhao Shiya's personality, Yin Shiyun wouldn't have escaped a beating every few days. Soon, 11 azure, transparent pills appeared within the flame. Ling Feng had adjusted the flame to be extremely bright and used the blend with the world, a tribute to conceal all the pills, so no one could see what was happening inside unless their strength far exceeded Ling Feng's by dozens of times. Ling Feng casually stored 10 of the pills in his storage space, then extinguished the flame. Soon, the pills appeared before him. He lightly pointed at them, and under the wrapping of his soul power, the pills flew directly to Qing Xuanzi, who was lying in the living room. The pill instantly entered King Xuanzi's mouth. Buzz! The next moment, a blue light surged from his entire body. Ling Feng could clearly feel his soul rapidly healing. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying surge of soul energy erupted from King Xuanzi. Ling Feng frowned and immediately unleashed an even more powerful soul force, confining the pressure within a 3-meter radius around King Xuanzi. However, the ground and furniture within those 3 meters were still crushed into powder by the immense telekinetic force. Ha ha! I've succeeded. King Xuanzi suddenly opened his eyes, levitating from the ground, and laughed towards the sky. But as the laughter faded, he stopped abruptly, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, realizing he might have been dreaming. He had dreamt of traveling to a world of cultivation and becoming a powerful figure. Unfortunately, just as he was about to ascend after overcoming a heavenly tribulation, the dream was interrupted. Ahem, isn't this Ling Feng and Zhao Shiya? Where am I? Right, wasn't I just fighting a fierce beast? King Xuanzi asked awkwardly, quickly changing the subject and trying to regain his dignified demeanor. However, covered in dust, disheveled hair, and blood-stained clothes, he looked more like the leader of a beggar gang. Teacher King Xuanzi, this is Imperial Capital University. That peak 6th-tier beast was already slain by my fiancé, Ling Feng. Zhao Shiya said proudly. What? Ling Feng killed it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. King Xuanzi exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Zhao Shiya. It seemed unlikely that someone as young as Ling Feng, despite his immense talent, could defeat a peak 6th-tier beast. Look at this. Zhao Shiya, anticipating King Xuanzi's disbelief, showed him a video of the previous live broadcast. Watching Ling Feng unleash a terrifying golden handprint with a mere gesture, King Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. This. He trembled as he watched the footage, his face filled with shock. He couldn't believe it was real and thought it might be digitally altered. He quickly checked his social media, where clips of Ling Feng's impressive battle flooded his feed from various angles. At that moment, he had no choice but to accept this astonishing reality. Such prowess. This is the demeanor of an immortal. King Xuanzi couldn't help but exclaim, deeply shocked. Such power at a young age was indeed extraordinary. Would you be interested in cultivating immortality with me? King Xuanzi eagerly approached Ling Feng. His cultivation guild was in dire need of such talent. As for cultivating immortality, I'll pass. But I would like to ask you about the method for mastering the 10,000 swords return to origin. I'm quite interested in that technique. Ling Feng responded with a smile, expressing his interest. Although he could mimic the move with his telekinetic powers, having the corresponding martial technique would greatly enhance its power. Ling Feng didn't want to learn a technique that looked impressive but lacked substance. I do have it, but you'll need to join my cultivation guild. Qing Xuanzi proudly declared. My 10,000 swords return to the sect is a top-notch 6th-level psychic martial technique, personally improved by me. If an average person wants to learn it, it would cost them billions, and I wouldn't teach it for a penny less. As he spoke, he felt a slight warmth on his cheeks, knowing full well that the billions were just an exaggeration. In reality, he once saw a talented psychic and begged them to teach him this move, but they abandoned the idea after realizing the terrifying difficulty of mastering it. As a result, to this day, no one else knows this technique. Wow, teacher, that's so shameless. If it weren't for Ling Feng saving you, you'd be dead by now, and you still want to charge him to learn it? Besides, he's your student. Even if it's not free, you could at least give him a discount. Zhao Shiya complained angrily. That's not it. You don't have to pay. Just join my cultivator guild, and you can learn it for free. Qing Xuanzi quickly explained, though he felt a twinge of guilt for saying such things. But to get Ling Feng to join his guild, he was willing to do whatever it took. After all, this exceptional talent couldn't be missed. Well, that's a reasonable price. Ling Feng nodded, seemingly satisfied with the proposal. In that case, I'll pay the money. Ling Feng suddenly said, leaving Qing Xuanzi stunned. No, Ling Feng, you can join my cultivator guild. If you join, I'll teach you for free. You could save billions. Qing Xuanzi urged. He was puzzled, as his guild was not a dangerous place. Why would this kid rather spend money than join? Was his price too low? No worries, I don't lack the money. Ling Feng replied with a relaxed smile. Then let's settle the bill first. Ling Feng said seriously to Qing Xuanzi. Settle the bill? What bill? Qing Xuanzi was completely confused. Of course, the expenses I incurred when I saved you. Ling Feng gave him a look. Come on, really? Even that costs money? I was fighting for Blue Water Star too. Qing Xuanzi exclaimed. The fact that I killed the beast to save you doesn't count. I wouldn't charge for that. Don't worry, Ling Feng said calmly. However, you used the soul-burning pill, and your soul was severely damaged. You're aware of that, right? Ling Feng asked. Yes, there was such a thing. Qing Xuanzi nodded, recalling the scene before he lost consciousness when his soul was on the verge of shattering. Repairing your soul is a huge task. I used a 4th level pill and 2 6th level pills to bring you back. Of course, your injuries also required a 6th level healing pill, and that counts too. That makes it 2 6th level pills and 1 4th level pill. Ling Feng added, then opened his personal combat recorder. The screen showed him treating Qing Xuanzi both on the battlefield and at home. Qing Xuanzi was left speechless seeing this footage. So it really happened. I didn't realize you paid such a high price to save me, young friend. How much should I pay you? Just name your price, and I won't hesitate. Qing Xuanzi waved his hand grandly, thinking to himself that a 6th grade elixir isn't too expensive, as he still had some savings. I can't let Ling Feng sacrifice for nothing. I'll just give you a 4th grade elixir. After all, we are teacher and student. Consider it a gift. Unlike some people who claim to be a teacher and then don't follow through. Ling Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Qing Xuanzi's face turned a deep shade of embarrassed red, thinking to himself how shameful it was. Meanwhile, he noticed Zhao Shuya and old Zhou beside him looking at him with disdain, making him feel even more uncomfortable. If it weren't for the quality of his shoes, with his strength, he could easily carve out not just a 3-bedroom apartment, but a whole mansion. As for the 6th grade elixir, the healing type is cheaper, let's say it's 100 billion. The soul repairing type is more expensive, so I'll give you a 30% discount on the market price, making it 210 billion. Altogether it's 310 billion, but I'll waive the 10 billion, so let's make it 300 billion. Teacher, are you planning to pay by card or in cash? Ling Feng said with a smile as he listed the bill. Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what? 300 billion? Ling Feng, are you trying to rob me? Ordinary 6th grade elixirs cost at most 10 billion. Qing Xuanzi jumped up, filled with doubt, and seriously suspecting that Ling Feng was joking with him. Teacher, saying that hurts my feelings. I've decided, no more discounts, for 100 billion in total. Ling Feng said with a hurt expression, then added, as for the elixir issue, you can ask Master Lu directly. With that, he sent a video to Qing Xuanzi. Have him check the prices of the elixirs in the video. Seeing that Ling Feng didn't seem to be joking, Qing Xuanzi was startled and quickly opened the chat with Master Lu. Qing Xuanzi, Master Lu, can you tell me how much these 2 elixirs are worth? Qing Xuanzi asked. Aren't these Ling Feng's elixirs? Why are you asking? Master Lu replied. What Ling Feng? Never mind, that's not important. Just tell me how much these elixirs cost. Qing Xuanzi was a bit confused, wondering how Ling Feng became a teacher at Imperial University. The healing elixir is relatively cheaper, probably around 150 to 200 billion. As for the soul repairing one, it's the 9-turn soul gathering pill. Damn, it's impressive that the teacher could make this. It's a pity you took it. Otherwise, I'd pay 500 billion to buy it for research. Master Lu's message came quickly. Upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi's eyes widened in shock. Damn, old Lu, just because I call you Master Lu, you think you can take advantage of me? Do you really think I'm a fool? Isn't this a 6th grade elixir? The price you're giving could buy several 7th grade elixirs. Qing Xuanzi was furious. City Grandma, do you know what kind of elixir this is? It's a perfect grade elixir, perfect grade. Do you understand what that means? There are less than 10 people in the entire human race who can make a 6th grade perfect grade elixir. The price I'm giving is market price. If it goes to auction for those alchemists to bid on, the price would increase by at least half. Do you know? Do you have any idea? Master Lu's voice was filled with helplessness and anger. As soon as Qing Xuanzi spoke, Master Lu responded enthusiastically, though his words were too crude to be repeated. Qing Xuanzi was stunned, shocked at the thought. Could this really be the legendary perfect grade pill? He was eager to know the price and worried whether his disciple, Ling Feng, might have taken advantage of Master Lu. If there were any issues, Qing Xuanzi hoped Master Lu would speak up rather than keep it to himself. Zhao Shuya couldn't help but laugh proudly when she saw Qing Xuanzi's expression, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Ahem, the teacher was just joking earlier. In reality, it's just the cultivation method of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, something no one would want even if given for free. She quickly sent the relevant information to Ling Feng. Ling Feng, since we are teacher and student, I really can't afford 4 trillion. How about we go for an installment plan? Qing Xuanzi said somewhat embarrassedly, as the 3 trillion price was indeed too high for him. Compared to Master Lu, who was adept at making money, he found it difficult to gather such funds. Teacher Qing Xuanzi, that's not right. Although you're Ling Feng's teacher, you've just met. Business is business. Zhao Shuya seized the opportunity to retort without mercy. Qing Xuanzi felt awkward, thinking to himself that karma had come back to bite him. Seeing this, Ling Feng spoke up. All right, girl, don't make it hard for the teacher. He's injured for the sake of Blue Water Star. Since that's the case, Qing Xuanzi was moved by Ling Feng's understanding, but Ling Feng's next words brought him back to reality. Since that's the case, let's go with the installment plan. For trillion is off the table, let's settle at 3 trillion. That's a discount of 1 trillion for you. Considering your 10,000 swords returning to the sect is worth 1 trillion. Teacher, you can gather the funds slowly. Just give it to me within 2 days. Ling Feng smiled slightly, leaving Qing Xuanzi speechless. Faced with Zhao Shuya and Ling Feng, he dared not mention the word discount again. After an awkward smile, he left in embarrassment. Do you think teacher Qing Xuanzi will default on the payment? Zhao Shuya asked with some concern. No worries, even if he can't pay, it's fine. I wasn't planning on collecting the money anyway, but I'm not one to fall for tricks. Ling Feng smiled, understanding that although Qing Xuanzi was short on funds, he wasn't the type to scheme to save money. He lacked a large sum, not billions here and there. Although senior Qing Xuanzi may seem unreliable at times, he's definitely not someone who would default on a payment. Perhaps he really can gather the 3 trillion. At this point, old Zhou spoke slowly. Can he gather it? Then let him gather it. After all, my pill is worth every penny. Ling Feng replied, unconcerned about how Qing Xuanzi would raise the funds. Meanwhile, as Ling Feng waited to collect the money, Qing Xuanzi was having a tough time. 3 trillion in loans? What on earth did he need so much money for? Qing Xuanzi had already approached Sikong Zhen, who had just returned from the battlefield. Anxiously, he blurted out, don't worry about it. I need this money. Can you help me secure the loan? At worst, I'll work in the divine realm every day to earn it back. Qing Xuanzi's face turned slightly red, knowing that Ling Feng was demanding money because he was dissatisfied with his previous tactics. Yet, how could he admit that? Once spoken, he would never be able to hold his head high for the rest of his life. Hearing Qing Xuanzi's words, Sikong Zhen frowned. This is no small amount. A 3 trillion loan, in terms of interest. I'll vouch for you, and you should be able to get it. Let's set the interest at 3%, which is the lowest possible. Sikong Zhen finally nodded. Though it pained him, he decided to help. A 3% interest meant a repayment of 100 billion a year. Qing Xuanzi quickly agreed. Although he wasn't happy, he had no choice but to accept. Sikong Zhen then contacted the higher-ups at the Galactic Bank through his biointellect, explaining the situation. Given Qing Xuanzi's third-class military merits, the interest was waived. Soon, the 3 trillion was credited to Qing Xuanzi's account. Qing Xuanzi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately transferred the money to Ling Feng. A loan without interest was already a good deal. At that moment, as Ling Feng returned to his room to rest, his biointellect suddenly chimed. Transaction of 3 trillion yuan received. He was astonished. Did he raise the money so quickly? Is Qing Xuanzi that wealthy? Although puzzled, considering Qing Xuanzi's capabilities, he understood. After all, a martial master of his level was never short on money. However, Qing Xuanzi valued freedom and was indifferent to wealth. Moreover, he had just spent all his money on purchasing soul combustion pills. Otherwise, several trillion wouldn't have been too difficult for him. But this loan meant he would have to work to pay off the debt in the days to come. Selling elixirs can indeed make money, so I'll list all the elixirs I have in the federal store. Plus, I need to refine more. With this thought, Ling Feng swiftly entered his personal world. By now, there was an additional continent on the ground of his small world, which he had casually dug up from a plane on his way back. Although only a kilometer in diameter, its million square meter space was enough for him to do many things. Then, Ling Feng struck the void with his palm, and with a loud boom, a massive cauldron of raging flames materialized, standing mightily between heaven and earth. He took out a batch of herbs and unhesitatingly tossed them into the alchemical furnace. In the next moment, his hands moved with lightning speed, executing various alchemical techniques. Although he didn't push his speed to the absolute limit, as that required intense concentration, and even a slight lapse could lead to mistakes, slowing down slightly didn't significantly increase the total time. After all, there was no need to rush since it wasn't urgently needed. Within half an hour, all the herbs in Ling Feng's hands were refined into 6th-grade pills. As for pills below the 6th grade, they were deemed unnecessary since even 10 or dozens of lower-grade pills couldn't match the value of a single 6th-grade one, making it a waste of time. Ling Feng thought to himself that 5 batches of herbs were simply too few, and he needed to purchase more. He then opened the Federation store and changed his location from Blue Water Star to the Xiantian Galaxy. This adjustment allowed him to buy and sell within the entire Xiantian Galaxy, although the delivery time would be extended, taking at least a few days. With this in mind, Ling Feng quickly opened the recycling interface, and immediately, an advertisement popped up. Got new weapons? Where did the old ones go? Of course, put them up on turn and turn. Recycle pills, equipment, weapons, only on turn and turn. A martial arts master will personally collect. The advertisement left Ling Feng speechless. He couldn't believe that even after thousands of years, this ad was still running without any changes. He quickly closed the ad and then listed all the pills he had refined, along with the remaining ones, on the Federation Store's recycling network. Naturally, he kept all the herbs that could enhance his strength, as he hadn't refined them into pills. His devouring power could even consume pill toxins, and refining them into perfect-grade pills would result in some loss. Although defective pills weren't entirely worthless to him, they were called defective because most of their medicinal power had been expelled, leaving only the toxins. While Ling Feng could devour the toxins, the medicinal power was inherently more valuable. Thus, in his view, defective pills remained defective, while perfect-grade pills were the best, and the herbs contained all the pill toxins and medicinal power. He listed these items on the official recycling channels. Although the prices were slightly lower, the selling speed was fast, and once evaluated, he could directly receive the goods and get paid immediately, saving a lot of time. The Federation Store's notification tone sounded. It appears that the pills you are preparing to sell are premium-grade 6th-grade pills. We have matched you with a corresponding master appraiser to evaluate their value. Please open the scanning program to scan all the pills. Following the instructions, Ling Feng began scanning. Beep. After evaluation, the pill was identified as the 9-turn soul-gathering pill, 6th-grade premium quality, with a perfect quantity of 10, estimated at 400 billion per piece, and a recycling price of 300 billion. Beep. Another evaluation showed the pill was the Great Xian Rejuvenation Pill, 6th-grade premium quality, with a perfect quantity of 33, estimated at 150 billion per piece, and a recycling price of 100 billion. Beep. The pill has been identified as a blood-burst pill, 6th-tier top quality, with a perfect quantity of 11, valued at 250 billion each, and a buyback price of 200 billion. Various pill descriptions appeared, with a total estimated value of around 8 trillion. Seeing such a high price, Ling Feng pondered that selling the oracle stones seemed less enticing. Despite their high value, they would still be useful in the future. However, he had no use for these restorative pills, so he decisively chose to sell them. Beep. Sale completed. The expected sale price is 8.5 trillion. A recovery agent will arrive at Blue Water Star within 3 days. Please stay in contact. Additionally, you can spend half of the recovery price on purchasing necessary items, which will be delivered by the recovery agent. If the recovery fails due to your reasons, a shipping fee will be charged for the purchased items. The notification sounded. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind that half of the recovery price would be 4 trillion. He immediately decided to purchase some oracle stones for psychic mentors, as he still planned to cultivate the 10,000 swords return to the sect technique. The green tier psychic mentor entry cost 10 million each, so he spent 2 trillion to purchase 20,000 of them. Fortunately, these 2 trillion were spent at the Blue Water Star Federation Mall, ensuring swift delivery. With the remaining 1 trillion, he decided to purchase 5 basic entries and upgrade them to gold, or choose 2 good entries. Ultimately, he chose 2. A fortune-type entry Little Luck, which required 300,000 in total, costing 600 billion, and a thunder-type entry Electro Mastery, which needed 20,000 to upgrade to gold, priced at 400 billion. This perfectly used up his budget. Ling Feng thought to himself that green-tier thunder entries were really not powerful enough, and when they reached blue, the price would rise to 4 or 5 billion each, naturally increasing again. In the short term, acquiring entries above gold might be difficult, and could even require hunting monsters himself. Therefore, he decided to upgrade all entries to gold first. With a budget of 4 trillion, Ling Feng found it more than sufficient and began selecting medicinal herbs. His funds allowed him to purchase a large amount of 7th-tier herbs. After consideration, he decided to buy 7th-tier herbs directly. After all, the time required to refine 6th and 5th-tier pills was similar, and theoretically, refining 7th-tier pills wouldn't take much more time. Ling Feng realized that if he were to refine all these medicinal herbs into 6th-grade pills, the quantity would exceed 1,000. Although these pills could be worth hundreds of trillions, the refining process would take at least a dozen hours. If others couldn't wait for him, he might have to wait a few more days. However, if he chose to refine 7th-grade pills, he would only need a few dozen, significantly reducing the time required to just an hour. As for his ability to successfully refine them, Ling Feng was confident. Crafting perfect 6th-grade pills posed little challenge for him, and 7th-grade pills weren't much harder. 8th-grade pills, however, were a different story. It's well known that an 8th-grade alchemist must be a martial emperor, but a martial emperor isn't necessarily an 8th-grade alchemist. Refining 8th-grade pills requires the ability to process 8th-grade materials, a privilege exclusive to martial emperors. Clearly, Ling Feng didn't possess such strength. Even if he unleashed his god of slaughter abilities, his combat power would only reach the level of a martial saint. Therefore, he must activate his god of slaughter power to refine 7th-grade pills, and 8th-grade pills were out of the question. Fortunately, with just the combat strength of a martial saint at the first level, he could produce top-quality 7th-grade pills, so the time spent wouldn't be too long. Ling Feng promptly purchased a large amount of 7th grade materials, as well as some blood and flesh from 7th grade beasts, intending to consume them. At this point, he couldn't help but regret that the octopus's body would have been excellent for consumption, but he had blown it to bits in an instant, leaving no remnants, a real loss. However, now was not the time for regrets. The energy he previously absorbed from the earth and lava in the medicine master's space would only sustain his refining for a day. It seemed he couldn't rest. The delivery would take at least 3 days, enough time for him to elevate his level to martial lord. Ling Feng pondered, slightly raising his eyebrows, knowing the power required would increase, but spending money was out of the question. The best solution was to find a powerful divine realm to devour. However, there weren't many 6th grade divine realms like Blue Water Star available now. After researching, Ling Feng quickly found the most suitable divine realm for him, the Black Martial Divine Realm. This was a divine realm his father, Ling Xian, had established years ago. Unlike ordinary divine realms, this was a place of inheritance, often formed by lost ancient or otherworldly civilizations. In such places, there are usually many trials, and completing them can yield various resources and materials. According to current information, this place not only has numerous formidable trial beasts, but also boasts significant power, making it a 6th grade inheritance realm. More importantly, the black martial armor might be found here, which he could use to upgrade his own black martial armor prototype. Ling Feng immediately decided to set off once he upgraded 3 attributes to gold. With this in mind, he closed his eyes and began to fully activate his Devour Heaven attribute. Instantly, an endless stream of power surged through his body, rapidly boosting his vitality. Time flew by, and 3 hours had passed. In just this short span, through relentless absorption, Ling Feng's vitality had surged past 80,000, reaching the 8th level of the martial sect. At this rate, he could break through to the martial venerable level today. Of course, once he reached martial venerable, his cultivation speed might slow down, but compared to ordinary people, it would still be incredibly fast. Master, your delivery has arrived. At that moment, Mr. Zhou's voice came from outside the door. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the power within him, and without saying much, he walked out of the room. A few minutes later, he arrived at the warehouse. With a wave of his hand, Ling Feng collected all the boxes into his personal realm, and then he instantly vanished from the spot. Inside his small world, Ling Feng picked up a green oracle stone and began absorbing it. The first entries were naturally related to fortune. Maintaining his previous speed, Ling Feng extracted them quickly. It is worth mentioning that this category of fortune entries is quite different from others. As is well known, the more important the entry, the higher its price and the smaller the chance of extracting it. For example, this small fortune entry has only 5 slots, but the probability of drawing it isn't 1 in 5. These 5 entries are divided into 5 sections on a lottery wheel, with 4 sections being ordinary other entries, occupying 95 of the area, leaving just a 5 chance of getting small fortune. If it's a blue fortune entry, the odds are even more daunting, at only 1. Even a talent-boosting purple entry has just a 1 in 20 chance. Because of this, many find fortune entries but dare not open them. Fortune entries are known to be extraordinary. Even a blue fortune entry can almost guarantee a white oracle stone, whereas under normal circumstances, the drop rate for a white oracle stone is less than 1 in several dozen. To draw these fortune entries, one needs immense luck. Of course, the only exception is the white fortune entry. With good luck, you might get one after 4 or 5 tries, but the effect is negligible. This means that while fortune entries seem powerful, even if given a golden oracle stone containing a golden fortune entry, no one would open it. Instead, they would sell it. And those who buy it find it almost useless, especially with higher-level fortune entries, as buying them is often a waste. To truly understand the power of such high-level fortune entries, one must rely on innate awakening. Now, with a golden fortune entry, Ling Feng's extraction of small fortune was entirely different, with a 100 success rate filling him with anticipation. After more than 2 hours of effort, Ling Feng finally managed to extract a total of 10,000 little luck entries. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! You have extracted the entry, Little Luck. Green 20,000. The entry has been upgraded to Overwhelming Fortune. The description of this fortune entry remains simple and unadorned, but those who possess fortune-related entries understand the immense power these few words hold. Ding! Your entry, Overwhelming Fortune. Gold triggers a special entry effect, Goddess's Favor. The system continued, explaining the effect. With your unparalleled fortune, you are blessed by the Goddess of Luck. When faced with risks that even overwhelming fortune cannot avoid, you can choose to activate this effect, temporarily boosting your fortune. This boost is 100-fold, but it requires charging, consuming a silver fortune entry each time it's used, with the charge value starting at 0. Ling Feng was taken aback, temporarily boosting fortune by 100-fold, and on top of overwhelming fortune? This effect is simply extraordinary. He thought to himself, If he were to obtain a super oracle stone now, using overwhelming fortune would only give him a 1 chance of drawing an invincible entry, but with this special effect activated, he could achieve a 100 success rate. Although such situations are extremely rare, if he ever encounters a similar opportunity, a 100-fold fortune could definitely turn the tide in his favor. Reflecting on this, Ling Feng was filled with emotion. These special entries are not inherently powerful, but when combined with a gold entry, they can elevate the strength of the gold entry by several levels. At this moment, he grew increasingly curious about whether the gold entries possessed by others also have special effects. After all, if the human race's gold entry holders had such special effects, how could they be suppressed by silver entry-level fierce beasts of the same rank? However, these doubts were not of immediate concern to Ling Feng. He would naturally uncover the truth once he encountered other gold entry holders. After 2 hours of unboxing, his vitality had reached 99,999 points. Time to level up. I'll continue unboxing after breaking through the realm, he murmured to himself, feeling the urge to naturally advance his level, estimating it would take a few more hours, but patience was not his virtue. So he immediately activated the Devour Heaven entry, pushing it to its limit. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying energy contained within the devouring flame was absorbed by Ling Feng's body. At that moment, a world-destroying power began to surge through his entire being. As he forcefully broke through, Ling Feng's body started to collapse rapidly, cracks appearing and blood gushing out. However, this time was different from before. With the life creation entry, his repair speed had increased exponentially. As soon as the cracks appeared on his body, they were rapidly repaired in the next moment. With the entry fully activated, Ling Feng's body stabilized, showing no outward signs of damage. If observed at 100 times slower speed, one would notice his body was still frantically breaking apart. In the instant it cracks, it repairs itself. The speed is so fast that the naked eye can barely catch the moment of cracking, making it seem as if it never happened. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Ling Feng as he finally broke through to the martial venerable realm. His vitality value also surpassed the formidable 100,000 mark. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully broken through to the martial venerable realm. The voice of the divine realms will echoed again. This sudden notification made Ling Feng raise an eyebrow in astonishment. He was eager to discover the special effects of the remaining 2 entries. Clearing his thoughts, Ling Feng continued to draw entries. Next, he chose the lightning entry. After another 2 hours, the entry upgrade was complete. Ding! The entry you drew, Electric Mastery, Blue 20,000. The entry upgraded to Heaven's Punishment. Gold Control of Heaven's Punishment, Divine Thunder. Lightning skill power increased by 400. Ding! Your entry, Heaven's Punishment, Gold triggers a special entry effect, Heaven's Judgment. The gold effect summons the eye of heaven to judge all sinful beings. As long as one bears sin, judgment can be passed, dealing 400 damage. A series of notifications followed, making Ling Feng raise an eyebrow again. Judging sinful beings? Bearing sin? How many people in this world are without sin? Almost none. Since there is sin, there can be judgment. Moreover, this special entry does not require charging, meaning it can be used freely. At this moment, Ling Feng also summarized a pattern. These special entries, if ordinary, such as quadrupling combat power, or having significant side effects like starburst, which might lead to death, or kill that causes loss of sanity, do not require charging. However, those with strong effects and no side effects do require charging, like enlightenment and goddess's favor. Of course, this charging is probably the side effect, as cooldown time is also a kind of side effect. At this moment, Ling Feng's Heavenly Fire Divine Firmament technique also upgraded to the 8th tier Supreme Strength. Next is the final Psychic Master entry. Ling Feng took a deep breath and opened the introduction of the White Psychic Master entry. Psychic Master. White can slightly control soul force, but the intensity is too low, only causing a quarter of the soul value strength. As expected of a white entry, its effect is indeed not impressive. A quarter means 4 points of soul value can cause 1,000 kilograms of combat power. It seems stronger than a soul destroyer, but in reality, it is much weaker. After all, a soul destroyer directly damages the soul. The white entry, although only a 10th, can still kill some soul-weak warriors of the same level. However, this telekinesis can only bully opponents much weaker than oneself. Ling Feng did not hesitate and immediately began upgrading the entry. Psychic Master. Green can control soul force, can exert power equivalent to soul value, attacking enemies from a distance. The range of telekinesis is 1 meter per soul value. Once it reached green, the effect improved significantly, and although it was the same level of power, facing sudden forces appearing around you, even if you wanted to dodge, it might not be possible. Ling Feng understood that being hit in a critical spot could mean certain death, even for a powerful opponent. Thus, the potency of this particular skill could not be underestimated. As a spiritual mind master, Ling Feng could manipulate soul force, enabling him to attack remotely with 500 of his soul value, and the attack range was 10 times the soul value in meters. As Ling Feng continued to draw skills, he exhausted the green and white skills and finally reached the golden level. With a chime, he drew the Spiritual Mind Master skill with a value of 20,000, which then upgraded to Divine Mind Master. The golden mind power became tangible, increasing its potency by 400 and significantly enhancing his comprehension speed of Mind Master techniques and martial skills. The range of his Divine Mind extended to 10,000 meters of soul value, and the special effect Divine Mind Avatar meant that his golden Divine Mind power had solidified into a tangible form, manifesting a powerful Divine Avatar, with its strength reaching 400 of the Divine Mind's power. With the upgrade of the Spiritual Mind Master to the golden level, the skill's name changed to Divine Mind Master. Although it was just one word less, it sounded particularly high-end. What excited Ling Feng even more was the special effect, Divine Mind Avatar, which sounded incredibly powerful. He was eager to test its power but quickly realized that his small world seemed a bit limited, and he worried about the possibility of it bursting. He hesitated and decided not to take the risk. After all, his previous soul pressure had almost terrified all the martial masters at the Imperial Capital University, and another Divine Mind Avatar might cause chaos. At this moment, Ling Feng pondered the fact that with the golden upgrade, the Soul Destroyer became the God Destroyer, and the Spiritual Mind Master became the Divine Mind Master. Was this intentional, perhaps suggesting the destruction of the opponent? Seeing the name, Ling Feng felt this was not a coincidence. He then opened his attribute table to review his new abilities. Character profile: Ling Feng. Race: human. Rank: first tier martial supreme. Stats: vitality: 100,000. Soul power: 84,000. Class: 6th rank master alchemist. Cultivation arts: divine heavenly fire art mastered. 9 soul refinement scripture 6th turn, 8th rank premium. Combat skills: heaven splitting art grandmaster. 1000 soul blades 124 blades, 6th rank premium. Special abilities: soul enhancement, 4000 boost. Mental force, 4000 amplification. Divine avatar, 400 power increase. Physical strength, 4000 enhancement. Combat attributes, 800 overall increase. Stealth, undetectable by those within 800 power range. Solar flames, 4001 fire enhancement. Thunder mastery, 4000 lightning control. Defense, 2000 armor reinforcement. Movement, 2000 speed boost. Attack speed, 1000 increase. Cultivation rate, 100,000x acceleration. Enlightenment, 1000x for 1 hour. Vitality recovery, 2000 boost. Divine blessing, 100x fortune. Spear mastery, 2000 damage increase. Spatial storage, 100,000 diameter pocket dimension. Recovery rate, 10,000x healing speed. Mental range, 100,000 kilometers. Alchemy talent, 12 rank enhancement. At this moment, Ling Feng experienced a significant enhancement in all his attributes. With the powerful golden and special entries boosting his capabilities, his growth potential when exerting full strength was unimaginable. Moreover, Ling Feng's survival skills were formidable. Unless there was an existence several times stronger than him that could lock onto his location, it was nearly impossible to kill him. Ling Feng stepped out of the small world and left the warehouse. In the distance, the sky gradually brightened, but today the weather seemed gloomy with a light drizzle. Suddenly, a long, resonant bell echoed throughout the capital, its lingering sound reaching beyond the city. Hearing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, understanding that it was a mourning bell for a fallen hero of the human race. He took to the sky, concealing himself in the void, and vanished from sight. Even the strongest warriors at the peak of their powers could not detect his presence. Ling Feng flew out of the capital university and into the sky above the capital, looking down at the streets below. He saw many residents standing on both sides, bidding farewell to the warriors who had fallen in the recent beast assault, as coffins passed by. Witnessing this scene, Ling Feng was filled with complex emotions. Although it had only been a few days since he gained unlimited entries, his strength had grown tremendously. However, if an 8th or even 9th level beast suddenly attacked, he could still end up like those who had sacrificed their lives. Back in Xianfeng City, the martial emperor was the idol of students, but during this beast tide, martial emperors and martial lords were slaughtered like ants, and even martial venerables could only hold on for a few more moves. If the beasts had been serious from the start, everyone would have perished. In that moment, Ling Feng's desire for power intensified. He bowed towards the direction where the coffins of the martial venerables and martial lords were being taken, and then transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing. The Black Martial Divine Domain, the most precious legacy domain of Blue Water Star, had its entrance heavily guarded by the military to prevent sabotage by spies. Ordinary people could enter and exit by paying a fee. Over time, a city called Black Martial City formed here. While entry and exit were easy, Causing trouble required one to consider their strength, as martial venerable level warriors guarded the area. Ling Feng arrived above Black Martial City and descended to a vast plaza. Here, a towering spatial rift stood in the center of the square. In front of the rift stood an energy barrier, enveloping the entire fissure. This barrier not only guarded the beasts within, preventing their escape, but also blocked ordinary people from entering freely. Only those with the combat prowess of a martial sovereign could break through this barrier instantly. Ling Feng's arrival naturally drew everyone's attention. His ability to fly suggested he was at least of martial master level. Moreover, his youthful appearance caught many eyes. Wait a minute. That looks like Ling Feng. Wow, it really is Ling Feng, the one who killed that peak 6th-tier beast yesterday. I can't believe we see him here. Is he here for the assessment too? At this moment, Ling Feng had become the brightest star on Blue Water Star. In this era that revered warriors, the strongest were naturally the most renowned, and Ling Feng's strength was overwhelming, undoubtedly making him the strongest on Blue Water Star. The crowd in the square was immediately abuzz. The martial master in charge of registering entries and exits at the energy barrier was so surprised to see Ling Feng that he hurried over. Hello, Master Ling Feng. Are you here to train in the Black Martial God domain? My name is Xiao Wu, and I'm in charge of entry and exit registration. The middle-aged man said with a respectful smile. Yes, I'm here for an assessment. Could you register me? Do I need to queue? Ling Feng nodded. No, with your status, there's no need to queue. I'll take you there right away. Old Wu quickly waved his hand, respectfully leading Ling Feng towards the entrance. The people in line made way without any complaints. After downloading a set of guidelines and introductory materials about the Black Martial God domain from Old Wu, Ling Feng crossed the spatial rift and vanished instantly. Buzz. With a spatial ripple, Ling Feng appeared on an extremely flat expanse of land. The ground seemed to be inlaid with some material, and when Ling Feng stomped forcefully, he was surprised to find the ground's strength exceeded his expectations, with no effect from his stomp. Unconvinced, he summoned all his power and stomped again. Boom. A loud noise echoed all around, yet the ground remained unscathed, though his foot tingled. What material is this ground made of? He was astonished. Soon, he began to study the materials he had just downloaded. The information had formed in his mind and could be recalled with a thought. He learned that the Black Martial God domain seemed to be a relic of some highly advanced civilization. The surrounding space was enveloped by a special and powerful alloy. Martial sages had once experimented here, but couldn't damage the alloy at all. Initially, the high-ranking officials of the Xiantian star system thought this was a powerful inheritance secret realm of at least 7th tier or above. However, after over a decade of research, they found that the strongest item this secret realm could provide was merely the prototype of the Black Martial suit. Although this suit could keep upgrading, it required a massive amount of Black Martial armor to be consumed. If all these armors were sold, they could buy better equipment. Moreover, the strongest beast encountered in this inheritance secret realm so far was only 6th tier. The level was ultimately set at tier 6 and subsequently abandoned by the higher-ups of the Xiantian galaxy. Initially, the leaders of Lanshui Star hoped to capitalize on this divine domain to amass wealth, but they were left feeling helpless. Nevertheless, this divine domain still significantly contributed to Lanshui Star's GDP. The assessment location was right at the center of this divine domain. Ling Feng looked towards it from afar, and a towering spherical metal fortress appeared before him. The fortress was enormous, with an estimated diameter of several hundred kilometers. Without hesitation, Ling Feng soared into the sky, swiftly flying towards the spherical fortress. As he approached the fortress, he saw many people touching its walls and being absorbed inside. Ling Feng stepped up to the fortress, placing his hand on its surface. Beep. A notification sounded. Examiner detected. Do you wish to enter the entry assessment point of the Black God Martial Hall? He replied without hesitation. Enter. Buzz. As soon as he spoke, Ling Feng felt a powerful force pulling him inside, leaving him powerless to resist. Buzz. In a flash, Ling Feng found himself on a gigantic metal arena. The arena had a diameter of 10,000 meters, incredibly vast, and surrounded by strong metal structures. The entry assessment of the Black God Martial Hall. So this place of inheritance was merely a martial hall assessment of some lost technological civilization, Ling Feng realized. He wondered to himself how he would obtain the Black Martial set. Beep. The system prompted again. This venue is the entry assessment point of the Black God Martial Hall. Beep. Detected. Your realm is Martial Venerable First Heaven. Blood value 100,000. Soul value 84,000. Matching you with suitable fierce beasts. The assessment consists of 10 rounds. Passing all 10 rounds, based on performance, will qualify you as a junior student. 2 prompts sounded in the void, and upon hearing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. According to records, there was nothing beyond the 10 rounds, and passing them would earn the template set of the Black Martial armor. But this was only to become a junior student. Was there no assessment for intermediate or senior students? Ling Feng felt a bit helpless, as the evaluation over the years on Lanshui Star suggested that the junior student assessment typically required only silver-level combat strength to pass. Yet, even so, very few succeeded. Moreover, it seemed there was no further opportunity to continue the assessment to become an intermediate or senior student after passing 10 rounds. It was said that initially, there was no black martial armor template reward upon passing the assessment. Until after Ling Xian's assessment concluded, this reward appeared. The reason, perhaps, only Ling Xian knew. Crack. At this moment, a spatial rift slowly opened before Ling Feng. Roar. A giant beast, towering 100 meters high, emerged from the rift, growling. This beast was at a 6-star stage, making it an extremely powerful, fierce beast. The beast roared towards the sky and then charged madly at Ling Feng. Seeing this, Ling Feng said nothing, but clenched his right hand tightly. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed as the colossal beast was crushed by an invisible force, turning into a mist of blood. A buzzing sound followed as Ling Feng's hand once again unleashed the devouring flame. The flames transformed into a giant mouth, swallowing all the blood mist and converting it into a black light that returned to Ling Feng's body. A continuous stream of power surged into him with a hum. At that moment, a light began to condense in the void, revealing a blue oracle stone. To Ling Feng's surprise, a box appeared on the ground. With a click, the box slowly opened to reveal a set of black armor's nanocore. Ling Feng was puzzled. Wasn't it said that the black armor was hard to obtain? How did a whole set just appear? According to the description, these boxes usually contain energy crystals or herbs, with the black armor being the rarest, requiring hundreds of boxes to find a set. Could it be a matter of luck? He reached out, and the blue oracle stone and black armor flew towards him. The oracle stone had excellent attributes, with 3 blue entries and 2 green ones, making it a top-tier item. Ling Feng decided to keep it for upgrading to gold entries later. The black armor instantly merged with the armor on Ling Feng's body upon contact, enhancing its strength. However, the armor was only of 5th-tier inferior quality, and upgrading to 6th tier would require over 100 sets, a daunting task. The first round of assessment was passed. The second round began. A prompt echoed from the void, buzzing continuously. Meanwhile, a series of space ripples emerged around him, and 10 space rifts slowly opened. Roars erupted as fierce beasts engulfed in raging flames burst from the rifts from all directions. They were all of 6th tier 1-star strength, and their numbers surprised Ling Feng, though more was better, wasn't it? With this thought, Ling Feng slowly raised his right hand. Crackling sounds ensued as purple lightning erupted from his fingertips, illuminating the entire space with dazzling purple light. 10 terrifying purple bolts exploded, transforming into 10 thunder dragons that roared toward the surrounding beasts. With a series of loud explosions, the 10 beasts were instantly blasted into charred remains. The devouring flame erupted again, consuming all the charred remains. Ling Feng suddenly had an idea and directed the devouring flame towards the ground, attempting to devour the earth itself. As the flames spread across the ground, a violent energy surged into the devouring flame. In moments, the energy reserves of the flame were completely full. Whoa, it really can devour. Seeing this, Ling Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly recalled the devouring flame, leaving the surrounding tiles devoured to a depth of 1 centimeter. Wow, just a small amount of energy is enough to fully charge his devouring flame. To put it into perspective, Ling Feng's current energy reserve is 10 times what it used to be. This means that once he digests all this energy, his vitality could reach a staggering 1 million. According to the martial hierarchy, a vitality of 1 million equates to the 4th level of the martial lord. At this moment, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. These few centimeters of floor tiles contained such immense energy. If he were to stay here and train diligently, devouring the entire inheritance space, his power could potentially advance by several major levels. However, Ling Feng soon felt a bit helpless. It's not that he's lacking energy. The energy from the 11 fierce beasts he just hunted is already sufficient to elevate his level to the 3rd level of martial lord. The main issue is the speed of refining the energy. Fortunately, with his devouring attribute, the stronger he becomes, the faster he can devour, and the quicker his power increases. Although reaching the 1st level of martial saint from the 1st level of martial lord requires a vitality increase 1,000 times that needed to advance from the 1st level of martial artist to martial lord, as his strength grows, so does his devouring speed. Reaching the martial saint level might only take a few dozen times longer, meaning in about 10 days, he could achieve the martial saint level. If his attribute upgrades, the efficiency would skyrocket. Buzzing sounds filled the air as oracle stones began to form in the distance. Among the 7 stones, 3 were purple, delighting Ling Feng. Moreover, these stones contained fire attributes. He realized that at the golden attribute level and above, using blue, purple, and even silver oracle stones had nearly the same effect. A purple one equates to 10 blue ones, and a silver one to 10 purple ones. To upgrade from gold, at least 400,000 blue stones are needed, but only 40,000 purple or 4,000 silver. As for gold ones, who knows, maybe just 400. Clearly, it's not cost-effective to use blue stones. After all, a purple stone can be exchanged for hundreds of blue ones. If converted into money and then into oracle stones, only a few thousand purple stones would suffice. For silver stones, just a few could upgrade a golden attribute beyond gold. Therefore, until high-level oracle stones become absolutely necessary, the best strategy is to save them. With his alchemy skills, there's no need to sell elixirs for oracle stones. High-quality oracle stones will eventually come in handy. Selling them now only to buy them later would be inefficient since alchemy is a faster way to make money than selling oracle stones. Of course, unless Ling Feng manages to acquire silver or higher oracle stones, which are extremely valuable and not immediately needed, selling them would be the best choice. However, silver attributes typically appear in 9th or 10th level fierce beasts, which Ling Feng currently can't defeat, unless he's incredibly lucky. Buzzing again. At this moment, 10 boxes emerged from the ground, opening to reveal 10 nano armor cores inside. All the armor was of the black martial type, and Ling Feng had a nagging feeling that something was off. Could the drop rate of this armor really depend on luck? This thought left him momentarily bewildered. If that were the case, wouldn't he be able to keep acquiring more and more as he progressed? By this calculation, he could end up with at least dozens of sets by the end. After absorbing all the nano cores of the black martial armor, his armor's level directly advanced to a superior tier 5. Regardless, this was a good thing, so he continued his hunt. Ling Feng didn't dwell on it much. He stowed away his gains and immediately began the third round of assessment. This time, his opponents were 106-star 1-star beasts, essentially a chance to collect oracle stones and armor. He mercilessly obliterated all the beasts, obtaining over 30 purple oracle stones and more than 60 blue ones. Additionally, the nanocores from 100 sets of black martial armor elevated his armor to a lower tier 6, making it 10 times stronger than before. Of course, if Ling Feng were to unleash his full power, the armor would still shatter. This was why he had been using elemental attacks ever since his strength grew. His combat prowess was too overwhelming, and the black martial armor couldn't quite keep up. Soon, the third round of assessment commenced. The opponents were again 100 beasts, but their strength increased to 6-star 2-star, yet Ling Feng still defeated them effortlessly. The rewards were similar to the previous round, with the only difference being a higher proportion of purple oracle stones, around 40 in total. It seemed that once the opponent's level reached 6-star 7 or 8, he could expect a 100% drop rate for purple oracle stones. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking that such a high drop rate was quite satisfactory. Unfortunately, these purple oracle stones were the lowest quality, containing only one purple attribute, with the rest being green. Silver oracle stones, on the other hand, required defeating 8-star beasts, which was almost impossible. Perhaps it was worth trying the effect of the goddess's favor. This thought crossed his mind, and Ling Feng felt a stir of excitement. Maybe it was worth a shot. However, the cost of using the goddess's favor was high, requiring 1 silver attribute per use. Fortunately, he could charge it with white attributes. 10,000 white attributes or 1,000 green ones would suffice. He estimated that collecting 1,000 green attributes wouldn't take too long. Regrettably, he hadn't stocked up on enough oracle stones with luck-based attributes, so he'd have to buy more when he returned to recharge. With this in mind, Ling Feng stopped worrying and continued with the assessments. In the fourth round, the opponent's strength increased to 6-star 3-star, still 100 of them. In the fifth round, they remained at 6-star 3-star, but the quantity increased to 300. By the sixth round, the number had reached 1,000. By this point, even if Ling Feng were a bit slow, he realized that his assessment seemed different from the norm. According to records, each person's assessment is different. Generally, those below the rank of Wuzuan advance 1 level per round. This means that in the first round of Wuzong's first heaven, one starts at 5-star level 1, progresses to 2 stars in the second round, and 4 stars in the third round. By the 10th round, one reaches Wuzuan first heaven. Typically, those with silver tier combat power or those who can reach above the 70th level of the Qianlong Tower can pass the assessment. Even those above the rank of Wuzuan have attempted the challenge, but the gap between each realm of Wuzuan is twice as large. Therefore, it's impossible to advance a realm every round. Otherwise, by the 10th round, one would face an opponent 1,000 times stronger, with a purple tier, which is unbeatable. As a result, the usual strategy is to increase the number of opponents, which, though daunting, is not excessively so. Rumor has it that at most, 20 to 30 beasts appear in a round, but now hundreds, or even 1,000 appear. For Ling Feng, this assessment seems tailor-made. The more, the better. Nowhere else in the 6th realm can one find so many 6th-level beasts. It seems this test was designed specifically for him. suggesting that his abilities have been noted, though he wonders to what extent. Curious, yet pleased, he decides to continue. All of these 1,000 beasts have a lightning attribute, likely because he initially revealed his own lightning attribute beast. Thus, they deliberately brought lightning attribute beasts for his assessment. Ling Feng was unreserved. He raised one finger slowly, and with a puff, a laser of flame shot skyward, unleashing unparalleled power. As he looked at all the beasts charging towards him from every direction, he swept his right hand in a circle. Everywhere the flame laser touched, beasts were sliced in half, all with scorch marks at the cuts. In an instant, all the beasts lay on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Ling Feng collected all the beasts' bodies. Though not immediately useful, they would be valuable in the future or could be sold for money. These 1,000 sixth-level beasts could fetch trillions. Suddenly, divine oracle stones began to materialize in the void. Noticing that half of these stones were purple, Ling Feng swiftly collected them all. Subsequently, sets of black martial battle armor appeared, including a master version, which surprised Ling Feng. Wasn't it said that the master version only appeared at the end? Could it be obtained under normal circumstances? Puzzled but unconcerned, he considered it a boon. He then absorbed all 1,000 sets of black martial battle armor. When he touched the master version, the armor absorbed it too. Instantly, Ling Feng felt the quality of the armor significantly upgraded, reaching top grade 6th level. The material was dozens of times stronger than before. This master version could be absorbed, and the enhancement was equivalent to 1,000 regular black martial battle armors. What a treasure! Ling Feng looked at the assessment before him, pondering quietly. Can this test be repeated? If it can, stacking the black armor beyond the 7th tier would surely cause his combat power to soar. Just as he was contemplating, a notification sound suddenly chimed. Ding! Round 7 begins. Following this, a buzzing sound filled his ears as a multitude of spatial rifts appeared in the air exactly 1,000. This time, however, the enemy's strength had risen to 6-star, tier 4, making their normal combat power 8 times that of an ordinary 1-star. Typically, the 10th round wouldn't even be this challenging, yet the 1,000 enemies before him clearly surpassed the usual challenge, causing Ling Feng to frown. However, Ling Feng did not back down. His fiery laser burst forth once more, slicing all the beasts in half instantly. The 8th round followed, but this time the number of opponents sharply decreased to just 300, though their strength had increased to 6-star, tier 5, making the pressure more than double that of the 7th round. For Ling Feng, this was still a breeze. The number of black armor master copies reached 2 sets, equivalent to 2,000 ordinary armors. Soon, the 9th round began. This round had only 100 beasts, but their strength had reached 6-star, tier 6. Ling Feng easily dispatched them, and the dropped oracles were all purple. Although they were few, the number of black armors reached 5 sets, leaving him quite satisfied. Round 10 begins. With a hum, Ling Feng realized that this time the opponent seemed different. The spatial rift before him was larger than any previous one, and suddenly, an earth-shattering dragon roar emerged from the rift. A massive black dragon, over 300 meters tall, flew out, its wings unfurling to cover the entire sky. Ding! Round 10 begins. Opponent, Dark-Winged Demon Dragon. Level, 6-star, tiers even. Rating, purple. The notification was loud and clear, and Ling Feng's eyebrows raised instantly. This beast not only had its own introduction, but its purple rating indicated it had purple entries, a level only possessed by tiers even beasts. Ling Feng's gaze locked onto the top of the opponent's head, and indeed, 7 entries were prominently displayed. Dragon Clan. Purple possesses a thin dragon bloodline. Physical attributes, 200. Dark Power. Purple controls Dark Power. Dark Skills Power, 1,200. Innate Strength. Purple Strength, 1,500. Invulnerable. Purple Defense, 1,500. Godspeed. Purple Movement Speed, 1,000. Unending. Purple Stamina, 1,500. Rapid Healing. Purple Recovery Speed significantly increased. Facing such a formidable opponent, Ling Feng felt both excited and tense as the battle was about to commence. 7 entries are all marked as purple tier, yet the dragon lineage boosts all physical attributes by 200, elevating the 4 main physical entries to silver tier. Such a powerful ability is still rated as purple? Ordinary silver tier beasts can't compete with this, as a 3,000 boost, even among silver entries, is top tier. This dragon lineage entry is clearly a rare race type entry. Humans seem able to use this, with no change in appearance until it's activated, making these race entries akin to transformation entries for humans. If this purple entry can double combat power, and I could upgrade it to gold tier. Ling Feng thought, raising an eyebrow. A gold tier entry, even without considering the boost. Transforming into a dragon, what kind of dragon would that be? Could it be a divine dragon? If so, that would be amazing. They'll test it once I'm back, but first, I need to deal with this beast. But what's wrong with this black god Martial Hall? How are we supposed to fight such a powerful opponent? Even with several gold tier entries, it might not be enough unless, like me, the entries can stack and combine with explosive entries to win. Ling Feng was speechless. This assessment had issues. The dragon's level is 6-star, 5-stage, with a base combat power 16 times that of an ordinary 6-star, 1-stage being. At a 30 times power boost, meaning a 5,000 times boost is needed to defeat it. 5,000 times. What does that even mean? Even now, without using special entries for additional effects, Ling Feng, with martial arts and techniques boosting over tenfold, plus a 60 times base physical and spear mastery boost, and using the God of Slaughter entry, can only achieve just over a 10,000 times combat power boost. For an ordinary person to gather these 3 gold tier entries and elevate their martial arts to this level, the difficulty is imaginable. At this moment, the dragon looked down on Ling Feng, its gaze dripping with undisguised contempt. To it, this weak human was nothing but an ant. Despite not being fully grown, a single drop of its dragon urine could easily kill Ling Feng. Black Dragon, you'd better give it your all, or it might end badly for you. Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, showing no fear. However, this statement enraged the Black Dragon, as Ling Feng was clearly courting death. I, the mighty Darkwing Demon Dragon, will judge this ant with endless dark dragon flames. With a deafening roar, the dark power gathered swiftly, and whoosh. A pillar of dark dragon flame, several meters in diameter, shot towards Ling Feng with incredible speed, closing in on him almost instantly. Ling Feng didn't hesitate for a second. With a firm grip in the air, a 6th-tier premium black martial armor transformed into a black spear. Boom. In the next moment, an endless surge of purple lightning erupted wildly, gathering chaotically in the air before transforming from purple to pure black. This was the power of divine retribution. Of course, Ling Feng didn't use the judgment of the heavens, as this black dragon wasn't worthy. With a cold snort, Ling Feng shouted fiercely, and with a sudden stomp, he shot up into the sky like an arrow, heading straight for the descending black flames. Sky Splitter. Following a deep roar, Ling Feng moved, thrusting his long spear towards the heavens. Clang. In an instant, the endless power of divine retribution converged into a terrifying spear light, stretching thousands of meters skyward. Boom. In mere moments, the divine retribution spear light collided with the terrifying dark dragon flames, ripping them apart with its formidable force. Roar. Seeing this, the dark-winged demon dragon's expression changed drastically, and the power of the flames in its mouth surged, multiplying in strength. Instantly, the spear light that tore through the dragon flames and the dragon flames themselves became suspended in the void, unable to affect each other. Humph. Ling Feng unleashed another burst of terrifying spear intent, and in a flash, the dragon flames were torn apart, the spear light shooting skyward, crashing into the dark-winged demon dragon. Endless divine retribution lightning engulfed its entire body, dissolving it completely. Roar. The dark-winged demon dragon let out a painful howl before gradually disappearing within the spear light. Boom. The deafening sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth as the spear light crashed into the ceiling, exploding completely. The terrifying black lightning fragmented into tens of thousands of smaller bolts, striking wildly throughout the space until the lightning gradually dissipated minutes later. The strength of the dark-winged demon dragon was indeed extraordinary, 5 levels apart, and Ling Feng had to use so many trump cards to defeat it. Who else could pass this Black God Martial Hall assessment? Is this how my father passed his test? It's quite unbelievable. With such a level gap and only a few golden attributes, it's probably impossible to win. Ling Feng was filled with curiosity, but all this was a mystery, and he wondered what the reward would be this time. Suddenly, Ling Feng began to look forward to it. Ding! 10th round cleared. Starting battle score, beginning luck score. At that moment, a prompt sounded from the sky, causing Ling Feng to raise an eyebrow. Luck score? What's going on? Can luck be scored? Were those black armor unboxings part of a luck test? Ling Feng frowned slightly, thinking that while others received energy stones, elixirs, and medicinal materials, he only got black armor, which seemed odd. If they wanted to give it, why not just hand it over directly instead of placing them in different boxes? Clearly, this assessment tests not only the Academy's combat power, but also luck, making it a more comprehensive evaluation. What kind of powerful civilization was the Black God Martial Hall before its destruction? And how did such a powerful civilization become extinct? At this moment, many questions surged in Ling Feng's mind, questions that likely would remain unanswered for a lifetime. Beep. Comprehensive evaluation complete. Candidate, Ling Feng. His cultivation level is at Martial Master First Heaven, with a blood energy value of 110,000 and a soul value of 92,000. After analyzing the attributes, he is identified as having a lightning element, with gold-level physique, talent, and devouring traits, and his combat power rating is mid-range gold. Currently, there are no all-attribute enhancement entries, nor are there any bloodline or soul entries present. Fortune analysis shows that at the same level, there is a 100 chance of obtaining a blue entry and a 30 chance for a purple entry. The probability of obtaining a top-tier reward from a treasure chest is 100, with a 5 chance for an ultimate reward. The fortune rating is low-grade gold. As these analysis results were reported, Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at how thoroughly his talents were dissected. Indeed, a person's entry talents can be roughly gauged through a single battle. Ling Feng nodded slightly, pondering that the combat power rating was truly astonishing. His 4 interlocking entries were only rated as mid-grade. Could it be that high grade requires the addition of all attribute enhancement entries? And what about the ultimate grade? If bloodline entries were added along with all attribute enhancements, would he still only be high grade even at full strength? Thinking of this, Ling Feng couldn't help but gasp. A gold ultimate rating was truly intimidating. Similarly, if a purple entry achieved an ultimate rating, would it mean all possible stacking attributes were combined? At the same level, even owners of gold entries might not be able to defeat someone with such a high purple rating. However, upon careful consideration, this seemed quite normal. If one could fully stack all combining entries, their combat power would absolutely explode, even to a crushing degree. It appears Ling Feng must pay attention to any low-level entry holders. If he encounters a genius with an ultimate rating, they would definitely have the ability to leap levels and defeat higher-level entry holders. At this moment, Ling Feng's expression turned serious, realizing he must obtain a bloodline entry. Just then, from the place where the black dragon died in the sky, a silver oracle stone slowly formed. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, such luck, to actually obtain a silver oracle stone? His eyes lit up. If he could acquire a silver dragon entry, he could draw it directly. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Drawing it directly would be a loss, as selling such an entry's oracle stone would fetch an astronomical price, at least 10 trillion. With that money, he could sell it and buy oracle stones, potentially obtaining hundreds of gold entries. Yet, this is a silver oracle stone. Although his fortune is strong, it's merely gold. Can gold fortune designate silver? This is a very complex question. If it can indeed be designated, then with gold fortune, wouldn't it be possible to stack all his other entries into combinable ones? Creating a silver ultimate talent would allow his combat power to instantly surpass ordinary gold entry holders. Therefore, the probability of designating a silver oracle stone entry is extremely low. Buzz. The oracle stone slowly landed in Ling Feng's hand. He raised his right hand high, and the oracle stone quietly fell into his palm. Ling Feng looked at it, his eyebrow slightly raised. Ling Feng was filled with awe and excitement as the oracle stone before him radiated a brilliant light, making him realize just how precious his silver bloodline was. The dragon lineage endowed him with immense power, and the enhancement of his physical attributes filled him with immense confidence. At this moment, his overall attribute boost had reached an astonishing 300, and his mastery over the dark force increased the potency of his skills to 2,400. This made him seem like a deity on the battlefield, commanding respect and awe. This entry is actually quite good. 2 silver, 5 purple, he thought to himself with relief. The silver attributes signified formidable combat abilities, and the value of this oracle stone was at least 40 trillion. He was eager to list it in the Federation store, allowing others to collect it. After some consideration, Ling Feng decided not to use the oracle stone himself, as selling it would be the most advantageous choice. While he was contemplating, a voice from the sky announced, "Candidate, are you ready to supplement your own entries? If not, your current talent is rated as intermediate cadet." Ling Feng's heart tightened as he incredulously asked, "Is there a difference in rewards between intermediate and advanced cadets?" "Yes. Intermediate cadets will be rewarded with a level 7 low-grade Black God Armor 1, while advanced cadets will receive a level 8 low-grade Black God Armor 1. The voice boomed like thunder, and Ling Feng's pupils instantly contracted. He thought to himself, Black God Armor? Could this be the legendary Black Martial Armor? He understood that the so-called Black Martial Armor prototype was actually known as Black God Armor. Supplement. I have a gold level all-attribute boost entry. Ling Feng responded without hesitation, knowing that the defense gap between level 7 and level 8 was like night and day, with an estimated 100 level 7 sets not equaling one level 8 set in value. At that moment, a stone tablet slowly rose from the ground, and the voice sounded again. "Please, cadet, attack this stone tablet with full force under the boost of the all-attribute entry." Ling Feng closed his eyes, silently chanting in his heart, and then an endless aura of slaughter erupted from his body. The violent killing intent surged like a flood, and the blood-colored aura shot into the sky, instantly turning the entire space blood-red. He slowly raised a black spear formed by the black martial armor and softly commanded, "Sky Splitter." With a low shout, Ling Feng thrust his spear, and the sound of the spear tearing through the heavens was deafening. A massive blood-colored spear beam transformed into a stream of light, heading straight for the stone tablet. With a thunderous crash, The stone tablet trembled slightly, but remained unscathed. Detection complete. All attribute boost entry, God of Slaughter, Gold final rating, Gold superior. The voice announced again, and a smile appeared on Ling Feng's face. He pondered, if I had a bloodline type talent, could the rating be even higher? This assessment space can only evaluate up to Advanced Cadet, which corresponds to Gold superior talent, Dark Gold intermediate talent, and Silver supreme talent, the voice coldly replied. Ling Feng understood that he had already stepped onto a higher platform, and the path ahead would be even brighter. Your assessment level has surpassed the standard. Even if an assessment could be made, you wouldn't receive additional rewards. Moreover, with a golden fortune-related trait, you possess a talent that exceeds even the best golden grade talent. However, due to the constraints of this testing ground, only the highest golden grade talent can be awarded. Of course, you can showcase it, and the assessment space will provide a relatively accurate evaluation, but it's only for reference. The assessment space slowly spoke. Hearing this, you lost interest immediately. Well, forget it, I don't have any bloodline traits. Ling Feng was speechless. He was hoping that if he could obtain one, he would take a gamble. If he guessed right, maybe he could get a 9th tier Black God armor? Unfortunately, there was no such chance. But come to think of it, are golden fortune-related traits really that significant? Just a golden lower-grade fortune trait, which barely reaches the golden level, can achieve a golden top-grade rating. This surprised Ling Feng a bit. But thinking about it, the extreme difficulty in obtaining fortune-related traits suggests their extraordinary nature. Beep. The assessment concludes, and rewards are distributed. Seeing that Ling Feng did not undergo further assessment, the voice said no more. Buzz. The next moment, a box rose from the ground. As it emerged, the box opened, revealing a nanocore before Ling Feng. The nanocore bore a mysterious symbol. Ling Feng walked up to the core and picked it up. Beep. Soul binding complete. Black God armor at your service. At that moment, a prompt sounded. Buzz. The next moment, the nanocore began to rapidly expand, enveloping Ling Feng entirely. The original 6th tier Black God armor slowly receded, transforming into a nanocore that fell to the ground. As the Black God armor enveloped Ling Feng completely, he clearly felt his absorption rate of the surrounding energy increase significantly. This armor could actually enhance training speed? Ling Feng was astonished, and the increase was substantial. The absorption rate was equivalent to a purple talent trait. This surprised Ling Feng. However, soon, something even more shocking happened. Several traits suddenly appeared on the armor. Yes, traits. Diamond, invulnerability. Purple armor defense 1000 abyssal maw. Purple can devour energy substances to enhance armor quality. Can also slowly repair damaged armor. Martial genius. Purple training speed 1000 endless supply. Purple armor durability 1000 penetration. Purple attacking targets defense 200. A total of 5 purple traits. This left Ling Feng utterly shocked. How could there be traits? Is this Black God set alive? Ling Feng exclaimed. Beep. Term explanation, item traits. Item traits are special item traits. Some extremely rare items possess unique traits, and items like pills and weapons made from these items will inherit these traits. All 8th tier lower grade Black God sets are crafted using 5 fixed purple trait items, offering abilities like enhanced defense, automatic upgrading, increased attack power, enhanced training speed, and more. Meanwhile, 7th tier lower grade Black God sets are crafted using 4 blue traits. Ling Feng was astonished to discover that his grade 4 Black God armor set was crafted from material without any attributes. Items with attributes are incredibly rare and typically reserved for the core members of martial arts schools. When he inquired about this, the Black God Martial Arts Institute's AI immediately responded. Ling Feng realized that, as an advanced student, he was privileged to access such secrets. What the heck? There's something like this, he thought to himself, surprised he hadn't heard about it before. Even with his high-grade golden talent, he could only access a set with purple attributes. Ordinary individuals with golden talents likely don't even have that privilege. It's extremely difficult for humans to acquire items with attributes, as they might be one of the top secrets of humanity, inaccessible to ordinary strong individuals. Ling Feng was satisfied with the capabilities of the Black God armor. It could not only absorb energy items to upgrade, but also enhance the armor's strength. Just then, a system notification sounded. An item with the same attribute as yours has been detected. Would you like to consume your attribute energy to upgrade it? Ling Feng was taken aback and incredulously asked, consume my attribute energy to upgrade these attributes? Are you kidding me? Although the Divine Realms did not respond, Ling Feng decided to give it a try. He gritted his teeth and chose to extract his own adamantine armor attribute for the upgrade. The charging progress rapidly increased. The indestructibility bonus of the Black God armor skyrocketed, while the level of the adamantine armor attribute decreased slowly, at a ratio of 10 to 1. It really can upgrade. Ling Feng thought with delight, considering that if all 5 of these attributes were upgraded to gold, The strength of this Black God armor set would be immensely powerful. He even doubted that humanity could currently produce such a strong set of equipment. Suddenly, he remembered Ling Xian, an intermediate student who had been here 20 years ago. He quickly asked, "By the way, do you know Ling Xian?" The system's response was prompt and clear. Beep. Ling Xian, intermediate student of the Black God Martial Arts Institute, passed the intermediate student assessment 20 years ago, unlocking the basic permissions of this trial field. Hearing Ling Feng's words, a prompt immediately sounded in the void. Ling Feng was taken aback, thinking to himself, intermediate student? Does that mean he also has golden entries? And not just one. He quickly inquired, but the system responded, beep. No, Ling Xian's entries are all purple, classified as top-tier purple talent. Therefore, he has qualified as an intermediate student. However, the prompt from the intelligence system made Ling Feng's pupils contract sharply. Top-tier purple talent? He was shocked, thinking, isn't that the kind with bloodline, all attribute enhancement, and weapon-related entries? Such comprehensive combat strength would definitely not be inferior to those with mid-tier golden talent, and might even surpass them. He pondered, the only drawback might be the lower level of entries, leading to insufficient enhancement of cultivation talent. It was previously mentioned that high-level entries can significantly boost cultivation talent, with the enhancement from golden entries being equivalent to that of purple talent. In other words, if someone with top-tier purple talent also possesses purple cultivation talent, in some sense, their talent and overall combat strength could definitely rival those with mid-tier golden talent. Of course, one might ask, if that's the case, why don't those with golden entries stack purple entries? Because if you have a golden entry combined with a purple all-attribute enhancement entry and a purple bloodline entry, your talent would far exceed that of someone with top-tier purple talent. However, the number of talent entries a person can have is limited. For instance, having 10 entry slots is already considered extremely gifted. In these 10 slots, if you opt for mid-tier golden talent, you only need 2 stackable golden entries among them. For example, a strength enhancement and a weapon-related entry, both of which are quite common. Although the probability of drawing them is low, compared to other golden entries, the chance is several times or even dozens of times higher. But if you want to pursue the path of top-tier purple talent, you need a purple strength enhancement, a purple weapon-related entry, an all-attribute enhancement entry, and a bloodline entry. The difficulty of drawing all-attribute enhancement and bloodline entries is extremely high, with the probability of drawing purple entries approaching that of common golden entries. You'd need to obtain 2 more corresponding entries, and missing even one would cause a sharp decline in combat power. You only have 10 chances, and each wrong draw reduces your chances. Therefore, if you have the means, pursuing mid-tier golden talent is the optimal choice, while the pursuit of purple entries is often a gamble for those with limited resources. Of course, if you have a golden fortune-related entry, the situation is entirely different. You can almost specify all purple entries, which is why golden fortune-related entries are rated as top-tier golden. Even if you only specify a top-tier purple talent, it's still significantly stronger than a common mid-tier golden talent. Although it doesn't compare to top-tier golden talent, it's more than enough to be considered a genius. If you're daring enough to take risks, you might even acquire a set of top-tier silver talent, making your talent comparable to top-tier golden talent. This is why golden fortune is so precious. Reflecting on this, Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at Ling Xian's extraordinary luck. The purple grade talent is so rare that you probably couldn't find another person with it in the entire human race. Ling Feng thought to himself, while also considering whether he could continue the assessment and keep hunting those 6th-tier beasts. He wasn't bothered by Ling Xian's situation, as the latter had disappeared since birth and Ling Feng had no emotional connection to him. What mattered most was his own powerful talent. Beep. You can continue. However, treasure chest rewards will no longer be triggered. This assessment can be started at any time. Do you wish to proceed with the advanced student assessment? The AI's voice echoed in his ear. Can I specify certain traits for the beasts? Ling Feng quickly asked. Beep. Advanced students have the right to specify, but only for common traits. Rare traits like luck, fate, talent, and space cannot be specified. Of course, white and green traits are fine, but not blue and above. The AI responded. That's not necessary. I just need some ordinary purple traits. First, assign me defensive traits. Once I gather 400 purple oracle stones, assign me 400 stamina traits. Then, 400 devouring traits, followed by 500 piercing traits, and 200 speed traits. Also, it would be great if there could be more beasts. Ling Feng said in one breath, already planning how to utilize these resources. Beep. Specified content accepted. Assessment restarted. The first round is about to begin. The AI's voice sounded, and suddenly, 10 spatial rifts appeared around him. 10 beasts resembling pangolins emerged from the spaces, rushing toward Ling Feng with deafening roars. Without hesitation, Ling Feng launched an attack, instantly killing all the pangolin-like beasts. In the subsequent rounds, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, the number of beasts increased, ultimately reaching 1,000 without further increase. Luckily, in the later stages, each round yielded purple oracle stones. Ling Feng's prior warning helped maintain the ninth round's count at 1,000, preventing the numbers from dropping like they did after the 8th round. By the 10th round, the beast's strength was comparable to the previous black dragon. Ling Feng didn't hesitate to unleash the god of slaughter, taking them out with a single strike. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side this time, and he only obtained one completely purple trait oracle stone. However, such an oracle stone with all purple traits was incredibly valuable, worth at least 1 trillion. Many influential figures would willingly spend money on them for their descendants. At this point, Ling Feng had collected 400 purple-grade traits in Indestructible, Endless, Piercing, and Abyssal Maw. Purple traits are indeed high-grade, with each trait enhancing a silver trait by 10. This means that to upgrade to a gold trait, only 200 would be needed. Ling Feng prepared 400 tokens primarily to upgrade his Black God Battle Armor. In front of this intelligence system, he could freely use all his entries. After all, even the Golden Supreme entries seemed like ordinary talents in its eyes. However, the one thing he absolutely could not reveal was the ability to extract entries indefinitely. With this in mind, Ling Feng stored all the entries in his personal pocket dimension. To outsiders, it appeared no different from a standard storage space, but in reality, Ling Feng could access it with his mind and extract entries without anyone noticing. Ding! Congratulations, you've extracted the entry. Invulnerability. The notification echoed in Ling Feng's mind, and the extraction speed was off the charts. He could extract over 100 entries per minute, stacking up a golden entry in mere minutes. Ding! Congratulations, you've extracted the entry. Invulnerability. Purple 200. Entry upgraded to Absolute Defense. Gold Defense Power 4000. Special physical body entries require collecting all 4 golden physical body entries to activate. Ding! Congratulations, you've extracted the entry. Unlimited Energy. Purple 200. Entry upgraded to Perpetual Motion. Gold Stamina 4000. Another notification sounded. Ling Feng's face lit up with excitement as he continued extracting. Ding! Congratulations, you've extracted the entry. Super Speed. Purple 200. Entry upgraded to God of Speed. Gold Speed 4000. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Feng had nearly maxed out all the entries. At this moment, Ling Feng took a deep breath as the special entry finally arrived. Ding! Detection indicates you've successfully collected the 4 major golden physical body entries. Mythical level physical body entry, Heaven and Earth Transformation. Gold activated. At this moment, Ling Feng's heart raced, and the appearance of Heaven and Earth Transformation left him in awe. The effect of multiplying his vitality by 1 meter meant that with his current 10,000 vitality, his body would reach a height of 10,000 meters, and all attributes would be multiplied tenfold. If I stack this with entries like God of Slaughter, one punch could destroy an entire planet. Ling Feng gasped, realizing that this effect was even more terrifying than God of Slaughter, without any negative consequences. As for the cost of using it, compared to its terrifying effect, the cost seemed reasonable. Each of the 4 entries required just 200 purple entries for a single use. Although it's a lot, it's still manageable. Ling Feng thought to himself. Since he could farm entries here, he could easily fill this entry up. Even in the outside world, 8 billion divine stones could fill it up once. Spending 8 billion for a 10-fold combat power boost is completely worth it. Certainly, this thing is meant for desperate times, and when it comes down to it, the boost in power is incredibly frightening. A 10-fold increase is definitely worth it. Such a valuable item should definitely be fully charged. It's a game changer in battle. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng quickly asked the intelligence system at the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Hey, do you know about special entries? He asked. The special entries that get activated by golden entries. Ling Feng hurriedly inquired. He had never encountered anyone from the human race with golden entries, so he naturally didn't know if they had these special entries. However, from the intelligence system's previous words, Ling Feng hadn't heard anything about special entries. Could it be that the system doesn't know about them either? Beep. Searching the database. Surprisingly, the intelligence system didn't provide a direct answer, which made Ling Feng raise an eyebrow. The lack of a direct response suggested that special entries might not be common and are much rarer. After all, in the system's view, dark gold entries, which surpass golden ones, seemed quite ordinary. However, the fact that these rare entries required a search indicated that they weren't common. Could it be that only he possessed it? That seemed unlikely, as the probability was extremely low. After all, he wasn't the protagonist of some novel, so how could he be the only one? Beep. Search complete. Term explanation, special entry. Description, an ultra-rare auxiliary entry that appears alongside golden or higher entries. Only a very few people can awaken it. Such auxiliary entries do not increase their appearance probability due to fortune-related entries. Completely random. Statistically, for every trillion golden entry holders, there might be one special entry. Each special entry is extremely powerful, capable of upgrading an entry's level by at least one tier. Some special entries, which require a significant cost to use, can even upgrade an entry by several tiers. According to the highest regulations of the Black God Martial Arts Hall, once a special entry holder is discovered, they will immediately become a supreme student of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Do you possess a special entry? At this point, the intelligence system's tone became cautious. This puzzled Ling Feng. Wait a minute. Only one in a trillion golden entry holders might have a special entry. This refers to holders, not entries, as a golden entry holder might have 2, 3, or even 4 golden entries. Yet among so many people, there might only be one special entry holder. But he seemed to have a 100 trigger rate. This thing couldn't be awakened by fortune entries and was far more precious. What was going on? Could it be due to the infinite entries? After much thought, Ling Feng could only consider this possibility. However, this seemed to be a good thing. So, what's the benefit of being a supreme student? Ling Feng was immediately curious. Beep. A supreme student is the top-level student of the Black God Martial Arts Hall, possessing the highest privileges. However, currently, I cannot contact the hall's headquarters, so I cannot certify you. The intelligence system explained. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's mouth twitched. Being able to contact them would be a miracle. This civilization has likely been extinct for who knows how many years. Ling Feng said disinterestedly, "Forget it. I don't have any special entries." With that, he continued to draw penetration and devouring entries. To his surprise, he obtained 200 devouring entries, which increased his bonus by only 20. He casually allocated this 20 to his Black God armor. With a crisp ding, the devouring entry of the Black God armor upgraded to Heaven Devourer. This golden entry allows the armor to devour anything, thereby enhancing its level and quickly repairing any damage. As a black light flashed across the armor, the devouring entry upgraded to gold. Ling Feng knew that as long as he chose not to display these entries, no one would notice the upgrade. He suddenly realized that although the Black God armor didn't have the devouring flame, his own devouring flame could directly supply it with energy. This revelation excited Ling Feng, as he could now use his excess energy to feed the Black God armor. Through the connection with the devouring flame, the armor transformed into a gluttonous beast, rapidly absorbing energy. In an instant, all the accumulated energy was drained, yet the armor remained unchanged. Wow, it consumes so much. Let's see how much you can take. Ling Feng smirked as the black devouring flames spread across the ground. Tiles on the ground were immediately devoured, and the converted energy flowed continuously into the Black God armor. At this moment, the armor shimmered with black light, and a system alert sounded. Beep, beep, beep. Special entry devouring flame detected. User is a senior student at Black God Martial Arts Academy. Reporting student information imminent. Alert. Unable to report. Alert. Ling Feng was stunned. Didn't I use it before? Why is it only alerting now? He recalled that the AI previously didn't recognize the special entry, but now, with the data available, it instantly identified the devouring flame. Since it can't report, let it be. Ling Feng thought nonchalantly, then proceeded to draw penetration entries. With another ding, he successfully obtained 225 purple penetration entries, which upgraded to Pierce the Firmament. This effect reduces the target's defense by 800 of the golden attacker's defense, making it incredibly powerful. Defense drops 8-fold, meaning what once required 100 kilograms of force now only needs 12.5 kilograms, as if slicing through paper. This effectively increases combat power 8-fold, significantly boosting Ling Feng's offensive capability. Ding! Pierce the Firmament. Golden special entry triggered, true damage. Gold activated. True damage. While the entry is active, all damage becomes true damage, ignoring the defense of any target not exceeding the user's power by 100 times. Duration 5 seconds. Usable once a year. Can recharge with a silver entry to refresh cooldown. Ling Feng's eyebrows raised at the mention of true damage, especially against opponents with 100 times the combat power. This move could even injure a martial emperor. In this rapidly changing moment, Ling Feng knows all too well that any misstep could lead to life-threatening danger. Facing a powerful enemy, his only option is to flee, as once discovered, he stands no chance against them. The disparity in strength is like a vast chasm, and the gap in speed only widens. Against an opponent 100 times more powerful, running away seems the only choice. However, escape is not without its costs, and Ling Feng understands that being caught would have unimaginable consequences. Ling Feng ponders why he doesn't fight back. This is no trivial matter. As a god slayer, getting close would mean instant soul destruction. Proximity equates to death, so what good is running away? He realizes he must find a way to gather more entries to charge up for the upcoming battle. Brain, restart the assessment, just like before, with these specific entries of fierce beasts. Ling Feng decisively commands. However, the brain malfunctions, unable to report or connect, leaving him frustrated. Despite the brain's seemingly frozen response mechanism, Ling Feng's command continues to execute. Soon, a new round of assessment begins. Time quietly slips away during the assessment, each round typically lasting 6 to 7 hours. Over the past 2 days, Ling Feng has undergone 7 or 8 assessments, gradually charging up those ordinary entries. Next, he begins stacking the purple entries of the Soul Slayer, which are the most precious in the assessment space. To upgrade a gold entry using purple entries, 10 are needed to boost the intensity by 1, meaning at least 40,000 purple entries are required to upgrade to a dark gold entry. This number is staggering. 40,000 purple entries would cost at least trillions if purchased outright. Nevertheless, Ling Feng doesn't give up, as he earns over 5,000 purple oracle stones per assessment round. His efforts over these 2 days have accumulated 35,000, and the enhancement value of the Soul Slayer has reached a formidable 7,500. He is just one last stack away from upgrading the gold entry. Continue drawing. Looking at the 5,000 purple oracle stones he just obtained, Ling Feng takes a deep breath and decisively begins drawing. With each notification sound, his anticipation rises. Congratulations, you've drawn an entry, Soul Slayer. Purple. Each draw fills him with excitement until the final one finally boosts the God Slayer's enhancement to 8,000. However, when the upgrade concludes, Ling Feng doesn't hear the upgrade notification and his heart tightens. Could it be that there was no upgrade? What is the enhancement of the dark gold entry? Ling Feng hurriedly asks the brain, filled with doubt. Beep. The enhancement of the dark gold God Slayer entry is between 100 and 200 times. The brain's response is like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. Another connection attempt fails. Ling Feng is filled with complex emotions and knows he must devise a new strategy in the face of such a situation. After the response, the AI system crashed again. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. 100 times. 10,000%. That means it's still 20 times short? Well, since he's already here, Ling Feng had no choice but to continue. He shook his head helplessly and directly instructed the AI, "Start 4 more rounds for me. All opponents must be soul hunters." Buzz. In the next moment, a new round began again. It's worth noting that the trial grounds of the Black God Martial Arts Hall seemed to have an endless supply of fierce beasts. Ling Feng had already hunted tens of thousands, and yet there were still more. Soon, 10 soul beasts were teleported from all around. As these ferocious beasts appeared, they emitted an incredibly terrifying aura, with fearsome soul blades madly sweeping towards Ling Feng. Against other martial artists, no matter how strong their combat abilities, if they weren't soul hunters or of the same level of spiritual mastery, survival would be impossible. Unfortunately for them, they faced the even more powerful Ling Feng. To save time, thousands of soul blades erupted instantly, sweeping towards the beasts like a flood. Wherever the soul blades reached, the souls of these beasts were instantly disintegrated. Immediately after, the flames of devouring erupted, consuming the bodies and soul fragments of the soul beasts entirely. As soon as the power from the soul beast bodies surged into the devouring flames, the black god battle armor on Ling Feng absorbed it completely. Of course, Ling Feng reserved some energy for further devouring. In the span of just a few days, Ling Feng had devoured the trial space to the point of it being riddled with holes. The floor revealed the ground beneath, and the ceiling had been consumed, exposing the floor of another trial space above. Luckily, no one was undergoing a trial, or they might have been bewildered by Ling Feng's actions. The first round ended, and the second round was up next. Ling Feng smiled slightly, as the first round only involved 10 soul beasts. However, just then, an unexpected change occurred. Attempting to reconnect. Connection failed. Attempting to reconnect. Connecting. The prompt from the Black God Martial Arts Hall's AI suddenly changed, causing Ling Feng's pupils to contract. Connection successful. Connected to the main network of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. Reported as a senior student, all information about Ling Feng has been reported. Reported to the galaxy. Xiantian Star System, Blue Water Stars, Celestial Coordinates. Awaiting response. Awaiting response. The AI's next statement made Ling Feng's mind explode. What the heck, it's connected. Are you kidding me? Ling Feng's eyes widened. Wasn't the Black God Martial Arts Hall an ancient technological civilization that had been lost? Damn, who spread this news? What a son of a gun. Ling Feng couldn't help but complain. Beep. This information was spread by intermediate student Ling Xian to prevent the high-level human race from researching the Black God Martial Arts Hall and ultimately leaking the galaxy's coordinates. Upon detection, you are Ling Xian's son. You are not lacking. Please don't underestimate yourself. You are the future esteemed supreme student of the Black God Martial Arts Hall. The AI respectfully replied to Ling Feng. These words made Ling Feng fall silent, wondering about his own situation. Has there been any news from the Black God Martial Arts Hall? Ling Feng took a deep breath. No news has been received yet. According to estimates, receiving news will take at least a day, the Black God AI replied. Ling Feng furrowed his brows. thinking to himself. If they receive the message, how will they handle my situation? Beep. The Black God's intelligence system slowly began. There are generally two ways to deal with someone who possesses special entries. The first is to send strong individuals to eliminate them, erasing the civilization of the entire star system along with them. What the hell, are you kidding me? Ling Feng cursed immediately upon hearing this. The intelligence system continued. Of course, this kind of treatment is reserved for geniuses from enemy forces. But since you are already a student at the Black God Martial Arts School, that's obviously not possible. The Black God Martial Arts School will dispatch experts to bring you to the headquarters for training and will send strong individuals to protect your civilization. Hearing this, Ling Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's more like it. Next time, just say everything at once. Don't keep me in suspense. By the way, if they send someone, how long will it take? Ling Feng asked somewhat speechlessly. Beep. According to estimates, the Black God Martial Arts School's headquarters is 48 billion light-years away from Blue Water Star in the Milky Way. At the fastest, they can arrive within a month. Of course, your situation is special, so it might go through several layers of discussion, but they will definitely arrive within a year, the Black God's intelligence system explained. A month at the fastest. Ling Feng frowned, puzzled. Such a vast distance, and they can arrive in just a month? What kind of technology is this? With humanity's most advanced spacecraft, it would take at least decades. The technology level of the Black God Martial Arts School is truly impressive. In that case, I should quickly improve my strength and continue to provide me with fierce beasts. Ling Feng took a deep breath and directly issued the command. Beep. Command accepted. Assessment continues. With the response from the Black God's intelligence system, the second round of soul beasts appeared. Over the next day, Ling Feng passed 4 more rounds of assessments, killing fierce beasts and extracting, ultimately raising the level of the Godslayer entry to Dark Gold. Ding! Congratulations, the Godslayer entry has successfully upgraded to Dark Gold. The bonus has increased to 10,000. The notification followed. Seeing this prompt, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. The special entry has also upgraded, and its power is still terrifying, directly reducing the enemy's combat power by 4 times. Beep. Message received from the Black God Martial Arts School. Honorable Supreme Student. Would you like to read it? At this moment, the intelligence system's voice suddenly came. Read it. Ling Feng nodded, knowing that what was coming would eventually come. Reading. Honorable Supreme Student. This is the headquarters of the Black God Martial Arts School. I am the current chief responsible for the Martial Arts School's assessment point. We have received all your information, and we at the Black God Martial Arts School are very honored to invite you to join us. We will dispatch strong individuals to escort you to the Black God Martial Arts School as soon as possible. Please wait for our arrival within the Milky Way. Reading complete. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow as the voice of the AI sounded in his ear. The special treatment for those with this entry was so generous that even the head of the assessment point had to show great respect. Could this be the hallmark of advanced civilizations beyond the Milky Way? He pondered over this, realizing that his talent had already surpassed all other geniuses in the galaxy. The future might be somewhat dull, and venturing into the greater universe was just a matter of time. Fortunately, with the support of the Black God Martial Arts Hall, at least his safety would be assured. AI, get me some fierce beasts with the 4 basic attributes this time. Ling Feng said after a moment of thought. He intended to upgrade his Heaven and Earth skill to a Dark Gold level. Honored Supreme Member. Currently, the entire assessment point has a reserve of only 25,000 6th level fierce beasts, which is the minimum operational standard. However, if you need them, you can continue the assessment. Just keep in mind that once these beasts are depleted, this point won't be able to conduct assessments for 6th level fighters in the short term, the AI informed him. Ling Feng frowned, thinking to himself, so few in number it's not enough to upgrade even one entry. Each basic assessment point has a fixed reserve of 100,000 fierce beast embryos, and they are artificially cultivated after being used up. But you have consumed over 70,000 in 3 days, and the cultivation speed cannot keep up with the consumption rate, the AI continued to explain. This explanation left Ling Feng speechless. The number of 100,000 6th level fierce beasts was indeed staggering. Even ordinary 8th level divine domains combined wouldn't have that many. He suddenly remembered the number of 5th level beasts and quickly asked, how many 5th level beasts are there? There are a total of 1 million 5th level beasts and 10 million 4th level beasts in reserve. However, due to the high number of personnel assessing 5th level beasts, only about 500,000 remain, and there are over 3 million 4th level beasts left, the AI replied. Hearing these figures, Ling Feng began to ponder. 5th level beasts can drop blue entries 100 of the time, which means 500,000 potential blue entries, while 4th level beasts can only drop green entries and a small number of blue entries. In other words, if he combined them all, he might be able to obtain up to 1 million blue entries. However, Ling Feng frowned again, sensing something amiss. Wait a minute. The 70,000 or so I hunted were almost all soul beasts with the Soul Reaper entry. Are all the beasts you store Soul Reaper entries? He asked in confusion. No, we store fierce beast embryos here. These beasts are mature, but not yet activated. Activation requires a large amount of soul source liquid, which comes from two sources: the souls of deceased assessment participants and low-level fierce beasts bred in the ecological cultivation pods of low-level assessments, the AI explained. The number of these beasts is vast, but they are not used for assessments. Whenever a beast dies, its soul is collected and automatically refined into soul source liquid, which is then injected into the fierce beast embryos to activate them. Only activated beasts will awaken with the corresponding entries. We have over 100,000 sixth-level embryos for nearly every type of entry here. The total reaches over 1 million. The Black God Intelligence explained slowly that the souls of the beasts killed during the assessment are also collected. Only a few assessors like you, who devour the soul as well, prevent their retrieval. Hearing this, Ling Feng suddenly understood. So, does this mean that after killing low-level beasts, their souls can be converted into higher-level ones? As long as there's enough soul source liquid, these beast embryos can be activated? He quickly asked. If I kill the remaining 20,000 beasts without refining their souls and let you collect them, how many other beasts can be activated? Beep. Due to mechanical refining, the conversion rate is extremely low. Only 1/5 can be converted into soul source liquid. And these soul source liquids need a year's time to develop into soul crystals. When forming soul crystals, half of the soul power is lost. Injecting the soul crystals into embryos can only activate 2,500 new beasts, the Black God Intelligence answered. These words left Ling Feng speechless. As a 6th-level perfect-grade alchemist, he could naturally increase the conversion rate, even reaching 100. Although forming soul crystals would lose half, there would still be 50, right? Just by hunting some 5th and 4th-level beasts, he could accumulate enough soul source liquid to activate at least hundreds of thousands of beasts. However, the issue was the 1-year soul crystal formation period, which left him feeling helpless. This meant that the assessment space currently stored 25,000 soul crystals, not beasts. This speed was too slow for Ling Feng, but sufficient for the assessment space. After all, the space is constantly nurturing, and new beasts replenish those that die, often leaving ample idle time. If it weren't for encountering himself, it wouldn't lose so much. Forget it. Use 20,000 of the 25,000 soul crystals to activate fire-type beasts. Also, activate 90 of the 5th and 4th level beasts, and send them all to this assessment space for me. Ling Feng instructed after some thought, leaving 10 for the assessment space to slowly assess. After all, he could take the rest. Even though they were just green and blue oracle stones, he could absorb and convert them into pure energy for use. Understood, esteemed Supreme Member. Your request is being executed immediately. The Black God Intelligence responded without hesitation. Buzzing sounds filled the air as all teleportation arrays activated. Although there were only 1,000 teleportation arrays, they continuously sent batches, almost 4 to 5 batches per minute. Buzz. Ling Feng watched as a dense swarm of beasts suddenly appeared and unhesitatingly expanded his telekinetic power to the maximum. Instantly, the telekinetic force enveloped the entire space. Boom! A massive telekinetic hammer crashed down on the entire space, instantly smashing all the newly teleported beasts into pulp. Minutes later, another 10,000 beasts were transported. Boom! The result was the same, with all the beasts crushed into pulp. The reason for doing this is naturally to preserve all the energy of these fierce beasts. At this moment, the entire space is shrouded in thick meat paste. With so many beasts, Ling Feng's devouring flame is clearly unable to store it all. Even though Ling Feng's vitality had reached over 500,000 in the past few days, achieving the 3rd level of martial sovereign, the enormous amount of meat paste still seemed overwhelming. However, Ling Feng had a plan in mind. Buzz! Suddenly, the true fire of the sun erupted from his body, and the flames instantly engulfed the entire space. As the flames contracted, all the meat paste transformed into a giant meatball with a diameter of several kilometers, flying into the air. Then, under the intense burning of the flames, the essence of the meat paste began to rapidly condense. The massive meatball was soon compressed into 2 spheres, one blue, the size of a basketball, the other a blood-red transparent liquid. There was also a pure black sphere, representing the souls of these beasts. The liquid formed from their flesh and blood, and impurities. The impurities were numerous and would be pure poison if mixed into pills, but for Ling Feng, they were highly beneficial. Of course, this was not yet refined. The true process of alchemy had yet to begin. Boom, 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 boom. Next, earth-shattering explosions echoed throughout the space, with large numbers of beasts being slaughtered every few minutes. Each time a group of beasts was eliminated, their flesh and souls were sent into the overwhelming golden flames for refinement. The roaring continued for more than 10 hours before gradually ceasing. By then, the three spheres in the sky had transformed into gigantic pills with a diameter of 100 meters, even after rough refinement. Otherwise, the entire assessment space wouldn't have been able to contain them. The moment for alchemy was approaching. Ling Feng took a deep breath, then waved his hand, and the overwhelming golden flames instantly gathered, transforming into 1,000-meter tall giant pill furnace suspended in the air. Buzz, 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 buzz. The next moment, Ling Feng formed one alchemy seal after another with his hands, injecting them all into the flames, which eventually merged into the three giant spheres. Instantly, the quality of the three giant pills began to soar rapidly, while the diameter quickly shrank and the liquid gradually solidified. The size had already reduced to that of a basketball, but this was far from over. The flames exerted immense pressure, enveloping these three pills, and the diameter began to shrink rapidly. Ultimately, the pills were compressed to the size of normal pills. With a wave of his hand, Ling Feng extinguished the flames and then tossed all three pills into his small world. Buzz! As soon as the pills entered the small world, Ling Feng's entry burst into dazzling golden light. Under the golden glow, these three pills began to split. One became two, two became four, four became eight, and finally, 33 pills emerged from the flames. Ah, so this is how the increase works. Ling Feng's eyes lit up as if enlightened, realizing he had forgotten the effect of amplification. This was practically a rule-based entry, capable of increasing the number of pills out of thin air, turning what was originally one portion of energy into a full 11 portions. This is practically a concept-level skill of creating something out of nothing. Even the Dan poison can be enhanced, which seems a bit excessive. However, this Dan poison appears to be a type of elixir. Regardless, it seems that after Ling Feng slays a fierce beast, he can refine them all into elixirs. This way, with the enhancement, the energy he can use multiplies tenfold. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully refined 11 supreme grade 7th tier elixirs, blood elixirs of all beasts, soul elixirs of all beasts, and Dan poison of all beasts. Your alchemist level has increased to 7th tier supreme grade. At this moment, the voice of the divine realms will chime in. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, these elixirs are only 7th tier supreme grade. Oh right, the highest level of raw materials for these elixirs is only 6th tier 7-star. The total energy contained in 1,000 6th tier 7-star fierce beasts is significantly different from that of a single 7th tier 7-star beast. To refine a supreme grade 7th tier blood elixir, it usually requires the blood and flesh energy of several 7th tier 10-star fierce beasts. Thus, the fact that this elixir reached 7th tier supreme grade is probably due to Ling Feng's exceptionally high energy utilization rate. How much energy does this elixir actually contain? Ling Feng wondered curiously. He then took out a Dan poison of all beasts and tossed it into the devouring flame. Boom! Instantly, a surge of violent energy emerged, replenishing the energy that the Black God armor had just drained. Moreover, the entire elixir appeared unchanged. The energy contained in this single elixir is likely enough to boost his vitality to the late stage of the martial saint level. Witnessing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He was only at the 3rd level of the martial sovereign stage, far from using up such energy. As for his Black God armor, after a few days of devouring, its level barely increased to 8th tier 2-star. The main issue is the slow devouring speed of the devouring flame. The 8th tier is equivalent to the level of a martial emperor, which is 2 major realms above Ling Feng, a difference of 1,000,000 times. His devouring speed is not something the devouring flame can match. Once he gets out, he plans to test whether the Black God armor can enhance its upgrade speed by devouring these elixirs. Ling Feng contemplated this possibility. Although the Black God armor now has the Devour the Heavens attribute, he doesn't want to expose it in front of the Black God intelligence. Even a single special attribute caused it to crash in surprise. If exposed, he and even the entire Milky Way could face catastrophic consequences. Speaking of which, where do the civilizations in these divine realms originate? How did the Black God Martial Hall's assessment space end up here? Ling Feng suddenly remembered this question and quickly asked. The source of all divine realms is unknown, even to the Black God Martial Hall. It's known that these divine realms have existed since the universe was born, responded the examiner from the Black God Martial Hall. Some speculate that the civilizations in the divine realms might be projections from other worlds or dimensions. Of course, this assessment space isn't like that. As one of the most powerful forces in the Task Star region, the Black God Martial Hall must meet certain performance requirements under the Tasked Royal Family's mandate, assisting the development of some lower-level remote civilizations, such as your Milky Way human race. Therefore, when the number of life planets ruled by humans reached 1 billion, they launched 100 trial grounds. I was sent here as part of the evaluation for the Shintian Galaxy. Ultimately, I chose Blue Water Star as my base and took over this domain of fierce beasts. Blue Water Star is located at the center of the Xiantian galaxy, which is typically considered the core area of civilization according to the development patterns of interstellar civilizations. However, it's puzzling why the people of your galaxy have always regarded the Xiantian main star as the core. It wasn't until 20 years ago that Blue Water Star welcomed its first intermediate student, unlocking the lower-level access. Now, with your arrival, the intermediate access has been activated. Future participants in the evaluation will have the opportunity to receive higher-level Black Martial armor as a reward, and possibly even the 7th-tier Black God armor. However, the primary function of this trial ground is to aid in the development of civilization, so the highest level available is only the 6th tier. The Black God Intelligence slowly explained. This explanation left Ling Feng speechless. The life-bearing planets of human civilization reached 1 billion, and that was thousands of years ago. At that time, Blue Water Star had just been established, which explains why someone mentioned that the Black Martial armor appeared after Ling Xian. This means that before then, this trial ground was essentially abandoned. Good resources were not utilized properly, which is indeed a waste. Ling Feng couldn't help but reflect that even though the highest level of this trial ground is only the 6th tier, if utilized well, obtaining some 6th or 7th tier Black God armor from it would greatly benefit humanity's development. After all, this equipment has special attributes and is extremely valuable in the Xiantian galaxy. Here, those students with golden attributes can receive it for free by participating in the evaluation, which is essentially a windfall. Can I take all the Black God armor with me? Ling Feng asked somewhat sheepishly. As soon as he spoke, the Black God Intelligence paused for a few seconds, and its tone carried a hint of apology. Honorable Supreme Student, your access level is high, but this is a strategic collaboration, so without authorization, I cannot let you take these armors. The voice of the Black God Intelligence trembled, seemingly fearful of being unable to fulfill Ling Feng's request. Ling Feng thought to himself, I'm just kidding, those armors are of no use to me. But seeing how frightened the Black God Intelligence appeared, he couldn't help but speak again. Of course, I'm not having a change of heart. I just think you're too nervous. In reality, Ling Feng knew that if he could take them, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. Although leaving them could aid in the development of the Xiantian galaxy, at the current rate of progress, it might be hundreds of thousands of years before this domain's resources are valued. It would be better to trade them for money and then for oracle stones. However, now that Ling Feng had emptied the entire evaluation space, there was no need to stay. It's not like he could devour the entire space. I'm leaving. If the people from the Black God Martial Hall come, will they be able to find me? Ling Feng asked. Yes, as long as you are within the Milky Way and not in a domain of God, they can find you. The intelligence responded. Hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wait, if I'm in a domain of God, they can't find me? He asked, puzzled. Yes. The intelligence's response made Ling Feng feel a bit uneasy. The space of the divine realm is blocked by energy, making it impossible to probe its internal situation without a physical information transmission tower as a connection. For instance, the biointelligence system in the divine realm communicates with the outside world mainly through a physical network connection set up by humans, with base stations at the exits. Only through such a physical link can your presence be detected. I can access external information solely by hacking into the devices of deceased examiners. Upon hearing this, the biointelligence system quickly explained, causing Ling Feng's pupils to slightly contract. He suddenly realized that his own biointelligence system might also be hacked, and if it were discovered that he had extracted a large number of oracle stones, it would cause trouble. Ling Feng silently cursed the unreliability of technology, relieved that he had learned to play it safe by directly extracting items in a small world, where the biointelligence system couldn't detect them. Regarding the memories stored in the biointelligence system, a sudden flurry of snow appeared before Ling Feng's eyes. He quickly reached into his eyeball and forcibly pulled out a transparent retinal chip. Although this rendered his eye useless for a moment, it quickly healed thanks to his powerful regenerative abilities. As for the biointelligence chip implanted in his brain, it was directly destroyed by his soul power. Though the biointelligence system didn't understand why he did this, it didn't dare to ask. Ling Feng was eager to leave this place, uncertain of what such a high-tech civilization might do to him. Of course, he was somewhat overthinking it. Biointelligence systems are designed to use the human brain as the main processor from the outset, with storage, thinking, and actions governed by personal consciousness. Hacking into them is only possible after death. This is why the Black God Intelligence can only invade the biointelligence systems of the deceased. Forcefully hacking in is akin to soul-snatching in a cultivation world, inevitably causing disturbances noticeable even to ordinary people. Moreover, as a powerful soul exterminator, Ling Feng would immediately detect and block any intrusion by the Black God Intelligence. For safety's sake, Ling Feng decided not to use the biointelligence system anymore, as it wasn't particularly useful to him. With a hum and a spatial fluctuation, Ling Feng's form was ejected from the assessment space. As he looked down at the ground beneath him, He realized that below lay a vast ecological space, the true space of the divine realm, with the assessment space merely a covering layer. Technology is truly astonishing. He marveled at the thought of when humanity's technology might reach such a level. Then, transforming into a streak of golden fire, he swiftly flew into the distance. At this point, his solar true fire had been enhanced to 6,500, its power terrifying. All his skill entries had upgraded to gold, except for marksmanship, as it was unrealistic to expect beasts to use guns. Ling Feng's heart was filled with excitement, as if he were in the midst of an endless battle. He had just acquired a brand new golden skill Phantom Hand and instantly upgraded it to 1,000 hands, boosting his attack speed by an astonishing 2,000. This meant his attacks could split into tenfold in an instant, and the terrifying combination of speed and quantity left him thrilled. In his mind, as soon as his telekinesis activated, the number of attacks surged from 1 to 10 in an instant, as if 1,000 soul blades had suddenly expanded to 10,000. This enhancement allowed him to feel the power of countless soul blades, reaching a state of ultimate mastery. If he were to go all out and unleash his full potential, Ling Feng believed he could deliver tenfold damage with a single move. Although the destructive power of tenfold damage was not equivalent to 10 times the damage, it was a rare skill that could multiply his strongest combat power without any cost, offering an extremely high value. With a low, resonant hum, Ling Feng shot out of the black martial god domain, not exchanging words with those around him, and soared like an arrow towards the sky over Black Martial City. As he flew at high speed, he opened his status panel to carefully assess his current strength. Name: Ling Feng. Race: human. Level: Martial Sovereign Tier 3. Health: 540,000. Soul: 480,000. Profession: 7th Tier Supreme Alchemist. Perfect Cultivation Method: Mastery in Heavenly Fire Divine Sky Technique. 7th Transformation of 9th Tier Supreme Soul Refining Scripture. 7th Tier Supreme Martial Skills: Heaven Splitting Perfection. 6th Tier Supreme Myriad Soul Blades 1544 Soul Blades. 6th Tier Supreme Myriad Swords Returning to Origin. 6th Tier Supreme Trait: Infinite Level 1, Unlimited Stacking and Upgrading of Similar Traits, Unlimited Fusion of Traits. Divine Sense Master: Gold Telekinesis Enhancement 4,000. Divine Manifestation: Gold 400 God of Slaughter. Gold All Attributes Boost 800. Stamina Consumption 100 times. Kill 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 400 Merging with the World. Gold Comprehensive Strength exceeds yours by no more than 800 times. Cannot be perceived. Shadow Absolute Kill 200 True Sunfire. Gold Flame 4001 Stellar Devourer. Gold devours everything to strengthen itself. Devouring Flame Divine Punishment. Gold Thunder 4000 Heavenly Tao Divine Punishment. 400 Absolute Defense. Gold Defense 4000 Shattering the Sky. Gold Strength 4000 Heaven and Earth Manifestation. Gold Energy Charge 44. 1000 Perpetual Motion Machine. Gold Stamina 4000. God of Speed. Gold Speed 4000. 1000 Hands. Gold Attack Speed 2000. Fission 10 attacks. Ascend to the heavens in broad daylight. Gold Cultivation Speed 100,000. Enlightenment 1H 1000 times. Charge 0 Boundless Fortune. Gold Goddess Favor 100 times. 0 Supreme Gun Path. Silver Gun Technique Power 2000. Space Storage. Gold 100,000 Diameter. Self-Contained World. Gold 1,000 Diameter Creation. Gold 100,000 times Recovery Speed. In the face of such powerful attributes, Ling Feng felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, as if he were invincible in the world. Ling Feng squinted at the dazzling golden entries before him, feeling momentarily overwhelmed. The cost of upgrading these dark golden entries was daunting, each requiring several trillion. He suddenly remembered that his shipment should have arrived today. The blue oracle stones he had spent billions on. Though not a small sum, it was manageable for him, providing some comfort. Deciding against using the blue oracle stones to upgrade the golden entries due to the time-consuming nature, Ling Feng considered returning them. After all, he only needed to cover the shipping cost, if at all, since the seller would need to retrieve them. Having purchased so many items, returning a few seemed reasonable. Half an hour later, Ling Feng leisurely returned to Imperial Capital University. Upon arrival, he noticed a colossal spaceship, stretching thousands of meters, hovering above his estate, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Recognizing the insignia, he identified it as a Federation store ship, likely of the 7th tier. Considering the pills he sold were worth 8 trillion, a sum beyond the lifetime savings of ordinary martial masters, it made sense for a martial saint-level expert to escort the shipment. With these thoughts, Ling Feng flew into the ship. The students of Imperial Capital University buzzed with excitement, aware that what he purchased was extraordinary. The involvement of a martial saint-level escort for something worth trillions was indeed intriguing. Ling Feng's strength was already formidable, and acquiring a silver entry would elevate his power even further. Inside the villa, Ling Feng found Jun conversing with an elderly man on the sofa. As he entered, both turned to him. Jun quickly introduced, Ling Feng, you're back. This is Mr. Wu from the Federation store. Mr. Wu, a pleasure to meet you, Ling Feng said with a smile. He sensed the old man possessed the power of at least a third or fourth-tier martial saint, and he was quietly impressed. Haha, so you're Ling Feng? I just watched a video of you battling a peak 7th-tier beast. Your strength is on par with an ordinary martial saint. I suspect your entries can stack, and you might even have those silver entries that enhance all attributes. Mr. Wu's voice boomed with admiration. Elder Wu looked at Ling Feng and smiled. Upon hearing this, Jun was stunned. A silver word tag? Ling Feng indeed possesses a silver word tag. Elder Wu's keen eyes were spot on. Ling Feng had no intention of hiding it anymore, especially with the upcoming journey to the Xiantian star system, where even owners of gold word tags would be present. Silver word tags would become commonplace. This is no small feat. With a word tag that enhances all attributes plus stackable tags, your combat power surpasses that of an average gold word tag owner. Moreover, with devouring type tags, your future achievements are limitless. Elder Wu couldn't help but marvel, noting that such talent would be top tier even in the Xiantian star system. I almost forgot the main thing. The herbs you wanted are here, along with the oracle stones and the meat of fierce beasts in the warehouse. Do you want to take a look? Elder Wu suddenly remembered the main agenda, pointing to a dozen or so password-protected boxes nearby. The living room is spacious. No need. I don't need anything from the Federal Mall. Here are the pills I'm selling. Please take a look. Ling Feng smiled slightly and waved his hand. Buzzing sounds filled the air as porcelain bottles appeared on the ground. A space storage word tag? You even have this type of tag. Elder Wu was amazed by the scene. After all, few combatants activate such a tag. I had no choice. I accidentally got a blue word tag while opening a purple oracle stone. Ling Feng feigned helplessness. Ha ha ha, then you're quite lucky, unlike me. Once, when I opened a silver word tag, I accidentally got a useless blue word tag, which I've hardly used. Elder Wu chuckled bitterly. He then picked up a porcelain bottle to examine it closely and discovered indeed that dozens of pills were perfect grade 6-tier pills. This left Elder Wu in awe, as even he hadn't seen such quality often. By the way, Elder, do you have time to wait for me? I have some items to sell, which might take a little over 2 hours. Ling Feng quickly asked. No problem, I have plenty of time. Ever since I retired, I've been traveling around under the guise of delivering goods. I'll have Sikong show me around Blue Water Star. Elder Wu nodded with a smile. Thank you very much, Elder. Ling Feng smiled back. Then, Jun took Elder Wu away. Ling Feng stored everything in his small world and focused his thoughts inside. Boom. With the eruption of the sun's true fire, a pill furnace appeared instantly, flames engulfing all the password boxes, reducing them to nothing and leaving behind a large amount of rare herbs, all mid-tier 7 grade. Why not buy high grade? Or perfect grade? Ling Feng muttered to himself. High grade costs 3 times as much, perfect grade 10 times. I can afford it, but the refining speed is slow, even with the God of Slaughter activated. So I had no choice but to settle for mid-grade. The final price is about the same, and having more can save time. It's undeniable that these herbs are incredibly pricey, with any single one costing billions. The medicinal materials worth 4 trillion can only produce a dozen or so mid-grade tiers even pills at most. The price of tiers even pills is extremely high. Each one with acceptable quality can sell for billions. However, the process of pill making not only carries the risk of failure, but also drains one's mental energy significantly. Typically, an alchemist needs a long period of rest after crafting a single pill, essentially earning money through hard labor. The current competitive landscape of the pill-making industry is truly disheartening. Yet, Ling Feng is different from the rest. His stamina is 40 times that of an average person, and with his devouring attribute, he can rapidly replenish his energy, granting him almost limitless drive. Honestly, if activating his heaven and earth ability didn't consume his stamina attribute, he wouldn't even bother leveling up. Thinking about this, Ling Feng felt a wave of irritation. If he were to unleash his kill 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 ability, wouldn't it lead to endless slaughter in a world of chaos? Either he would get killed or those around him would. With his devouring attribute, he's practically a perpetual motion machine. And if he were to kill himself, it would be difficult because of the various life-saving attributes that make it hard for him to die. As expected, as his introduction suggests, the stronger the power, the more cautious one must be. And now, his power isn't that strong yet. If he reached a level where he could be seen from billions of light years away, the entire universe would be at his mercy. At this thought, Ling Feng shivered, shook his head, and decided not to dwell on it. Making money is the key. This time, his medicinal materials increased in value tenfold. The quality was perfect, and the price soared by 10 to even dozens of times, with profits exceeding 100-fold. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. If he activated fission, could he simultaneously craft 10 batches of pills? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering that if this were true, it would save 10 times the time. Without hesitation, Ling Feng activated fission, and sure enough, the pill furnace split wildly, transforming into 10 fiery furnaces. However, he quickly realized a problem. Pill making is different from attacking. Each medicinal material has distinct properties, and even crafting the same kind of pill requires completely different techniques. Fission only duplicates the same technique, making it impossible to simultaneously craft 10 different kinds of pills. Yet, this discovery inspired Ling Feng. If technical tasks couldn't be multiplied by 10, could mechanical tasks be performed simultaneously? For instance, opening oracle stones. Even at his fastest, he could only activate 2 oracle stones per second, limited by the stone's activation time, not his speed. If fission could truly be realized, what would that mean? It would mean he could activate 10 times the number of oracle stones in the same amount of time. This means that if he now uses blue oracle stones to upgrade golden attributes, he would need a full 600,000 stones, valued between 60 trillion and 600 trillion. At a rate of nearly 2 hours per 10,000 stones, it would take a total of 120 hours 5 whole days. And with over a dozen golden attributes, activating all of them would take 60 to 70 days. This is why Ling Feng almost wanted to give up using blue oracle stones. 2 months is just too long. Although using purple oracle stones can save 10 times the time, the overall cost is 10 to even dozens of times more expensive, equivalent to spending 1 trillion to 10 trillion on a single dark golden attribute, which is a terrifying price. However, if he uses fission, he can directly save 10 times the time. Moreover, if he upgrades the 1,000 hands first and reaches the dark gold level, the number of fissions may increase dramatically. At that point, the time needed to upgrade other entries will be significantly reduced. With enough blue oracle stones, he might even upgrade all the entries to dark gold within 2 or 3 days. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He would be saving 10 times the money. Since saving money takes time, this means he would be saving 10 times the time as well. He quickly took out 10 blue oracle stones from his storage space to experiment. He enveloped the stones with his mind power and chose to activate one of them. Previously, he had tried locking onto 10 oracle stones with 10 soul forces, or even 2 oracle stones, but only the one locked by the primary consciousness would activate. This time, however, was entirely different. As he made his choice, all the stones simultaneously emitted a dazzling light. When the light faded, 10 entries flooded into Ling Feng's body at once. It worked. Ha ha ha, it really worked. Indeed, to deal with rules, you must break them with rules. Seeing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh, realizing he wouldn't need to return the blue oracle stones he bought. With a slight smile, he began to refine pills. Making money is the way to go. As he refined, batches of 7th grade top-quality perfect pills emerged, and due to the increased value, the quantity directly multiplied tenfold. Excitedly, Ling Feng took over 100 pills back to reality. Suddenly, he froze. His biointelligent brain had been broken, so how could he sell them? Oh no, he forgot to buy a smart wristwatch. Ling Feng felt extremely frustrated. Only a few people liked smart wristwatches since they were prone to damage during battles. However, they had more functions and could support more hardware due to their physical form. Luckily, the school had an internal store, and such items weren't expensive. Ling Feng quickly flew to the store, bought what he needed, and returned in less than 10 minutes. The smart wristwatch fit perfectly on his arm, and could even be hidden completely. Made of nanomaterial, it could change shape at will. Ling Feng could store it in his storage space when not in use. So even if he activated an oracle stone in reality, there was no need to worry about exposure. Beep! The Black God armor detected a low-level intelligent brain and began analyzing and integrating. Suddenly, a notification sound came, and the glove formed by the Black God armor instantly swallowed the entire smart wristwatch. Analysis complete. Black God armor's super intelligent brain activated. Another notification sound, and a projection instantly appeared. It was the standard projection interface of a smart wristwatch, but upon seeing the memory and operating speed, Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! The memory is 7 trillion times that of a smart wristwatch, and the operating speed is hundreds of billions of times faster. Damn, this intelligent brain is impressive." Ling Feng was astonished. This thing might not be much different from the top super intelligent brains of the human race. Moreover, it should improve further as the armor levels up. To conceal it, he only needed to remove it along with the Black God armor and store it in his storage space. The Black God armor was indeed remarkable, with so many functions. It's a shame there are so few items. If there were 7, 8, or even 10 entries, upgrading them all would make them much stronger. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. Soon, he logged into the Federation store and opened the Recycle Mall. He listed all the 7th-tier, medium-grade perfect elixirs. Thanks to the high-level smartwatch, the scanning speed was much faster than before. In just a moment, the scan results were out. Beep. After the Federation store's inspection, All the elixirs were confirmed to be 7th-tier medium-grade perfect, with a recycling price ranging from 10 trillion to 35 trillion each. The total number was 154, and the total recycling price was 2,840 trillion. The Federation store's prompt immediately came. Would you like to recycle now? If you choose to recycle now, the goods will be collected by the nearest delivery personnel, and the payment will be credited to your account as soon as possible. Hearing this, Ling Feng was astonished. He didn't expect the recycling price to be so high, far exceeding his expectations, possibly reaching over 1 trillion. Could it be because perfect-grade elixirs above the 7th tier are so rare? Well, it makes sense since even 6th-tier top-grade perfect elixirs are scarce among the human race, so the 7th tier is naturally the same. With this in mind, Ling Feng opted to recycle immediately. Beep. The nearest Marshal Saint-level delivery personnel have been notified. Please wait a moment, the store informed. Ling Feng originally intended to sell the 2 silver oracle stones he had obtained, but now it seemed unnecessary. Although those silver oracle stones were precious, each one was worth only up to 1 trillion, which wasn't particularly useful to him now. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Si Kongjun returned with Wu Lao after being out for just over an hour. Wu Lao came back so quickly? Weren't they supposed to take a longer walk? Ling Feng curiously asked. Hearing this, Wu Lao was speechless. It's all because of you. I thought you were selling things worth at most a few trillion or tens of trillions. But you sold such valuable items that the store urged me to return quickly, and they've already dispatched an emperor-level expert to assist. Wu Lao said helplessly. Si Kongjun, standing nearby, couldn't reveal the details of the client's goods. This news shocked Si Kongjun. To think an emperor-level expert had to be dispatched to assist, what valuable items did Ling Feng sell? Could it be the legendary golden oracle stones? I see. Then I'll trouble you, Wu Lao. Ling Feng realized. Yes. Over 2,800 trillion. Even an emperor's entire fortune accumulated over 1,000 years would be about this much, so naturally, it required careful handling. He then handed over the bottles of elixirs to Wu Lao. Wu Lao glanced at Si Kongjun beside him. Shall I go? Si Kongjun felt a bit awkward. No need, it's just some elixirs. Wu Lao, you can go ahead and verify them. Ling Feng said with a smile. Wu Lao nodded, then carefully poured out an elixir and began scanning it with his smartwatch. Si Kongjun, watching this 7th-tier medium-grade perfect elixir, was secretly amazed. Where did Ling Feng get so many perfect-grade elixirs? Right, he just returned from the Black Martial God domain. Did he get them there? No, he had 6th-tier top-grade perfect elixirs even before going to the Black Martial God domain. Could it be from the Apothecary God domain? I knew those goblins must have more hidden away. Si Kongjun was deep in thought, filled with doubts about the origin of the pills. How could Ling Feng, a child of his age, possibly create such pills? Even if he started learning from the womb and possessed the silver alchemist trait, he couldn't have crafted a perfect-grade, 7th-tier pill. Such pills could only be produced in the divine realm. All the pills were flawless, and Si Kongjun couldn't help but wonder about Ling Feng's great fortune in acquiring so many perfect-grade pills. Wu Lao was equally astonished and jokingly teased Ling Feng. By the way, do you have any more? If you do, I'll take them all at once to save you the trouble of selling them piece by piece. For now, I don't have any more. Let's talk about it later, Ling Feng replied with a smile. Wu Lao was taken aback. He had asked casually, not expecting Ling Feng to truly have more. A few minutes later, Wu Lao hurried away. Typically, someone of Wu Lao's strength wouldn't be eligible to escort such high-level pills, but this time it was convenient for him. Moreover, within the entire galaxy, no one would dare to attack a delivery person from the Federal Store. The store's controller was the strongest among humans, with even martial god-level powerhouses invested in it. Anyone who dared to interfere with their goods would face severe consequences, even among the major civilizations. This is what it means to be fearless. Meanwhile, Ling Feng received over 2 quadrillion in payment. If he converted all this money into blue oracle stones, it would likely be enough to upgrade most of his traits to dark gold. He calculated that the simplest blue oracle stones cost 1 billion each, requiring 60 trillion for 60 million stones. The best ones cost around 10 billion each, totaling 600 trillion. However, there were only 3 types of traits at this level: Mentalist, Soul Destroyer, and Talent traits. These 3 alone would require 1.8 quadrillion. The remaining traits would need about 1 quadrillion, which might not be enough, but would be close. Ling Feng, I think it's almost time for us to head to the Xiantian star system. Si Kongjun suddenly said to Ling Feng shortly after Wu Lao left. Is the selection for the Xiantian divine realm starting so soon? Ling Feng was surprised, thinking that it had been less than 10 days since he enrolled. A few days are left, but our spaceship will take at least 5 days to reach the Xiantian star system. After the selection, you'll be sent to the Xiantian divine realm, Si Kongjun explained. He wasn't worried about Ling Feng's ability to pass the assessment, as Ling Feng's strength was among the best compared to other sessions. Unless he faced competitors with golden traits, Ling Feng was sure to secure the top spot. Right, I forgot about the travel time. Ling Feng realized and asked, "When should we depart?" "As soon as possible. When are you available?" Si Kongzhen responded, "I'm flexible, so let's leave tomorrow morning. I want to buy some things first." Ling Feng thought for a moment before answering, "Great. I'll come to get you tomorrow. I'll also bring along the students from this year's class at Imperial Capital University who are participating with you. If you have time, maybe you could give them some guidance." Si Kongzhen replied with a smile. Ling Feng was momentarily speechless when he heard this. He had just fought with them last time, and now they wanted his guidance, which was a bit awkward. However, he didn't mind and simply nodded slightly. After Si Kongzhen left, Ling Feng immediately opened the Federal Store of Blue Water Star. Since he was leaving, he decided to see if he could clear out all the blue Oracle Stones from Blue Water Star. He opened the Oracle Stone interface and entered all the blue Oracle Stones he needed. The stock was indeed substantial, with at least several thousand of each type. Then, he opened the military store and found that each type also had several thousand in stock. This meant he could acquire at least 15,000, or even up to 70 or 80,000, of each blue Oracle Stone. Looking at these blue Oracle Stones, Ling Feng fell into contemplation. Other Oracle Stones might be difficult to acquire, but the quantity of blue Oracle Stones for the 4 basic physical attributes was quite considerable. Almost every blue Oracle Stone contained a basic attribute. He decided to first fully charge all the attributes that could be charged. Charging only required green Oracle Stones, and with 10 times the speed, he could fully charge the energy of 100 attributes in just 2 hours. Apart from the Heaven and Earth attribute, other golden attributes only needed a single silver attribute to use a special attribute once. Next, he planned to buy all the blue Oracle Stones. The cheaper ones would be used to upgrade the 4 basic attributes, while the more expensive ones could be opened slowly on the spaceship, as he had plenty of time. Even if he encountered an unbeatable opponent, he could directly activate the Heaven and Earth attribute. Charging more was definitely the right choice. With this in mind, Ling Feng didn't hesitate and placed an order like crazy. At this moment, he had no worries and was almost in an immortal state. Even if people found out about his attribute stacking and upgrading, he didn't need to worry. For anyone with ill intentions, he could fight those he could handle and run from those he couldn't, returning once he was stronger, as they couldn't possibly kill him. With his frantic ordering, he spent all of his 80 trillion funds. What did this mean? Blue Water Star's GDP for a year was only 30 to 50 trillion, and he had just bought several years' worth of turnover in one go. Meanwhile, the military and federal store staff were all called in, frantically packing the orders. As for whether buying so much would leave nothing for others on Blue Water Star, that was unlikely. The military and federal store generally restocked uniformly, and after he bought everything, more would arrive from other planets in 10 days or so there was no need to worry about that. Blue Water Star is still too small. Once I reach the Shantian star system, I need to earn more and then buy more to crazily enhance my strength. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh. However, he still had some time and needed to say goodbye to Uncle Zhao. After leaving this time, he didn't know when he would return. "Young master, are you planning to leave tomorrow?" Old Zhou flew over after Ling Feng exited the living room. "Yes, I'm about to head to the Shantian Divine Realm." Ling Feng nodded and said, "After all, it's the most powerful divine realm in the entire Shantian star system. I want to see if there's anything to gain." His main purpose in going to the Shantian Divine Realm was to explore its reputed strength. As for finding Ling Xian, that was more of a side task, and it didn't really matter if he found him or not. At the same time, Ling Feng also expressed his gratitude to all the readers who supported him. "All right, then I won't accompany you," Zhou Lao said helplessly. As a guardian and caretaker, he was supposed to accompany them. However, Ling Feng's abilities didn't seem particularly useful for this trip. After all, Ling Feng was always in seclusion, and Zhou Lao felt that as a caretaker, he was less useful than the service staff on the spaceship. "Okay, that works. By the way, where did Zhao Xia go? I haven't seen her all day," Ling Feng asked curiously, nodding. Since returning, he hadn't caught sight of her. "Miss Zhao went to challenge the Qianlong ranking early this morning. She said she's going to conquer the ranking this time, and then join you in the Shantian Divine Realm," Zhou Lao replied. He was also a bit curious. Although Zhao Xia was easygoing, she wasn't one to boast. Could she really have the strength? Did she really say that? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Yes, those were her exact words," Zhou Lao confirmed with a nod. "This girl, could she really have some powerful hidden attribute, as I suspected?" Ling Feng wondered, but without dwelling on it, he stepped out of the villa, soared into the sky, and flew towards the massive Qianlong Tower in the distance. "Wow, she's reached the 90th floor. Zhao Xia is at the 90th floor." Ling Feng muttered in surprise. How is it that each new student cohort seems stronger than the last? Previously, Lord Ling Feng conquered all 100 floors, and her strength isn't far behind. 91 floors now, that's fast. Although her pace is a bit slower than Lord Ling Feng's, it's not by much. Voices of amazement echoed around as the Qianlong Tower was surrounded by a large crowd of students witnessing the Qianlong Tower being conquered. At that moment, Zhao Shiya's speed increased even more, and within a few minutes, she successfully conquered all 100 floors. Announcement, announcement. Freshman Zhao Shiya has successfully conquered all 100 floors of the Qianlong ranking. The grand announcement echoed throughout Imperial Capital University, and upon hearing it, Ling Feng's eyebrow twitched in surprise. She actually did it. He increased his speed, soaring to several hundred times the speed of sound, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Qianlong Tower. Buzz. At that moment, a girl with a large sword emerged from the Qianlong Tower, her face flushed. The aura around Zhao Shiya gradually dissipated, but Ling Feng keenly sensed her level martial master, first level. He also noticed that Zhao Shiya seemed to have an aura of all attribute enhancement, though it was different from his power of slaughter. This was normal, as any type of attribute at the same level could have various manifestations. For example, blue enhancement attributes include not only God Martial but also Berserk, Explosive Chi, 8 Gates, and others, each with slightly different descriptions. Ling Feng's Golden God of Slaughter precisely amplified his combat power through the power of slaughter. Ling Feng exuded an aura of regal dominance and a commanding presence, and his unique power set him apart from other formidable individuals. With an array of limitless attributes, any blue amplification attribute could be used to upgrade his God of Slaughter attribute. Clearly, the girl hadn't revealed all her secrets to him, and things seemed more complex than they appeared. Ling Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently descended from the sky. Over here, you little madman. Zhao Shiya's eyes lit up when she saw Ling Feng, and she waved excitedly. You little rascal, if you wanted to go to the Xiantian Divine Realm, you didn't need to make such a big fuss, Ling Feng said, pointing at her forehead in exasperation. Hee, I was just worried the mentor might think I'm not strong enough. Zhao Shiya replied with an embarrassed laugh. Not far away, Qing Xuanzi heard this and was instantly at a loss. Did she think she was weak? Would he dare to say that? He had been dragged here by the beard and hadn't even had a chance to speak before she charged into the Dragon Tower and tore it apart. Ahem, Zhao Shiya, your strength is indeed impressive. I've already reported it to the counselor. He said you can leave with Ling Feng tomorrow morning if you wish. Qing Xuanzi coughed, folding his hands behind his back and stroking his beard with eyes full of expectation. Not interested, not at all. Zhao Shiya shook her head vigorously, rejecting the offer without hesitation. Alas, such talent going unnoticed. Qing Xuanzi sighed in disappointment before leaping away on his sword. All right, if you're going, we should inform Uncle Zhao. Otherwise, if he finds out I took you so far away, he'll probably scold me to death, Ling Feng said helplessly. How could he scold you? If you really took me away, he'd be thrilled, Zhao Shiya replied nonchalantly. With that, she slung her greatsword over her back and spread her arms, gesturing for a hug. What are you doing? I can't fly yet. Are you planning to let me run back? Zhao Shiya said matter-of-factly. This made Ling Feng roll his eyes in exasperation. A martial master who can't fly? Who are you trying to fool? Nonetheless, he spread his arms, ready to catch her. Zhao Shiya beamed with joy and jumped up, clinging to Ling Feng's neck. Her ample chest pressed against his, making him feel like protesting. However, the greatsword on her back poked at his face. He reluctantly removed the sword, gave it a casual wave, and with a hum, it vanished into thin air. This weapon is too low level. Come down, and I'll give you a new set of gear, Ling Feng said, placing Zhao Shiya back on the ground. He then revealed a nanocore of a 7th grade Black God battle armor in his right hand. He had obtained it from the Black God Intelligence, and although he couldn't have all the Black God battle armors from the trial, this 7th grade set was permissible, given the demands of a supreme student. Ling Feng had upgraded the armor's attributes to purple and the devouring attribute to silver, ensuring Zhao Shiya could use it for a long time. Isn't this the Black Warrior armor? I have one too, but it feels too low level. The weapons it conjures are too light, with no good feel at all. Feeling resigned, Zhao Shiya said. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold the black martial armor to trade for this mid-tier 5th grade greatsword. She knew well that the black martial armor was indeed valuable and more expensive than typical 5th grade weapons, but as it was a full set of armor, the high price was understandable. This isn't just black martial armor, it's Black God armor, the master version. Give it a try, and you'll see, Ling Feng said, pressing the nanocore onto Zhao Shiya's arm. Beep. Soul binding successful. Black God armor at your service. With the sound of a prompt, the streamlined nano armor instantly enveloped Zhao Shiya. The armor showcased her curvaceous figure perfectly, looking entirely different from when Ling Feng wore it. It seemed the equipment altered its appearance based on gender. Curious, Zhao Shiya made a grasping motion in the air, and with a buzz, a black-purple great sword appeared in her hand. It's a bit light, she said, slightly exasperated. Ling Feng explained. The Black God armor adjusts the weapon's weight according to your level. You just need to tell it the weight multiplier you want. Oh, how about 10 times to start? Zhao Shuya suggested curiously. Buzz. Instantly, the weight increased tenfold. Her hand only dipped slightly, not buckling under the weight. This scene made Ling Feng raise an eyebrow, thinking, lifting 10 times the weight requires 10 times the strength. So Zhao Shuya's strength attribute must indeed be purple. Still a bit light, maybe 70 times more? Zhao Shuya said uncertainly. Buzz. The next moment, the sword's weight surged to 80 times its original, the terrifying weight bearing down on her hand, the sword tip crashing into the ground, creating a massive pit. Zhao Shuya struggled to grip the hilt firmly. Enough, 40 times should be fine, she quickly decided. The greatsword's weight decreased accordingly, and Zhao Shuya slowly lifted it, swinging it a couple of times, feeling increasingly comfortable. Wow, this is much handier than the previous sword, she exclaimed in delight. Yet, this scene made Ling Feng's pupils constrict in shock. Can she really wield 40 times the weight? Could her strength attribute be golden? Hee hee. Were you shocked, little madman? I'll let you in on a secret. Me strength is only silver, not gold. Zhao Shuya giggled, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before whispering to Ling Feng. Silver? How are you wielding it so effortlessly? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, so she really does have a silver attribute. Hee hee, I'm not telling. Unless you call me, Yaya darling. Zhao Shuya teased with a mischievous grin. At this, Ling Feng rolled his eyes, deciding to drop it. Fine, that's your secret. And I'm not that curious, he laughed, then suddenly swept Zhao Shuya up in a bridal carry, launching them skyward amidst her surprised cry. In the sky, Ling Feng utilized his telekinetic powers to form an aerodynamic shield around him, propelling himself at a speed exceeding 1,000 times the speed of sound, reaching an astonishing 300 kilometers per second. If Ling Feng exerted himself fully, this speed could potentially increase tenfold or even more. Within a minute, he had traversed tens of thousands of kilometers and arrived above Xianfeng City. Are we already here? You're so fast, Zhao Shuya exclaimed in surprise, astonished by Ling Feng's incredible speed. Hearing this, Ling Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he seriously remarked, remember, young lady, never tell a man he's fast. It's quite hurtful. Realizing the implication, Zhao Shuya's cheeks flushed. I wouldn't know if you're fast or not. You never let me try, she mumbled, but Ling Feng chose to ignore her, as her teasing was becoming more frequent. Ling Feng then swiftly descended towards Xianfeng City. The Zhao family's villa in Xianfeng City had always been maintained and regularly visited. Therefore, when Ling Feng suggested Zhao Wu return, Zhao Wu barely hesitated and moved back the very next day. In the Zhao family's living room, a group of martial artists of king level were chatting with Zhao Wu. A bearded martial artist spoke up. Brother Zhao, you wouldn't believe how annoying my son is. He keeps saying he wants to be like Ling Feng and become a great benefactor for the entire Blue Water Star. I told him if training was that effective, I'd already be the strongest on Blue Water Star. So, I told him to go to sleep and dream where anything is possible. I got so mad, I sent him to train in the divine realm. Who knows if he's still alive? The martial artists around were left speechless. Sending one's own son to the divine realm? Only a father could do such a thing. What if he were torn apart by a powerful beast? Zhao Wu coughed, interrupting the conversation. All right, enough of that. I called you here to tell you that Xianfeng City needs people. Are any of you interested in coming back? I know you've all suffered because of Wangangua over the years, but everything has stabilized now, and the troublemakers have been dealt with. Xianfeng City needs people for its development. As Zhao Wu finished, the group exchanged glances and fell silent. Clearly, they understood Zhao Wu's intention was to have them return to protect Xianfeng City. Although the pests were gone, they naturally harbored some resentment, and in other cities, they had already established their networks and positions, with some even becoming military squad leaders. Returning would mean abandoning their previous efforts. Brother Zhao, I'm willing to come back. If it weren't for the commander, I would have been dead by now, one martial artist declared. Another added, Old Zhao, you know my situation. I was just promoted to squad leader 2 years ago, and the city commander has been kind to me. Leaving would feel like a betrayal. Let me find a successor first. Sigh, I'm in the same boat. As the principal of a high school martial arts academy, I really can't leave just like that. For a moment, some agreed to come back, while others couldn't return for various reasons. However, hearing that half were willing to return, Zhao Wu was quite pleased. He understood that everyone had their own difficulties, and it was okay if they couldn't come back immediately. Xianfeng City would always be their home, and it was enough if they could return in the future. Zhao Wu laughed heartily, and those present felt immensely grateful, comforted by his understanding. Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, it's because Uncle Wang and the others have returned. Where's Xiao Wang? Didn't he come back? Isn't that brotherly? How come you look so much older after 10 years? Have you been comforting troubled young women every day? At that moment, a voice echoed from the doorway. Hearing it, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief and turned to look. Sure enough, it was Ling Feng entering with Zhao Shuya. Years ago, Ling Feng stayed with these men in their homes, but eventually, they all had to move away, leaving him alone in Xianfeng City. Though they visited occasionally, their bonds had gradually weakened over time. However, upon meeting again, Ling Feng had become the strongest person on Blue Water Star. As they watched him walk in, they saw the spirited and invincible leader, Ling Xian, once more, and a wave of emotion washed over them, their eyes reddening. The scenes of battles fought for Xianfeng City flashed in their minds, and at that moment, they felt as if they had returned to the feelings they had when they left, with only one thought. They would come back again. But now, the opportunity had truly arrived, and yet they hesitated, even considering giving up. Old Zhao, I thought about it. In my city, there are so many martial emperors and martial kings. One more or one less won't make a difference. I might as well give up my role as captain and move back tomorrow. Old Wang suddenly said to Zhao Wu with a smile. His words made others raise their eyebrows. That's right, my school's vice principal is always plotting to take over. Since he wants to be principal so badly, let him have it. I'll move back tomorrow too. Now that you're all back, if I don't return, won't I be left out? No, I have to come back too. Following this, several other martial artists also expressed their desire to return with smiles. Seeing each brother preparing to return, Zhao Wu was moved. These people were leaving behind all their achievements from years of hard work, simply for the dream of once more protecting Xianfeng City together. Welcome home, Zhao Wu said with a warm smile. With Ling Feng's return, the Zhao family was abuzz with excitement. Everyone began reminiscing about the days they spent together, gathering and fighting. Meanwhile, Zhao Xia was in a corner with the wives of the martial artists, chatting about the latest gossip. It's remarkable that the chubby kid from back then has become the strongest on Blue Water Star. I told my son that I knew Ling Feng, and he didn't believe me, saying how could I know such a powerful person made me quite upset. Haha, don't blame your son. When my daughter talks about Ling Feng, she looks so admiring and says she wants to marry him when she grows up. Well, your daughter better get in line, huh? Amidst a group of laughing and joking men, Ling Feng's handsome appearance became the subject of teasing. Can't help it. I'm just too good looking, he replied with a smile. However, his friends began to reveal his past as a chubby kid. That's right, I still have pictures of you eating your boogers as a kid. Once I release them, let's see if you dare to brag about your looks. Zheng teased. Ling Feng was startled. Oh no, Zheng, if you dare to post that, I'll put out the photos of you drunk and passed out in the toilet. What? That happened? How come I didn't know? Show me the photos. Ling Feng exclaimed eagerly. Zheng laughed and said, didn't I buy those off you with 3 lollipops? You sneaky little devil. Amidst the laughter, Ling Feng felt a bit helpless, as these were all embarrassing moments from his childhood. Despite this, today's gathering was the happiest day he'd had in years. His memories of his parents were almost non-existent, with the most vivid being scenes from an old video. Spending time with these uncles made him feel a deep sense of closeness. It was their companionship that gave him a complete childhood. Unfortunately, his childhood friends were now busy with studies or work, leaving only some younger kids around him, eagerly asking questions. Since we're meeting today, I'll give you all some gifts. Who wants one? Ling Feng said with a smile. The kids eagerly raised their hands. I want one. Me too. Ling Feng, just give me an autograph photo, and I'll show it to my goddess. She'll definitely be in awe of me. Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh. You hopeless romantic. Thinking about using an autograph to impress girls. I'd say sell it. It's worth at least a few million, haha. However, these cheeky youngsters were soon scolded by their fathers. Ling Feng chuckled, then pulled out a pile of purple oracle stones from his pocket, stunning everyone present. The sheer number of these purple oracle stones was impressive, probably numbering in the hundreds. Pick whatever you like. Oh, Uncle Zhao, you should pick a few too. Ling Feng offered. Ling Feng, these are too valuable. Put them away quickly, one of the uncles hurriedly advised. We can't accept something so precious from you. Others nodded in agreement, their faces showing unease. Each oracle stone was worth billions, with the best ones reaching hundreds of billions. Uncles, I've always considered you family since I was young. Your safety is very important to me. I don't want anything to happen to you. Besides, the defense of Xianfeng City depends on you. The stronger you are, the safer Xianfeng City will be. Ling Feng looked at them earnestly, his tone firm. These oracle stones were the best he had recently acquired, guaranteed to reveal blue attributes. This scene filled everyone present with warmth and a sense of responsibility, as Ling Feng's intentions were clearly conveyed. Ling Feng regarded these oracle stones just like any ordinary purple oracle stones, no different at all. The people present were moved by his words, but they still hesitated to accept such precious items. Seeing this, Ling Feng laughed and said, if you don't want them, I'll just sell them all and use the money to hire bodyguards for you. The effect is the same. With that, he opened the federal store and selected the warrior bodyguard service. It must be said that the services in this era are truly comprehensive. The crowd immediately panicked, saying, how long can this money protect us? Besides, bringing a bodyguard while hunting beasts would be laughable. They preferred to protect themselves, and Ling Feng's suggestion made them uneasy. As the martial king sighed helplessly, Ling Feng interrupted and said, "Come on, pick whatever attributes you like." Hearing this, everyone hesitated no more, bringing their families to choose. Many were shocked when they saw the guaranteed blue attributes. Such purple oracle stones were rare on Blue Water Star, yet Ling Feng had so many. Since he had offered them, everyone accepted without reservation. Ling Feng advised, "It's best to choose a blue attribute that boosts all stats and one that enhances physical strength. If you can get both, your talent will rival ordinary silver talents." He knew that all stat-boosting blue attributes were extremely rare, and the Black God Martial Hall usually didn't have beasts with such attributes because those beasts were meant for assessments and couldn't be too powerful. Everyone nodded, understanding that although the chances were slim, the potential boost in strength was significant. Most people already had full attribute slots, so they chose for their children instead. After all, most of the children were not yet adults, and once they came of age, possessing blue attributes would at least make them martial king-level warriors. If they could get purple attributes, they might even become martial sect leaders or martial lords in the future. Soon, everyone had taken two, with Ling Feng generously giving them out. Without him, each person would have been limited to one at most. Those with available slots opened their attributes on the spot. Perhaps because of Ling Feng's presence, 2 out of 4 people with open slots obtained purple attributes, instantly sparking envy among the crowd. Those who had already filled their slots were particularly regretful. Ling Feng also gifted each of them a set of ordinary black martial suits, which he had in abundance over 10,000 sets. As for the master version of the suit, he didn't bother, as it required absorbing too many other suits, and without absorption, it was no different from the ordinary ones. After distributing most of the items, the crowd gradually took their leave, knowing that Ling Feng would be heading to the Xiantian Divine Domain the next day and would surely have much to discuss with Zhao Wu upon his return. These young folks, even after all these years, remained as carefree as ever. Zhao Wu chuckled and asked, "Uncle Zhao, you haven't finished opening all your entries yet, have you?" Ling Feng suddenly interjected, causing Zhao Wu to pause for a moment before nodding. He was just about to open an entry when Ling Feng stopped him. "Yeah, there's one last one. I was just about to see if I could get this divine martial entry to appear." Uncle Zhao said with a smile, "I have a divine oracle stone here that's more suitable for you. Give it a try." Ling Feng waved his hand, and a silver divine oracle stone appeared in the air. This very stone was something he had acquired from the Dark-Winged Dragon. Hiss! A silver divine oracle stone? Where did you get that? Zhao Wu gasped in shock. If he saw the entries on this stone, he'd be even more astonished. After all, other entries were purple, but this one was a top-tier rarity. Ideally, all entries would be silver, but the price of such a stone is far higher than ordinary golden ones. Of course, it dropped from a boss. I don't have much use for it. When Yitra came by, I asked her, and she said she didn't need it either. Ling Feng explained. Why don't you sell it then? Giving it to me would waste such a precious silver divine oracle stone. It must be worth trillions. With that money, you could buy tons of resources for training. Zhao Wu quickly said, "Take a look at my balance." Ling Feng didn't say much, just showed his balance of over 20 trillion. Seeing the string of zeros, Zhao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. The balance was 2,565, for 87, 157, 442, 565.35 federal credits. Wow, a 16-digit number. Over 20 trillion, enough to buy several blue planets. This. Zhao Wu was dumbfounded. Wow, you could buy a lot of good food with that, right? You have to take care of me. Zhao Shuya chimed in excitedly. Thud. However, as soon as she said that, Zhao Wu flicked Zhao Shuya on the forehead. Silly girl, asking someone to take care of you right in front of your father? Am I dead or something? Zhao Wu said helplessly. Do you have as much money as him? Zhao Shuya retorted matter-of-factly. As expected, Zhao Wu was at a loss for words, unable to respond. All right, Uncle Zhao, don't worry about those things. Just use it quickly. I also have some specially crafted pills for you. Take them all. That way, you and I can leave with peace of mind. Ling Feng said, handing the divine oracle stone to Zhao Wu, then opened a safe filled with neatly arranged pill boxes, each labeled with the time to consume them. Wow, so many. Zhao Wu was stunned, wondering how long it would take to consume all these pills. You're not planning to take my daughter and never come back, are you? Zhao Wu suspiciously questioned Ling Feng, given that the number of pills seemed enough to last for years. We'll come back, but it might be many years before we do. Once we enter the Xiantian Divine Realm, returning isn't easy. Ling Feng explained. Zhao Wu listened to the Taoist teacher, who mentioned that usually, it takes 7 or 8 years before one can return. Zhao Shuyan nodded in understanding. Zhao Wu, shocked, asked, that long? He felt a pang of reluctance, as he had been relying on Zhao Shuyun since his wife's passing, and as a father, he naturally didn't want to be apart for so many years. However, Zhao Shuyun reassured him, with Xiaofeng's strong talent, it might only take a few months for him to return. When that happens, I'll have him bring me back. Zhao Wu nodded in agreement, feeling that this was a good plan. Ling Feng, overhearing this, was left speechless. They were all aware of his past mishaps, but Zhao Wu seemed to agree, nodding repeatedly. Ling Feng protested. Can't you talk without personal attacks? Wasn't I just momentarily confused? Zhao Wu laughed it off, changing the subject by picking up the silver oracle stone and decisively choosing to open it. Instantly, powerful inscriptions appeared one by one, and Zhao Wu's eyes widened as he saw a series of silver inscriptions. Buzz. The pointer landed directly on a silver inscription, and immediately, a burst of silver light erupted from the oracle stone, pouring into Zhao Wu's body. Zhao Shuyun and Ling Feng were momentarily dazzled, amazed at his good fortune. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Zhao Wu, causing Ling Feng's pupils to contract as he recognized the familiar aura. He quickly grabbed Zhao Wu, enveloped in silver light, and dashed out of the villa. Zhao Shuyun followed closely, only to find Ling Feng standing alone at the doorway. She hurriedly asked, "Where's Lao Zhao?" Ling Feng pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "He went up." Zhao Shuyun looked up to see Zhao Wu soaring skyward at an incredible speed, clearly propelled by some force. Roar. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from Zhao Wu as his body began to expand wildly, transforming into a massive silver dragon several meters tall. As the dragon continued to grow, Zhao Wu's body rapidly expanded to 50 meters, with wings spanning 100 meters. The dragon roared toward the heavens, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions, enveloping the entire Xianfeng city with its mighty dragon might. Wu the air raid sirens blared throughout the city, and soon after, a burst of fire shot up from the headquarters of the Chosen Alliance. Chirp! The fire transformed into a fiery phoenix, appearing before the silver dragon. Sikong Shuyun, seeing this silver dragon, was shocked, thinking, the dragon race's lowest quality is a purple talent, with strength usually above the 7th rank. How did one appear in Xianfeng City? However, this silver dragon seemed to be just a juvenile, with an aura only around the 1st level of Martial Emperor. However, the aura it emitted had already surpassed Sikong Shuyun. Sikong Shuyun watched intently, thinking to herself, I can't let this dragon harm Xianfeng City. She clenched her hand, instantly forming a flaming longsword. Die! Sikong Shuyun shouted, transforming into a blaze of fire as she charged towards Zhao Wu. At the critical moment, Zhao Wu, who finally reacted, quickly flapped his wings and shouted, President Sikong, don't attack, it's me, Zhao Wu. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Wu's massive dragon body began to shrink and transform rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his human form, clad in black battle armor, thankfully without any mishap. Sikong Shuyun stared at Zhao Wu in shock, exclaiming, You're Zhao Wu? Was that a bloodline attribute you just used? Zhao Wu smiled wryly, with a hint of pride in his voice. Yes, Ling Feng insisted on giving it to me last night. I couldn't refuse. Sikong Shuyun was speechless upon hearing this, thinking, such a valuable thing, and someone just handed it to him. Comparing oneself to others is truly frustrating. At this moment, Ling Feng and Zhao Xia flew up. Ling Feng asked with a smile, Uncle Zhao, how do you find the attribute? Zhao Wu replied excitedly, It's fantastic. Plus, even when I'm not in dragon form, all my attributes have increased significantly. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhao Xia. Zhao Xia smiled smugly. Didn't you say you didn't want to know? Call me Yaya darling again, and I'll tell you. Ling Feng thought to himself, this girl indeed has a bloodline attribute, combined with her previous full attribute enhancement. Could she possess a purple grade talent, or even a silver grade one? This girl hides her talents well. Zhao Wu, unable to listen any longer, hurriedly urged, All right, enough with the Yaya darling. Aren't you embarrassed? Let's go home. Before leaving, Zhao Wu apologized to Sikong Shuyun. President, I'm sorry for the trouble tonight. I'll explain everything tomorrow. Sikong Shuyun replied with a smile, No worries, Uncle Zhao. Your increased strength is a great benefit to Xianfeng City. Ling Feng also smiled as he said goodbye. President, we'll take our leave now. I'll come to visit you again for a chat after I return from the Xiantian Divine Realm. Let's go, my dear Yaya. Ling Feng said, quickly grabbing Zhao Xia's hand and plunging downward. Wait for me. Zhao Wu called out helplessly as he chased after them. Watching Ling Feng and Zhao Xia's retreating figures, Sikong Shuyun stood there, lost in thought. The next morning, Ling Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he returned to the house next door to the Ling family. He rang the doorbell, and the door soon opened slowly. Inside the villa, he was greeted by a spirited old man, clearly a skilled martial artist. The old man smiled warmly when he saw Ling Feng. Isn't this Xiao Feng? When did you get back? How was the capital? Elder Wu chuckled, stroking his beard. Haha, it was all right, but not as good as being home. By the way, where's Grandma Zhao? Ling Feng replied with a smile. Oh, her? She's getting on in years, but instead of dancing in the square, she insists on hunting fierce beasts, saying that one should stay active no matter their age. Elder Wu shook his head, somewhat exasperated. Anyway, let's not talk about her. You don't visit unless there's something you need. Are you leaving again? Elder Wu asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. With his own children far away, he had always treated Ling Feng like a grandson. Yeah, I need to make a trip to the Xiantian galaxy. I might be gone for a long time, so I wanted to see you, Ling Feng said with a grin. He then took out several porcelain bottles from his storage space. These are some pills I've made. Take one from this bottle each day. The other bottle is for boosting your strength. Take another only after digesting the first. You rascal, these must be expensive. You should save your money for a wife. By the way, that Zhao family's daughter is a good match. When are you two getting married? I'm looking forward to having great-grandchildren. Elder Wu teased. Haha, then you should definitely take the pills, or you might miss out on holding them. Ling Feng laughed, pressing the bottles into Elder Wu's hands. You cheeky kid. Elder Wu shook his head, amused. Having watched Ling Feng grow up, he knew his character well. Carefully, he put the bottles away. By the way, have you eaten yet? If not, would you like to join me for some food? Elder Wu quickly offered. Grandpa Wu, is little madman here? We need to go. At that moment, Zhao Shiya's voice came from outside as she ran in. Seeing Zhao Shiya, a gleam of fondness passed through Elder Wu's eyes. You're still as lively as ever, he said, shaking his head. Grandpa Wu, we'll have to eat together next time. Don't forget to take the pills I gave you. Ling Feng urged. I will. Be careful in the Xiantian galaxy. It's your first long trip. Elder Wu advised. I will, don't worry. We'll be off now. Ling Feng smiled, grabbing Zhao Shiya's hand, and they swiftly soared into the sky, heading into the distance. Watching them leave, Elder Wu stood there for a long time, reflecting. This kid has finally grown up. I wonder if your father will brag to me when he sees this. Ah, where exactly have you gone, kid? Wu Lao sighed, then turned and went back to his villa. The next day, Ling Feng and Zhao Shiya said goodbye to Zhao Wu and returned to Imperial University. At that moment, a massive spaceship, several kilometers long, was quietly waiting above the university. Without hesitation, Ling Feng and Zhao Shiya flew into the spaceship's entrance. With a thunderous roar, the engines ignited, and the spaceship slowly ascended, gradually accelerating until it broke through the atmosphere of Blue Water Star and headed into the depths of space. In the depths of space, the spaceship continued to accelerate. An hour later, it surpassed the speed of light. Once at light speed, everything behind the ship turned black, with only dazzling light points in front and the surrounding starry sky remaining. With technological advancements, science has long proven that while light speed is fast, it is not the universe's limit. Surpassing light speed isn't complicated, as long as the material of the object is strong enough. The idea that reaching light speed enables time travel is baseless. To reverse time, all matter in the universe would need to simultaneously move backward, requiring far more power than mere light speed can provide. However, reaching light speed does allow for a glimpse into history to some extent. For instance, if you travel away from Earth at light speed, everything turns black as light can't catch up with you. But once you exceed light speed, you can capture light emitted from Earth moments earlier. In simple terms, you could see Earth as it was seconds ago. If you go even faster, Earth's time appears to rewind. In reality, this is because you're capturing increasingly older light. If you reach a light year away, you can see Earth as it was a year ago. 2,000 light years away, you see Earth as it was 2,000 years ago. It seems as though Earth's time has rewound to 2,000 years ago, but you are merely catching glimpses of past light. Perhaps this is what relativity aims to express, but it is often misunderstood. In the greater cosmos, light signals have long been obsolete. Humanity's networks have transitioned to dark matter signals. For humans now, these signals travel almost instantaneously. Even across tens of thousands of light years, messages sent from one side are instantly received on the other. It's important to note that while dark matter signals are incredibly fast, they aren't truly synchronous, much like light signals once seemed instantaneous to Earthlings. As technological civilizations advance further, this dark matter signal might also become cumbersome and slow. However, to date, dark matter signals remain the fastest. As the spaceship's speed rapidly increased, it eventually stabilized at twice the speed of light. At this pace, reaching the Xiantian main star would take at least several thousand years. Beep. Speed has reached warp standard. Preparing for spatial warp. All personnel, please get ready. A chime echoed through the spaceship, instantly resonating in everyone's mind. Suddenly, the ship's front cannon unleashed a powerful wave that struck the void ahead. At that moment, a massive space rift was torn open. The spaceship swiftly shot into the rift, which vanished in the next instant. The rift's existence lasted less than a tenth of a second, too brief for the naked eye to detect. Yet, in this fleeting moment, the spaceship had to accelerate beyond the speed of light. If it were too early, they could simply try again, but if unlucky, entering halfway as the rift closed would mean certain destruction. The sixth-tier spaceship commanded by Si Kongjun could only jump 10 light years at a time. For the next few days, they would have to make continuous jumps until reaching the Xiantian star system. Higher-tier ships can jump greater distances, though the technology isn't particularly complex. This ship's maximum jump is 100 light-years, but attempts beyond 20 light-years are rare due to the shorter rift duration, demanding even faster speeds. Low-tier ships can't reach such speeds. Only high-tier ships can accelerate enough to open longer-distance rifts. The jump process is somewhat tedious. Each jump requires a long build-up of energy, and the jump itself is almost imperceptible. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya entered a large ecological cabin filled with flowers, trees, and even some gentle beasts, resembling a small village. Operating a spaceship thousands of meters long requires a crew of at least 1,000, so the living environment must be decent. It's said that high-tier ships, stretching millions of meters, have ecosystems comparable to a country. You've arrived. These are the students from Blue Water Star going to the Xuantian God domain for assessment. Xikong Zhen greeted Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya with a smile as they approached a control panel. Standing beside him were Qian Yuan, whom they had met before, and a new young man. As they approached, both Qian Yuan and the young man looked at Ling Feng, especially the latter, whose eyes sparkled with a fighting spirit. Another martial arts enthusiast, Ling Feng thought to himself. You all know Qian Yuan, and this young man here is Zhou Chuyun. He's reached the 5th level of martial master, making him the strongest talent on Blue Water Star in recent years. Xikong Zhen introduced with a smile. The strongest talent? Ling Feng was taken aback. Wasn't Senior Qian Yuan supposed to be the strongest talent at the Imperial University in the past decade? Zhao Shuya asked curiously, but her question made Qian Yuan's mouth twitch. He, the strongest, was defeated by your boyfriend in just one move. Zhou Chuyun isn't a student at our Imperial Capital University. She went to another planet for further studies in her senior year and just returned. Since this assessment requires registration based on one's place of residence, it's quite advantageous for us on Blue Water Star. Xikong Zhen chuckled with pride. Ling Feng was taken aback, thinking to himself, registration based on place of residence. Zhou Chuyun, this is Ling Feng. You might have heard of him. And this is Zhao Shuya. She's also a prodigy from Blue Water Star. Don't be fooled by her cute appearance. She's a genius who can conquer the Qianlong Tower. Plus, she's Ling Feng's girlfriend. Well, if you're interested, feel free to chat. If not, you can rest. There's plenty of time. With that, Xikong Zhen left. Of course, the reason he emphasized that Zhao Shuya was Ling Feng's girlfriend was clear to Ling Feng. Xikong Zhen was probably worried that Zhou Chuyun might get interested and cause trouble. Indeed, the speaker had thought it through. Ling Feng couldn't help but be impressed. Unfortunately, Zhou Chuyun wasn't interested in Zhao Shuya. Instead, her gaze was fixed on Ling Feng. You're Ling Feng, right? Hi, I'm Zhou Chuyun, she said with a sudden smile, extending her hand. Hello, Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded, about to shake hands, but Qian Yuan grabbed his hand with a big grin. Ling Feng was confused, thinking, are we that close? Last time we met, I almost needed a redo because of you, so why the enthusiasm? However, Ling Feng soon understood the reason. Seeing his hand being taken, Zhou Chuyun frowned. Qian Yuan, if you don't want to be my boyfriend, don't stop me from hitting on someone, she said, frowning. This statement made Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya widen their eyes. That's when Ling Feng realized Zhou Chuyun's gaze wasn't a battle intent, but the gaze of a guy seeing a beauty. And Xikong Zhen's words weren't warning him to be careful of losing his girlfriend, but warning Zhao Shuya that her boyfriend might be taken. Zhao Shuya was even more unsettled, as it was her first time facing a male rival. Ling Feng, would you like to have dinner with me? Zhou Chuyun asked with a bright smile, extending her right hand and looking intently at Ling Feng. Whoa, stay away from me. I'm not into guys. Ling Feng quickly warned, taking a few steps back. Ling Feng, I liked you ever since I saw your video. Don't be so heartless. Give me a chance. Zhou Chuyun urged, stepping forward. Not a chance. At this moment, Zhao Shuya shouted fiercely, suddenly wielding a large hammer. With a loud bang, Zhou Chuyun was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Fortunately, the spaceship was incredibly sturdy. Otherwise, if it got breached, everyone would be in danger. How dare you try to take my man? Zhao Shuya proudly put away her weapon, glaring coldly at Zhou Chuyun. Thank you so much, Qian Yuan. Otherwise, I'm not sure I could use my hand again. I was in the wrong before. Ling Feng quickly expressed his gratitude, thinking that Qian Yuan wasn't so bad after all. Ahem, no need to be so polite. Qian Yuan replied with a smile. Qian Yuan coughed awkwardly, feeling a twinge of worry. He feared that once Ling Feng learned the truth, he might lose control and end up destroying the spaceship. After all, Qian Yuan had once been harassed by Zhou Chuyun, who had crazily caressed his hand the moment he held it, leaving him feeling disgusted to this day. There wasn't much to do on the spaceship, so after wandering around for a bit, Ling Feng returned to his cabin. He still had a lot to handle. Last night, he had collected all the blue oracle stones from Blue Water Star, which were now being sent to Xianfeng City. Since Ling Feng was managing the dispatch, the entire city's fastest ships were mobilized, along with large transport vessels for support. After a night's effort, all the goods were finally assembled. Although this wouldn't upgrade all of Ling Feng's attributes to dark gold, it would significantly enhance their power, especially the transformation attributes. Back in his cabin, Ling Feng's consciousness delved into his small world. The ground was already piled high with oracle stones, all of them transformation-type blue oracle stones. Giant Anaconda Transformation. Blue. Indeed, this attribute wasn't the dragon-like giant lizard transformation, but the giant anaconda transformation. Using this attribute, one could transform into a member of the giant anaconda race. The giant anaconda is a more powerful species than the giant python. The green attribute is giant python transformation, and the white is ordinary snake transformation. While the giant lizard transformation can turn into a dragon at the purple level, a dragon is essentially just a larger lizard. However, if a giant anaconda upgrades sufficiently, it can transform into a divine dragon. In the East, the power of the divine dragon is evidently superior to that of a large lizard. This was Ling Feng's main strategy. Of course, if upgrading to gold still couldn't transform him into a divine dragon, he had also prepared the giant lizard transformation attribute. At most, he would use both attributes. Although the enhancement is singular, being able to transform into two different species is still advantageous, as one never knows when a powerful special attribute might appear. He decided to proceed with the extraction. Ling Feng didn't hesitate, selecting 10 blue oracle stones in his small world and activating them simultaneously. Humming sounds enveloped the space as the 10 blue oracle stones transformed into a stream of blue light, merging into the void. In an instant, 10 streams of blue energy emerged within Ling Feng's body, ultimately penetrating deep into his bloodstream and beginning a frenzied transformation. At that moment, Ling Feng could clearly feel his muscles and cells rapidly strengthening. So this is what a bloodline attribute is like. It truly enhances the physical body, even without transformation. He clenched his fists, sensing an approximate 60 increase in all his attributes. While it might not seem like much, for Ling Feng's strength enhancement, this was substantial. After all, his base attributes were already incredibly formidable, and a 60 increase meant amplifying his original 4,000 power to 6,400. It's no wonder bloodline enhancement attributes are so rare. They're far superior to general attribute enhancement attributes, which only activate when used and have significant side effects, such as increased stamina consumption, loss of rationality, or depletion of vital energy. In contrast, bloodline transformation only requires normal energy expenditure and can enhance one's power even in a normal state. Ding! You have successfully extracted the attribute Giant Anaconda Transformation. Blue 10. Attribute upgraded to Flood Dragon Transformation. Purple. After transforming into a Flood Dragon, the physical attributes can be enhanced by 220. Without transforming, the physical attributes can increase by 160. Ling Feng's eyes were resolute as he continued to choose the Oracle Stone without hesitation, drawing frantically. By using the blue Oracle Stone directly, the extraction process was remarkably fast. Only 1,000 were needed to upgrade to gold, while 100 sufficed for silver. Ding! The system notification sounded, and Ling Feng successfully extracted the entry, Giant Anaconda Transformation, Blue 100. This entry upgraded to the Silver Chi Dragon Transformation, boosting his physical attributes by 400. Even without transforming, his physical attributes could increase by 200. More excitingly, the silver entry allowed him to directly transform into a Chi Dragon. Legend has it that transforming into a dragon involves several steps. First becoming a python, then a giant anaconda, followed by a Jiao Dragon, and finally a Chi Dragon. Beyond the Chi Dragon lies the Chiao Dragon, which in some aspects is close to a true dragon, possessing dragon horns and scales. If it evolves further, it can become the powerful Ing Dragon. Thinking of this, Ling Feng's eyebrows slightly raised, filled with curiosity about the strength of the Chiao Dragon. He continued his frenzied extraction, and after more than 10 minutes, ding! The system notification sounded again. Ling Feng successfully extracted the entry, Giant Anaconda Transformation, Blue 1000. The entry upgraded to the Golden True Dragon Transformation, enabling him, with True Dragon Bloodline, to instantly transform into a Chiao Dragon of the True Dragon Clan. Upon transforming, his physical attributes increased by 800, and even without transforming, they rose by 400. With the successful upgrade of the entry, Ling Feng felt a terrifying aura surge through his body, as if his limbs and bones were instantly strengthened. He clenched his fists, feeling the increase in power, as this bloodline entry deeply remodeled his body and could stack with other entries, even those enhancing all attributes. At this moment, Ling Feng's combat power soared more than fourfold, and if transformed, it could reach an 8-fold increase. Next, he anticipated the appearance of a special entry, unaware of what the special entry of True Dragon Transformation would be. Ding! The system prompted again, detecting the entry, True Dragon Transformation, activating the golden special entry, Descendant of the Dragon. This special entry could only be triggered by a rare few races with the true dragon as their totem. With this entry, dragon-related transformations saw a 200 enhancement in effects before and after transformation. Additionally, the Divine Dragon's Guidance could activate an active skill, boosting all attributes by 200 with the consumption of 1 silver entry each time. Boom! In that instant, Ling Feng felt another surge of immense power, doubling his physical strength to an 800 enhancement. This was merely the base state. If transformed, his combat power would continue to rise. He exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, descendant of the dragon? This entry is incredible." The benefits of having the true dragon as a totem were a revelation to him. This truly feels like a blessing from the ancestors. 200 boosts add up to 400. Wow, that's quite an enhancement. Ling Feng was filled with curiosity and couldn't help but wonder about the difference between dragon transformation and true dragon transformation. Without hesitation, he poured all the giant lizard transformation entries from his storage into the small world and began extracting them. Ding. You have successfully extracted the giant lizard transformation entry. Blue 5. The entry has upgraded to dragon transformation. After transforming into a purple dragon, physical attributes can increase by 200. Without transformation, they can increase by 150. The effects of dragon transformation seemed unremarkable, but Ling Feng continued extracting quickly. Soon, the entry reached gold level. Ding. You have successfully extracted the giant lizard transformation entry. Blue 1000. The entry has upgraded to heavenly dragon transformation. Activating the gold entry allows instant transformation into a heavenly dragon. After transformation, physical attributes can increase by 800. Without transformation, they can increase by 400. The system notification sounded, and Ling Feng's eyes flickered slightly, acknowledging the power of the gold entry. Although the special entry bonus of Heavenly Dragon Transformation seemed less than True Dragon Transformation, the dragon race is still formidable, and being rated gold is justified. Buzz. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Ling Feng felt his muscles and strength gradually increase, though only by a tenth. Ding. A same-level gold bloodline entry detected. The enhancement effect of Heavenly Dragon Transformation is reduced to 1/10. This effect can be stacked. Each additional gold bloodline entry can increase combat power by 10 on the basis of True Dragon Transformation. The notification sounded, and Ling Feng was incredulous, his eyes wide open. Wow. The entry effects can actually be stacked? There are quite a few types of bloodline entries, including transformations into primates, birds, fish, and fierce beasts. Each major category has a bloodline entry. While there might not be hundreds, there are definitely dozens. If 10 can be stacked, that would effectively increase the current 1600 of True Dragon Transformation to 3200. This is like elevating the entry level by a small grade, and it allows for many more types of bloodline entries. However, Ling Feng frowned. These bloodline entries are quite expensive, often costing 10 to several dozen times more than regular entries. And if you add in upgrading 11 entries simultaneously, the cost would be hundreds of times that of regular entries. Ling Feng pondered this and felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps one day, when the most powerful entries in the world can no longer elevate his level, or when the cost to upgrade an entry becomes thousands or even tens of thousands of times more expensive, he might truly consider this issue. However, for now, he doesn't need to do so. After some thought, Ling Feng decided to abandon the idea, as the expenses were too enormous and simply not worth it. He continued to open entries, thinking to himself that at least he had something to do for the next few days. With a faint smile, Ling Feng poured all the oracle stones into the small world and began frantically extracting entries. Ding. Congratulations, you've extracted the entry. Flame Control. Blue 10. Ding. Congratulations, you've extracted the entry. Thunder Manipulation. Blue 10. Ding. Congratulations, you've extracted the entry. Good luck. Blue 10. Ding. Congratulations, you've extracted the entry. Exceptional Talent. Blue 10. A series of notification sounds echoed in Ling Feng's mind. This time, he discovered many entries he hadn't seen before, though many effects overlapped with existing ones. If he were to stack them, it would be like paying twice for the same entry. So Ling Feng decisively discarded these duplicates and chose some new entries instead. Notably, this time he acquired a complete set of formation and crafting master entries, 3 types of secondary profession entries. While there are many secondary professions, Ling Feng is currently focused on these 3 mainstream ones. He upgraded each to the gold level. Ding. You successfully extracted the entry, Crafting Master. Blue 1000. Entry upgraded to Supreme Craftsman. Goal. You possess the formidable talent to potentially become a Tier 10 Crafting Master. If you can obtain a gold level flame entry, you might reach Tier 11. With the addition of a gold level talent entry, you could even become a Tier 12 Crafting Master. Special entry triggered. Item advancement. Gold. Every weapon crafted can be upgraded by 1 minor level. This special effect of the crafting entry is different from that of the alchemist, but equally powerful. An upgrade in level means that if I craft a top-grade Tier 7 weapon, it can directly evolve into a low-grade Tier 8. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow at this revelation, thinking to himself that this effect is not weak at all. Increasing by one minor level becomes increasingly terrifying in the later stages. For instance, upgrading a top-grade Tier 9 to Tier 10 would increase the price by more than 100-fold. Theoretically, the speed of making money in the later stages is even more frightening than appreciation. Next are the Formation Master's entries. Ding. You successfully extracted the entry. Formation Master. Blue 1000. Entry upgraded to Supreme Formation Master. Goal. You possess the formidable talent to potentially become a Tier 10 Formation Master. With the addition of a gold-level talent entry, you could become an 11-year Formation Master. With the addition of a gold-level soul-related entry, you could even reach Tier 12. The Formation Master's entries can also enhance talent through other entries, but instead of being flame-related, they are soul-related, such as Spirit Mentor or Soul Destroyer. Since formations require a powerful soul to inscribe the formation inscriptions, it's best for a Formation Master to possess soul-related entries. Ling Feng's mastery over his soul power has grown significantly, allowing him to engrave inscriptions with ease and precision. This not only triggers special attributes, but also enhances the power of formations, elevating them slightly each time. The special effects of the formation attributes are akin to the level up of an alchemist, showcasing limitless potential. At this moment, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled as he thought of the weapon-related attributes for spear techniques. He had long been prepared to upgrade this attribute, but lacked oracle stones. Now, with abundant resources, he wouldn't miss this crucial opportunity. Although spear technique attributes cannot stack with all attribute enhancements like divine martial effects, they still provide substantial benefits. He quickly took out the spear technique attributes and began activating them swiftly. In no time, over 30,000 blue spear technique attributes were all activated, with 2,000 successfully upgraded to gold, while the rest served to enhance the attributes. As a series of notification sounds echoed, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling the powerful enhancement of all attributes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the attribute Spear Master. Blue 35,000. Attribute level upgraded to Spear Dao Supreme. The gold attribute endowed him with an exceptional talent for spear techniques, enabling him to quickly master various spear martial arts and enhance spear power by 4330. Following this, ding! Spear Dao Supreme detected. Gold attribute, triggering special attribute Spear Intent. The gold attribute granted him mastery over a level of spear intent, reaching a state of unity between man and weapon, increasing spear power by 200. With the upgrade of spear technique attributes, Ling Feng's combat power significantly improved. These non-consumable attributes can be used continuously, which he found highly satisfactory. After upgrading all the attributes, Ling Feng decided to spend all remaining oracle stones to further enhance his strength. In the following period, Ling Feng continuously upgraded his attributes. In less than a day, he had activated all the oracle stones, including those obtained in the Black Martial God domain. While the stock from Blue Water Star was hard to come by, he also purchased a substantial number of green oracle stones specifically for recharging. Despite the high cost of using the Heaven and Earth technique, he could still utilize the green oracle stones he purchased multiple times. Ultimately, Ling Feng was able to upgrade the gold attributes of each basic physical form, holding 60,000 oracle stones in hand, enough to perform 3 recharges and continue enhancing his strength. Ling Feng had already been using his abilities continuously for 3 hours, each hour counting as a significant effort. If he couldn't win now, no amount of effort would suffice. Yet, the cost of these 3 uses equaled 30 uses of other entries. Moreover, if Ling Feng wished, he could directly draw power from the golden entries, though it wasn't cost-effective. Using each of the 4 major entries required a 200 boost, which is the usual way ordinary people use consumable entries. As mentioned earlier, all consumable special entries have cooldown periods, ranging from several months to even years. Ling Feng's Fa Tianxiang Di required a full 10-year cooldown. Due to the long cooldown, Ling Feng chose to ignore it, as he could recharge directly. However, others couldn't do the same and could only wait for the cooldown. In case of danger, they had to use their entry boosts to charge into the entries. Regular entries had a 10 boost, usable only once, and golden entries would downgrade after 1 use. Silver entries required a 1000 boost for 1 use, meaning the highest level silver entry would drop to purple after 2 uses. Only high-level golden entries could be used multiple times, but each use came with a significant loss. As for Fa Tianxiang Di, the cost of 1 use was terrifying, requiring a 200 boost from golden entries. Even high-level golden entries had limited uses. For Ling Feng, a 200 boost required injecting 20,000 blue entries to stack up. If he recharged directly, 2,000 entries could convert into 1 golden entry. Ling Feng would never choose to use the boost from golden entries to activate Fa Tianxiangdi unless absolutely necessary. In this recharge, the number of green oracle stones was the highest, naturally used for talent entries. Ling Feng planned to enhance the intensity of his cultivation technique. This time, he could finally experience the effect of enlightenment, though he wasn't sure how strong it would be. One use of the enlightenment effect cost 1 silver entry, equating to 1 hour of time, becoming 1,000 hours or 40 days. In 40 days, given Ling Feng's talent, a 7th-stage top-tier cultivation technique could be perfected. However, his goal wasn't just to reach perfection, but to elevate his level through his own evolution. This time, Ling Feng purchased enough green oracle stones for 300 charges. 1,000 could convert into 1 silver entry, equating to 300,000 green oracle stones. At Ling Feng's current speed, he could finish the task in a few hours. By then, he could experience enlightenment for several days. The next 4 days would be filled with activity, preventing any boredom. With this in mind, Ling Feng didn't immediately start using the green oracle stones. With 10 selections, the speed of opening oracle stones was incredibly fast, at about 20 per second, which meant 1,200 per minute. In an hour, he could open around 70,000. Accounting for moments of distraction and short breaks, he could definitely open at least 60,000. At this speed, 300,000 would be completed in 5 hours. Ling Feng looked at the 300,000 green oracle stones in his hand and thought to himself that they were equivalent to 30,000 blue oracle stones. If used to upgrade a golden attribute, it could increase enhancement by up to 300. To upgrade to a dark golden level, 6 million oracle stones would be needed, which would take about 100 hours or nearly 5 days. However, this cost was surprisingly low. Even for someone with moderate talent, at 5 times the price, 6 million would only be 30 trillion, which is 10 times cheaper than using 300 trillion blue talent oracle stones. The only downside was the time it would take. With his current 24 attributes, it would take 120 days or 4 months without rest. With that amount of time, he could earn a lot of money. Just as Ling Feng was lost in thought, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the moderate talent attribute. Green, 300,000. Enlightenment. Gold charge, 300 hours. He was startled and decided to first practice the Tianhua Xinxiao technique. Although this technique was currently at the 8th rank top grade, it was essentially a 6th rank top grade and had already been cultivated to mastery. Reaching perfection should not take long. Without hesitation, Ling Feng closed his eyes and entered into a state of enlightenment, silently reciting in his mind. Ding! Enlightenment initiated. Duration, 20 hours. Perceived danger will forcibly interrupt enlightenment. Boom! As he prepared to enter the state of enlightenment, his mind became instantly active, with his thinking speed increasing 1,000-fold and his intelligence seemingly enhanced 1,000-fold as well. Under the influence of his golden talent, Ling Feng's aptitude soared. His mind began to evolve the cultivation method of the Tianhua Xinxiao technique, and countless cultivation experiences surged in like a tide. He focused on deducing the method, and within 7 to 8 minutes, the technique had broken through to the realm of perfection. Ling Feng then began to dissect every detail of the Tianhua Xinxiao technique, working on improving all the issues within these details. Time ticked by second. 10 minutes later, the notification sounded again. Ding! The Tianhua Xinxiao technique has been upgraded to a 7th rank lower grade. Attribute enhancement has increased it to a 9th rank lower grade. Without much thought, Ling Feng continued his deductions. Half an hour later, the technique was deduced to a 7th rank middle grade, with the attribute enhancement level remaining unchanged, likely due to the large level gap. An hour and a half later, the technique reached a 7th rank upper grade, and the attribute enhancement level increased to a 9th rank middle grade. After 6 hours, the technique successfully reached a 7th rank top grade, with the attribute level still unchanged. Finally, after 18 hours of focused deduction, the Tianhua Xinxiao technique was deduced to an 8th rank lower grade. As the 20 hours concluded, Ling Feng emerged from his state of enlightenment. It was remarkable how the time during this period of enlightenment seemed to pass in an instant. Technique: Tianhua Xinxiao technique. Level: 8th rank lower grade. Description: a cultivation technique of lightning and fire attributes, requiring both lightning and fire attributes, with a minimum attribute level of purple. Note: this technique has special effects. The higher the attribute level, the higher the technique level. A combination of 1 silver and 1 purple attribute upgrades the technique to the 8th tier mid-grade. 2 silver attributes upgrade it to the 8th tier top grade. 1 gold and 1 silver attribute upgrade it to the 9th tier low grade. 2 gold attributes upgrade it to the 9th tier high grade. 1 dark gold and 1 gold attribute upgrade it to the 9th tier top grade. 2 dark gold attributes upgrade it to the 10th tier high grade. As the description of the techniques came through, Ling Feng felt satisfied. He had elevated from the 8th tier top grade to the 9th tier high grade. almost crossing an entire major realm. If he were to directly deduce an 8th-tier top-grade technique, even 20 hours might not suffice. Next, he planned to challenge the 9 Revolutions soul-refining scripture, preparing to spend another 20 hours comprehending it. Ling Feng closed his eyes, instantly entering a state of enlightenment, setting the duration for 20 hours. If he sensed danger, the enlightenment would forcibly disconnect. As soon as he closed his eyes, the enlightenment had already begun. In this state, every minute of comprehension equaled half a day in the outside world. A few minutes later, his 9 revolutions soul-refining scripture broke through from the 7th to the 8th revolution. After more than 10 minutes, it reached the grand completion of the 9th revolution. At this moment, his soul power was enhanced by 450, with incredibly powerful might. While learning is easy, upgrading the tier is fraught with difficulties. Ling Feng quickly had ideas for enhancing the 9 revolutions soul-refining scripture. The cultivation method mainly involves transforming the soul force in the Sea of Souls into a tornado, currently rotating at 9 revolutions per second. If it could reach 10 revolutions, could it break through the level? Ling Feng's eyes lit up, thinking of the simplest way to rotate, which was much simpler than an ordinary 7th-tier top-grade technique. An hour later, Ling Feng successfully increased the rotation speed of the soul tornado to 10 revolutions per second, upgrading the technique to the 8th-tier low-grade. 5 hours later, the speed reached 11 revolutions per second, making it the 8th-tier mid-grade. 17 hours later, the speed increased to 12 revolutions per second, reaching the 8th-tier high-grade, with an enhancement now at 600. This is the standard soul strength enhancement of an 8th-tier high-grade technique. Subsequently, Ling Feng began learning martial skills, starting with the simple 1,000 soul blades, which only required increasing the number of soul blades. Within a few minutes, the number of soul blades increased to a perfect 10,000. After more than 10 minutes, the number reached 30,000, upgrading the technique to the 7th-tier low-grade. An hour later, the number of soul blades reached 100,000, elevating the technique to the 7th-tier mid-grade. 12 hours later, the technique advanced again to the 8th-tier mid-grade, with the number of soul blades reaching 10 million. The power boost of each soul blade also increased to 550, and if this terrifying power were unleashed, it would shatter the souls of millions of beings within the coverage area. Next, Ling Feng began deducing the myriad swords return to the sect. This move is a skill of spiritual psychics, with considerable power. The method of deduction was almost identical to the 1,000 soul blades, and with the latter as a foundation, the cultivation speed of myriad swords returned to the sect was extremely fast. 13 hours later, the martial skills level rose to the 8th-tier high-grade, with the number of mind-controlled flying swords directly reaching 100 million. This King Swansea has clearly adapted the myriad soul blades into myriad swords returning to the sect, which is blatant plagiarism. Ling Feng was speechless. Just before, King Swansea even wanted to charge him 1 billion, which was truly frustrating. King Swansea's deceitful methods are all-encompassing, just like those in the cultivation world of novels where the strong prey on the weak. It's alarming. It seems he's really on the path to becoming an immortal. Less than 3 days have passed, with just 1 day left until reaching the Xiantian galaxy. Ling Feng decided to enter a state of enlightenment, focusing this time on cultivating his martial skill Sky Splitter. As he was about to enter the state of enlightenment, he suddenly felt a slight tremor, which quickly subsided but was definitely unusual. At the same time, he noticed the spaceship's speed rapidly decreasing until it came to a stop. In the next moment, his terrifying spiritual sense burst forth like a tide, covering everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius. Although this was not the limit of his spiritual sense, what he was looking for was within this range. Interesting, to encounter such a situation. Sensing something hidden in the starry sky, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile, ready to stretch his muscles. He stood up and left the cabin. What's going on? Why has the spaceship stopped? Don't you know that such a sudden decrease in speed can easily damage the ship? In the control room, Sikong Jun loudly reprimanded the hundreds of operators. Just a few minutes earlier, the spaceship's speed had suddenly plummeted. Fortunately, the ship was equipped with an inertia cancellation system, sparing the passengers from much discomfort. At twice the speed of light, a sudden stop could cause even a stone to sink a continent. Chairman, there's an issue with the spaceship's propulsion system. It's currently immobilized, an operator reported anxiously. Nonsense. Even if the propulsion system failed, the ship would still move at a constant speed. How could the speed suddenly drop? Sikong Jun responded angrily. Chairman, the reason for the sudden deceleration is currently unknown. It seems to be an external interference. Could it be space pirates? At this moment, the ship's first officer spoke solemnly, causing the entire control room to fall silent. Space pirates are reckless individuals. Although hunted by the Human Federation, the vastness of the universe makes them nearly impossible to catch. Moreover, these pirates are powerful, and it's not a job for ordinary people. Rumor has it that the leader of the most formidable pirate group has strength reaching the peak, of a martial emperor. Click! Just then, the control room door slowly opened, and Ling Feng quickly flew in. Ling Feng, you're just in time. We might be facing space pirates. Xikongzhen said gravely to Ling Feng. This is no space pirate. It's the Talbans. They're likely after me. I can't believe I've been targeted before even leaving Blue Water Star. There are quite a few traitors within the Human Federation. Ling Feng's tone turned cold as he spoke. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Xikongzhen and everyone present turned pale. The Talba people, the dominant race of the Talba star system, located 300,000 light-years away from the Milky Way. This humanoid race is notably tall, averaging around 5 meters in height. Among the hundreds of star systems surrounding the Milky Way, the human race developed relatively late. Consequently, during their rise, they inevitably clashed with other civilized races. After all, when humans first began to emerge as a formidable force, 3 major races attempted to suppress their geniuses. Originally, the territories of the Milky Way were divided among these civilizations, making it exceedingly difficult for the native humans to rise. Ultimately, while humans managed to seize primary control of the Milky Way, they also made many enemies among surrounding civilizations. However, due to the overwhelming power of the strongest human warriors, the leaders of these civilizations were hesitant to act against them. While they could potentially annihilate the human race, human warriors could easily eliminate their leaders. Thus, large-scale wars were avoided, but small-scale conflicts were frequent, with assassination attempts on human geniuses being a favored tactic among these races. Ling Feng, don't be upset. They're not targeting just you. They're after all the geniuses entering the Xiantian divine realm this time. You just happen to be chosen. Moreover, I will definitely find out who the traitor is. Xikongzhen quickly assured him. After all, if there truly was a traitor, it would most likely be one of his subordinates, as the spaceship's jump distances were constantly changing in real time. To intercept them, one would need to have precise, up-to-minute jump data. Otherwise, even a slight error could mean a difference of billions or even hundreds of billions of kilometers in space, making interception impossible. This means the traitor must be in the control room, as only those in the control room have access to the jump data. Chairman, no need. I've already found them. Ling Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze locking onto the first officer beside Xikongzhen. The first officer's face changed dramatically under Ling Feng's gaze. Old Li, is it you? You're the traitor? Xikongzhen was utterly incredulous. This was a subordinate who had been with him for decades. It wasn't me. Chairman, Lord Ling Feng, I wouldn't dare. Besides, my entire family is on Blue Water Star. How could I be a spy? The first officer exclaimed in terror. Xikongzhen frowned. He didn't want to believe it, but he trusted Ling Feng even more. Confess, and I promise you a quick end. Xikongzhen said coldly. I didn't do it. What am I supposed to confess to? Lord Ling Feng, even if you're powerful, you can't tarnish my reputation without evidence, the first officer shouted in desperation. Many people cast doubtful glances at Ling Feng. Your soul has already betrayed you. Haven't you heard the saying? Never lie in front of a soul reaper. As soon as Ling Feng spoke, everyone's expression changed instantly. Ling Feng was a soul reaper. Xikongzhen was also shocked, finally understanding why such a powerful figure had suddenly appeared at the Imperial Capital University, only to vanish without a trace afterward. He worried about it for a long time, but little did he know that the person had been by his side all along. It was indeed me. What do you have to say now? Do you want me to take you to the tribunal for a soul-searching session before you admit it? Of course, I don't have that kind of time. Whether you admit it or not, you have to die now, Ling Feng said calmly. As soon as he spoke, the first mate's face turned ashen. Even if he were innocent, Ling Feng would still kill him, and he had no way out. Moreover, he wasn't innocent. You want me dead? Then don't think you'll live. He roared, suddenly striking the main control panel of the spaceship. Thud, 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 thud. However, the next moment, he was horrified to find his hand being sliced into pieces, as if by a million blades. What is this? He quickly withdrew his half-severed arm, but the invisible blades continued to slice along his arm toward his body. Speaker, save me. I don't want to die. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Watching his body being sliced like a machine, anyone would mentally collapse. He knelt on the ground, pleading. However, Xikongzhen merely delivered a cold, distant strike. Bang! Instantly, the force shattered the first mate into countless pieces. Still don't want to die? Consider it my mercy to give you a swift end. Xikongzhen snorted coldly. After all, the first mate had been his subordinate for decades, and Xikongzhen didn't want him to leave in such agony. However, he didn't know that the first mate's soul was in even worse condition. Watching Xikongzhen destroy the first mate's body, Ling Feng was unfazed. He directly grasped the opponent's soul in the void, and thousands of soul blades descended instantly. Agonizing screams emanated from the void, and although those around couldn't hear the sound, they felt a bone-chilling cold, as if encountering a ghost. Speaker, look, a Talba ship is coming, and it's a 7th-tier vessel. We're doomed. The Talba warriors must be of Marshal Saint level. At that moment, A cry of alarm rang out. When those present heard the words seventh-tier ship, their faces immediately changed, and the entire control room's walls suddenly became transparent. The scene in the starry sky was projected, showing a massive ship tens of thousands of meters long, approaching at several times the speed of light. It was estimated that it would arrive soon. Are the engines fixed? Can we still leave? Si Kongjin quickly asked. We can't start them. The system has malfunctioned and may have been sabotaged by the first mate. It would take at least a few days to repair, and all our communication equipment has been jammed. We can't even send out a distress signal, a technician said in despair. At that moment, everyone present turned pale. Were they really finished? Although Ling Feng was incredibly powerful, even at a martial saint level, that was only against ordinary martial saints. The Talba people wouldn't have dared to come unless they were fully aware of Ling Feng's strength and confident in their chances. They truly had no hope. Open the spaceship's hatch, speaker. I want to see where these tall barons found the nerve to try and assassinate me. Ling Feng finally spoke after thoroughly tormenting the first mate's soul into oblivion. He sighed, knowing that this was the only option left. We'll go out and buy some time. See if you can fix it quickly. Si Kongjin sighed helplessly, then operated the spaceship's hatch through the biointelligent brain. After speaking, he and Ling Feng flew out of the control room. Why has the spaceship stopped? What's going on with that crazy guy? Zhao Shia approached, holding a large pile of snacks. Upon closer inspection, these snacks turned out to be high-energy potion concentrates. Apparently, Zhao Shia also had devouring attributes, which explained her rapid increase in power. The tall barons have come to assassinate us. I'm going out to handle it. Do you want to come? Ling Feng asked casually. Si Kongjin, standing nearby, was stunned. This was an alien attack, and you want to bring your girlfriend along? People might think you're going on vacation. What? Tall barons? I want to go. I heard they're huge. Zhao Shi's eyes lit up with excitement, nodding eagerly. Ling Feng smiled. Then let's go take a look. With that, he flew out of the spaceship, and Zhao Shia quickly followed. Si Kongjin shook his head helplessly. Since they couldn't win anyway, they might as well go and see. With a creak, the hatch of the blue water starship slowly opened, and the three flew out into the starry sky. At the same time, a massive tall baron civilization ship had arrived in front of their spaceship. Several giants, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, emerged from the ship. Although the tall baron people were tall, their appearance wasn't much different from humans. The elder leading them exuded a terrifying aura, with blue-black flames emanating from his body, indicating he possessed a fire attribute of a silver rank. This elder's realm was at the 5th heaven of Martial Saint. 5th heaven of Martial Saint? No wonder you could kill a 10th heaven Martial Saint beast. The leading elder recognized Ling Feng's unmasked realm immediately. Si Kongjin widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, What? Damn! 5th heaven of Martial Saint? How did this happen in just a few days? You insignificant Milky Way people, you sure have guts to come out, a 10th heaven Martial Saint tall baron sneered. Ling Feng calmly replied, I think it's you who has the guts. You're in front of me and still dare to be so arrogant. With that, he raised his right hand, and a golden flame ignited at his fingertip. Seeing this, the 10th heaven Martial Saint tall baron was visibly startled, retreating a step in the void. However, he quickly regained his composure, thinking that the nearby Taxium Martial Saint was an extremely powerful fire attribute Martial Saint. No matter how strong Ling Feng was, could he really be a match? Human boy, we're here to kill you. Don't think being a genius allows you to do whatever you want. As long as you haven't grown, you're just a weakling. Delbar shouted angrily. But in the next moment, the golden flame at Ling Feng's fingertips suddenly transformed into a fiery laser, shooting towards him. Humph! Ignorant child. Takexum, with an air of superiority, sneered dismissively. Even if Ling Feng's flames were also silver, so what? His power was far superior to Ling Feng's. As long as Ling Feng's flames were weaker than his own, they would have to obey his command. This was the power of the flame. A tribute. Any flame weaker than one's own could be completely controlled. With this thought, Takexum attempted to immobilize the fiery laser with a mere thought. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. The flames pierced through Delba's forehead without any hindrance, and his body began to burn frantically from that point. All the Talba martial masters present were instantly shocked. Impossible! How could I not control these flames? Even Takexum's expression changed slightly. Ling Feng, who had boasted in front of the little madman. What kind of genius was he really? How could he have grown up, yet still be so weak? Zhao Shia, standing nearby, immediately started her sarcastic taunting. Instantly, the faces of the Talba people darkened. Kid, your flame attribute isn't silver? Could it be gold? Takexum was suddenly horrified. Gold? A gold attribute? That would make him one of the top geniuses of the entire human race. When did he ever claim his flame attribute was silver? Ling Feng didn't conceal it. He simply spoke with disdain. Boom. With those words, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. A possessor of a gold attribute was destined to become a martial god-level powerhouse, a super prodigy. Such geniuses were rare, even in the Talba civilization, appearing only once a year, and each one was the pinnacle of talent in large galactic civilizations. And now, one stood before them. Your attribute is really gold? Even Zheng looked at Ling Feng in disbelief. Speaker, do you not believe Ling Feng? What's wrong with my man having a mere gold attribute? Zhao Xia looked at Ling Feng with admiration and proudly at Zheng. My flame attribute is indeed gold. But that's not the point. Ling Feng stated calmly. With those words, Zheng's shock turned to heaviness. Yes, that wasn't the point. The real issue was that a martial saint-level powerhouse was before them. What if Ling Feng was a gold attribute prodigy? The gap in levels was immense, with a thousand-fold difference in power for just one level. Even a gold attribute, or anything beyond, would be useless against such disparity. Ha ha ha. Soon, Takexim, who had regained his composure, laughed wildly. Who would have thought that in my lifetime, I, Takexim, would have the chance to kill someone with a gold attribute? Ha 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 ha. Heaven has favored me. Taksim was trembling with excitement. Although he couldn't break through to the level of Martial Emperor by slaying the golden talented youth, he could still add a few martial saint-level powerhouses to his family. With this thought, his gaze turned cold and fierce, and he thought to himself, young human, you're unlucky to meet me today, but rest assured, I will use the merit of killing you to nurture my family well. A sinister smile appeared on his aged face. Beside him, Zhao Xia couldn't help but express her disgust, saying, that old dog's face is really ugly. If you didn't know better, you'd think it's some kind of oversized Shar-Pei. However, Taksim was too caught up in his excitement to pay any attention to Zhao Xia's mockery. Boom. At that moment, blue-black flames erupted from his body, and the terrifying heat wave caused the temperature of the entire starry sky to soar rapidly, prompting the strong ones behind him to dodge. Taksim growled deeply. Young man, meet your fate. He then raised his right hand, preparing to strike. Suddenly, countless soul blades burst forth like a flood, sweeping towards Taksim and his men. A soul destroyer at the third level of Martial Master felt the terrifying soul wave, and his face turned deathly pale as he screamed in terror, run. He's a soul destroyer, run. This scream caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They knew all too well the horror of a soul destroyer. This attack was something Taksim couldn't withstand. Although Taksim's soul power was extremely weak, as a martial saint-level powerhouse, he would definitely not neglect soul cultivation. Thus, in their eyes, Taksim would be fine, but they themselves were doomed. Soul attacks were different from ordinary attacks. Taksim couldn't shield them from it. Upon hearing the Soul Destroyer's warning, all the martial masters turned and fled in a frenzy. Taksim was furious, and the blue-black flames surged into his hand, ready to strike. Swoosh! In that instant, the endless soul blades swept across his entire body, as well as the fleeing martial masters and everyone aboard the 8th-tier spaceship behind them. Everyone froze in place, as if time had stopped. Only the blue-black flames in Taksim's hand flickered slightly, seemingly losing their support and gradually extinguishing. What just happened? Zheng asked in shock as he witnessed the scene. They all seem to be dead, Zhao Xia said uncertainly. As if to confirm her words, a brilliant light suddenly radiated from around Takeximu and the martial experts. Most of these experts were enveloped in a purple glow, while Takeximu and the first martial expert to die emitted a silver light. As these lights converged, divine oracle stones began to form. What the heck? They're really dead. Zheng exclaimed in disbelief at the sight. In an instant, a martial saint of the 5th heavenly stage was instantly killed. Zheng once again felt the terrifying power of the Soul Destroyer. Indeed, the Soul Destroyer was incredibly powerful. Take Takeximu, for example, without using soul power. With his silver-tier abilities and 7th-tier supreme techniques, his basic combat strength was at least hundreds of thousands of times that of a typical martial expert in the 5th heavenly stage. This meant Ling Feng would need to unleash combat power hundreds of thousands of times greater to kill him. Besides bloodline skills, all other abilities would need to be fully utilized. However, with a Soul Destroyer, it's different. Takeximu's soul strength was decent, comparable to a typical soul cultivator of the 5th heavenly stage because of his soul-based techniques. His soul power was 1,000 times that of a usual martial expert soul cultivator in the 5th heavenly stage. But without soul-related abilities or defensive techniques, Ling Feng only needed to amplify his soul power 1,000 times to eliminate him. His soul techniques and martial skills were enhanced by 600, equating to a 36-fold combat enhancement. Coupled with the Dark Gold Soul Destroyer's 100-fold soul strength boost, it amounted to a 3,600-fold soul enhancement. Thus, instantly defeating the opponent was no problem at all. Using specific techniques, the attack power could even be increased fourfold, resulting in a staggering 14,000-fold soul enhancement. Of course, further enhancing beyond 14,000 times is challenging. Whether it's the God of Slaughter, the Heaven and Earth Law, or various bloodline abilities that boost all attributes, they are all physical attributes and cannot enhance the soul. If they could, Ling Feng could even defeat a martial emperor without soul training. Only special abilities like Shadow Kill, Divine Thought Manifestation, and True Damage can strengthen soul power. As for bloodline abilities, they need to be from soul-based creatures to enhance the soul. This is why the Soul Destroyer is so terrifying. Even with just one gold tier ability, your combat power can surpass that of ordinary martial artists with multiple gold tier abilities. However, the cost of Soul Destroyer abilities in the later stages is extremely high, with purple abilities costing more than typical silver ones, and silver ones being much more expensive than gold tier abilities. Additionally, the difficulty of mastering martial techniques as a Soul Destroyer is several times harder than for body cultivators and significantly more challenging than for mental power masters. Ling Feng thought to himself that there were no soul-related bloodline entries on Blue Water Star, so he would have to wait until he reached the Xiantian star system to search for them. If he could find a dark, golden soul-type creature's bloodline, his soul extinguisher combat power would soar once again, widening the gap between him and ordinary soul extinguishers. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on his face. For ordinary soul extinguishers, the inability to strengthen their soul value is undoubtedly a significant limitation. This means they have to seek out godstones that are 10, 100, or even 1,000 times more expensive to unlock soul-enhancing entries. However, Ling Feng, who possesses the ability to stack low-level entries onto high-level ones, sees this not as a limitation but as an advantage. Even when facing the same soul extinguishers, he can easily defeat them. Once he acquires those soul-related bloodline and enhancement entries, dealing with ordinary warriors will be as easy as cutting through grass, truly becoming the Grim Reaper. With this in mind, Ling Feng waved his hand, and all the godstones in the sky were instantly stored in his space. At this moment, Xikong Zhen recovered from his shock and stared blankly at Ling Feng, wanting to say something but finding himself speechless. Recalling when he first met Ling Feng, he was just a young man who hadn't even reached the level of a martial master. Now, being able to instantly defeat a martial saint was simply unbelievable. By the way, Chairman, is our spaceship broken? Ling Feng suddenly asked. Yes, it is. Fixing it will take quite some time, so we can only wait for support to come and pick us up. I hope we don't miss the selection for the Xiantian Divine Domain. Xikong Zhen replied helplessly. No worries, if our spaceship is broken, can't we use the Talbaron spaceship over there? Ling Feng said with a smile, pointing to the massive 7th-tier spaceship not far away. But can we even pilot their spaceship? And what if it gets shot down by our people mid-flight? Xikong Zhen asked, bewildered. Of course we can pilot it. As for being shot down, just report it in advance, and it won't happen, Ling Feng assured him. Right, that makes sense. I'll go gather the people. Xikong Zhen agreed, realizing that as long as they reported it, the chances of the spaceship being destroyed were extremely low. Besides, even if an enemy appeared, they usually wouldn't attack recklessly without confirming whether the other party was an enemy. Otherwise, they might mistakenly target a merchant from another civilization, which would be a costly mistake. Let's go, we should gather our things first. With that, Ling Feng grabbed Zhao Shuya and quickly flew towards the distant spaceship. As they passed the corpses of Takasim and his men, Ling Feng used Devouring Flame to consume them into pure energy. Although he had previously refined 7th-tier top-grade pills, he didn't want to waste this energy. After devouring, the Devouring Flame not only became full, but also allowed him to channel the excess power into his Black God armor, which was already at the 8th tier, for stars. Soon, Ling Feng and Zhao Shuya arrived inside the spaceship. Ling Feng then used his immense telekinetic power to envelop the entire spaceship. Next, a large number of oracle stones and bodies flooded into the largest cabin of the ship. This spacecraft was indeed enormous, stretching over 40,000 meters long with ample space. Even the massive Tarba people had a crew of 100,000 operating it. All of them were powerful, at least at the level of a martial king or higher. Unfortunately, they were all dead now, with numerous blue and purple oracle stones scattered around their bodies. It's worth noting that humans and the beast clan have distinct differences. Human entries are generally a level higher than those of the beasts. For instance, a typical 5th-tier martial grandmaster would have blue entries, and some might even have purple ones. In contrast, a 5th-tier beast would still have blue entries, with only a few 6th-tier beasts awakening purple entries. Therefore, the 100,000 Tarba people slain by Ling Feng provided him with over 50,000 blue oracle stones, more than 600 purple ones, 2 silver oracle stones, and over 40,000 green oracle stones. For Ling Feng, low-level oracle stones had an almost 100 drop rate. If he had been fighting beasts of the same level, the entry levels might have been a tier lower. These oracle stones would be enough for him to consume for an hour or so. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Ling Feng unleashed the Devouring Flame, which erupted wildly, instantly engulfing all the bodies. The bodies were quickly burned into pure energy. Witnessing this, a strange soul fluctuation appeared momentarily around Zhao Shuya, which Ling Feng noticed. It was clear she harbored secrets, and her rapid increase in strength was likely related to devouring-type entries. though he wasn't sure of their level. Ling Feng was curious, though he could simply ask Zhao Shuya. Solving the mystery would take away the fun. The current information was that Zhao Shuya possessed bloodline and all attribute enhancement entries, which were likely silver or higher, along with a devouring type entry that might be gold. Such talent was already a top-tier silver talent, and possibly even a top-tier gold talent. Ling Feng was filled with questions. How many secrets did this girl hold? Wow, Master, is this the devouring flame you mentioned? Didn't you say it was more precious than dark gold, or even red entries? How does this little lunatic have it too? At this moment, Zhao Shuya appeared to be snacking, but she was inwardly thrilled. Deep within her consciousness, a phantom soul quietly watched the scene. It was certain that this child's talent was above top-tier gold, possessing numerous gold entries, and practicing both soul and blood cultivation with almost no weaknesses. Unfortunately, without a bloodline entry, even with the devouring flame, she could only be considered a remarkable prodigy. The soul emitted a weak yet cold voice, gradually coalescing into a phantom figure of a woman in white. The woman's features were almost ethereal, nearly impossible to distinguish, yet the glimpse of beauty she revealed was enough to leave one in awe. She introduced herself as Immortal Hanyu, a figure unfamiliar to Zhao Shuya, though it was known she hailed from some celestial realm and possessed immense power. After arriving in this world, Hanyu's body was shattered, and her residual soul wandered the universe for tens of thousands of years before finally reaching this remote galaxy. Immortal Hanyu took Zhao Shuya as her disciple because, upon turning 18, Zhao Shuya unexpectedly awakened a fortune-related attribute of such a high level that even she couldn't comprehend it, as she had never seen that color before. This was also why she could directly activate the purple oracle stone. Although Hanyu was drawn to Zhao Shuya's fortune attribute, the real reason was that a few days earlier, Zhao Shuya, feeling bored while Ling Feng was in the medicine sovereign space, went for a walk and happened to find a jade stone containing Hanyu's residual soul. Zhao Shuya's talent was exceptional, with 11 attribute slots, which were still not fully filled. These attributes were unlocked after Hanyu took her on a long-distance space leap to slay several 11th-tier beasts, acquiring golden oracle stones. Zhao Shuya's fortune was incredibly strong. Without it, she wouldn't have been able to obtain so many golden oracle stones so effortlessly. Now, Zhao Shuya's combat talent was almost on par with Ling Feng's, though this excluded the special attributes. Despite having a powerful fortune attribute, she had yet to unlock any special attributes. Hanyu had warned her of the terrifying nature of these special attributes and reassured her that she would eventually unlock them. At this moment, Zhao Shuya was filled with joy upon seeing Ling Feng and proudly told Immortal Hanyu, "Master, I told you little madman has exceptional talent. He's the most gifted person in this world." Hanyu felt helpless about this. Although her disciple had strong combat awareness and extraordinary fortune, she worried that Zhao Shuya might become too emotionally involved. What if Ling Feng deceived her? Even if Ling Feng's talent didn't reach the pinnacle of the golden tier, his future achievements might not compare to Zhao Shuya's, as Hanyu could sense that Zhao Shuya had at least 30 attribute slots. However, Hanyu's power was significantly depleted, and she had just encouraged Zhao Shuya to avoid danger. To her surprise, Zhao Shuya firmly declared that with Ling Feng around, the presence of a mere 5th-tier martial saint was nothing to fear. This statement left Hanyu with a headache. The immortal Lord Hanyu coldly said, "In front of Ling Feng, you'd better not talk to me. His entry is golden and might sense my presence. If he thinks I'm an enemy, his powerful soul force can easily obliterate my residual soul." With that, she concealed herself. She was well aware of the terrifying power of a soul destroyer, having once been ambushed by one several levels below her, which shattered her body and severely damaged her soul. Fortunately, she had acquired a powerful soul defense treasure, a jade stone found by Zhao Shuya, or else her soul would have been obliterated. However, she didn't realize that Ling Feng had already sensed her presence. Ling Feng's soul destroyer entry wasn't just golden, it was dark gold. Disappeared? It seems she's hiding. Hanyu thought to herself. Despite her soul power being extremely weak, it was highly refined, far superior to her own. Could Zhao Shuya be like the heroines in those novels who always have an old master by their side? That's just too extraordinary. Ling Feng couldn't help but click his tongue, not realizing that he was the real, overpowered character here. Even with an old master, Zhao Shuya's strength was still far below his. Why are you staring at me like that? You little maniac. Zhao Shuya felt a bit embarrassed under Ling Feng's gaze, her face flushing red. Are you thinking of kissing me? She teased, then bashfully twisted a little. If you really want to, then go ahead. She closed her eyes, a look of anticipation on her face, moving closer. Hearing this, Ling Feng was speechless and pressed her face with his hand. Isn't it you who covets my looks? How did it turn into me? With that, he prepared to leave. All right, I'm going to train. You should train hard too. This time, the opponents in the assessment are very strong, and there are quite a few martial lords. Ling Feng said, then left without looking back. Stupid Ling Feng, smelly Ling Feng, I've been so forward, and you still won't make a move on me. Are you incapable? Zhao Shuya cursed angrily. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her, startling her. What are you doing? Her face instantly turned red, looking at Ling Feng with both anticipation and fear. Didn't you say I'm incapable? I'll prove you wrong right now. Ling Feng gave a wicked smile and pinned her against the wall. Zhao Shuya's heart raced as she looked at him expectantly. However, at that moment, the cabin door suddenly opened, and a group of martial artists flew in, led by Sikong Jun. This scene made Ling Feng blush. I'm going to train now, he said helplessly, preparing to leave. We're already here, and you say you're going to train? Zhao Shuya was not having it. She had dreamed of this scene several times, and now it was interrupted. She hugged Ling Feng tightly, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him directly. Ling Feng's eyes widened, and the martial artists who had just entered were also stunned. After a long while, Zhao Shuya finally let go of him, her face bright red. Zhao Shuya reluctantly criticized the situation, then quickly turned and flew away. Her unsteady flight showed her panic. Ling Feng stood there, stunned, reflecting on the fact that he had just been unexpectedly kissed by a young girl. It was his first kiss, and it was gone just like that. Strangely, he felt like he had been taken advantage of, but it wasn't entirely unpleasant. With that thought, Ling Feng also turned to leave, appreciating the vigor of youth. Seeing this, Sikong couldn't help but reminisce about his own daughter, thinking that if she were more proactive, he might have grandchildren sooner. I envy Ling Feng, he sighed. I wonder when I'll find someone. Just as Qian Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly felt an unwelcome hand wrap around his waist, causing him to tremble. Does Qian Yuan want to experience a kiss too? I can teach you firsthand. A sleazy voice taunted from behind him. No, 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 he stammered in panic. Meanwhile, back in his room, Ling Feng entered a state of enlightenment, beginning to refine his martial technique, the heaven-splitting slash. This technique had already reached a state of perfection, needing only refinement at this point. The spaceship had also made great progress, reaching the Xiantian star system much faster than expected, only 13 hours instead of the original 20+. During this time, Ling Feng advanced the heaven-splitting slash to the 8th mid-grade level, elevated his realm to the 6th level of martial venerable, and increased both his vitality and soul value to an astonishing 4 million+. Name: Ling Feng. Race: human. Level: 6th level martial venerable. Vitality: 4.24 million. Soul: 4.08 million. Profession: 7th grade supreme alchemist. Perfect techniques: 9th grade upper heaven fire celestial art, 12th turn soul refinement scripture, 8th grade upper martial technique heaven splitting slash at 8th mid grade. 1000 soul blades, 10 million. 8th grade mid-level billion sword return, 8th grade upper level. Attributes: infinite uniqueness level, infinite stacking and upgrading of same attributes, unlimited attribute fusion. Divine Sense Master. Gold mental strength enhancement, 4650. Divine Sense Manifestation. Gold 400 God of Slaughter. Gold all attributes increase 950. Stamina consumption 120 times. Kill kill kill. 400 integration with heaven and earth. Gold comprehensive strength exceeds others by 960 times, cannot be perceived. Shadow absolute kill. 200 true sunfire. Gold flame 4501. Stellar devour heaven. Gold devours everything to strengthen self. Flame of devouring heaven's punishment. Gold thunder 4450 divine punishment. 400 absolute defense. Gold defense 4880 power breaks the firmament. Gold strength 4740 law of heaven and earth. Gold charging 5 times. 1000 perpetual motion machine. Gold stamina 4770. God of speed. Gold speed 4810. Ling Feng's battle attributes have undergone another astonishing transformation. His attack speed has increased by 2250, and he has acquired the fission skill, allowing him to unleash 10 powerful attacks simultaneously. His cultivation speed has also reached an incredible 170,000 times, with the enlightenment effect boosting his progress by up to 1,000 times per hour. Despite his energy charge being at 0, his immense fortune has earned him the favor of the Golden Goddess, enhancing his attributes by 100 times. His mastery of the spear has reached the supreme level, enhancing the power of his golden spear technique by 4330, and he has grasped a fundamental spear intent. His spatial storage capability has increased to 200, with a diameter reaching 100,000, creating a world of its own. Ling Feng's recovery speed is equally remarkable, reaching 100,000 times, with his consciousness ever present, covering a range of 1 million kilometers, and his charge state at 100. His abilities in alchemy and weapon crafting are also formidable, with the value of a golden 12-tier talent and weapon advancement abilities making him a formidable force in battle. However, with these extraordinary attributes, Ling Feng's combat power far surpasses that of typical holders of dark gold superior talents. He understands that assembling dark gold power enhancements weapon-related attributes, all attribute amplification, and bloodline attributes is nearly impossible. The black martial intelligence once informed him that holders of golden superior talents are extremely rare, with only one possibly appearing among a trillion golden attribute holders, and the rarity of dark gold is beyond imagination. At this moment, the ship's broadcast echoes in Ling Feng's mind. The ship has arrived near the Xiantian star system. Please be aware that the ship is about to enter the Xiantian star system. Ling Feng raises an eyebrow, finally having arrived. He exits the cabin and heads to the ship's central hall, where Xikong Zhen and others are already waiting, all gazing at the sky. Ling Feng looks up, instantly captivated by the majestic star map. The entire hall is enveloped in a holographic projection, making the ship seem transparent, with the beauty of the starry sky fully visible. In the distance, a massive red giant star emitted a dazzling red glow. This star was at least 100 times the diameter of the sun, and its volume exceeded 1,000,000 times that of the sun. Surrounding it were thousands of planets, arranged like a Dyson sphere matrix, encircling the entire star. All these planets orbited the red giant in a regular pattern. With a quick glance, Ling Feng estimated there were at least 1,000 of them. At the top of the entire matrix was a gigantic gas giant, 100 times the diameter of Blue Water Planet. Towering structures stood on this gas giant, known as Xiantian Main Star, the planet of the highest administrative level in the Xiantian star system, rumored to be under the control of the martial god, Xiantian. The spaceship sped towards Xiantian Main Star, and as they got closer, everyone could feel its immense size. Zhao Xuya excitedly pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Wow, this starry sky is so beautiful, don't you think, Ling Feng?" Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, it really is beautiful. Such a splendid scene would be difficult to even imagine in the 21st century. However, at that moment, the spaceship suddenly blared with an urgent alarm. Beep beep. Alert, alert. Attack warning received. Emergency braking. The spaceship came to a stop with astounding speed. Buzz. In the next moment, a 1,000-meter-tall projection appeared in the center of the main hall, revealing a stern-looking young man. He wore the uniform armor of the Xiantian Star System's Space Command, his gaze calmly sweeping over everyone in the hall. "I am Xian Yu from the Space Command. Tell me your origin," the young man spoke calmly. Xikong Zhen quickly responded, "Officer, we are from Blue Water Planet, here to participate. This is a captured spaceship, which we reported earlier. The Space Command is the most powerful department in the entire Xiantian Star System, capable of deploying all warships and serving as the combat command center during wartime." Watching the young man, Xikong Zhen wondered how Xian Yu could hold such a high position at a young age. Could he be a descendant of the martial god, Xiantian? "Who among you is Ling Feng?" The young man's gaze locked onto Ling Feng. Ling Feng stepped forward and replied, "I am." The young man instructed, "You, come out of the spaceship. My people from the Space Command will come to meet you. The rest of you, proceed to Xiantian Main Star." His words left everyone stunned. Xikong Zhen glanced at Ling Feng with concern. However, Ling Feng was unfazed. He didn't mind having some fun before the assessment in the Xiantian Divine Realm. Zhao Xuya quickly said, "I'll stay with you." Ling Feng shook his head. "No need. I can move more freely without you here." Ling Feng smiled. At his words, although Zhao Xuya was a bit worried, she decisively clicked the button. As soon as Ling Feng finished speaking, the spaceship's cabin slowly opened under Xian Yu's remote control. Without hesitation, Ling Feng flew out, and the spaceship swiftly departed. At that moment, Ling Feng waited in the starry sky for the arrival of the other ship. Before long, a massive ship, 300,000 meters in length, approached at an astonishing speed. An 8th-level spaceship, a vessel exclusive to a martial emperor? Such a grand display could it be for me? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling both surprised and delighted, and let out a cold chuckle, hoping it wasn't coming to cause trouble. The spaceship soon docked in front of him, and with a click, the cabin door slowly opened. The young Xian Yu from earlier flew to Ling Feng at remarkable speed, exuding a powerful presence. Marshal St. Peak? Quite formidable. Ling Feng noticed Xian Yu's level and was secretly amazed. Yet his soul sensed that Xian Yu's soul lifespan had exceeded 80 years, clearly not as young as he appeared. After all, a martial saint-level expert could live for 1,000 years, making 80 relatively young. Xian Yu looked at Ling Feng with intense eyes, seemingly with no intention of hostility, at least none that Ling Feng could detect. He calmly said, "Someone wants to meet you. He's been waiting for you a long time." "Meet me? Who?" Ling Feng was taken aback. "You'll find out in due time. Of course, if you don't want to meet, I won't force you." Xian Yu smiled slightly. "Meet? Why not?" Ling Feng replied without hesitation, thinking to himself, could it be his long-lost father? Could he have become a strong figure? "Then come with me." Xian Yu turned and headed towards the spaceship. Ling Feng followed closely, without hesitation. The two quickly entered the spaceship, and the door closed with a click. The next moment, the spaceship launched at an incredible speed towards the Xiantian Main Star. The spaceship rapidly entered the atmosphere of the Xiantian main star, and Ling Feng felt the surrounding gravity increase 100-fold, though it had no effect on him. The immense mass of the Xiantian main star allowed only those of silver rank and above to survive there. While bronze-level power could adapt to the 100-fold gravity, the internal organs of a bronze-level being couldn't withstand it, risking organ rupture and death. Thus, the entry standard for the Xiantian main star was a silver Marshal King or higher. Once in the atmosphere, the spaceship's speed drastically decreased, eventually coming to a stop above a vast estate. On the estate's landing pad, the 300,000-meter diameter spaceship seemed relatively small. It's worth noting that such a ship would cover an entire major city on Earth. However, it appeared smaller because, in the distance, there was another terrifying ship stretching several million meters in length. This is the Xiantian Wuxian's ship, the Xiantian battleship, one of the most advanced 9th-tier warships of the human race. Ling Feng stepped off the ship, his gaze locking onto the formidable battleship ahead, his brow slightly raised. Could it be that the person he was meeting this time was Xiantian Wuxian? With questions in his mind, Ling Feng and Xian Yu flew straight to the depths of the estate. Xian Yu was incredibly fast, reaching speeds 1,000 times the speed of sound in an instant. Yet, Ling Feng kept up right behind him, causing Xian Yu's pupils to contract slightly in surprise. Ling Feng's strength was indeed as formidable as Xikongjian had claimed, capable of defeating a martial saint of the 5th level. Soon, they arrived at a garden, with a clear lake beneath their feet. In the center of the lake, a distinguished middle-aged man sat in midair, leisurely fishing. Ling Feng recognized him as the mighty Xiantian Wuxian, who had protected the Xiantian galaxy for thousands of years. You've arrived. Have a seat anywhere, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Ling Feng's mouth twitched. Said anywhere? In midair? With no other choice, he sat cross-legged across from Xiantian Wuxian in the air, while Xian Yu stood with his hands behind his back, behind Xiantian Wuxian. You must be wondering why I had Xian Yu bring you here, Xiantian Wuxian said with a smile. Ling Feng replied. Indeed, Lord Wuxian, we've never met, have we? I wonder why you summoned me. Upon hearing this, Xiantian Wuxian chuckled. We met 18 years ago, back when you were just a baby. I didn't expect you'd grow up so fast. His words made Ling Feng frown. Puzzled, had he met Xiantian Wuxian as a baby? But his father, Ling Xian, had returned to Blue Water Star a year or two before he was born. Could it be that his father had taken him to meet Xiantian Wuxian, or had Xiantian Wuxian visited him on Blue Water Star? Oh, I forgot to mention, in terms of seniority, you should call me uncle, Xiantian Wuxian suddenly said with a laugh. Boom. The statement exploded like thunder in Ling Feng's mind. What the heck, uncle? Ling Feng stared at Xiantian Wuxian in shock, disbelief written all over his face. Xiantian Wuxian smiled slightly. Surprised, aren't you? There's more to come. Xian Yu greet him. Xian Yu smiled wryly and respectfully saluted. Greetings, little uncle. At that moment, Ling Feng was completely stunned, thinking to himself. Xian Yu is 80 years old and calling me little uncle? This can't be a joke. Do you know where your father's Xian comes from? Xiantian Wuxian continued. Ling Feng was taken aback. Could it be the same as yours? That's right. Your father was originally named Xian Ling, the 4th child of the Xian family, and you should be called Xian Feng. Yes, just like Xianfeng City. Xiantian Wuxian explained with a smile. Ling Feng couldn't help but retort. Wow, that's a terrible name. Xiantian Wuxian's mouth twitched. Of course, if you don't want to change it back, you can stick with your current name. It's not important. Xiantian Wuxian was speechless, pondering silently. Wait a minute. Are you saying my father is your 4th brother? Then who is my grandfather? And how did he disappear? Where did he go? Ling Feng wasn't initially interested in these matters, but at this moment, he couldn't help but be curious, thinking to himself, this plot is too cliché. Xiantian Wuxian raised an eyebrow slightly, considering how to explain. Let's get straight to the point. Ling Feng decisively interrupted him. You, young one, are nothing like your father in temperament, but you do resemble your mother. Xiantian Wuxian shook his head helplessly. However, the next moment, his expression turned serious. Your grandfather, my father, is none other than the strongest of our human race. The Xuanwu Supreme. Xiantian Wuxian said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, he expected Ling Feng to be shocked, but instead saw that the young man had a look of, I knew it, on his face. I thought so. Who else could be the father of a Wuxian? It had to be Xuanwu Supreme. Ling Feng rubbed his chin, showing approval, secretly marveling at how this cliché plot actually made sense. At this point, both Xiantian Wuxian and Xian Yu couldn't help but twitch their mouths, thinking, is it really that easy to guess? Ling Feng then curiously asked, so what about my parents who just abandoned me? Did they leave me to enjoy their own lives? Let me explain from the beginning. This matter is very complicated. It's not something that can be explained in just a few words. Xiantian Wuxian sighed deeply and began to explain. Your father is the youngest among the 2nd-generation disciples of the Xian family, much younger than Xian Yu, born 40 years ago. However, he is also the most gifted child of the Xian family. On the day of his birth, he awakened the legendary physique trait, the 9 Revolutions reincarnation body. Physique trait. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly interested in this concept. Physique traits and bloodline traits belong to the same category, but physique traits are even rarer. Bloodline traits require transformation to gain all enhancements, whereas physique traits are innate abilities. These traits generally form naturally and are difficult to manifest. That's why the previous Ling Feng didn't notice this trait. Who would have thought Ling Xian had such a trait? And it sounds powerful. The most unique aspect of the 9 Revolutions reincarnation body is that it has no trait level. It requires 9 reincarnations. Each time he reincarnates, he completely loses his memory, loses all cultivation, and is transported to an unknown place, starting over from scratch. Of course, with each reincarnation, his talents improve. How much they improve, we don't know. We didn't know about this trait at first, until that year he turned 10, and the first reincarnation suddenly occurred. He was directly transported to a city on Earth. When we found him, he had already forgotten all of us, but fortunately, when we brought out all his belongings from childhood, he regained his memory. After this reincarnation, he awakened 10 green traits, all of which could stack, making his combat power comparable to an ordinary silver talent holder. The second reincarnation happened when he was 14. This time, the distance was much greater, as he was transported to a human planet hundreds of light years away. It took months to find him. This time, his abilities had upgraded to all blue, possessing 10 stackable blue talents, making his combat power comparable to those with ordinary golden talents. At this moment, not just us, but even my father was astonished. However, when he turned 18, his third cycle began. This time, he was directly transported to Blue Star, 40,000 light years away from Earth. After each cycle, his appearance and genes would change, and only by meeting him in person could one recognize his soul's aura. Therefore, we couldn't find him until years later when a remarkably talented young man appeared in the Xiantian star system to take the Xiantian Divine Realms examination. Although his talent was only purple, his terrifying strength surpassed all the prodigies of the million life planets in the Xiantian star system, even those with golden talents back then. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was stunned. What level of physique was this? After 3 cycles, it was already a top-tier purple talent. Would the 4th be silver top tier? The 5th gold top tier? The 6th dark gold top tier? By the 7th, would it surpass dark gold top tier? And what about the 8th and 9th cycles? The colors left for him were running out. This meant his father hadn't disappeared, but had gone through reincarnation? Unfortunately, at that time, I was engaged in fierce battles with alien races on the battlefield and did not see him. Otherwise, you might not have existed. It wasn't until later that I saw him, having reached the pinnacle of martial sovereign, emerging from the Xiantian divine realm. To be precise, he was chased out. I later learned that he had kidnapped the saintess of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land to be his wife, even though she was originally engaged to the young master of the most powerful sect in the Xiantian divine realm, the Tongtian Holy Land. His actions caused a massive uproar in the entire divine realm, leading to a manhunt for him. Our sect's base in the divine realm was bombed countless times. Ultimately, my father had to personally intervene, spending 10 golden oracle stones to quell the chaos. At this point, the Xiantian martial god felt distressed, wondering if the Tongtian Gate and Heavenly Sword sect were truly that powerful. Indeed, very powerful, Xian Yu said gravely. The Xiantian divine realm is the strongest divine realm within our human territory, without a doubt. Otherwise, great-grandfather wouldn't have sent grandfather, his strongest son, to guard this divine realm. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was curious, wondering if it was so powerful that even the Xuanwu Supreme couldn't handle it. The Xiantian divine realm has 10 top-tier sects and 2 holy lands. Each of the 10 top-tier sects is guarded by peak-level martial gods, while the 2 holy lands are even stronger, possessing powers beyond martial gods, comparable to great-grandfather. Although they are not as powerful as great-grandfather, if their combined forces and those behind them were to unite, they could overthrow the entire human civilization. Even though they know we are outsiders, and thus do not attack us, if pushed to the limit, while we humans might win, the casualties would be unimaginable. Xian Yu explained seriously. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Wow, that's powerful. There are 2 entities that surpass the martial god. He quickly calculated in his mind. One of them could establish a galactic civilization, and yet this divine realm has 2. Their strength must be unfathomable. He squinted his eyes, pondering as he asked, so, my father has managed to provoke 2 sacred lands at the same time? With the Xuanwu Supreme intervening personally, it's probably not just a simple appearance, right? Xiantian martial god smiled slightly, and shook his head. Naturally. 10 golden divine oracle stones to exchange for a saintess with more than 1 golden entry is far from sufficient. How could the 2 sacred lands let it go easily? They even threatened to break out of the galaxy to teach us a lesson. He sighed and continued. Left with no choice, Your grandfather had to step in personally and communicate with the ancestors of those two sacred lands. The next day, they had no option but to announce the annulment of the marriage. Ling Feng nodded thoughtfully and asked, "And then what?" "My father went on to reincarnate. So why did my mother leave as well?" Xiantian martial god's expression grew complex. "After learning about his identity, your father reconciled with us. But upon discovering he would reincarnate every 4 years, he lost the motivation to cultivate. They returned to Blue Water Star, living a quiet life under assumed identities in Xianfeng City. We all visited after you were born." He paused for a moment, his voice becoming somber. "Unfortunately, the 4-year reincarnation period eventually arrived. Your father disappeared before our eyes, showing us the terror of this condition. Days later, news from the Xiantian divine realm came that your mother's master had suddenly passed away. She went back for the funeral and, for your safety, didn't take you with her." A flicker of anger crossed Xiantian martial god's eyes. "Who knew she wouldn't return?" "Your grandfather went searching, but the two sacred lands claimed they hadn't seen her." In his fury, he severely injured the ancestors of the two sacred lands. Once confirmed they were not lying, he could only urge them to keep searching, or he would regularly spar with them. Ling Feng listened and nodded expressionlessly. Somewhat convincing. I'll believe it for now." His tone suddenly turned cold. "But what then? Did you call me here today just to tell me a story?" Hearing this, Xiantian Wuxian couldn't help but laugh. He understood what Ling Feng was thinking and thought to himself, "Ling Feng, you must be curious why, despite our strength, we never took care of you. Not only did we not care for you, but we also let you live alone in Xianfeng City." Xiantian Wuxian addressed Ling Feng's doubts directly. Ling Feng didn't argue. He just nodded silently. Then, Xiantian Wuxian continued. "Think back. Have we met before? Oh right, I didn't look like this before." As he spoke, his appearance suddenly changed, transforming into a middle-aged man with a square face. Boom. In that instant, Ling Feng's pupils contracted sharply. The person before him was none other than Wu Lao's eldest son, whom he had called Uncle Tian since childhood. Growing up, aside from the Zhao Wu family, it was Wu Lao's family that Ling Feng interacted with the most. Their kindness was like that of family. However, Ling Feng never imagined that they were so closely connected by blood. Questions surged in Ling Feng's mind, wanting to ask why they hid the truth, but Xiantian Wuxian interrupted him. "You want to know why we went to such lengths? Do you realize, in your father's generation, there were actually 7 siblings, and now only 4 are alive?" With these words, Ling Feng instantly understood. As the child of a supreme being, even with the best protection, he would still face endless assassination attempts from birth, with the slightest mistake leading to death. Even as a grandchild, his appearance would still mean relentless pursuit. "So, forgive us, we didn't want it to be this way. It's not just you. Many disciples of the Xian family are trained in secret," Xiantian Wuxian said slowly. At this moment, Xian Yu also spoke, showing a helpless expression, as if a commoner suddenly found out he was the son of a billionaire, feeling overwhelmed. Ling Feng couldn't help but joke. "So that's it. This plot is even more dramatic than those third-rate novels." Nonetheless, Ling Feng slowly stood up and smiled at Xiantian Wuxian, saying, "Uncle Tian, long time no see." "You brat." Xiantian Wuxian chuckled helplessly at these words, then threw his fishing rod aside, looking dissatisfied as he said, "I'm done fishing. These stubborn fish don't appreciate the kindness. Xian Yu, have someone drain the water later. I want a full fish feast tonight." After saying this, he cursed at the water a few times. Xian Yu was speechless, thinking these were the fish he had put in months ago, deliberately keeping them hungry every day, fearing that Xiantian Wuxian, a lover of food, would end up empty-handed, yet it still happened. "Let's go, the assessment for the Xiantian Divine Realm is about to start. Come with me to watch the competition," Xiantian Wuxian said, then immediately flew up, with Ling Feng following closely behind, heading to the assessment location. "You've been to the Black Martial God Realm, right?" On the way to the Xiantian Divine Realm, Xiantian Wuxian spoke slowly. Hearing this, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Xiantian Wuxian and the others knew about the Black Martial God Realm. "Yes, I've been there. I passed the advanced student certification," Ling Feng replied confidently. Xiantian Wuxian nodded approvingly. "Your talent is indeed strong. If I remember correctly, becoming an advanced student requires a top-grade golden talent, right?" Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Xiantian Martial God appeared somewhat shocked. He had long known of Ling Feng's extraordinary talent, suspecting it might be of mid-level or even high-level gold. Yet, hearing Ling Feng admitted himself still took him by surprise. "Did you awaken any luck-related entries above silver on your own? Your grandfather only gave you 10 golden oracle stones, and you managed to unlock at least 4 or 5 golden entries." Xiantian Martial God asked curiously. Ling Feng was taken aback. "What? Are you saying my golden talent wasn't from the golden oracle stones my grandfather gave me? Then where did your entries come from?" He suddenly realized he might have missed something crucial. "Wait a minute. You mean you didn't check the birthday gift your grandfather gave you at 18? Xiantian martial god exclaimed in disbelief. The birthday gift from Grandpa Wu. Ling Feng was stunned. After a moment of thought, he remembered receiving an anonymous lockbox on his 18th birthday. However, just as he was about to open it, Yin Xian called him away via a video call because Yi Xiao and she had gone to the biggest restaurant in Xianfeng City and couldn't pay the bill after ordering the most expensive meal. After that, the matter of the lockbox slipped his mind and remained forgotten somewhere at home. Thinking about this, Ling Feng felt a pang of regret. 10 golden oracle stones. Even the worst entries could be sold for an astronomical amount. Besides, how could anything from Xuanwu Supreme be worthless? He even considered rushing back to Blue Water Star to retrieve those 10 golden oracle stones. As for the Xiantian divine realm, with Xiantian martial god as his uncle, entering or not was just a matter of asking. Ahem, I was joking with you. Of course, I used them. I was just curious about who sent them to me. After all, 10 golden oracle stones are no small gift, and to think it was Grandpa Wu. Ling Feng said with a smile. You scared me, kid. I thought you had so many golden entries without using the oracle stones. But to self-awaken multiple golden entries, your talent is truly terrifying. As expected of my fourth brother's son, Xiantian martial god remarked, his shock nearly causing him to fall from the sky. Ling Feng explained nonchalantly. I use those oracle stones primarily for absorption. I found that absorbing these stones accelerates the refining process and enhances my strength more rapidly. Most importantly, the power gained is more potent compared to absorbing other energies. He wasn't exaggerating. He had tested it before. The power from the oracle stones was easier to refine, the increase in strength was more manageable, and the energy was purer. Of course, all this was without the devouring flame. With the devouring flame, the effect of absorbing ordinary items would be no different from absorbing oracle stones. The energy obtained with the devouring flame could enhance strength, making it incredibly pure and capable of unleashing more powerful attacks with the same level of vitality. This might be the special effect of the devouring flame. Otherwise, as merely an external absorption ability, it would seem too weak compared to other special traits. Yes, that's what I concluded before. The energy from absorbing oracle stones is indeed pure because they are said to be stones formed from divine power, Ling Feng continued. However, it costs a lot of money. I noticed you've started selling 7th-tier perfect-grade pills. These pills are from the Black Martial God domain, right? At this level, there are very few who can refine such pills across the human territories. You should keep them instead of wasting them. I sent you 1,000,000,000 star coins. Use them first. Let me know when you need more, Xiantian Wushan said slowly. Star coins? Ling Feng asked, puzzled. Oh, I forgot you haven't heard of them. Star coins are a currency used by the higher-ups of the human race, with one being equivalent to 1,000,000,000,000. Xiantian Wushan casually explained. What? That's a quadrillion. Ling Feng exclaimed in shock. That's just a small amount. As your uncle, I am a peak martial god-level powerhouse in control of a mid-tier galaxy. A mere quadrillion is nothing. Let me know when you need more, Xiantian Wushan said, feeling a sense of pride at Ling Feng's astonishment. Over the years, he had watched the boy grow up and had always anticipated the moment when Ling Feng would be shocked upon learning about his identity. However, Ling Feng had shown no surprise, leaving Xiantian Wushan somewhat unfulfilled. Now, seeing Ling Feng's shocked expression, he felt secretly pleased. As the saying goes, for a child who has endured hardship, only material wealth can heal the wounds. Xiantian Wushan decided to occasionally surprise the boy with financial gifts to maintain his grand image as an uncle. At this moment, Ling Feng felt overjoyed as he looked at the newly added quadrillion in his account. He hadn't even spent all of his previous funds, and now he had more. Although a quadrillion might not be much for Xiantian Wushan, it wasn't insignificant either, likely amounting to about 1% of his assets. And he was willing to give more when needed, showing a generosity that Ling Feng doubted even his own father would match. This gesture moved Ling Feng deeply. What delighted him the most was that the golden trait finally had a resolution. With his uncle's terrifying talent, even if Ling Feng awakened 10 dark golden traits in the future, others would quickly accept it. Ling Feng couldn't help but ponder. Ling Feng felt a mix of emotions. He was somewhat worried about his reckless purchase of the oracle stones, fearing that others might discover his ability to enhance his talents using lower-grade stones. However, with the cover provided by Wu Lao's 10 oracle stones and his late father, his concerns seemed to ease. His thoughts drifted to his father, Ling Xian. Although Ling Xian was no longer around, his role as a shield was significant. Ling Feng resolved to find his father, filled with gratitude. Suddenly, a startling thought crossed Ling Feng's mind. He began calculating Ling Xian's reincarnation cycles. The 4th cycle when he was born, the 5th at age 4, the 6th at 8, the 7th at 12, and the 8th at 16. Now, it was the 2nd year of the 8th cycle. If each reincarnation allowed all traits to upgrade by 1 level, how powerful would Ling Xian's talents be by the 8th cycle? Ling Feng couldn't help but gasp. In just 2 years, Ling Xian's strength might have far surpassed the Xuanwu Supreme. This realization put immense pressure on Ling Feng. He began to doubt whether he could catch up to Ling Xian's strength within 2 years and find him. Worse yet, after 2 years, Ling Xian would undergo his 9th reincarnation, further enhancing his talents. Ling Feng sighed. Everything depended on whether his infinite traits could match Ling Xian's 9-cycle reincarnation body. He recalled that Ling Xian had never mentioned the level of the 9-cycle reincarnation body. Perhaps it was unique like his own ability. At that moment, Ling Feng remembered he still had 10 golden oracle stones. Although he couldn't sell them here, he could certainly take them to the Xiantian Divine Realm to sell. With the Xiantian Divine Realm's capabilities, absorbing these golden oracle stones shouldn't be a problem. With this in mind, Ling Feng immediately asked the Xiantian martial god if he could return home to retrieve some items and still make it to the Xiantian Divine Realm in time. The Xiantian martial god readily agreed, even offering his spaceship, ensuring a round trip within 2 days. Upon hearing about the spaceship's impressive capabilities, Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel at the advanced technology of humanity. His thoughts wandered to even further space travel and the distant location of the Black God Martial Hall. Even with such an advanced spaceship, it would still take half a month to reach there, highlighting its great distance. Ling Feng stood high in the sky, gazing down at the magnificent Xiantian Academy, overwhelmed with emotion. As the highest-ranking institution in the Xiantian Divine Realm, this academy rigorously selects 1,000 of the strongest prodigies each year from millions of life-bearing planets. Almost every one of them possesses at least one silver attribute, and those without silver attributes have high-grade purple talents. Even more astonishing is the fact that every couple of years, a genius with a golden attribute emerges. However, Ling Feng soon realized that even those with golden attributes were not necessarily the most outstanding. In fact, many of them could not even make it into the annual top 10. The reason is simple. These prodigies typically have only one golden attribute, and acquiring two is exceedingly difficult. In contrast, those with mid-grade silver talents are quite strong, and those with high-grade silver talents are even more powerful. While Ling Feng was pondering, the Xiantian martial god suddenly spoke. Xiaofeng, you don't need to participate in this year's Xiantian Divine Realm assessment. You can proceed directly. Ling Feng was a bit puzzled. Is that really okay? The Xiantian martial god explained. Of course, it's fine. In fact, if you participate, there would be no suspense about the champion. Every championship winner receives a silver divine oracle stone from the Xiantian galaxy. This year is special, with more prodigies, so the oracle stone has been upgraded to gold, and its quality is quite superb. There are a few dark horses from the lower ranks, and it's not easy for them to get a good oracle stone. However, these are of no use to you. The only thing you're missing is a bloodline attribute, which is exceedingly rare. Your grandfather has been searching for over a decade without finding one. The ones he found had already been used, which is truly unfortunate. Ling Feng listened and agreed with a smile. That's not a problem. Participating or not really doesn't affect me. At this moment, around the Xiantian Academy's expansive martial arts arena, spanning several hundred kilometers in diameter, strong figures from across the Xiantian galaxy had gathered. All eyes were fixed on the center of the arena, where over 1,000,000 talents from various planets were already standing. The cultivation levels of these prodigies ranged mostly between the first and third heavens of the martial master realm. Although Ling Feng considered these individuals ordinary, in reality, each was a rare talent on their own planet, sometimes the first in decades to qualify for the assessment. However, after witnessing the terrifying talents at the Black God Martial Hall, the talents of the galactic civilization seemed somewhat weak in Ling Feng's eyes. To him, only those with at least mid-grade golden talents could truly catch his attention. And even then, it was just that catching his attention. Only 1/10 of the people have reached the 3rd level and above, with martial masters being extremely rare, estimated to be only a few dozen in total, and all at the 1st level of martial mastery. Of course, there are a few at the 3rd and 4th levels, but among these individuals, some exhibit extremely unstable auras, clearly possessing devouring type entries above the silver level. Ling Feng's situation is concerning as he has yet to appear. Could something have happened to him? At this moment, Qian Yuan voiced his doubts among the crowd. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Shiya's expression turned grim. She coldly declared, if something has really happened to that little mad man, I will overturn the entire Xiantian galaxy. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuan shivered, sensing that Zhao Shiya was not joking. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming, terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire martial arts arena, and everyone felt immense pressure, looking up towards the sky. Instantly, a middle-aged man, exuding supreme aura, landed steadily on the suspended platform ahead, his hands behind his back. Seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, all the prodigies present were thrilled, whispering excitedly, it's the Xianyuan martial god. He actually came to observe this year. We're so lucky. Does this mean there's a super genius this time? Of course there is. I've heard there are not just one, but several with golden entries, someone responded nearby. What? That many? Another person exclaimed in surprise. I've even heard there's a prodigy with more than one golden entry. Is that true? Wow, really? No wonder the martial god himself came. At this time, both the audience and participants were buzzing with excitement. However, they also noticed the young man beside the Xianyuan martial god, wondering, who is he? Why have we never seen him before? Could he be a descendant of the martial god? But he doesn't seem like it. At this moment, Ling Feng also caught everyone's attention, and they exclaimed, isn't that Ling Feng? Wow, how is he sitting with the Xianyuan martial god? Xianyuan, seeing Ling Feng on the high platform, widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking to himself, as expected of the man I had my eye on. Meanwhile, Zhao Shiya smiled, seemingly losing interest in Zhou Qiyun's teasing. From thousands of meters away, Ling Feng also noticed Zhao Shiya and others from Blue Water Star, giving a slight smile from afar. Dong! With the sound of a giant bell ringing, the Xianyuan Divine Realm's examination officially began. Entering the Xianyuan Divine Realm, the focus is on strength and talent, and the examination is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is a basic talent showcase, with a massive 1,000 testing devices rising from the ground, primarily assessing the martial artist's realms and their peak explosive power. Explosive power is calculated based on individual levels, with the strength of someone at the martial master level generally having a vitality value of 10,000 points and a basic strength of 10 million kilograms. At full burst, if one can exert a force of 1 billion kilograms, it means the explosive power has reached 100 times. Ling Feng stood in the examination hall, his gaze sweeping over the other candidates as he quietly assessed his own abilities. He knew that to advance to the second round of the strength test, he needed to demonstrate at least 100 times his normal explosive power. Achieving 500 times or more would grant him direct entry into the Xiantian Divine Domain. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, yet charged with excitement. Ling Feng noticed that most participants were first-level martial sect geniuses, practicing fifth-level martial arts and techniques. Although they didn't possess silver or purple talent attributes, many had blue ones. With these advantages, along with some additional attribute boosts, reaching 500 times explosive power wasn't too difficult. However, what truly caught Ling Feng's attention were the more powerful candidates. Those at the late martial sect level, or even martial master level often had higher level talents and attributes. Ling Feng estimated that there were no more than 20 people in the hall who could reach this level. As the assessment began, a long line formed in front of the testing device. Ling Feng stood aside, contemplating his own strength. He knew that even without using special attributes, he could easily achieve explosive power in the hundreds of thousands, thanks to his formidable abilities and advanced martial arts training. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted Ling Feng's thoughts. Congratulations to candidate Zheng Xiao. Explosive power multiplier of 768 times. This announcement caused a stir in the square. Soon after, another announcement came. Jose with 655 times explosive power. Ling Feng wasn't surprised by these results. Every 10 minutes or so, a new high multiplier would be declared. However, when the announcement came, congratulations to candidate Mo Yin. Explosive power multiplier of 1,258 times. Even Ling Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The atmosphere in the examination hall grew even more intense, with everyone eager for their chance. Ling Feng knew that the real competition had just begun. Suddenly, another notification echoed throughout the examination hall. Oh, could it be that a genius with 1,000-fold explosive power has appeared this year? Impressive indeed. Mo Yan's strength is far greater than I imagined. It seems this boy was hiding his true power while at the academy. Xiao Feng, if this boy's level is the same as yours, he might even be able to spar a few rounds with you, don't you think? Even the Xiantian martial god has taken an interest this time. Mo Yan is a sophomore at Xiantian Academy, possessing extraordinary talent and strength. In just 1 year since enrollment, he has become one of the top 5 on the Academy's Dragon list, and it seems he's never gone all out. Other top contenders on the Dragon list are also within the scope of this assessment. Beside the two, there are many high-ranking martial emperors from the Xiantian star system. Upon hearing the Xiantian martial god's words, they couldn't help but gasp. 11,258 times explosive power, and yet he can only spar a few rounds with this young man? What kind of talent does this young man possess? Ling Feng also glanced at Mo Bai. Mo Bai is a young man dressed in a black and white trench coat, aged between 19 and 20, at the realm of martial venerable First Heaven. Ling Feng scanned him with divine sense and discovered that Mo Bai commands silver threads of light and darkness, which are innately awakened. More surprisingly, these threads seem to be fused, making them as effective as golden threads. Additionally, he possesses all attribute augmentation threads and weapon threads, both silver. This 1,000-fold explosive power is clearly not his full strength. His prowess is indeed formidable. Unfortunately, hoping to match my realm might be impossible for him in this lifetime, unless I stop cultivating for a year or two. Ling Feng remarked with resignation. Indeed, this boy's cultivation speed is still lacking compared to yours. The Xiantian martial god nodded in agreement. The surrounding martial emperors were bewildered, unable to sense Mo Bai's strength, and thus unaware of his true realm. However, seeing that he seemed only 18 or 19, they were even more puzzled. 18 or 19. Just recently awakened his threads, right? Could it be that he innately awakened talent-based golden threads, or perhaps some devouring-type silver threads? Otherwise, why can't Mo Bai, not yet 20, catch up to Ling Feng? Nonetheless, since even the Xiantian martial god acknowledges his talent, it signifies his potential is indeed extraordinary. As everyone was in shock, another notification echoed through the examination hall, congratulating candidate Zhao Shuya. Her explosive power reached a multiple of 4,541. The resounding announcement plunged the entire hall into silence. Everyone looked in disbelief at the broadcasted image in the sky, where a girl with a lollipop in her mouth emerged from the tester. Her proud figure and doll-like exquisite beauty made countless young hearts skip a beat. However, what shocked them more was the terrifying explosive power of over 4,000 mentioned in the notification. Oh dear, I accidentally used a bit too much strength. I hope the little madman doesn't think I'm a violent girl, Zhao Xia remarked with some helplessness. She possesses a golden bloodline thread, granting her a fourfold increase in strength. With the addition of 9 other golden attributes, her combat strength was truly terrifying. However, her worries were completely unnecessary. After all, Ling Feng never considered her a violent woman. Who exactly is she? Mo Bai was utterly shocked as he looked at Zhao Xia's score in the sky. Even though he hadn't given it his all, it was still impossible to achieve such a high level of explosiveness. Boom. At that moment, the entire examination venue erupted. Millions of examinees were astonished as they looked up at the seemingly delicate Zhao Xia in the sky. Such a beautiful young lady could unleash a force 4,500 times stronger? 4,500 times. The instrument must be broken, right? There's no way she could have such explosive power. The equipment must be malfunctioning, and surely someone will soon declare the score invalid. Wait, several minutes have already passed. If this score is real, what kind of golden full attribute entries does she possess? The audience around was abuzz with speculation. How could Xiaoya have such a powerful talent? Is her talent also of a top-grade golden class? Even the Xiantian martial god was taken aback. He was well acquainted with Zhao Xia, having visited Blue Water Star no less than 100 times over the past 18 years. Every time he met Ling Feng, Zhao Xia was almost always there. This lively and adorable girl was well liked by everyone. I didn't use all 10 golden oracle stones, so I gave her a few. She seems to possess fortune-related entries, which allowed her to draw many golden entries. Ling Feng spoke, sensing an extremely strong soul wave from Zhao Xia. Her golden entries were definitely acquired by her own means. However, unlike his own, the origins of Zhao Xia's golden entries were difficult to explain. The best approach was to help her keep it a secret. Hearing this, the Xiantian martial god suddenly understood. So that's it. It seems you still favor Zhao Xia the most. And this girl has also awakened fortune-related golden entries. How is it that both of you have such good luck? Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the Xiantian martial god was enlightened and couldn't help but marvel. However, Ling Feng felt somewhat helpless. Could it be that he still had some sense and wasn't completely captivated by Yin Shiyun? Yet, he was speechless at the thought that if he had obtained 10 golden oracle stones through his previous attitude towards Yin Shiyun, he would likely have given her at least a few, if not all of them. He couldn't understand why. Despite not being a fool his entire life, he lost his senses upon meeting Yin Shiyun. At this moment, Ling Feng was filled with doubt. He had to admit that in previous years, he had been somewhat mindless, to the point of being abnormal. He had always been smart and rational. So was there a problem somewhere? Wait, could it be that Yin Shiyun was the problem? Suddenly, Ling Feng's pupils contracted. It seemed that when he returned to retrieve the oracle stones, he needed to check on her. Who knows if she has been killed by the people in prison? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.